Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is. Right there. Eyendeba. So Eyendeba. But with this Tinubu administration is more Eyideba because Eyi has debarred Google. Pardon me. Eyi has debarred all of them. So if you're a Yoruba person, then you understand that metaphor that I just attempted. But I'm not going to attempt to translate it into English because it will lose its resonance. But good to see you. Good today. Good to have you here. How are you? How was your day? Hope you've had a wonderful day. We don't ask ourselves those questions often enough. We just launch straight into it. Let's take a moment actually to catch up with each other. So what have you been up to? What did you do today? I hope you had a pleasant and a productive day. So there is no greater wish than that, of course, a pleasant and a productive day. That's really the aspiration when the day kicks off. So hope you had a pleasant and a productive day. So there it is. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. We always ask for that. Some of you do it as a matter of routine. A lot of you, some of you do it as a matter of encouragement, but some of you, the resistance. Maybe it is time to drop that shackle of resistance and hop on board. So click on the like button if you haven't done that. If you're not already subscribed, then do us that favor of correcting that as well. So make sure you have liked and subscribed. So like and subscribe. And then, of course, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Every single day we are getting new and more and interesting voices joining us now. And all those new and interesting voices did was just to click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then when they appear in the studio, they find that it's not as daunting an experience as they imagined. It's quite an easy thing, actually. You're just having a conversation with somebody that you probably already consider a friend now. You see me every day. So you may not admit it, but I am actually part of your life now, almost like a family member, certainly, hopefully a friend. So when you come on board, you are not coming to a space unknown. You are coming to meet that man that you have conversations with every day. So come join us is just what that means. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and come speak to your friend. Come speak with. Just to have a little bit of a tangent, just a micro one. People say speak to. You don't speak to people. You speak to your subordinate or you speak to a child. You speak with your equal. So you don't speak to your equal, you speak with your equal. So come speak with me. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and come speak with me. So come speak with me. And then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, I wonder if that is even ever worth mentioning anymore. I mentioned it, but everybody just, just give me, they look to the skies and whistle to the wind. So look to the skies and whistle to the wind, but that invitation is there. 3 easy steps and just empty the contents of your wallet in there if you so wish. So do all those. Click on like. So that's compulsory. Click on subscribe. That is mandatory. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That is highly encouraged. And this invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is entirely at your discretion. That is only if you're moved to do that. So do all those. But what are we contending today? Now, every single time that I say this, I promise not to say it the next time, because there's nothing more unwitting than laboring a metaphor. But necessarily, it is a metaphor that you must labor. The Tinubu administration is a gift that just keeps on giving. You all know why I'm saying that, of course. You've all seen the headline. You've all seen the news. You are all glued and just befuddled and confounded by everything that's going on. The Tinubu administration, even the most fervent of Tinubu's critics, they will be having thoughts now that, is this guy actually doing a good job? I'm sure they must be in the deeper recesses of their minds. They must, because the speed at which systemic, profound changes have been made within the Nigerian dynamic is unprecedented. We know that. The speed of change is one that has never, even under a military administration, when they rule by decrees, we've never seen the speed of change. Seismic, systemic changes, profound, deep-reaching, day in, day out. The speed of change. So what that then lands to or land on at the end of it is all something, is a matter of the course of that journey, but the direction of travel, is this something that you can really disagree with? Can you really, the direction of travel, can you really, in the deeper recesses of your mind, do you really disagree with the journey of travel, that the oil subsidy was removed, that arbitrage was removed from foreign exchange, that the Emefiele, the biggest crook, even more criminal than Babangida, that he's been chained to a lamppost? Do you object to that? Does that annoy you? That they floated the Naira, they've funded education just as a matter of policy strokes, So even the most fervent, people that hate this guy with the core, every pore of their being, in the deeper inner recesses of their minds, quiet moments, they must acknowledge that something is taking place. Something is taking place. But let's go to this. Let's kick it off with this. Breaking. Tinubu serves service chiefs, Inspector General of Police, custom boss, names replacement. So it's the speed again, isn't it? And by the way, May the 29th was when this guy came in. Today is the 19th of June. So you do the mathematics. Is that 20 days or more thereabout? So there it is. But look at what has been packed in. Breaking. President Tinubu sacks service chiefs, Inspector General of Police, custom boss, names replacement. So this is somebody that is moving very swiftly then to occupy the space that the Nigerian electorate have mandated him to occupy. So that is going to form the hub of our discussions for today. So we're going to wrap a lot around that because we have the names. Firstly, we will discuss just thoughts on these people being sacked and how quickly they have been sacked. But that's just a little footnote. The real interesting bits are the replacement, some of the names that have come through and what that means, the shape and the structure of it. So I don't want to say too much now because a lot of it will come out in the course of the conversation. But certainly an interesting mix this guy has put forward for your perusal. So we'll peruse them and see where we land. So that is the main excitement for the day. But some of the side dishes even are equally as sumptuous, to borrow Peter Obi's grammar, equally as sumptuous. Exchange rate to ease at about 600 naira to the dollar in coming months. So this you will say is speculative, but it is not if it's coming from JP Morgan Chase. So this is where they have benchmarked then the true value of the naira in terms of the volume of our traffic of money and transactions and the net worth of the country in terms of the business space and the interest that the international community has in our country. So all of that condensed into this exchange rate to ease at about 600 naira to the dollar in coming months, JP Morgan Chase. So just quite how they arrived at that, we'll go through that shortly. I did say the speed that Tinubu was moving is dizzying for the man that is decrepit and cannot stand upright on his feet. So from the service chiefs 2 days, full list of new special advisors President Tinubu appointed. So there are some funky names on here. So let's just rattle through this and get this out of the way. After first, I take a sip of water. So let's rattle through this and get this out of the way because there's just so much packed into what is left to discuss. Full list of new service advisors President Tinubu appointed. On Monday, the president, and remember, he's already done a bunch of them, so this is the latest batch. On Monday, the president announced the suspension of service chiefs whilst naming their replacements. In the new announcement, the president also settled the controversy around. No, I don't want to get into that just now. Let's get into the new, the latest batch of our special advisors. The newly appointed special advisors are Hadiza Bala Usman, Special Advisor, Policy Coordination, Hanatu Musa Musawa, Special Advisor, Culture and Entertainment Economy, Senator Abdullahi Abubakar Gomel, Senior Special Assistant, National Assembly Matters, and then Honorable Barrister Ola Rewaju. So that should be Ola Rewaju, of course. I don't know quite Ola Rewaju. I've never heard that as a name. Honorable Barrister. So this is somebody that obviously maybe some insecurity there. People that feel the need to have all these appellations before their names. Chief Doctor, Honorable Barrister, Esquire, and all of that before you land on his name. You wonder if there's some form of insecurity at play there. Honorable Barrister Olarewaju Kunle Ibrahim, Senior Special Assistant, National Assembly Matters. So the Abdullahi Abubakar Gomel, he's for the Senate, and this now funky named Olarewaju, he's for the House of Representatives. But the name that pops up is Hadiza Bala Usman. A name, of course, that I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. She was the NMPA chief just until just a few weeks ago. Nigerian Ports Authority are notorious for corruption, of course. So we find out just what's led to that. So we look into that and see what we're making of it. And now, so as though the sacking and then replacing of the service chiefs is not enough, what Tinubu, maybe he woke up in a bad mood, I'm not quite sure. But what what Tinubu seems to have done was just to wake up and say, sack everybody. This is what has happened. President Tinubu dissolves boards of parastatals, agencies, institutions, sack everybody. This is what he has done. Sack everybody. President Tinubu dissolves boards of parastatal agencies, institutions, and by the way, 20 days into office. So 20 days into office, a gift that just keeps on giving, and this is what he gives us next. Tinubu set to give key appointment to Kwakwanso. So that is just a side battle that is going on within that space, because of course every time that Kwakwanso appears with Tinubu, Ganduje's heart breaks that little bit more. So every time that this photograph circulates as a news item, Ganduje's heart, it drops a little bit more. A tinge of sadness courses through his mind. Tinubu set to give a key appointment to Kwakwanso. So let's just rattle through this in swift manner just to get this one out of the way as well. There have been growing speculation that President Bola Tinubu is considering appointing Rabiu Kwakwanso, the former governor of Kano State, as Minister of Defense in his new government. Correspondents report this development comes after Kwakwanso met with Tinubu at the State House in Abuja a few weeks ago. It is believed that their discussion resolved around Kwakwanso's potential involvement in the incoming administration. Fresh reports suggest Kwakwanso, who ran as the flag bearer of the new Nigeria People's Party, NMPP, in the February presidential election, may indeed be chosen as the defense minister. So the defense minister, and by the way, that is not an operative position. That's an administrative position. So that doesn't fall within the security structures directly. So it does not necessarily have to be a serving anything to occupy that post. But what does this mean? What does this mean on so many fronts? Obviously, Kwakwanso no longer contending that that his mandate was stolen, so he knows that he doesn't have any mandate anywhere, and he's not contending that Tinubu is not fit for purpose. What he's contending for is relevance, and that relevance really he's contending for it. First, for his longer ambition to be the Nigerian president at some point, but for the more immediate impact of straddling his biggest arch enemy, Ganduje. Because, of course, if Kwakwanso gets a portfolio and Ganduje does not, then Tinubu has made a mortal enemy for life. He will never forgive him. Ganduje was at every single campaign stump that Tinubu appeared on. So if Kwakwanso gets a portfolio but Ganduje does not, Tinubu has made an enemy for life. But then if Kwakwanso gets a portfolio and Ganduje gets a portfolio as well, I wouldn't want to be sad. I wouldn't want to be... thank you, Alexander, by the way. That's cheered me of that message you sent me because it's been playing on my mind. So thank you for doing that, Alexander. So if Kwakwanso gets a portfolio and Ganduje does not, then yes. But if they both get a portfolio, I would not want to be sat in that federal executive meeting. Daggers drawn. Fresh reports suggest Kwakwanso, who ran as the flag bearer for the new Nigeria People's Party, NMPP, in the February presidential election, may indeed be chosen as the defense minister. So that is, they call that a juicy portfolio. You know where I first heard that term? I heard it from Galadima. They call that a juicy portfolio within the Nigerian political mix. So it's not just some go and sit down somewhere so I never see you again sort of portfolio. A reliable source, speaking with correspondents, disclosed that there is internal strife within the All Progressive Congress APC regarding the allocation of ministerial positions. The source stated, based on what I know, the president's team will consist of 20 powerful special advisors who are likely to wield significant influence. They may become the influential inner circle. The APC is currently facing internal intense the APC is currently facing intense infighting with some factions supporting former Governor Umar Ganduje. However, Tinubu appears to have aligned himself with the presidential candidate of the NMPP, Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso. Regrettably for Ganduje, he has lost his grip on Kano State and has consequently lost relevance. As a result, Kwakwanso stands a good chance of being appointed as the defense minister. And by the way, this is not a matter of treachery. This is not a matter of competence. This is all a matter of politics. Do you understand? So this is not a matter of betraying Ganduje. It's not treachery. And this is not a matter of any confidence in Kwakwanso having any competence. No, this is all about politics. And this is 2027. So the campaign for 2027 has begun. Kano State belongs to Kwakwanso, and Tinubu needs Kano State in 2027. He already has Lagos State, and Lagos State is doing some internal house cleaning, spring cleaning in Lagos State at the moment. We saw some of that spring cleaning in Alaba. And by the way, let me just say this. I sent one of our citizen reporters to Alaba to go and send in. I sent one of our citizen reporters to Alaba to go and send in an on-the-ground report of exactly what's going on there. So one of the members of this platform, I sent him to Alaba to go and report back, and he has sent in his citizens report. So I'll be playing you that in at some point. Kenny, of course, you know who I'm talking about. So I told him to go and capture what is going on there and send it in. He has duly done that. And then, of course, you then see what Ekene sent in. I've actually put it up on the platform, but right. So I'll come back to you, Alexander, in a moment. I've just now seen what you have really done. I saw your text message, not the super chat, but then now I see the super chat, so I'll address that in a moment. But let me carry on with this first. A reliable source speaking with correspondents disclosed that there is internal strife within the All Progressive Congress APC regarding the allocation of ministerial positions. The source stated, based on what I know, the president's team will consist of 20 powerful special advisors who are likely to wield significant influence. They may become the influential inner circle. The APC is currently facing internal fighting with some factions supporting former Kano Governor Umar Ganduje. However, Tinubu appears to have aligned himself with the presidential candidate of the NMPP, Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso. Regrettably for Ganduje, he has lost his grip on Kano State and has consequently lost relevance. As a result, Kwakwanso stands a good chance of being appointed as the defense minister. Whilst the official list of ministers from Tinubu is eagerly awaited, sources within the presidency and the All Progressive Congress leadership have hinted at the possibility of certain persons, including Kwakwanso assuming roles in the government. So that's that Kwakwanso narrative. Then I wonder what people are making of that. So I wonder now what people are making of this portends dark clouds. Anytime I see this guy in play, it portends dark clouds. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about guy. Why we visited President Tinubu, Bill Gates, Dangote speaks. So I'm never Gates or Tony Blair visiting the Nigerian space. I just feel that something. Then Bola Tinubu will be meeting with the founder of Microsoft and co-chair of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Bill Gates, and chairman of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote. Speaking on their visit, Dangote said he led the Microsoft boss to the presidential villa to update President Oh, can anyone hear me now?
Yes.
The
You are
point.
fine.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, you are
yes.
out for a
You
while.
can hear me. All right. I think my system is acting up somewhat. Let me carry on. So, all right. Did you hear me read out the
It's
Bill
still acting up.
Gates bit?
Yeah, it's still acting up. You are still acting up. You are still dipping in and out. So
Hello?
Little bit of it.
Did you hear me read the Bill Gates out?
Yeah, I can hear you.
we
Just
had
little
it
bit of it,
from
not
Oh, read out.
fully.
no, just the beginning. We had the beginning of the story, then you cut off, and that's
All right. Stanley Coco, keep the place entertained for a moment. Let me sort out the gremlins in the works.
all right. That's cool. I'm sorry that.
All right.
Okay, gentlemen. I think the good news for today is Tinubu's firing all the service chiefs, replacing them with new names. Baba Kure, you have anything to say on that?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Well, I don't think we should expect anything less than this anyway. I may not be a Tinubu fan right from onset, but so far, I think if you want to build a house, right, you have to make sure that your foundation is very strong. Otherwise, that building is going to collapse if it is not strong enough. Well, I'm not going to say that some of those that Tinubu has employed, there is no one way or the other that they have not really involved in corruption. But I think I'm going to put that aside for now and see, and follow them with what is going on right now, because firing these people, it is overdue, because they are doing nothing, absolutely nothing. They are doing nothing. So, and hopefully that those that you want to bring in, they will be able to at least deal with this issue of insecurity and things like that in the country. And I also hope that it's not go. I don't really want it to be one-sided, like put Yoruba, most Yoruba in sensitive position. I don't want us to continue like the way Buhari did his own. I want us to spread it across the nation, because for us to build Nigeria, it needs collective effort, not just one side effort. And that was why Buhari failed in his administration, because
All right, thank you, Baba.
Hello,
Baba,
can you hear me now?
I think one man is back. Let's hear from one man. Thank you, Baba. Yeah,
okay,
one man is back. Yeah.
No, I'm not sure that I am back. My system is still playing up. My system is still playing up. Ajanle Koko. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but
Can you hear me
yes,
now?
I can hear you.
yeah,
Is it better, or is it?
it's better. It's better.
Is
It's
it
better
still
now.
bad?
It's better now.
Still better. It's better now. So if you can continue. So the moment you start going bad, we can notify you through the comment, and then you will.
Yes. All right. Brilliant. Yeah, I wonder if I've got too many things on my screen. That's just the thing. Let me. Yes. So let me pick it up from the top of this again, and then just rattle through. So I was just saying a sense of, for both time Bill Gates turns up in Nigeria, because it never portends anything good. And I mentioned Tony Blair as well. Anytime these two elements turn up in Nigeria, it's just really to take advantage. While we visited President Tinubu, Bill Gates Dangote speak. President Bola Tinubu will be meeting with the founder of Microsoft and co-chair of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Bill Gates, and chairman of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, at the presidential villa in Abuja on Monday, June the 19th. Speaking on their visit, Dangote said he led the Microsoft boss to the presidential villa to update President Tinubu on the efforts of the foundation in enhancing Nigeria's healthcare sector. So quite what impact Bill Gates has ever had on the Nigerian healthcare sector. I'm waiting to be educated on that, because this guy has been in and out of that country for God knows how many years now. Speaking of, I think, is this saying he wants to eradicate polio or something? How far into that has he done, and what has he done for the Nigerian space and all of that? In a video shared by Arise TV, Dangote said the visit was part of the commitment of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to work closely with leaders and communities to support innovation. So this is what he said. Dangote said, to help Nigeria so that our health sector will keep improving, which will turn out to be better for the whole citizens of the country. So what exactly is Dangote himself also doing in that direction? Top 100 richest men on the planet. What impact has this guy actually had on the Nigerian state? He further stressed that Nigerians should expect more from the foundation, whilst they are expecting cooperation from the side of the government. So that's Bill Gates within the Nigerian space. So Bill Gates within the Nigerian space. So quite what that means, we'll find out shortly. So apologies for the dip in thing. Let me play you the care guides as I recalibrate then, and hopefully then push the care guides. Let's go to the care guides. If I can get it to work. A moment. I'm just trying to get this to play.
Maybe.
All right, I'm going to hand over to Ajale again and try and resolve.
How you don't come home? Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wẹ́lá ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Okay. Baba Akure, yeah, you can continue your thought on the new appointment of new service chiefs.
Thank you
Abakure, are
very
you
much.
there?
I know we
Yeah.
have not. We
Continue.
we don't know the name of those that.
No, maybe you haven't heard the names, but the names have been released already. All the names of those service chiefs, including the acting inspector general of police, and so their names have been
Okay.
released already. So maybe one man will bring all the names. We'll read it to our head later.
All right. Why don't I do that now? So thank you for holding the fort, gent. Yeah, yes, yes. Let me rattle through, and then we kick it off formally. So thank you, gentlemen. Let me rattle through, because some of the names, the names you are familiar with. Some of the names might surprise you. A lot of how the names came about will certainly confound you. But here are the names, and already generating controversy. So I'll bring you some of the controversies being generated as well. President Tinubu sacks service chiefs, Inspector General of Police, Custom Boss, names replacement. So straight immediately to it. President Bola Tinubu has approved the immediate retirement of all service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police, advisors, Comptroller General of Custom from service. According to the statement on Monday, Tinubu also named their replacement with immediate effect. So this is swift action, master strokes. See the full statement. The Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Press and Public Relations Department, June the 19th, 2023. Press release. President Tinubu retires all service chiefs. So, of course, when a service chief is taken out of position, it necessarily has to go into retirement, because he cannot then go back into service, because it's at the pinnacle now of his career trajectory. So you cannot remove them and then put them back in service. They have to go into retirement. President Tinubu retires all service chiefs, advisors, Comptroller General of Customs, appoints new ones. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved the immediate retirement of all service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police, advisors, Comptroller General of Customs from service, as well as their replacement with immediate effect. So let's go to the names then that Babakure was curious to hear. The newly appointed officers are Malam Nuhu Ribadu, National Security Advisor. So we kick it off with that one. So just a couple of days ago, the special advisors to special assistants or special advisors to Tinubu, a list of some of their names were released, and Ribadu's name was there as the special advisor on security. And we were all speculating then that if that was a downgrade from what the speculations were regarding Ribadu, or if they were going to enhance the special assistant space and then just put a space filler for the National Security Advisor. We even speculated, and there were speculations even from experts, that the Office of the National Security Advisor was going to be made redundant. But all of that was a sleight of hand. Sakama J, Babima Babe, now you say it, now you don't. But now you do see it. Malam Nuhu Ribadu, National Security Advisor. So that's his appointment in the new security structures now being created by Tinubu. But then what will be the response from the security community to this appointment? That's the thing. Because he's a police officer, and by the Nigerian hierarchical structure, the police force subordinates to the army, maybe even the Air Force and the Navy. So why would just an ordinary police officer sit on the high table in security meetings? Number two, Major General C.G. Musa, Chief of Defense Staff. So that is to replace General Irabo. So that is to replace General Irabo. So now this one now, this tells you now, what usually happens is when a new president comes into place, at the key security posts, they'd like to put their own people there. Major General T.A. Lagbaja is the Chief of Army Staff. And out of all of the security forces and security organizations that we have in Nigeria, the most potent and the most important is always the army. So that is where they usually like to put their own. Major General T.A. Major, he didn't even say general. I hope Major General, I suspect. Major General T.A. Lagbaja, Chief of Army Staff. Rear Admiral E.A. Ogala, Chief of Navy. So there it is. AVMHD Abubakar, Chief of Air Force. DIG Kayode Egbe Tokun. So DIG, so that's Deputy Inspector General Kayode Egbe Tokun, Acting Inspector General of Police. So why is he in an acting capacity? Because of course, all of the people in that position have been retired. So why is he acting? So there's still a question mark on him. Major General EPA Undendeyi, Chief of Defense Intelligence. Mr. President also approved the following appointments. Colonel Adebisi Onosoya, Brigade of Guards Commander. Lieutenant Colonel Moshood Abiodun Yusuf, 7th Guard Battalion, also Asokoro, Abuja. So he's surrounding himself with his own, of course. And what is this indicating to us as to the next move that Tinubu is intending to make, securing himself militarily? Lieutenant Colonel Awalu Baba Aniwa, 177th Guard Battalion, Kefi Nasarawa, Major Lieutenant Colonel Mohammed Abdul Karim, and on it goes. I'm not quite sure what importance this one have, but these are all really military battalions. So let's go to names that might be a bit more interesting regarding the portfolios that they've been given. Similarly, the president approved the appointment of other military officers in the presidential villa as follows. So it then goes on to list all those names. Finally, the president has approved the appointment of Adeniyi Bashir Adewale as the AG Comptroller General of Customs. So yes, that is always a very important. It was Hamid, something Hamid that was there, the somewhat Afin-looking guy. So he was the immediate occupier of that post. Finally, the president approved the appointment of Adeniyi Bashir Adewale as the AG, Comptroller General of Customs. It is to be noted that the appointed service chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, and the Comptroller General of Customs are to act in their position pending their confirmation in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So then that is why it tells us that the IG is acting. Willie Bassi, Director Information for Secretary to the Government of the Federation. So that is it right there. So that is it right there. So those are the teams that Tinubu has constituted. There's still plenty of other narratives to go through, but I don't think the panel can wait any longer. So actually, let me give you this before I come in. It's just really this Egbeto Kun. There's been a piece on him. So let's do that. Because it looks as though a lot of friends and family in this new appointments now Tinubu has rolled out. Tinubu names ex-aide Egbeto Kun Police Inspector General, Abiodun Lagbaja Chief of Army Staff. So some of these people have deep, long-standing relationships with Tinubu. President Bola Tinubu has appointed his former police orderly and staunch loyalist Kayode Egbeto Kun as the new Inspector General of Police of the Nigerian Police Force. So if we pause there for a moment, a lot of criticism when Buhari appointed was that army chief who had a personal relationship with him, but this is what is in play again. President Tinubu has appointed his former police orderly and staunch loyalist Kayode Egbeto Kun as the new Inspector General of the Nigeria Police Force. Mr. Tinubu also named Abiodun Lagbaja as the new Chief of Army Staff. The new appointments came after the president fired all service chiefs and announced immediate replacements across the country. in a move that also affected the Nigerian Navy and the Nigerian Air Force. Mr. Lagbaja, a Major General, was until his appointment the General Officer in charge of the Nigerian Army 1 Division Kaduna. Mr. Egbe Tokun's confirmation as Inspector General of Police came days after he was promoted to Deputy Police Inspector General. He served as an orderly to Mr. Tinubu, and both remained allies for several years. The president also confirmed Nuhu Ribadu, so he goes on to tell us all that we already know. So let's come quickly and swiftly and immediately to the panel then to see then what they are making then of Tinubu's latest moves. So let's come straight in. So let's go there. So yes, Baba Akure widows, Bishop widows, Ajanle Koko widows, and Prince Daddy widows as well. So Baba Akure, what are you then making then of these moves by Tinubu, sacking the service chiefs, replacing them, and Nuhu Ribadu, the National Security Advisor? How does all of that, what are you making of all of that, Baba Akure?
Thank you very much, one man, for having me tonight. Sorry. I'm going to start with Nuru Ribadu. I think even either police or no police, in as much that he has a background in anything relating to force, I think he's capable of handle that. And moreover, it is just a matter of collaboration to understand. At least he has knowledge of security architecture of Nigeria. So it is good. It is good if other service chief can work with him. So I don't see anything wrong in that. And I think he's going to succeed if they work together. The only problem is that if they don't work together, that is what is going to cause his downfall. Even you could be emperor. If your subordinates are not ready to work with you, then you are going to fail. But if these people, they are ready to work with him, I think it's going to be a very good good setup. And I think his office now, I think, is going to be bigger than there's one office that Buhari had before, because this one is advisor, right? There's one particular office that is bigger than this before. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Which office is that?
I think it's maybe security.
No. I think you are talking. I think you are talking about the National Security Advisor, which is
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so no. That is the position he gave to Ribadu.
Okay. All right. All right then. All right. So if they work together, I think it's going to succeed. It doesn't really matter either is a police officer or custom or whatever. In as much that those subordinates, they are ready to work with him, that is fine. It is his own is to just carry the information to go and meet the president or advise president on what to do. So that one is that. Now, when you're talking about the issue of appointment, I am not really happy about the appointment that Tinubu made, because if we really want Nigeria to move forward, I think we should put everybody together. If you are from east, you are from west, you are from south, I think everybody should come to the table and build the country, rather than believing that, okay, I'm going to employ Yoruba, Hausa, because based on this appointment now, Yoruba take at least 90% of the appointment, and I don't like that.
Are you sure about that, Baba Akure?
Well, look at the names. Look at the name of those that are already appointed. Look at the names of these service chiefs. So if you look at them by yourself and read the names, or Patokun, is it Igbo, is it Hausa, or where is it from? Is it not? It could be from Ilorin, but it's still Yoruba. It could be from Delta, it's still Yoruba. So I think it need to adjust in that aspect. I think it need to adjust in that aspect. Firing the former security chiefs and co, I think it is right thing to do. And I want to believe he is not just making that decision right now. I think he has already made decision of what he wanted to do. What is carrying out within the last 15 days is not what he just planned right now. He already have that in his back of mind that, okay, well, this person is going, because he must have already got information about them too. You know, they know themselves, so he must have got information about them. And oh no, I don't think this one can work with me. So he already have that. It's not that this just 20 days that he has to put all this together. That, I just have to fire this one or that.
But a lot of people actually anticipated what you a lot of people anticipated what you just said now, not the last thing you said, the one you said before it, and they've already come out to answer it. So this is Bayo Ononuga, one of our Tinubu spokespersons. He says, there is no nepotism in the appointment. They follow our federal character. Malam Nuhu Ribadu, National Security Advisor from the North. Major General Musa, Chief of Defense from the North. Major General Taurid Abiodun Lagbaja from the Southwest. Rear Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Chief of Naval Staff from the Southeast, from Enugu. A.V. Abubakar from the North. DG Kayode Egbe Tokun from the Southwest, Major General Udendeye from the South, Cross Rivers. So, yes, I think there's actually only 2 Yoruba persons in the security structure. Most of them are from the North.
Well, to me, I don't believe in that write-up, because I never hear anybody from our Southeast being Lagbaja.
No,
so that is not. I don't want to believe that to be truth.
No, Lagbaja is from the Southwest.
You can say Ogala is from East.
Yes, it's from Enugu.
You mentioned Lagbaja to be Southeast.
No, Lagbaja is from the Southwest. Ogala is from Enugu.
Okay, all right, that's good enough. That's good enough then. At least, no matter what, there will be some lopsided in the appointment anyway. Anybody who goes there will still have some favorability for his own session too. So that's okay, in as much that he has some people from the east in his appointment. And this at least particularly the army formation, I think that is good enough, because we all know the history of Nigeria. What I know for sure before it was that usually chief of army staff is usually come from the north. There's no doubt about it. In the history of Nigeria, it's usually come from there. Then naval staff usually come from the Delta up to eastern part of Nigeria, or coming to Lagos, where you have waterways. Then police force usually come from either Yoruba or from Igbo. So with that, I think that's still okay.
You know, yeah, we can hear you. You know, the chief of army staff coming from Yoruba land, I think it's quite significant, because of course, out of all of the appointed names, the one that is most potent is from Yoruba land, the chief of army staff. But what do you think Tinubu is signaling to the space with that? What do you think? What do you think? And the customs man as well. He's from the Yoruba land as well. And the Inspector General of Police, he was his orderly when he was the governor of Lagos State. So how does all of that permutate into this list? Okay. Yeah.
Well, he has already put all Yoruba and all those key positions, believing that, okay, well, I think these are the people that I trust. It is just like what Buhari did also, believing that, okay, well, I cannot trust these people. These are the people that I trust, and I believe they will watch my back for me. I think that is what is going on here too, and particularly that issue of customs. And I saw a video the other day that they opened the Iroko border. So, which is, I think maybe this is This is part of it anyway, of what transpired at that time that make that border to be opened. So I think he's just trying to protect himself with those people that is kinsmen and he trusted in them and believe that, okay, these are the people that can watch my back.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Baba Kure. I want to still ask you about the other topics, but I want to take this because this is the most important news of the day, probably yet the most important news of this administration. But let's bring Bishop up because this is a space that we know that Bishop has a keen interest in. So, Bishop, what are you making of this list now put forward by Tinubu and the speed of change? You know, I had to remind the space that this guy has only been in situation for only about 20 days. So what are you making of this list? Nuhu Ribadu gets the NSA. How would the more senior security formations, the army especially, how would they react to taking directives from an ordinary policeman? All of that, Bishop.
Good evening, fellow compatriots, wherever you may be joining us. Thank you for joining us once again this evening. Please kindly remember to do the needful. Click the like button and share, and if you have not subscribed, please do so. I think number one, it's very well expected. I mean, it's a normal thing. I have not been able to look through. Unfortunately, I heard of it while I was on the road, and I'm still on the road. I've not been able to look through those appointments, but a few names I'm familiar with them. I know that it's going to raise some eyebrows, especially considering the fact that just recently the acting Controller General of Immigration, this lady, what's her name, is a Yoruba lady. The Controller General of Custom is a Yoruba man. The Inspector General of Police acting is a Yoruba man. So these are definitely likely to raise some eyebrows. But I've always said that in appointing service chiefs, loyalty matter very, very seriously. I don't know what cause the Ogala chap is. I'm not familiar with that name. I don't know what cause, but I assume that basically now we are having between cost 36 and 39 or about 40. So if I know the cause that both belong to, maybe we'll be seeing a lot of retirement in the coming days or weeks in the armed forces. But there is no issue. It is people that are actually making the issue of when you appoint a civilian as the national security advisor. I mean, the president, the commander-in-chief, is a civilian. And the military, especially since after Obasanjo, have been made to be subservient to civil rule. So this idea of, because a policeman, the army will not know, you will not put of course, there is always that rivalry because in the military circle, they believe that policemen are appointed. The army officers are commissioned officers. You know, there's a big difference between the two. And they believe that they are not combatants as in their operation. So even in the army, within the armed forces itself, there is always that rivalry. Some of the armed forces members will call themselves cheat army, that they are core. I think they have about 5 or idea that
we're struggling to hear you, but carry on. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm in town. I'll pull up in a minute. I will
all right. Carry on.
Yeah. So that it is a creation of the media that because we've had national security advisors that are not military men. I mean, I can't remember their names really, but I can recollect we've had about 2 or 3 in the past that we've been having. So this idea of because it's not, I think it's just a creation of the media, and people latched onto it.
Bishop,
Bishop,
let's come back to you. It's a real struggle to hear what you're saying.
Are you not hearing me? Okay,
let's come back to you. Let's go to Ajan Lekoko instead and get his sounding now. It's chopping up too heavily for us to really follow through what you're saying.
For a place to pull up, but that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
That's okay.
Let's go to Ajan Lekoko. Let's go. All right. All right, let's go to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, hopefully we get a better reception from you. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah, one man.
Yes. So to this Tinubu's appointment, then the swift sacking of the service chiefs, and then the names that he has put forward. Baba Akure already mentioning that there seem to be somewhat of a bias against the Southeast, and I've also heard functionaries going on national television saying that there's a bias against the Southeast. So why are we not seeing southeastern names are coming through both in these service chiefs and all of the appointments listed by Tinubu so far? So that, and then the names, all of that are Janle Koko.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, on this platform, I have called repeatedly that all these service chiefs should be the number one. They should be the first action for Tinubu, the first action for him in terms of people to be fired. That is what I have recommended before he assumed office, that the service chief should be number one on the list of people that should be fired. As a matter of fact, I was recommending that his first action should be to fire all the service chiefs, because these are the people that have failed the country. Whether we like it or not, they failed that country. For the past 7 years or 10 years, it's on record that due to their failure to secure that country, 78,000 Nigerians lost their life. That is unacceptable. This kind of people should not be in place. That is totally unacceptable. This kind of people should not be in place. So, for Tinubu to act by firing them, I think every one of us should commend that action. And it should not stop there. Like the report said, they have been retired. They could as well be probed to know if they engage in corrupt practices. They should be probed to know if they engage in corrupt practices. And if they have found one thing in one shady deal or the other, they should be put to shame. This is the time for that country. Bad eggs, people in position of authority that have run that country down, should be pushed to shame. So he has done well. And on the list, the new service chief, I don't have problem with those names, but to me, it looks like it's balanced. It's 3-3, 3 from the north, 3 from the south. And from the names you mentioned, you said 2 are from the southeast, isn't it? One man?
No, one from the southeast, one
from the southeast, one from the south. Is that what you said? How many
yes.
from the south?
Ribadu from the north, Musa from the north, Lagbaja from the southwest, Ogala from the southeast, Enugu, Abubakar from the north, Ade Egbetokun from the southwest, and then one from the south. So yes, so yes, 2 from the southwest, 1 from the southeast, and then one from the south.
Well, so what's the big deal about that? The southern spheres should see themselves as one. If you look at those from the north, if you want to break it down, maybe you're going to see 2 from the southwest or 1. I don't know how those from the north, I don't know the geopolitical zone they come from. So people that are complaining, they are shouting, or they should just keep it cool. It's the time for the direction of Nigeria. So the issue of southwest or southeast is not the issue we are talking about. We are talking of competent people to man those positions.
Are we not also talking about federal character, especially of the backdrop of the election that just went?
There is no federal character when it comes to service chiefs. Its federal character is when it comes to ministerial appointment. There is no federal character in service chief and all the rest. So what I'm interested in are these people appointed on merit and on competency. That is what I am on track record that they build over the years. That is what I'm interested. I don't know if I don't care if all of them from the southeast.
If it's on merit, Nuhu Ribadu will not be the national security advisor. He's too lightweight an individual, and then he comes from the police force as opposed to the more senior security organizations and agencies. So I think it's the first in Nigeria's history for us to have somebody from a junior service be the head of the security structure.
Go and check the CV of that guy. You know that guy is merit that position. Competent is a competent guy. We knew the way he handled EFCC. In that country to today, since the EFCC was created, he remained the best officer. The best head of EFCC. He performed to the best of the best ability, of his best ability, and he delivered. We saw everything that he did. He put a lot of politicians in jail. So, and he collected a lot of money from them.
But that's just policing. That's policing work now. That's the national security advisor is more nuanced. Is having an understanding of the complexities, all these insurgencies, what is going on in all of the neighboring countries, and how that affects Nigeria. What sort of weaponry is in play? Where they come? It's not just chasing politicians around with bullion vans.
Look, let me tell you, one man. That guy is a military. He's a police officer, an intelligent police officer. What I mean by intelligent unit. That's number one. Number two, that guy is a lawyer. He has masters in law. So we need somebody at that top level that
you don't find him too feeble for the position.
No, look, one man. That guy, like I said, if you look at the background, his background as an intelligent officer, and
sorry, one moment, Ajanle Koko. Over 200 people watching. We've had that consistently. Only about 5 likes. So if you can help us with the like button, carry on, Ajanle Koko.
Yes, please, if you have not hit on the like button, please do that right now. We need it so that that can help the YouTube algorithm of this platform. So, woman, his background as an intelligent officer give him that ability, and that merit him for the position that Tinubu has given him. Even as a matter of fact, the police intelligence unit are more familiar with intelligent gathering around the country better than even the military, because they are the one in charge of the homeland security. It's the police. So this guy is an intelligent officer. He went for a lot of training in the United States and in some Western country, and coupled with the position of EFCC that he had and all the training he got during that time as the EFCC, the EFCC, when Obasanjo created them, all the officers that took up that agency went for a core training in United States. They are trained in United States. So he have that competency, the ability, the capacity to be in that position of as intelligence chief in our country, and coupled with his educational background in law. So this is a person that can collect intelligence, analyze it on the basis of the legality of it. I mean, on the basis of that intelligence, and before he can act.
He never got to
he
never got to the pinnacle of his profession.
Look, because we have corrupt people in the position of power, that is why he could not rise to the.
You know that you know that Tinubu tried to run him as a presidential candidate under AD. So how much of this is paddy?
Look, one man. Look, on the first question that he never got to the pinnacle of his position because Jonathan administration that run a corrupt government did not allow that guy because of his toughness in investigation, in fighting corruption. So they kick him out. So, and on number two, this guy, after they kick him out, he joined politics. And Tinubu saw a guy that is very smart, intelligent, and have the capacity to lead. And he offered him his political party, ACM then, as a presidential ticket of the party. So they've been coming a long way. And I believe he has demonstrated that capacity to Tinubu that, look, when it comes to, intelligent services, this guy is very competent for the job. So I think I will accept him as our new advisor. What is his real position now? One man.
It's national security advisor. Yes. And there was a sleight of hand played, Ajanle Koko. Remember, just about 2-3 days ago, we were all gathered here. He was named as a special advisor on security, and we thought that his stock had gone down. But now, is he now straddling two portfolios, or has he given one up for the other? But so a bit of
I think this latest position mentioned for him is the real appointment that is the president is offering him. So is capable of leading that our intelligent services. Is background in intelligent collection. I think that merits him for that position, and I believe that guy will deliver if given, because it's not corrupt. He's not a corrupt guy. You can never find any issue of corruption against this guy. You cannot. This guy stand. Look, one man. In that country today, even as worse as we are corrupt people, we still have some people that are not corrupt in the police, in the military as well. And this guy is one of them. whether we like it or not. There has never been any issue of corruption against this guy. So this guy should be given that position to lead and flush out all corrupt eggs in our intelligent unit. They should be flushed out, and it should position our intelligent national intelligence unit to be professional and professional with zero tolerance for corruption. This is what this guy is going to lead. It's capable for the job and it's not corrupt. This is the person, and he's young. He have that ability. He have that energy to do the job and deliver for a new Nigeria, because we are stepping into a new Nigeria. If Tinubu should continue like this, we are stepping into a new Nigeria. So I think this guy, with his background, educational background, professional experience in his professional duty as police officer, particularly intelligent unit of the police, I think he merit well for that position. And the military guys should go and concentrate on how they can secure our border, on how they can wage war on the insurgency and the what do you call it, banditry. They should go and perfect their strategy on how they can defeat those criminals that are killing our people around the country. That is what the military must focus on. They should secure that country. Secure the country so that we can have an economic, because when you have a secured country, the all the measure being put forward by the administration, economic measure that the administration is taking can easily grow, and you can easily the economy that can stimulate the economic growth as quick as possible. So the military should go and concentrate, and they should allow this guy to remain as the chief of the intelligence officer, and let's see what he can do. But I believe, as a man that deliver when he was the EFCC guy, I don't have no doubt that he won't deliver as well this time around. It's a brilliant choice for our country at the moment. The others, service chief, I don't know much about them, but I hope that they were picked on merit and on the track record they have built for over the year. And let's give them a chance. Tinubu is just is just starting his administration. Let's give him a chance to see the direction it can take us. And so far, I can say that it's doing good. 1 month. So what do you call it? Ribadu is a well-picked choice for that position.
All right, brilliant. I was going to go to Enigmatic next, but his system just dropped now as I was just going to go to him. So Enigmatic, if you're still up for it, come back up. But let's go to somebody of equal elegance. Let's hear Prince Daddy. So I was just talking about the dizzying speed that the Tinubu's administration is moving, and it's just impact after impact after impact after impact. I am saying that the critics of this guy are in the inner recesses of their mind and in the quiet moments of their day, they will start to speculate that is this guy what we're looking for. So he sacks the service chiefs and he presents his new team. But what are you making of that team, Prince Daddy?
Hello, one man. Hello, everybody.
Good to have you.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, don't forget to like and share this session going on.
Yes, well in excess of 200 people, only 7 people on the like button. What's going on? Show us some love as we hear from Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy,
yeah, thanks. Well, when it comes to what Tinubu is doing, I mean, So far, so good. And for me, nothing surprising. Is moving at the right pace and is doing what I expect him to do. Actually, it seems surprising to a lot of people, not me. So far, how ironic to say that I'm not impressed so far with Tinubu because he's on track and he's doing what he needs to do. Um, so retiring these service chiefs and appointing new ones, I guess, is within his reach. Um, I was watching a show, Akin Ballet earlier, and was trying to ask his guest that Tinubu may be essentially doing the same thing Buhari did by appointing some maybe a non-balanced position for the different parts of the country. Um, but so far, I don't think that's the case. I know that's something that's in the minds of a lot of people. I heard like two or three Yoruba names in those positions, but just like you mentioned earlier, the army chief is very important. That's the one perhaps that's been held by people from the north, especially the northwest, for the past, who knows, perhaps since the beginning of uh, um, passing this administration.
Prince, I've often said on this platform that for Tinubu to succeed, he has to remove the guns from the hands of the Northerners, because that's their only potency, that's their greatest potency. In terms of intellect, I think everybody can match up to them. But in terms of violence, they seem to. So for him to succeed, he has to remove the guns from the hands of the North. And the appointment of this army chief, is that a signal in that direction?
Absolutely. I mean, I think I've said it here maybe a few times that Tinubu's playing chess, not checkers. And if Tinubu were to appoint a northerner to the army chief, it would not be from the northwest. It would perhaps be somebody from the northeast or a Kanuri man. Okay, so Tinubu understands. You have to go back to the way this guy operates. I mean, he understands Nigeria. It does. It truly does, and he knows. And if this is perhaps the only time in a long time or ever that someone like someone from elsewhere apart from the north that's a president can actually shift the balance of power. When it comes to the army or the military, we all know is heavily concentrated in the north, especially the northwest. Tinubu knows that. He absolutely knows that. And he also knows where the power lies. And he's not going to be reckless about it because, again, if he wants to come back and if he doesn't want people complaining, especially from the northwest, he has to make things fair and balanced. But the way he's going to make his moves, it's a bit hard for the north to like, hey, we've been marginalized. He knows that, so he's going to place them in critical positions. But positions such as the army chief, it's quite very important, extremely important. We knows that. It was quite. I was listening to the names, and if I was not mistaken, a northerner became an Air Force or Navy chief, which is never a thing. It usually goes to the south, or the south east or southwest. But the army chief is very.
The south the naval chief, Rear Admiral E.A. Ogala. So he's actually from Enugu. But is that actually tokenism? Because
No,
who cares about the naval chief? The naval, it doesn't add or remove anything from anything. It's just really it's a non-post, isn't it? Really, is that
well,
tokenism?
well, in terms of the Nigerian, well, not quite, because just like you heard Asari Dokubo said, is the army and the navy that are conniving in the Niger Delta and stealing all the oil. So maybe in terms of the military kinetics, not that important. But when it comes to the Navy's play or role in Nigeria space, it's very important actually. So it was quite interesting to actually give that to somebody else other than a non-northerner. And the Air Force is the least, I would say, a position in the Nigerian space. So that's quite interesting actually. They didn't even give the Navy to the north. So yeah, that's quite interesting. Tinubu, again, so far, I'm not super impressed. Is doing what is expected of him to do. and it's treading carefully, trying to find a balance in the whole space. Is there's one thing to just choose somebody.
Sorry, Prince. You talked about balance, but would you say that because we are looking at the restructured security structures now, the army chief, etc., and by the way, the custom chief, he's a Yoruba man as well. So if you're talking about balance, both the special advisors that he has appointed and now these new army chiefs that are these new military chiefs, security chiefs that he has appointed. If you're talking about balance, would you really say that we're looking at a balanced administration? Because there's an elephant in the room, of course, that we're not addressing, which is the Southeast. Where's the Southeast so far in all of this mix?
Well, the Southeast, not right now. They would get something, but again, let's not kid ourselves. Everyone is getting rewarded accordingly, so let's not play. Okay, you're not gonna not support me and be against me, and you expect me to give you all the position that Tinubu would become a king without subjects because everybody else will abandon him. The people that work hard and did the job. We live in the real world. Let's not kid ourselves. So they will get something, but nothing that's going to be above that of the northerners or the southwesterners. Nothing as such. And Tinubu knows well. Nothing as such. To your other question? It is. It's so far so good. The customs. See, if Tinubu was not making the moves it's making right now, people like myself would have concluded or would be concluding that, oh, this guy is soft. Is selling to the northerners. Is being controlled. But so far so good. That he had the kahuna to appoint a Yoruba person to the port, and the port. Tinubu knows the port is very very important. Perhaps we get more revenue from the ports. Actually, I think we do from the ports than the oil. We do. It's a source of huge money. Trillions of dollars. Tinubu's not stupid. He knows that. So the person that mans the port is a very, very important person. That person would help. If Nigeria's economy begins to boom or gains any meaningful traction, there'll be so much money coming in. And that money has to be accounted for. And if he needs to embark on any serious project without borrowing his arms and legs, then the port is a good place to put somebody you trust that can do the job. And apart from just selecting somebody by the ethnicity, you have to choose somebody also that's competent. And somebody said earlier, I think it's Bishop or somebody, that hey, this person as a police chief has been the person he's worked with in the past. So not just choose person by race that's incompetent. You choose the person that you have a relationship with, the person that can do the job, and that you can work together. So far is doing that. Is doing that. So far impressed. But again,
Nuhu Ribadu went on CNN once and told us that Tinubu was the most corrupt governor at that time. Do you remember?
I actually don't remember that, but and he chose the same person. I don't know what to make of that. But I don't know what to make of that. But sometimes, and again, this is kind of a Machiavellian approach to a lot of things. See, somebody I can respect a leader that takes everything so seriously. There's a quote in the Bible also about, if a king listens to everything his subjects say servants, then then there's a problem. Roberto could have said that many years ago, but it doesn't stop Tinubu as a leader from using him and placing him in the right position, in the right place. So I don't have a problem with that. Somebody saying something bad about you is not the end of the world. Absolutely not the end of the world. So that's okay. That's fine.
So you are nonplussed by disappointments. It's exactly really what your anticipation of him was. So nothing spectacular. Just exactly how you expected that he would move.
Absolutely, well, man, yeah.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Let's sample Darate, who also
Right.
I know has some depth in this space. So Darate, I'm sure you'll be you are pink with excitement. If you were a white person, you'll be pink with excitement. But then of course you're a black person. They're just delighted. So what are you making then of Tinubu sacking the service chiefs and immediately coming up with replacement controversial names? Really just tokenism, a lot of people will say, to the Southeast with this naval position, but nevertheless, a swift move by the president.
Yes, one man, good evening. Good evening to everybody on the platform. I want to say we should try as much as possible to like and share. One man, well, it's one thing that we have been looking towards for him to what to do. That is one of the things that he needs to do actually, because he's so far so good. The security has been, everything has been not too, it has never been too tense. I think since he came in, everybody has been watching their steps. But we know that that's not the end of the game. He must find a way to reorganize his house. If he's really ready for the job, he wants to do this job the right way. So when I got that news this evening, I was elated. I said, "Wow, that's great." And if I look at the names that was churned out, I think they're quite interesting. At least that these guys are what they are proved they are metal. Like the chief of army staff, I learned that that guy was the one that overseen the most one of the most dreaded road in Nigeria. That is the Kaduna Abuja Express, where they can steal anybody, they can kidnap anybody. Even the army chiefs were running away from it. They jump on the Kaduna Abuja Expressway. They came there to come and deal with them, the bandits. It was this guy that sanitized that particular road, and he really dealt with the bandits in that axis. That they know that something happened. I think probably one of those.
I thought Asari Dokubo told us that he was the one that dealt with that.
Who is Asari? Asari was just making mouth for his own. Then we know that probably he may have some few things in South, but not. We are talking about the North here. Don't forget during the course of the campaign, Tinubu passed through that particular route. He showed people that come. Probably
you're breaking up
for optics and some other politics now. So he passed through that route from Abuja to Kaduna. So and I from the information I got, yes, I was told that that Lagbaja, Major General Lagbaja, that he was the one in charge of that particular operation that flushed out the bandit from that particular route. And Egbetokun, CIM, so I think the CIS, Controller General of the Customs. So I think they are hooky. I mean the names I saw there, but I still have some reservation. But well, for now I can say that he needs this. And I've been talking about this on this platform, talking about Nuhu Ribadu. People have been saying Nuhu Ribadu is not, he's not an ex-army general or, somebody from the Air Force or the Navy, so he doesn't have that background. But it's not about that. Nuhu Ribadu is an head. So I think we need somebody of that caliber. It might be a police officer, but the guy is a smart guy. So, and I believe that Tinubu knows what he wants. He must have seen something in him. And for him to have picked him as his national security advisor, so I believe he's going to do well. We can only but give them some time, but I'm very sure because everybody knows that the country is in their need of peace. If any good development is going to take place, any notable development is going to take place across every sector of the economy of that country. So the economic landscape and the peace, they are together. They must work hand in hand in order to be able to deliver the common mandate of his manifesto, or many of the programs that he has in his manifesto.
All right.
Yes, I was looking at for the police. I think the man that was no, that was there for the police. I think the guy is the one in charge of. I think that should be the deputy IG for Southwest. If I'm not mistaken. I think he has been in Lagos. He has been his former CSO. So he must have had. He needs people that has worked with him. Actually, he needs people that he can trust.
It used to be his orderly when he was governor. This now new Inspector General of Police.
Yes, yes, yes. I read so as well, and I've heard that word, that name. And the guy is a brilliant chap too.
No,
This is
how do
the
you
thing
know?
that
No, hold on. Settle down. What's all this? How do you know it's a brilliant chap? What do you mean it's a brilliant chap?
you see, for somebody to study mathematics, it's not for dull brains. I think my younger sister is a
So
mathematician, so I understand.
the fact that he studied mathematics makes him a brilliant chap.
No, I believe he has something to offer.
Why?
And
Based on what?
Based on look at Lagos
He
now.
got that position. What do you mean? Look at Lagos. It's not the CP for Lagos.
He's not the CP for Lagos, but I
Yes.
know. I think he has been deployed to Lagos on several occasions like that.
He got the position because of his personal relationship with Tinubu, not out of any brilliance. As the
You cannot
new
say that.
Riba, what do you mean I cannot say that? He was his orderly and his ally since 1999.
We can see Tinubu. No, somebody was saying it that. What somebody said today. Somebody said,
You're breaking up as well.
That some of the names that people that we are thinking that might work with him, that they have been household name around him, they may not really work with him. So it might need some fresh blood and some few people that we have not been seeing.
Sorry,
we have not been seeing around him. So
your system is
for the fact that he picked him.
All right.
I said
sorry,
for the fact that you are with him, if you don't have something to offer, he will not pick you. That's just him. He will not pick you if you do not have something to offer. So, let me give an example.
Sorry, hold on. Okay, go on. Give the example because I think you are doing somewhat of a fanboy of Tinubu with all of this. People you don't know, you are calling them brilliant, and
No. Do you know that today people who held him responsible for some things? I myself, as much as I like, I like his style of governance. He understands a bit of governance, but I'm still not settled with that with the names. I see him not giving due diligence to the unity of the country, and I've posted it on like 2-3 platforms today. That's fine, it's good, but I think I need him to bring in somebody from the southeast, or probably from the south and south or southeast. We have to understand some of these things. These things are very key. I understand he might need to work with people that are closer, or probably that he knows that can deliver on the score mandate. But we need, because that's why people will start. That was what we had under Buhari and so on and so forth. So I already criticized.
Hold on. Is this not exactly what we had with Buhari, which was a friends and which was a friends and family administration? So if you look at how the composition of Tinubu's administration so far, Dele Alake, Abayo Ononuga, Cardoso, I can bring you, somebody sent me a picture. If you are the one that sent me that picture, send it to me again. When they were 40, 30-year-old, him and Cardoso moving around State House Lagos. So it's a friends and family administration. He's orderly from when he was a governor. He's now the DG. He's party man from back in the day. He's now the minister of XYZ. He's a presidential candidate under the AD party, Rubadu. He's now the NSA. So it's a friends and family, exactly what we had with Buhari, a friends and family administration.
Well, I already said, man. I mean, I already criticized him on that. I want a more unified, kind of balance in his appointment. But one thing I think he has probably that Buhari might not have is that he knows when to leave somebody. If you are not doing well, he fires you. Probably because of his private sector background. So he has that. He understands that he will fire you. That Buhari might not have the balls to do. That's the only thing I can probably give him out of that. But that does not make me not to criticize him as regards those appointments that does not reflect the unity of the country. That is very, very important. We have enough. People, do you know that on the platform right now, people have been talking. There are a lot of propaganda that looks like what we had under Buhari. Has been going around. Probably the only thing that is saving him presently is because he's running an open. Probably at least we are seeing things on the words. We are seeing the optics. I now see Asrock more than ever before. I mean, I know, we normally see it in those days. Probably he's running an open door policy that everybody comes in. The cameras are everywhere. Fine. We may not know the deep things that they are discussing in their secret place, but at least everybody can see this is who visited the president today. Social media also has taken these things to another level. Before, social media was not playing that role in governance, but these days now, people are monitoring you with social media. So,
all right, we're losing you. Thank you, Darati. So thank you. We've lost you now.
But the fact is that.
Can you even hear me? All right, thank you, Darati.
No problem. You can go to another person.
Yeah, your system was breaking a little bit. Let's try Bishop again. See if he's in a better position. Bishop, are you there now? Bishop, are you in a better position with a better reception? All right, let's go to the Prime. You're up next. The Prime Dot.
I was trying to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Hello. Oh yes, we can now. Sorry, the Prime. Give us a moment. Let's get back to Bishop. So yeah, Bishop. We were following you until we lost you to the signals wherever you were. So carry on then from where you were. So the conversation has now gotten to the point that is Tinubu actually running no dissimilar to what Buhari ran, friends and family administration?
Well, unfortunately, my view might not be a very popular view. I've always given it to the commander-in-chief. These positions are things that it's always at the discretion. Yeah, with some slight modification here and there, to balance on few things. But ultimately, the success of the administration, and that is why the man at the helm of Afia is called the commander-in-chief. There are certain positions that are not subject to, say, thinker here and there. The loyalty. At the other time, we were having a conversation, and Ajaneko was saying the loyalty must be to the country. I said, look, the president is an emblem of the country. He's a representative. He's the symbol of the country. So you cannot say you are loyal to the country and you are not loyal to the president. We had that conversation some time ago. So what I'm saying, SS, is that look, the president has some latitude to be able to choose, in as much as the people who are qualified. They are not strangers. They are not foreigners. And they can choose them and appoint them to those positions. Yeah, it might not please some people. There is no how he would choose, and everybody will be, kind of satisfied with it. So far, except for the fact that I would have wanted him to, make a different choice for the chief of, customs and the immigrations. If he's made the police, even the police, I would have preferred him to go to the southeast, maybe for a police IG. Having the Inspector General of Police, the Chief of Army Staff, the Controller General of Customs, and the
sorry, Bishop. Those are of all of the security apparatus. I would say there are 4 key areas that really matter. The rest of them are just they are there for ornament more than anything else. They're just there to look ornate. The Chief of Defense Staff, he is just there to look ornate. But the most important will be the army, and then the police, and then the customs. So those 3 positions, he's giving it to his own clansmen.
I don't think it's. I don't think anyone is just for the fun of it. For the optics, I would have just said for the optics. I don't. I don't like those appointments. I mean, that's my view. It doesn't. It must not necessarily hold any water for the optics, because the same thing. If there was anybody that was complaining about appointment of Buhari, and we're always knocking our head on the wall, we see nothing wrong about this. Then I mean that's a hypocrisy taken to some level. I don't know how it's going to make it up, but as at today, if I have to make a comment on it, but well, we just have to move ahead. By the way, the Kaduna issue, the somebody that was saying something the other time was talking. Lagbaja is the DOC of the first division. That's force within his purview. So if the policemen needed his what do you call it? There was a joint task force, joint patrol that was, that they deployed to that road. So it falls completely under his purview, since we have our military involved in a lot of and I think we should a little bit try to talk less about, how do I put it now, on our military generals when they have served. They have done their best. The best might not be what we really wanted, but honestly speaking,
there's something. There's an elephant in the room that nobody is yet acknowledging. So
okay.
Tinubu released about 16 or so special assistants just a couple of days ago, and then he's released now this list of reshuffled service chiefs and other auxiliary positions filled in. And then he subsequently released another batch of special assistants, and noticeable amongst which we don't see Southeastern names. So maybe one or two Southeasterners are tokenism. So is that something that should be immediately addressed? A plum job, not some tokenistic job, but a plum job for a Southeasterner.
That's why I said just now that it's not good for the optics. I don't know how better I can put it. Some of those appointments look, it might not be, but we might say, okay, let's wait and see. I mean, how it's going to play out, But for me, I mean, the Controller General of Immigration, Controller General of Custom, Inspector General of Police, and Chief of Army Staff. For me alone, that's aspect, because that's basically handling the internal security of the country, the entire internal security of the country to one session. And that's exactly what we were criticizing Buhari for. So if anybody praises him, I don't have anything with Tinubu, but I will be a coward if I cannot say, I'm not comfortable with this. And if there's anybody that was calling for the head of Buhari just a few years ago and applauding this now, then I wouldn't know. And that's that basically. I was talking on Nuhu Ribadu before network cut me off. I don't see any big deal about that. The army will not be subservient to the national security advisor. He's not going to be a commander in the field. I mean, they are still going to. It's just that he's going to coordinate. And there are we have more than 10 intelligence agencies. Some of them you don't even know them. You don't know how they operate. You cannot never identify their staff. They coordinate our what do you call it now? Our defense attaches, Directorate of Military Intelligence, National Intelligence Agency. There are quite a few of them that you don't even know they exist. You don't even know about them. They work on it. So what he does, the Office of National Security is to coordinate, and they do a review. I mean, he's part of the security meetings and the rest. It's because we are in challenging times. That's why we are exposing a lot of these people. Ordinarily, they work under the radar. I mean, you don't know them. You necessarily don't know them. They have some of them in the armed forces, they have them in the army, they have them in the police, they have them in the air force, they have them in the civil service, they have them in the prison water, they have them, they have them everywhere. They have them in the universities as students. They will transfer them to other places as lecturers. You don't know them, you don't need to know them. All they do is just gather, there have been some lapses and failure in security, in our security architecture over time due to some issues at the unconventional nature of the war with us. But honestly speaking, our military men are doing a yeoman's job. But they're losing men. The agony is an agony for any general to lose one soldier. And when you lose 10, it's like you're losing your own personal children. So I mean, sometimes I just want us to let's celebrate them. They have some wins. They have some challenges here and that, but you just start them and call them, sack them, corrupt them. Of course, they must go at some point. They know the day you enter, if you are going to spend 40 years, the day start counting 1, 2, 3, 4. So you know at some point the time is going to come. And most of the time, when the commander in chief changes, it changes, the battle changes, you know, to get new ones. So to allow the people coming from behind to be promoted. And so what I was saying is that if the promotion is, I think Lavaja should be cost 38 or 39, if I'm not mistaken. So if the promotion does not declare redundant a lot of, because some people we have, let's say we are at cost 40 and somebody will just come and go and pick somebody in cost 28 or cost 30. That means you are losing a whole generation, 10 generation of officers, like we did in the days of I think Obasanjo and Jonathan did that. I mean, that was not healthy. So if it is in the immediate junior, then the succession is going to be easy, because whether you like it or not, there will be people, soldiers in the troops that are, you know, they have favorites, they are loyal to one or two other persons. And I mean, that's that. So I wish the national security advisor well, and I'm sure they're going to work together very well. On the Inspector General of Police, there's nothing you can say. I'm not taking anything away from Egbedogun. No, absolutely not. I'm not taking anything away, but we can still say,
is there not an element of friends and family in that?
There is no element. It is. Yeah, maybe he has known him for long, but hey, there is. But some people will call it nepotism. If it were to be some other persons will say it's nepotism. But what do you want to call this one? Because he has known him for long, he have had a close relationship and affinity with him. I'm not saying if it's going to work well for Nigeria, so be it. But I don't want somebody to say, oh, because Buhari's father used to know, I mean, Buhari used to know, what do you call it, his father. And that means the man is not competent. It was just appointed. What's his name now? This chief farm staff. Buratai. I mean, I had that argument. We had that discussion there. So because of that, now it's no. If he's qualified, yeah, the other one can now add to it. It should not be premised. The selection should not be premised on the fact that it's my son picking, or my former ADC, or my former Oddly. No, that should not be the only criteria. And that's why, you know, sometimes when we condemn things, we should try and, you know, moderate it. So for me, yeah, there is chronism in it, if that's what you want to call it. But the important thing is that, is he qualified? Is he Nigerian? Is he well trained? What's the track record in the service? So you cannot fault it. Oh, there will always be some element of okay, there are 3 people that are eminently qualified, but I know this one. I've interacted with him before. I've seen him at operation. I've you know, have 1 or 2 or 3 encounters with him before, so I can predict him. There's a level of predictability about him. So, but it is not different from what happened under Buhari. That's my point.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always excellently put. Anytime we're talking military, it's always a delight to hear from Bishop. So let's hear from Bishop. Let's hear from the Prime next as we take this conversation round. So the Prime. How soon before we start to hear the phraseology, the coinage, Yorubanization? Because all of the signals that we saw in the early starts of Buhari that led us then to that coinage of Fulanization is somewhat of a rinse and repeat that we're seeing with Tinubu now. Is there an overabundance of his own clansmen in key and important positions, and then throwing bones to the rest of the country? Tinubu strikes again, a new list. What are you making of it? Does it excite you, the Prime?
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Yeah, like and subscribe if you're listening to us. One man, I will start with a punch to you.
Yeah, hold on. Actually, we're going on 250 people, and we only have 9 likes. So if you can give us a like, then that would be good. I'll carry on the Prime.
Yeah, I will start with a punch to you. Why have I not been called despite being one of the first to come on show tonight? Why did they have to take me all around to get a time to speak?
No. So sorry, it's nothing personal. No, there's a curation that takes place because I know everybody so much, and I know where their areas of interest are. So I was like Bishop, for instance. I know everything military security. He has deep knowledge and deep interest there. So I go to him quickly. Ajan Lekoko, everybody wants to hear from. There's a method to the madness. But you're up now. Let's hear from you.
Okay. Yeah, why I brought that up is the same reason why we should allow the commander-in-chief to make his decisions. You get what I'm trying to get at by saying that. Let me now speak to the whole issue. You see, when you look at military arrangement, from my little understanding, I understand loyalty should not be questioned. Charisma of a leader is very important for the subject, because the perception the subjects have of the leader goes a long way in determining how much they want to put themselves at risk. Talking of Nuru Ribado as a person. When he was the chief at EFCC, was able to mobilize his crew in such a way that we are here to do the job. If you don't have something to hide, we will not come after you. Even if the president sends us to you and we can't find anything to nail you with, you would not be nailed. That will bring back the story of OBJ and Tinubu. It was well investigated because it was the political act driver during that period. They could not nail much on him. Now, if we also consider the service shift, I would just look at them like, despite all what Nigeria has spent in the last 15 years, over 20 billion, and a ragtag army is holding this army down. I think it is absolutely perfect to send all the generals to go and rest. About 10 hours, I was on YouTube. I just wrote there like, the template to survive has been laid down by Obasanjo. Dismiss everybody from the colonel above, meaning they are no longer fit to work. That is how a new government should secure himself. Concerning, the strategy Tinubu has used on this, he first of all sent the village idiot to go and speak his mind in the name of Asari Dokubo. Then he struck, because it could have been a bit more complicated if he hadn't sent Asari Dokubo out. When I looked at the platform from which Asari Dokubo nailed the army, he was not supposed to have that platform, but it was for a purpose. So I understood that. And if I also look at the whole, if I remember what General Abacha said, he said there's no insurgents that can last 24 hours if government is not involved. I'm sorry, I have to indict the military chiefs of Nigeria for their involvement in Boko Haram all this while, because they have the advantage of air view and land aggression to neutralize these people. So they've seen it as a cash flow for the last 15 years. Over 20 billion US dollar has been spent. That is money we could have used in building refineries and putting the economy on track. So when it now comes to this sentiment around Tinubu having his own people, some hours ago, former governor of Rivers State, Wike, was saying in 2018 he was poisoned and he almost lost his life. I think if he is trying to put people he knows within his own inner circle, he has to protect himself. It's a strategy that has been used by leaders all around the world. You keep those people that you have reasonable trust in within your close circle, then those adjoining pictures can be other people. You cannot start bringing federal character. As much as we might say, but why is he not spreading it all across? In the word of this popular politician called Barack Obama, he said, election has consequences. Those people that worked with his ideology, that believed in his dream, he has to work more with them. Those are the practicalities of life. He's going to settle them, he's going to settle others with other relevant positions. But those things that are really key to his own survival as a government, he has to put those people that will listen to him and they have mutual way of doing things, because governance has different styles.
All right. All right. Thank you, the Prime. So thank you, the Prime. So let me go quickly from you, the Prime, to Niger, who must be either doing a breakdancing or throwing cups at his computer based on however he's digesting this. So ever since I've known you, to Niger, you've never spoken about anything other than security. So there it is, the recalibration of the Nigerian security architecture. Is this to your delight or to your chagrin, to Niger?
Thank you for having me, one man. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat.
Sorry, hold on to Niger. Big apologies for doing this, but I've been wanting to get. Okay, you go first. I want to get Enigmatic in as well, but you go first. You go first, because the two of you, this is what the two people that I want to hear the most from on this space. But you go first, and then Enigmatic after you. Carry on. To Niger, carry on.
Yeah. Security is extremely important, and thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, security is extremely important, and from what he said in this campaign, there's going to be an increased military size, but that has not happened. He wants to be in charge of the military, so he's trying to cut the military in his own image, which is fine. I think judgment has to be reserved until the end. After all, this thing, Buhari did similar stuff, so it doesn't necessarily mean they are going to actually change anything structurally. But if anybody has the capacity to do it in terms of from the crop of his generation, he should, and he's had time to prepare to do the right thing by the nation. And however, I'm looking at the level, the appointments, they seem to be lopsided in terms of the regions that these officers come from. So I don't know what that means. Because the people he took out were most widespread all over the nation, but now it seems to be mostly northerners and southwesterners, almost the entire name, not one from any other region. That is, I don't know whether that is a strategy or something that he wants to do, but it doesn't matter. In the end,
that's not true.
Is whether he fulfills his promise. His promise was not about appointing people.
That's not true to Nigeria. There's a southeast.
Yeah, you can check it now. I don't know whether maybe I'm mistaken. I've not seen any name from any other area.
The naval
in what
chief,
position? Handbag?
Well, you could say handbag, but the naval chief, the Rear Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, the chief of naval staff, is from Enugu, and then the chief, the one in charge of the chief of defense intelligence, which is quite an important position. He's from Cross Rivers.
I didn't see that. What is their name? Because I didn't see any name. Gala, I know that Gala is from the south somewhere.
Yeah,
I didn't see any name that pops out that looks like.
Yes, I find it very difficult to pronounce the names, but I'll pop it in the chat so you can see. It's from Cross Rivers, the chief of defense intelligence, which you think is one of the most important positions here. It's from Cross Rivers, but carry on.
Either way, even if there are two out of about 8 to 10 people, and the regions in the country, that region that we're talking about, they make up a larger portion of the country than even the south west. But he chose 2 people from the entire region, and given the people he removed, the people he replaced them with was quite lopsided. But to be fair, presidents have a right to choose whoever they like. In the end, is like from my point of view, it doesn't even matter where he chooses people from, apart from the way to look in terms of the nation and within the military itself. If they start feeling like some people are being ostracized from the military, then that could be a problem for morale within the military, and that is not a basis of fulfilling the promise he made in terms of recruiting a larger security force. If he does that, I'm telling you right now, if Tinubu goes on to recruit, do what he said in his campaign, I'll forgive all his sins, everything. But he would have done something that none of our people did for over 100 years. You see what I mean? So that's how big that promise is. El-Rufai made a lot of effort to explain it in Chatham House, but will he do it? That's the question. And I reserve the judgment. I like the fact that he's making moves, and people like the idea that things are happening. But let's not get carried away. No Nigerian has benefited 1 inch from anything he's done. Not one Nigerian. I spent 50,000 today buying 80-something liters of fuel in Nigeria. So let's not get twisted. I like the fact that he's acting, but I really, I'm not just criticizing for the sake of it. I will forgive everything he's done ever. I will not care. I don't care about his age. I don't care whether Shetima replaces him. I don't care. If he does
sorry, are you
what he said he was going to do in the defense, I think he's going to be his biggest accomplishment.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. I can hear you now.
Oh, all right, brilliant.
No, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
I'm saying, are you okay? I was asking, are you critical of the actions that Tinubu has been taking? And if you are, what actions has he taken that you're critical of?
For me, in terms of being critical, is the subsidies and the student loans. The conditions for the student loans means that they are very, very few that will make it through that hoop that was put in place. Maybe the idea is good. Maybe the conditions will be relaxed a bit to allow more people through, because those conditions seems like you don't want anybody to make it through. And then in terms of the way the subsidy was handled, if he has been prepared for this for a very long time, he should have been more prepared in terms of the way it was rolled out. It just hit people by this very, very quickly. I should have responded because I wanted to transition to solar panels. But the way he came in, if he gave us a month, then I would have had time to transition. But he didn't. This, you see, is affecting me. When I'm saying this, it's affecting me physically on the ground, not to mention other Nigerians. It's affecting me on the ground. I wasn't able to transition quickly enough. And not to mention the money saved is not necessarily transparent on where the money is directly going to. They will just tell you, in words, we are putting in here, it's going there. That's it. No, the level of transparency that is needed for such a significant policy to be reversed, it's not there. And that is very concerning for me, given that we know the history of Nigeria. It's not about him now. It's also about the history of Nigeria, that when money is made available, the people that go and take all the money are the cronies, and the people around there, they will just evaporate all the money before Nigerians have a chance to have any benefit from that policy. But he's acting. That is the thing. He's acting. The truth is, Nigerians have not made one extra penny from anything he has done so far. And what can I say? It's too early in the day. I can't make a full judgment of this. And it wouldn't be even fair for me to judge him fully on any of these policies until we start seeing students getting student loans, and the fuel subsidies starts paying off in terms of we have extra money to spend on infrastructure and all the rest of it. There are so many things he could have done to make people's life easier, but he didn't do that. But let's hope all those things will kick in, the palliatives and all the help for the lower earners will start kicking in. When those things start kicking in, I think, I don't even have to say, Nigerians will be able to tell you the truth, that their lives are getting better. But we cannot say that today. The fact that he's acting, I think people feel like, it's a good thing that something is happening, and it all seems to be in the right direction. The question is he going to pay off? I don't know. So I will leave it at that. I don't want to over labor it.
All right, brilliant. Well put to Niger. My system dropped. I'm back now. So let's hear from Enigmatic then, who I think has a different inflection on this announcement. So Enigmatic, good to have you back. I was coming to you when you just left, so I was hopeful that you will come back. But Enigmatic, so there it is. Tinubu assembles his team, at least in terms of the security. But what are you making of it? And do you think these bias that people are starting to notice as well, and the language of Yorubanization, all of that, Enigmatic on D?
Thank you, one man. Salute to everyone. And then let me say congratulations to Nigerians. When I mean Nigerians, I mean the real patriotic Nigerians. The Nigerians who care less about politics, but good governance, regardless of the political you belong to or the texture of your tribe. You know, sometimes there's this popular saying that for you to have omelette, you got to break the egg. But sometimes what you want, you may not really have it, but there could be a better alternative when you work harder. You know, I understand the incorrigible petulance of some, few people who would remain implacable, and then the naysayers and the pessimistic few Nigerians. What we expected to have, or the experience we would have appreciated surprisingly to see from an army general, the CNC, the president of Nigeria and the president of every Nigerian, regardless of your political leanings, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is daily and surprisingly embodying that the behavior we anticipated from General Buhari and few generals in the past and previous leaders. But regrettably, as we've seen and as we've with what is happening now, we can basically say we can expect less from Tinubu as it is now. It seems to have set a standard, and it seems to have created more or less like an expectant ripples now in the annals of Nigeria politics, governance, and the presidential expectation. Give me a second, please.
All right. As Enigmatic takes that second, let's hear from Rational Mind, who I suspect may not at all be impressed by all of this. So, Bah Humbug and Rational Mind. And by the way, it's not just the army chief, so he sacked everybody. Tinubu woke up and just said to his orderly, give the instructions to the chief of staff, sack the whole government. So, what are you then making then of this now nuclear bomb that Tinubu dropped today? And Rational Mind.
Well, man, thank you. Greetings to everybody. I just saw the news a while ago. I've been really busy. Anyway, I would say it's I'm still studying the whole list, but I would say I'll tend to agree with Niger. It's heavily skewed, mostly southwest, and I would say north. I don't know which region or some of them are from the north. Is it northwest? Is it north central? Is it northeast? I don't know until maybe I see the profiles of each of these officers or service chiefs. But then I see a lot of Yoruba names there. And well, for me, you see,
You want me to take my space back, my man?
one man, are you there? One man. One man, that is hello. One
I
man.
think there's this audio
Yeah,
problem.
I don't know. Let me see if it's here. uh,
Yeah, yes. If you don't mind, we are hearing some humming sound from you. So maybe Enigmatic can carry on whilst you
humming
resolve.
sound from me?
Yes, is that true? Can everybody hear the humming sound?
Yeah, I'm hearing it. I thought it was you.
Yeah, I can
Exactly.
hear it too.
Yes, yes. So we're hearing some humming sound from you.
It's
So
sounding like Feriolo there.
yes, it sounded like it sounded like a wind-up computer. Maybe it's one of those you have to wind it up computer.
Okay, let me allow him to continue.
Yeah, what's to resolve that? So enigmatic. I think you are tickled pink by all this, the excitement of it. You can barely contain yourself. Enigmatic on D.
Okay. So, like I said, I'm going to be positive and look at the positive side before I speak to the politics of the lopsidedness, as some people are speculating, which I'm not buying that idea. And basically, probably I should even start from that sentiment now. I want some people to understand that politics. I think somebody said it over here, and I've said it, in the past. You know, politics. Even Obama, as great as he is, there are consequences to actions, and every consequences is not just an exclusive preserve of any other subject. Politics inclusive. You know, what the only thing I want to say it instructively now, the only thing that Ashiwaju and APC, all the Southeast people, to say, so to say, quote and unquote, is good governance. Ensure that they are not skilled out in the distribution of infrastructure when it's necessary, when there are probably what Buhari did by not spreading certain infrastructural engagement to them, like the railway system. If they are able to, if the governors are able to coordinate and the politicians down there are able to coordinate, and then they can have a frontal approach about what are they actually when for political demands. Apart from that, when it comes to and then sticking to the constitutional requirement of political spread, which is the two ministers, ministers of from each state, and then some few appointments here and there as constituted in the as enshrined in the constitution. Apart from that, if it goes beyond those constitutionally expected provisions, right? That is just sheer magnanimity from side, because they've shown basically and absolutely they hate him. They are not his friend. They will never be there for him. And if you see the people who are still agitating now, who does not even actually reckon with him and do not actually recognize him now, they are still the people. But of course, he's the CNC and the father of the country, and he has extended beyond what he could. He has given them the number two. The number two House of Rep, that position was supposed to be going to at least the North Central, right? But because of him not being a leader who who wouldn't who wouldn't see all the keys as one. He has given them that. And then to say this appointment is lopsided, that is absolutely stabbing the fact in his head. Because when you look at it, we have the AVM, Air Vice Marshal, the one from the Navy, the one from the Air Force, and the chief of defense. They are both northwest, and Ribadu from northeast. So even people should actually eulogize and then embellish his testicular fortitude to actually look into the direction of Southern Kaduna, a Christian, as chief of defense staff. Nobody is talking about that. Then when you come to the South comprises. We are talking of the Southeast, South South, and Southwest. We have two from Southwest, one from South South, one from Southeast.
But unfortunately, we are hearing that Ogala is not Igbo enough. That they do not actually consider him a complete 100% Igbo person because he shares boundary with some parts of Kogi State, some part of maybe 2 other states that is not really a. So when we don't want to speak too much of politics today, but this actually speaks to the volume that the people are complaining about a man who is territorially, right, and then topographically from the southeast, because he shares boundary with maybe Kogi and some other Benue state. They do not consider him Igbo enough, but they want to impose a certain Shinedu on the people of Lagos. So you can see the hypocrisy in that. So going forward, this is a very balanced appointment. And people who do not like it, they can wait for their own president if the Supreme Court, is able to be magnanimous with them, period. So when you go to an election, or when you go to when you have the opportunity again to run for an election, you find a way to balance the numbers. You just don't do all these politics. Soludo warned you guys.
So how about, where does federal character come in?
So like I said, you do not really need federal character when it comes to certain appointments. The only federal character you need is spelled out in the Constitution. I would advise you to read it, and these are the ones that I actually defined to you earlier in my conversation. So anyone beyond that is just the magnanimity of the president. Okay? So the president could have as well.
I asked a specific question. Maybe you can just indulge me and let me know the areas.
I just basically.
Sorry, enigmatic. Actually, if you look at the composition of the of the security structure, federal character is embedded. Because Abayo Ononuga, he anticipated that question that Tunaija just asked, and he's already answered it on Twitter. So this is what Bayo Ononuga has to say on Twitter. He says there is no nepotism in the appointments. They follow federal character. Number 1, Nuhu Ribadu, National Security Advisor, North, Adamawa, General Musa, Chief of Defense Staff, North, Alagbaja, Chief of Army Staff, Southwest, Ogala, Chief of Naval Staff, Southeast, and then he narrows it to Enugu. And then Abubakar, Chief of Air Staff from the North, Egbe Tokun, Inspector General of Police Southwest, and then Ude Deye, Chief of Defense Intelligence South, Cross Rivers. So virtually, in fact, all of the geopolitical zones are represented in these 7 appointments already. So I think national character embedded.
One man, be it as it may, regardless of what you are saying now on this, I just explain to you. The only thing that a president or Nigerians, right, is to strictly is just strict adherence to that constitutional provisions of sticking to the national character by virtue of ministerial appointments, right? Even national is it national character now? National character, special advisors, and all these appointments that you are seeing now, they are beyond the purviews of that national character. It does not actually cover them. Like I said, it is a function of a president's sense of magnanimity, and that is why Buhari had the latitude, right, to do as he could, and then that was the reason he told them, you can't expect 5% to have more than other folks who contributed more. But this guy is not doing that. But when you have a group of people, right? I want you to understand one thing. We have a petulant, abhorrent, and revolting and repellent, sulking opposition now in the obedient. There's nothing that they see in this government that will be enticing to them. Nothing will make any sense. And the government is not ready to placate them. They are not placating them for their cries. They just want to do what is right for Nigerians. right? So as you can see, has any action been amazing to them since? They've always found a reason to find an excuse. That is not sitting, and that is so is so discomforting and so disheartening that people cannot actually be
I think you are being quite disingenuous when you have a two sub-regions have only 2 people from there, while 2 regions have almost 4, 5, 6 people from there.
Okay.
So, and you say election has consequence, but the constitution also stated national character, and the fact that they have to explain that
to Niger, and I just basically reasonably, and I expect you intelligently to comprehend what I explained to you about the constitution and about the
you said it doesn't apply there. You said it doesn't apply there,
so
but even a northern president knows that.
Anything beyond the purview, anything a president, forget Ashwaju now, anything a president does beyond the purview of the national character, expectation or requirement as enshrined in the constitution by ensuring, regardless of your hatred for anything, ensuring that every state.
Why do you talk about hatred? We are just talking about issues.
Dude,
so stop bringing hatred into it.
I'm making a point to you. I'm telling you, even if that CNC, right, hates a certain region, that does not define the fact that you have to abridge or probably repudiate the provisions of the constitution by saying every state must be represented in the cabinet. Anything that goes beyond that is the sheer magnanimity of such a CNC. I'm not putting Ashwaju or Buhari, I'm just telling you what it is. So the constitution,
what you just said just now, I also subscribe to what you just said, that he has a right to.
Let me keep going because hold on.
Let me just say something. You can go ahead. Sorry, I will just say one might be. I'm not going to take long at all. See, I subscribe to the idea that he has a right to choose whoever he wants. There are consequences. But you also have to take into account the ramifications of what is going to happen if he's hoping to succeed. This is a president that made it into office with 37% of the vote of a nation. If his appointment is that lopsided, there will be consequences. But carry on.
Hold on. If you are talking about the consequences of the number that brought him to office, then you should go into the mathematical formula of the whole arrangement, of the whole number. What is the percentage of the total number of voters, general voters? So you have to go by that. What is Peter Obi's number? What is Atiku's number? Vis-a-vis the number that the winner actually has or had.
What is the difference? The point is that more people voted against him.
Okay, more people voted against him. In what capacity do they vote against him?
How many people 63% of people voted against him?
That is a wrong premise. That is a wrong premise of your calculation. Go back to your elementary college and understand what this means.
I don't know what I can say about 63%
voted against him.
37%.
How many percent voted against Peter Obi generally? How many percent voted against Atiku generally?
75%, 74, 75%. But
okay, so what are you talking about then?
My point is that are you talking about the voter apathy in the general election,
or you are basically trying to clutch through?
I don't know why you are upset about it. I'm just highlighting the fact. I don't know why you're upset.
Hold on. To Niger, enigmatic is right. Because if you are saying that the majority voted against him, then really what you're talking about is voter apathy, because out of the majority that voted against him, the majority of the votes were for him. So even anybody else that finished behind him, then even more people voted against them. Did you get that logic?
Anybody else the ones that didn't choose him were more than the ones that chose him. I agree with you, but the ones that didn't choose him were more than the ones that chose him.
It's like it's somewhat of a warped logic there.
One man. Yeah. He himself said it on the day he did his acceptance when he was was making his speech. He said, I quote, "I know majority did not vote for me, but I understand what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. I understand what you're talking about. That he won. He had the highest number of votes in this election, but he himself said it.
Yes, out of all of the contestants, he was the most popular, which is the whole point of an election.
I mean, he won. I think the right word for us to use would be he won the majority of votes in this last election.
The majority of the votes cast, yes.
Most of the votes in
most
terms of more than any other single individual. But if you put the others that didn't choose him, let's say 100 of Nigerians, 100% of Nigerians have the option to choose him, but most of them didn't choose him.
Okay,
he's governing.
He's
governing those people, so you have to bring everybody around the table.
It does not need to bring. It does not. Is what he needs to do is what basically I've told you. I've told you what he needs to do, and anything he does beyond that, right? It's just being nice. Let me put it like that. It's just being nice. So look, these are all your arguments, right? They are just imperturbable arguments that basically mean nothing. What I'm talking about is if Obi had emerged the winner, the same number would have the numbers of people who would have voted against him would have still amounted to the same as Atiku. So you have
and the same criticism will still apply. Okay, either way, I don't care.
Can I interject 1 minute?
I don't want to deal with this nonsense. Let me go
all right. Take the interjection from Alekoko and then go back to Tinubu's list. Yeah.
One man and everybody. I don't think there is any reason for this argument. The Constitution does not specify that when you are appointing service chief, you must do it by federal character. No. It's only when you are appointing the minister, cabinet ministers. Those are the ones that the Constitution specifies that they have to be appointed on. Each state of the federation must have representation in the cabinet. On this, no constitutional provision that service chiefs should be appointed by federal character. So what's the point for this argument? So we can't continue to carry our tribal sentiments into everything.
When the Constitution didn't say that there should be rotational presidency, but yet they rotated it anyway because they understand that there's something beyond just the Constitution, that people need to get along. So that is why Tinubu, otherwise you will have a northern president right now. The reason why Tinubu exists because they wanted to rotate the presidency.
That was an arrangement within the party. The Constitution did not say that. But they, as the leaders...
Why do you think they did that? Why do you think they did that?
The leaders in the party feel for them to win the election, let us take the presidency to the south. And it worked for them.
So invariably, what you're saying now, Ajalipo, is that...
You see that he's dodging it. He knows that's not the only reason.
Yeah, I am telling you on this position of this service chief, the Constitution did not say they should be appointed on the basis of federal character. What has Tinubu done wrong?
Somebody has actually broken it down into the subsects of their geospace. So the Southwest got 2 appointments, the Northwest got 2 appointments, the Northeast got 1 appointment, the Southeast got 1 appointment, and the South-South got 1 appointment. So, I cannot say where I can. So I think that ends that as a.
Let me talk to you.
It's still not lopsided. The South-South and Southeast is larger than the Southwest, but the Southeast has 2.
Look, Tunaja, if you
hold on. The Southwest has. Did you hear what I read out? The Southwest has 2, and that's Tinubu's base. The president. The president is most likely to appoint people that he's most familiar with, people that he has the longest standing relationship with, and he has the most trusted with, and most likely to be Southwesterners. But the Southwest has 2 appointments. Northwest has 2 appointments. Northeast has 1 appointment. Southeast has 1 appointment, and South-South has 1 appointment. There is no narrative to infuse marginalization or nepotism into that.
Exactly.
What we see there is that
it's the North Central people that should be complaining, or not the
Exactly.
Southeast.
Exactly, one man. Let me continue.
They should
That's right.
complain, and
That's
rightly
right,
so.
one man.
But
It's the
there are
North
other
Central
appointments that were listed today that are not included on that list, and that appointment too is
I've
wholly
got
from
that as well.
Southwest and Northerners again.
Okay. Do you want to go there? Hold on.
You're narrowing it down to this 4 service chiefs. We're talking about the generality of the whole total list that was released.
Okay. Let me just go to that. Let me just go to that space quickly that Tunaja just brought up. So there were 4 other appointments. Special advisors Hadiza Bala Usman, who was the Nigerian Ports Authority czar. She's now a special advisor. Policy coordination, Hanatu Musawa, special advisor, culture and entertainment economy, Senator Abdullahi Abubakar Gomel, senior special assistant, National Assembly matters, and Honorable Olarewaju Kunle Ibrahim, senior special assistant, National Assembly matters, House of Representatives. So even with that still leans to the north.
Yeah, and there is still more. There is still more. That's not the only one. There is still more. The ones that are in charge of this thing, Asurok, this thing, the barracks or something. Most of them were Northerners and Southwesterners. You hardly hear any other name there. And I don't know why he feels he needs to do that, but it's up to him.
Oh God. Like, you are trying too hard to... It doesn't
I'm not trying to...
See,
I know he has a right to do it. My point is that should he do it that way? Is he actually telling us really that it's only that region that has people? But it's up to him. That's what I'm just saying.
What you are saying, it doesn't fit into the known facts. We've already just anyway. Go back to enigmatic. I think Tunaja is already made up his mind. Back to enigmatic.
So let me just address that maybe in 2 minutes. First of all, one man, thank God that you basically highlighted it out now. 22211, right? That position that actually the Ogala guy now, right? The one that they gave Southeast now, ordinarily should have gone to North Central if they are trying to go by the numbers. If Tinubu wants to be politically rogue and say, come what may, I will do what I have to do because what you did, and then come and sue me. The only thing he owes them, like I said, is the ministerial positions. And then he will take all the positions to South, North, and Northwest and North Central, and all those places that voted for him. If he actually wants to play the bitter politics that they played. So why are you guys complaining now? Don't you know politics is all about numbers? Don't you know elections comes with...
One man.
Okay.
Where is... now? One man, are you there? Can you hear me, one man?
I'm here. I can hear
you. Can you confirm to us the Ogala of a guy? Is he from Kogi or is he from Enugu?
It's from Enugu. It's from Enugu.
It's Enugu State. So look, one man, as it is, okay, they are talking about special advisors. Do you know the meaning of special advisors? Do you want Tinubu to okay, bring names? Now let me give anybody from the Southeast now to bring any name who could have made the list of special advisor in an expensive capacity now as we're expecting. Because in Enugu State, all the APC apparatchiks work against the party. All APC apparatchiks in the whole of the Southeast, they all worked against him. So they have to be scratching the ground.
Yeah, you are seconded.
To see who is gonna be getting what or not. Uwa Jumogu, who came up in the first list last week, the guy who was a partner at PwC and at Anderson is a proficient accountant. He lived in the US over here. People should go and check his record. But APC, they are scratching their heads now to see who is going to be on the list from Southeast, because they all basically work against the party. Even the leader, the prominent leaders, as we can see during the what's his name, Ken Unamani, the ex-governor of Enugu State, Sullivan Shime, Ojuzo Kalu, Ngigi, all the APC appointees in Buhari'S cabinet, they work against the party. So you are coming to a national party to say you want appointment. How do you want to do that? So they are scratching their heads to see who is who, and you cannot appoint enemies because you just want to balance an equation. The only equation he owes them is the ministerial equation, and they are not okay with that. They know what to do next time. So South, they already have the Senate president. They are discussing some other things. I will see South feature prominently in this administration. This is not about a political gain now. One man, 2027 election and politicking is already going on.
Just to buttress that, the discussions on going to make Kwakwanso Minister of Defense. We'll get to that in the later half of the session, but carry on.
Okay. So, and then people should be careful. Do not cry for people who do not cry for themselves. We've been on this platform. One man. I want anybody on this platform to contradict me. We've had a lot of them. They say they don't want anything. They say they don't even want the Senate presidency. They do not want anything from the people from the Southeast. So why do we want something for them when they don't want anything? Why are we crying for people who do not want to be cried for? Why are we being bothered about them when they are not bothered? They say they don't want anything at all. They've said it over here. So if a government is still extending their sense of honor to them, they shouldn't complain at all because we could see the number. Can you put the number from the Southeast? If you are a president and you saw those numbers, are you going to be shaking hands with them? Did you see the number?
127,000.
What are you talking about? 800,000 versus your neighbor, your closest neighbor. You look at what they did last week in the National Assembly election. Your closest neighbor, the South people, Akpabio, you left him alone. You traveled as far as Zamfara to vote for a man from the Northeast, from the Northwest, and you were the guy who were crying
because
about.
he was running against a Southeasterner. It's not against him necessarily.
It makes no political sense. So they shouldn't cry. They should shut up. That is it. They say they don't want anything, but if they are seeing anything now, they should appreciate it and not be asking for more. That is politics for you.
Is your audio playing up or is it me?
What do you say?
No, it's your audio. It's your audio that is playing up to Nigeria, but we can still hear you.
Well, it's not emotion. To Nigeria, this thing, no be emotion. No be who feel cry pass. Election is gone. The days of politicking, they are putting the numbers in now. So if I have a friend who embarks on a mega project and I close my eyes as if I didn't see him, and external folks helped him, they extended their olive branch and all stuff. I mean, their widow's mite, and the project becomes successful. And I'm expecting something out of the proceed of the process. Am I not a thief? Am I not trying to reap where I did not sow? You invested your funds in MTN, then you are expecting your phone to call to you are trying to make your reaps from Globacom. How do you want to do that? Next time,
consider this.
Hold on. They repeated it again, right. And when we tell them the whole nation is looking at them, they didn't do anything. Then they repeated the same scenario in the National Assembly election. That was if I were in his shoes, I would just wait until the ministerial list are out, and I'm gonna make all the ministerial lists from from the southeast minister of states. They either take it or leave it, because if you have to go by the numbers, they do not even deserve more than minister of states. So look at South. Go and look at the numbers in 2019 versus the number in 2023. 800,000 votes came from South versus 125,000 votes in South. Look at the numbers, and they still have the temerity. They still have the audacity to say they want more than what they did not work for. How do you do that?
Your audio is breaking up.
No, it's not.
So we are being realistic now. Anything that you guys see in this administration, right? Take it and say hallelujah and go home and come back next 4 years and play better politics. That is how it is done. We have young guys.
Enigmatic, how are you? To Nigeria, my brother, we are hearing him loud and clear. Check your own system, please. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I will check my system. Let me go and check it.
So look, appointments into certain offices, you need, okay, like the essays, as we've seen essays now. When I came here last week, when we were discussing about the challenges of making Nuhu Ribadu the substantive NSA, I explained to them that because the military oligarchs, they do not want him. But I said there is a possibility probably there will be some adjustment or later, just as we've seen in Hadiza now. Hadiza Bala, I would not be surprised if there is an adjustment in an appointment later.
Were you surprised that she got an appointment? Because heavy allegations of corruption. There was a time she actually went on a Rice TV to defend her name. I thought she would have gone with the Buhari Abubakar Malami sort of space.
No, she's a solid lady. You need to know her background. She's a princess. She's a palace princess from Kano State. It's just a campaign of calumny against her because she moved against.
Is my audio better now?
She moved much better.
Okay, perfect.
It is the Atiku camp that were waging war against her. Atiku versus Ameshi's camp, because he moved against Intel, right? He cancelled almost $250 million or thereabout of Intel contract at MPA. The issues he was having was more political than anything that has to do with her professional capacity, right? They did a thorough investigation and everything came clean for her. So I'm not surprised. But the only surprise I have is the nomenclature and the name convention that has been embedded in her appointment right now, right? But I'm not going to be surprised if she's going to be the evaluation and supervision unit that I was explaining the last time. She's probably going to be the substantive.
One man. I think the other day here you played us this what's the name of this House of Rep member who was on the Emefiele's throat the other time, who went to Brekete. One of the names he listed was this. Is it not the same Hadiza?
What was the content?
Hold on, my friend. Hold on, please. One man.
Yes.
Are you there? Remember you played that to us here. And one of the names she mentioned that should be investigated. This is an APC guy. An APC guy said he mentioned that lady's name. And yet we're hearing now somebody saying to us now that is
okay. Let me put it in real context. One man, go back and listen to that guy. He said after you call Coco, right, the incumbent now dissolved MP.
Shall we have a listen? It's only 2 minutes.
Yes, he said I called Bala Usman Hadiza to say what she knows too, because the investigation is out. You can pull it yourself. You can Google the investigation. Rotimi Amechi failed to publish it out because it indicted Rotimi Amechi and his people. So the records are there for people who can read and they can find it online. So you can play the stuff so that you can clear the doubting Thomases in the house.
All right. Let's have a listen of this. It's fast turning into one of my favorite politicians. This guy is just his commander.
One man, enigmatic. Why are you calling my name? Doubting Thomas.
Doubting Thomas. Yeah, there it is.
We didn't need, then disgrace. Yes. So there is 12 people. 12 people. 12 people. In this government. In this, which I will read them now. Mm-hmm. The first person, if we want to bring back the economic of this country, and we are serious, we have to arrest and investigate Central Bank Governor, which is now under investigation. One. Secondly, the EFCC chairman. Two. And when we are investigating the EFCC chairman, we have to invite the former chairman, Magu, to bring some things that he left in the office to explain. Thirdly, number three, the GMD of the NNPC. The GMD of the NNPC. Number four, the former Minister of Justice, Malemi. Number 5, the Sabi Utunde, who is a personal private secretary to the former President Buhari.
The one where they sell recharge card before?
That guy, that boy. He must become under investigation. And
that is number 5, number 5.
That is number 5. Number 6, there is Mohammed Nani, the chairman of FIRS.
Federal Inland Revenue Service.
Federal Inland Revenue Service. Then there is Jamo Denimasa. Then there is Coco from the MPA.
Nigerian Port Authority.
Port Authority. And the former Hadiza Bala.
They should bring them.
They're supposed to bring them.
And investigate them.
Then all CBN deputy governors.
All of them.
All of them.
Former or present?
Present.
So there it is. Yeah, Hadiza's name was mentioned.
So what are we talking about here? Somebody telling us here that he was listing some opposition as the people behind the whole thing. Come on.
One man, I made a caveat.
This is just the height of ridiculous.
But enigmatic, sorry, an accusation. An accusation.
Thomas, it's not an allegation. It was an allegation that was properly investigated, right? One man, it was an allegation that was properly investigated for 7 months or 8 months while she was suspended by Buhari, right? Then that was the time she had to be replaced by Coco. So the allegation.
Listen. You don't come.
Was done.
Hold on. You
and there was a white paper. There was a white paper.
Listen. We know what they did. Buhari's government. Many things they swept under the carpet.
And I put it on record now. I understand.
Hold on, Magu to this very day, Magu was indicted. How did that case go? So many cases that were investigated under Buhari. We never got to the point. We never got to the conclusion of it. Even when they got to the conclusion of it, they sweep it under the carpet. And yet you are here telling us that the opposition were the people behind him.
I'm not telling you particularly. I'm talking to the audience. If you want,
everybody's here. We can hear you, but you
hold on. If you are one of the audience,
you're making it sound like as if we are the doubt.
You are one of the audience, and you take it personal. I can't handle it. But I'm telling you, I'm making a caveat to it. There was an investigative panel that was actually constituted. They had their investigation for straight 8 months. A white paper was reported, right? It was submitted to the appropriate authority, but it was not published. One man, it was not published. Then the allegation was this woman was not remitting certain funds to maybe to one ECA account or TSA account, but it was actually the report came out that she even the month that Amechi was contesting, beyond that she did beyond that, and then she's up until now. Until 2 days ago, she released a report. A memo that while she was calling out Amechi and basically challenging him to publish that investigative report that was submitted to Buhari himself. And then the appropriate authority, they do have that record. She put everything on record. I think she ascribed some links to that to anybody who can read it. And anybody who wants to Google that now, they can do that. I'm not speaking for Hadiza Bala Mohammed. I'm not speaking for any one of them. I'm basically analyzing, the political trajectory as I see it. So personal opinion, personal issues with that, then I can't deal with that. But going forward, one man, the appointment so far, right? The appointment so far, we've seen a new paradigm shift, right, in the way things are done. And my prayer is that this momentum is sustained, and I pray that God will continue to strengthen them, and God will continue to work through them to reform them.
Enigmatic, you are praying that this momentum should be sustained. President Tinubu dissolves board of all parastatals, agencies, and institutions. So let me just speak through this.
I've read it, I've seen it.
Yeah, for the benefit of the audience. President Bola Tinubu on Monday night approved the immediate dissolution of the governing boards of all federal government parastatals, agencies, institutions, and government-owned companies. A statement signed by the director, information of the secretary to the government of the Federation, Willie Bassey, noted that this is in the exercise of his constitutional power and in the public interest. The dissolution does not, however, affect boards, commissions, and councils listed in the third schedule, part 1, section XYZ of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. In view of this development, and until such a time new boards are constituted, the chief executive officers of the parastatals, agencies, institutions, and government-owned companies are directed to refer matters requiring the attention of their board to the president through the permanent secretaries of their respective supervisory ministries and offices. Permanent secretaries are directed also to route all such correspondence to Mr. President through the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Consequently, all ministries, departments, and agencies are to ensure compliance to the provision of this directive, which takes effect from Friday, June the 15th, 2023. Permanent secretaries are particularly directed to inform the chief executive officers of the affected agencies under the supervision of their respective ministries / offices for immediate compliance. So the speed of it are enigmatic.
Yes, sir. So, look, woman, what you are saying now is, like I was trying to say, is a clear departure from what we had, right? Some people will say Hurricane Tinubu or whatever, but we can see the impactful outcome of his actions once again. He has steadily and then gradually,
enigmatic. When
Yes,
did
sir.
Tinubu becomes a hurricane? I thought it was leaders.
Well, hurricane that just swept off all the impactful and the indolent and the highly corrupt security chiefs and the whole.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that's a big hurricane. So, and it's quietly and gradually bringing this much needed show of this boldness and then this character of you having. There's a difference between you being a leader and you being having this leadership character to know how to use power. Buhari had power, but he does not have the charisma and the fortitude of a commander-in-chief. He lacks that. This is what is different now, right? So from so far so good, just 3 weeks. We are not trying to be too flamboyant about our comment, but like I said in the sequel to my opening, right? If you are a patriotic Nigerian and you are not just trying to be pessimistic every turn of the way, you understand that there's been an eclipse of a new change, right? It seems like we do not have. It seems like look at NTA, for instance. NTA is up.
Don't you think you are making your judgments too soon? There is change, but not
what
all
does pessimism mean to you? What does it mean to you?
Because you are saying that people are being pessimistic, but don't you think that you are just jumping to conclusion?
Hold on. In the midst of pessimism, you still have to be. You still have
realistic
to be hopeful, realistic, hopeful, and believe that.
Okay, I agree with hopeful. There's nothing wrong with hopeful, but you are making it sound as if it's already delivered.
No, you Nigeria, we are both Nigerians. I'm not contradicting you. You love Nigeria. I want to believe you love Nigeria. But we had a Buhari here who left. I've never seen, even at local government level, you reshuffle cabinet at a certain time. Buhari is maybe anybody can correct me. I want to believe Buhari is the first president that will have a full that guaranteed full tenures for his ministers. Just like they were, they acted as if they were elected. 8 full years for ministers, no changes. Are you aware of the fact that this thing that Tinubu just did, dissolving all the board and parastatals, I've said it over here, over 4,000 positions were left vacant. Okay, look at what Tinubu just did. Even in various states of the federation, as soon as all those governors elect, received the authority of power, the first thing they did, they dissolved all boards and parastatals. That is how things are done. You just don't walk into office and then you leave everything as usual. There should be some thinking. There should be some clearing the house. Buhari left PDP residuals and PDP remnants to mess with his policies. Look at Emefiele, for instance. A serious government wouldn't have inherited a Chambolic Emefiele, or all those folks hanging around Nimasa, all of them that basically ruined Nigeria as we speak. No government will okay. Look at the whole board is gone. NNPC, Nimasa, EFCC, all of them. Then you are bringing new people on board and you are shouting their cause for them. Not folks who are actually probably, they have allegiance, or their alliance is towards the opposite of what your administration's goals and the policies are. You guys are probably working at cross purposes. You don't do that. So this is government in that. I said if only if you are a patriotic Nigerian, right? In the midst of pessimism, let's see some reality sometimes. Let's open our eyes. You may not like Tinubu, you may not vote for him. If Obi had been the president and he's been moving this way, I will be appreciative of the fact that we have a new president who can do certain things. But Mele Kyari was
hold on. To Niger, let him land. I want to get to Ekene quickly. His battery is running out. But
let me rush through so Ekene can speak.
Yes, but I want you to hang around for what Ekene is about to deliver. But back to Edin Batik.
Yes, Mele Kyari was in Aso Rock today. Few minutes later, he was fired. Bawa was in Aso Rock the other time. Few minutes later, he was fired. Now we're going to have a brand new ministries and processors. That is how things are done.
Has been fired.
Is it not part of NNPC? Is it not part of? Did you not see the communique, the memo? NNPC, Mele Kyari is the only one. The only ones that are exempted are the one as captured by section. Is it section 39 or whatever? Those are the ones, including INEC. INEC is trying under that. So everybody calling for INEC's chairman's head, they should go and read what protects INEC. So is INEC, Code of Conduct, and some other few agencies. Those ones are exempted. Every other thing, they are gone, including Mele Kyari. So look, we can say, okay, because I do not like Atiku. If Atiku had been the president and he's been moving this way in 3 weeks, that has been so cloudy for 8 years under Buhari, I'll be happy. I mean, look at what this guy is doing. Let's open our eyes and let's just be positive once. You don't have to like him. A lot of people do not like Biden in America, but at least when you see changes, you appreciate it. And I want to speak to just New Ribado before I leave the floor for Ekene. What Tinubu has tried to do now, and that he has successfully done, is he has basically demasculated the quote and unquote the owners of Nigeria's power, right? On the usual appointment of national security advisors. He has broken down that jinx. So he's trying to replicate what we have in the US, that necessarily we do not have to have somebody with a military background having as provided you have the wherewithal understanding of the security architecture and you know what it says, and then you can actually stand fortitude by doing what you do.
Qualifies for that.
Who?
New Ribadu.
New Ribadu. Okay, I will start like this. The current NSA in America, go and look at his profile. Go and look at Robert Gordon. Go and look at all of them. You understand if New Ribadu is qualified, probably being a black man, is eminently qualified as far as I'm.
What are his pedigrees? What are his pedigree? What is his pedigree?
Well, the pedigree is there for everybody to see. But people should be so careful and be mindful of the fact that they shouldn't.
He's just an ordinary policeman, Bobby on the base.
One man. They shouldn't take.
Can you run us through if you have it? If you have that fact,
they shouldn't take his placid nature, to read his.
For goodness' sake, he was a former police officer. I mean,
okay, that's why I say avail yourself of that opportunity to get it. I'm not going to do that for you.
I've searched through the net. I've not seen anything. So
you will get it. Your laptop should be able to have a search engine. You should be able to have it. So look, one man. Ribadu is even tempered, right? Is equable and is tranquil. He has this. Let me say, it could seem motionless or probably, like I said earlier, placid in nature, but it's a man with a rock stone mindset, and that's why some people do not want him. They don't want him because he understands the security terrain of Nigeria. He was recommended for Buhari 3 different times. Buhari never wanted him. Not Buhari. Buhari wanted him, but the powers that be never wanted him because they know what he was gonna do. So if you are talking about qualification, and then this brings me back to the hypocrisy of our mindset to as Nigerians, because when we see somebody who has head office in the past, right, a qualified lawyer, I'm not going to say to people should read, go and check it out, and then make your judgment. But if Ribadu is being questioned not to have been qualified, then we see some people in this few family here championing the cause of a certain Chinedu whose highlight on his resume is just a mere intern, and they want him to run the fifth largest economy in Nigeria. What are we talking about?
In Africa.
In Africa, sorry. What are we talking about then? So if you have to go, if you have to go hoop and back and then to actually question Ribadu, then you are so comfortable with a certain Chinedu that the only thing he has on his resume is a mere internship gig. That's it. No cognate experience anywhere in the world. And people champion that guy to be the governor of Lagos. Then you are questioning Ribadu, who was a pioneer EFCC chairman. Under his leadership, we saw probably the best years of EFCC. Of
including exposing Tinubu's corruption,
including exposing high and mighty people's corruption in Nigeria, and then he made money for Nigeria. He's not one of those people who are auctioning or probably merchandising, process of corruption, looting the loot as it used to be then under a certain Waziri. What's that lady's name? Do we know? Don't you know what happened during Ribadu's successor in office? Farida Waziri. Go and look at her record. This guy is an impeccable officer. He had a very good career ahead of him, but the Cabal never wanted him to succeed, and he was kicked out of office. And since that very day, even from his people in Anambra, in Adamawa State, and a lot of PDP folks, they are happy about this. He could have been the first person to be announced, probably the first appointment Tinubu would have made, but there have been so many challenges against him. So that was the reason Tinubu had to go through the corners to eventually make him substantive. But by and large, I want to say this to everybody. We've had our election. We've had losers. We've had winner. A winner is the president doing his job as expected.
Enigmatic, you are not saying it to everybody. You are saying it to some people. We know them. Continue, my brother.
I'm just okay. He's doing his job as he should, right? If you know you can do it better than him, good. You can go there and challenge him. Those who are not the losers, who are not okay with the outcome of the election, they know where they are supposed to be. They are there. One of them is I think he probably got even an offer in the court now. It's always in the court today. Let's leave the system run itself. And then where you see good things, celebrate and congratulate. Do not always be an opposition to good things. I'm not going to say more than that. Nigeria is in good hand, and let's hope, like I said, it maintains and sustains the momentum. So that's it.
All right, brilliant.
One man, I hope you give us the same number of time to speak, like enigmatic.
If you're as eloquent and as confident, then you can speak for as long
Really?
as you can.
We're not confident, right? So we don't be confident.
No. Of course you are. I'm only mocking around. I'm only mocking around, but
one man, you are a criminal. You are a suspect.
I want to say this. Every member of this platform and everybody that listens to us is essentially, by my reckoning, a citizen correspondent of this platform. So everybody that follows this space, I consider you to be citizen correspondents of the platform. And what do I mean by that? If there's anything impactful or significant that is happening in your area, I expect you to, we all have smartphones, to whip out your phone, take a documentation of it, a video documentation, and send it in so that we can add it to the conversations that we have. So I have that expectation, and I had that expectation of Ekene who delivered. Because Ekene, of course, you know that he's making his billions in Alaba market. And with the goings on in Alaba market now, I contacted Ekene to document exactly what Lagos State is doing there. Ekene duly obliged, and he sent this in. So this is now Ekene reporting from Alaba. He's here to expand on it. But first, let's see the reportage that Ekene sent in.
Man, a lot of places has gone down. You can see it. People are parking their buildings everywhere. But one man, I found out some things. Maybe during the platform I was saying, this is our canals. These are canals. So maybe when I come to the platform, I will explain a lot of things that are going on. But there are some areas our people are not getting it right. One man, see this foundation now. Most of these foundations are inside canal. Our people are doing it. How can you be putting foundation inside canal? Yeah? See, anyway, Sha. No, I don't know, but for me, I'll blame them in this area, in this aspect. What they did here, they are not. It's not okay. How can you be building? These places are canal. A lot of foundation are inside the canal. See, these foundations are inside canal. These foundations are inside canal. These are the things that. See, these foundations, they are inside canal. These foundations are inside canal. These foundations are inside canals. These places, now this foundation that you see here, they are inside canals. And they are demolishing it. I don't blame government. I blame our people. How can they be putting foundation inside canals? You know, I always tell you this. Come on, see everybody. We are here. One man, those buildings you see that is standing at the back, those ones have C of O. So they are not able to touch those ones. They have not started touch those ones. Those ones have C of O. So they cannot touch it anyhow. They have not touched it. So that's the situation of things now. As you can see it, those ones standing at the back. Oibo? This is their secretariat. Inside the place, this is their secretariat. The secretariat, they have put it down. The information I'm getting is that they have resolved the place. So we are waiting for what will happen at last. That is when I will be able to
The information I'm getting is that government had resell it.
So there it is. So that was a video file sent in by our citizen reporter Ekene, reporting from Alaba Market, Ojo local government area, Lagos, Nigeria. So to our citizen reporter Ekene. So Ekene, that was a video file that you sent in. But what you said at the end particularly struck me, that those spaces being demolished, the land already sold on by the government. So can I expand on that reportage?
One man, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. Thank you for giving me
good job, by the way. Good job. Well done. Carry on.
Yeah, that last report is the information on ground. In fact, it was in everybody's lips that recently. But for me, you know, I would always finalize my talk until maybe after a few months when I see what we go on there, because at last I was able to understand that most of those area was not given to Alaba at the first instance of maybe when government said they gave Alaba some section. So I was able to understand that some of the section that that the main section that Alaba approved by government is the electronics and the electrical section. That's the place we are doing business, not far from there, and the other side. So those two sections are approved, have CFO approved by government. So maybe I only say anything negative or go to the contrary when I see God. Maybe they say Alaba should go out from electronics and electrical, because people were able to confirm that Alaba is just only electronics section and electrical section. So those areas you see, a lot of people connive and sell it off a few years back. I had their case was, it's not even 7 years. They have those areas have a lot of cases in court, which is more than 18 years. Those areas towards from there to Alaba Alago, most of them have cases in court. And I was able to understand that the people that have it now are like the fourth buyers. Maybe some people, when the case they do somehow, they sell it off anyhow. Another people will buy. They sell it off. Another section will buy. So that is what has been going on in that area. So until maybe now, government decide to come in. So a lot of controversies. Those buildings that I showed you, that's why I said, people, if you want to do things, you do it in a right way, so that when you want to blame anybody, you know you have your reason to blame. I gave you some at least, but I want to debunk some things. It's not 17 building, and it's not issue of free structures. This is issue of government taking over that area, and they are pulling everything down. Because the reason they gave is that it's close to canal, which I also confirmed. Some of those buildings were inside canals, and I don't like it. I don't know. You know, in our place, they used to do competition. You have money, go and close canal, or go and close water. But those, I don't know. But the ones that have CFO is still standing. Maybe they will still later pull it down, because it will block what they are doing. If those ones standing there, if they cannot, if they don't bring it down, it will still cover that space, and it will not be useful again. They will still bring it down, but I think that maybe they are still discussing on maybe their what they will get before they will be able to bring those structures down. So I think what is going on there is an issue. It's not too much. In fact, many people are not looking towards those direction people are talking about, that maybe they're telling people to go out from Alaba or something like that. It is more of those issue has been there. That issue has been there. People, you know, it's not only Igbo. These are combined Yorubas and the Igbos coming into that place, selling lands. Then after selling it, a lot of problem begins to come out. Alaba have their section. So, but what I said about selling it back is when maybe, like what I said the other day, government has taken over that area. So, and I know for sure they have the right to do what they want to do with it. So I don't know whether it is selling back, but they have already confirmed that that place has been sold to China people. So I don't know how to judge that one. But maybe when they start their work, maybe in a few months' time, if they're able to start their work, I'll still come back here and tell you this is what is going on, that it is real, that they'll sell it to China people. So that is it.
So are you
And
saying
that's all.
that land was sold out to China people? Is that what you're saying?
That's the report I got.
So then, but it's still early now. I'm not going to accept that. But then my question is, because I some few months ago, I applied that road. I was coming from Seme area. When heavy rain fall that area, and no go area, you can't even drive past that place. When heavy rain fall, the flooding in that area is just unimaginable. So if the government is destroying those structures there, those properties there, those buildings, but for sake of because so as to give Lagos a little bit of order, because how would you build? How would you build? I don't even know Nigeria. Why would you even build a house on a canal?
You know, that's a Nigerian problem, because there was the same thing that Governor Soludo was telling us when he was demolishing buildings all over Oka, that guys that were just put and just plunking on a canal. You know, why would you do that? It's unbelievable.
That is
Yeah,
why
that is why I have the problem. Those are most of those. In fact, if you come there, you see most of those buildings are inside canal. And there's somebody like me, I cannot, even if I have the money, I cannot imagine myself going inside canal to build a. You should know that. You should know, as sensible as you are, no matter the amount of money you have, you should know that government will surely come for you. Maybe if this government didn't maybe come, another government will still come. Because they are illegal. They are illegal.
But then I blame the government too. Because like I said, I've often said on this platform, on that platform, is that you see, you don't the way the Lagos State they run Lagos State. It's I just don't know. I don't just understand the kind of governance, but I understand it's all about business for them. You see, you talk about urbanization. That road where you show us on that, where you just showed us that we saw in that video. How far is it from that dualization of that lane, that road that they are doing up to Okokomaiko? How far is it from there?
Where?
That place you just showed us. How far is that place to the road, to the main road?
No, it's very far from Okoko. Now that place is very far from Okoko.
I mean to the road, to the main road, that road that passes, that goes from Maitu, Agboju area, go down up to like Okoko.
Yeah, that's Vos now. Before you connect to Vos.
Yeah. So how far is it?
It's still far. It's not anyway. It's not far like that from Vos.
It's not on the road, but it's by the side of the road now. It's not by the side of the road.
That place is by the side of the road now.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So why would you? That's why I don't just understand. But my question is this: why would even the government open their eyes and allow people to be having such structures there, knowing the danger it portends?
And it has been going on for a very long time.
For a long time. Why now?
That place is there.
Why now?
That place has been there.
So you see, I mean, I blame both sides. I blame both the traders and I blame the government. But I'll blame the government more because they are the government. They should not have even allowed that. Even those CFO they were issuing to those houses, those structures that are close to that canal should not even be issued.
What were the local governments doing when the construction was taking place?
That's the question. Well, they don't function. The local government don't function. They only
most of them connived to most of the local government connive to sell those. You know, those Alaba big men have their way of doing things, because I can perceive that most of them are not coming out during this demolition. Most of those big men, they are not coming out. The reason being that they know what is going on. They couldn't fight back. They know what is going on. They know what they have done. You understand? And that my only concern is that place is not part of Alaba, given by government. Alaba has C of O. It's an international market, and we know the boundary. Do you understand? So the only place given by Alaba that has C of O is electronics and electrical. And they have their structure. You cannot build more than one deck inside Alaba market. And that was instruction given to them by government, and they are following it. If you come to Alaba, you will not see anything more than one decking. Do you understand? But you see those areas, you see all big upstairs, big, and even though the place is canal, they're still building 3-story building, 4-story building inside the canal. Do you understand? And that's the only fact I was able to establish, and I'm okay by it, by what I'll be able to understand that Alaba has their own place given to them by government, have their CFO and everything. So all these big men, when they begin to make money, they start to buy properties anyhow. That place is like an extension. So the fact
you keep saying all those big men as though you are not one of them. You are one of the big men now. Are you not one of the big men?
I'm not one of the big men. We are, you know the type of big men we are talking about now. We are still struggling where they are now. Those big, if those guys have money, forget to. Those boys are spending money. One man, if you come there, you see, those guys are burying money on the ground, inside the water. I still send the other videos to you where I show you the plaza that are still opening. The ones they opened last month, many of them. Those I don't know what will happen there next. But that place is outside that electronics.
You see, it's those ones that I feel sorry for, because the ones that have had it for 20 years thereabout, they would have made their money back. But these ones are just now built. They are going to cry home.
I don't know what will happen. Those guys, if you see one man, that plaza, that last plaza I sent to you, those guys spend money. They spend money. 500 million is just an assumption, because I was passing that place when they started that building. The money they are burying on the ground, trying to close that water around those areas. I don't know what will happen next for those guys, because that's my fear. When you want to do things, if government say follow this instruction, you should do it. Follow that line, so that when anything comes up, you have a case to present. In this matter now, I don't see anybody having a case to present there. What happens? I don't know if they have, but it's just like they're still building. The ones that are still building outside those Alaba area. But those ones that have CFO, it will still go down, no. But it's just that they're still negotiating. Maybe they're still negotiating.
Well, if you have CFO, you can fight the government for that.
You have a claim for compensation.
That is to say, when you do things right, you don't have to fear. You are buying a property, you go for CFO. Even though getting many people, I want to state is 90% of the structure in Lagos don't have CFO, especially in that our area. One is that it's very hard to get. That's the area that the government is not getting it well. You don't sell land. At least I understand that when you buy land, another thing that follows is your CFO before you start to build. But you don't get it. And the people are eager to invest money, build. You understand? So when you don't have that CFO.
Let me enlighten you a little bit on that CFO. I know in the Nigerian context, it's just ridiculous the way we do it over there. CFO is not issued when you actually when you buy a land. You only get a deed of land or whatever they call it. That's how it's done here. But
deed of assignment,
deed of assignment, something like that. But CFO is only given to you, like here, when you build a house, and from when you grade that site. In fact, before you even grade that site, you have to go to the local government. They will tell you that area. They will tell you what to expect about that place you want to build a house. If it's allowed and the kind of structure you want to put there. If it's residential, if it's commercial, they'll let you know that if it's not proper, you can't put it there. That's how, because there are things here. Let me just put it in the Nigerian context. So the CFO is that the structure you have on that land, it has meet the standard set by that state or that local government. But then in Nigerian context, after you buy land, you go get CFO. For me, I just look at it. What kind of stupidity is that? It's only when you meet the requirement of a structure that your structure is safe. It's how do I put it? I'm looking for that word now. Safety. that everything is okay from foundation when you build it, even at every stage of the construction. When you mount the foundation, they will come and inspect it. When you start laying those blocks and everything, and all your bars, your that rebar, whatever they call it in Nigeria, you put inside the concrete and everything, they will make sure everything is up to standard. Until when you now finish it, everything is okay, they will now issue you a C of O. But the person go buy ordinary land, you go collect the C of O. I mean, you give him license to do anything on that land, and then nobody comes there and inspects. You see, we just need to remind you so many in that country, especially Lagos should be, I think, if Lagos says they are the pace setters in all of these things, I mean, they should, for me, I believe they should, I mean, all of them claim, the governor claims to have been living here in the United States, and even the one that was there before, that is not the president, and they are all here before, and they still go back there and do crap. It makes me to wonder and question what really they are doing. So for me, I just don't know. I know the rots. There's a rot there in the system even before they came in. But if really they want to, reimagine the whole thing, redo the whole thing, they should do it right. Because you don't just issue C of O out to people just because they bought the land. It is when you mount a structure and a structure meets the standard, that is when you can issue the C of O. So for me, it just whoever is listening, they should go and sit down and look into the C of O thing they're always doing in Nigeria. It's just crap for me.
All right, round of that space, and then we want to go on to Ribadu to get it back on board with the. So round of that space, and then speak a little bit about Tinubu sacking the service chief, and then we go to Ribadu.
Okay, well, one man for me, there is nothing much to worry about. A lot of politics have been brought into that space. So, but I don't see it that way. Even if there is politics in it, the only thing I know is that if you want to do things, you do it right. So that whenever government comes for you, or whenever they want to play politics, nobody will have the right to play politics with you. So that's my only take on that. And another thing is that place is not really a place given to Alaba people. It's just an extension, and maybe government have a plan for that area, which I understand. They have another plan. They want to modernize it, and I'm very sure of that. They have another plan, and that's the reason why they are doing those things they are doing. So, and if you don't have C of O, you have lose out. That's the only thing I understand there. So government have the right to say, I want to use this area. And the only time you will get your compensation if government comes in, even if government want to come to Alaba today, I think they will provide an option for them. And if they do, that's government for you. You cannot fight government with an empty hand. You cannot just say, so the law is there. Before you build it, before you have a property there, you have to get your C of O. And that is what they didn't get right. They're just buying land, they put in structure, spending money, doing all sorts of things. Now government has come to, maybe they have an idea, they want to put up another structure there. They have the right to do that. So on Tinubu issue of what he has done, me, I don't really.
Is he making the news back home? This is what Tinubu has done.
No, the news just broke out this night. So maybe from tomorrow we'll start to have a report and the people's view on it. So, but I'm not. For me, I'm not. I'm really much interested in governance, because you see, what I know is that Tinubu will do everything to protect his government, and he only appoints the people he knows. So I think he has appointed the people he knows very well, and who are ready to work with him. He has a vision. He has a plan. So he will only include, whether positive plan or negative plan, he will only include the people that work with him towards his own plan. You understand? So I will not question him for that. But the only way I will question him is when the work now resume. The police, the Inspector General of Police, the Army Chief, all of that, the way they dispose their duty, are they going to be nepotistic or something like, just like Buhari did in his own time? So if you are going to use those people to secure the whole land in a proper way, why will I be complaining? What I need is security and other things. In custom, get things right, do it the way it will favor any other region. So with that, I'm okay. So I don't care the people he appoints. I don't know them personally. What I care is the service they give to me as an individual. So for the past few weeks now, we have an improved electricity. So we are enjoying electricity for some weeks now. So even though
just on that electricity, and just give a brief response, so that because I'm conscious that people have been waiting for a while, but on the electricity, not over the last 2 years or so, have you noticed a noticeable improvement in electricity at this? Yes, in electricity, have you noticed an improvement significant enough?
Yeah, I noticed both in the market. I
Because
noticed just
even my mother told me that it was improving, but people like Rational Mind, they will tell us it's not, but it is improving.
in fact, there was a promise that was that if there is what I had today. They said that a lot of work are going in many transformers in our area now. They are trying to put a lot of work because they say there will be especially in Lagos, because of this refinery that is in Lagos. So if your transformer is not good, go and get a new transformer and replace it, because Lagos will enjoy electricity. So who am I? I'll be happy to enjoy my electricity in Lagos now, if that is what they want to do for us.
Are you building in Lagos, Ekene? Are you building in Lagos?
Yeah, actually, but I put a break for now, maybe.
Yes, because I think you should have something in Lagos. So even if you want to retire back home, you should have. The way Lagos is going now, only a fool will not have something in Lagos. Only a fool,
I know, but for now, we are putting on some plans now. We need to. Our mind, somebody like me now, my mind is not only in Lagos now. So even if I have,
I know now, it's the same with everybody. You have your home. You have your.
I cannot fear. The fear of APC is the beginning of wisdom.
It's not like even the one that I have. I couldn't buy direct. I need to go through estate. But even at that self, that the confidence is not there much. So I have to put some break.
Look, if you can, which I know you can, because you have the capacity, buy or build in Lagos. It's just in fact, you know all the reasons why you have to have a presence in Lagos, because the way it is going in the next
Lagos,
10 years.
If the reason I have before I started was I have a lot of reasons, if not for me, for my children, because I wouldn't like to leave because for me, if somebody like me, I don't like staying far from home. I'm here to make money. So take the ones I need to take home, then reserve the other ones for the children. So that is the type of life I want to live, because I will not be going home and say, oh yeah, children, follow me. And if you have to give them something, at least give them some
a good start. Yeah, give them a good start.
Yeah. Give them a good start, so that when you retire, they can just start on their own. So that's the only plan I have for starting up a structure in Lagos. So, but anyway, nothing to fear. Let's hope the money comes, then we'll be able to complete.
What do you mean? Let's hope the money comes. I know a lot about you. You'll be surprised. All the houses, all the cars, all the babes, all those girls that you are renting apartments from in Lekki and all. They've been reporting you to me.
My wife will hear this, and
no, I'm only joking. No, Mrs. Ekene, that was just me talking nonsense. All right, brilliant. So thank you. Can I stay there? Let me go on from you and the consultant. Good to have you as well. So we'll be breaking in your voice, but let's go quickly to Ribadu then. Ribadu now, the sacking and replacing of the service chiefs. Your take, Ribadu.
Hello everyone. Good evening.
Good to have you. Yeah.
Ekene, I like the way you defend yourself from one man because even my opponent here, Hadia, is trying to give me red card for staying on phone almost every night. So it's good to yeah. And well, today is a very passionate topic, and I think Tinubu is trying. People, Nigerians, we are beginning to see the real color of the man, and let me try to be as objective as possible because I don't know if I'll start regretting because I did not vote for the guy, but in the state level I did vote for APC. One thing I don't, I'm not a party person. I vote based on what I.
Are you driving?
Where I mean, this is almost in the night, in the morning. You know, I'm at home. I'm within the compound outside.
But it's very windy there. I mean, we can hear the wind.
Yeah.
No, I think it's the router or something. Yeah, we can hear some heavy background noise.
Okay, but can you guys get me clearly?
Yeah, we can pick you out rather than get you clearly. We can, but carry on because we're so keen to hear from you. Carry on.
Okay, let me stay in the car. Perhaps it's maybe a bit better. So, yeah, as I'm saying, for me personally, I like the way it is folding out because in governance, it is the personality of the person that make the chair. The chair does not make the person. So Tinubu has started on the right path. That is a very good one for me. I like the way he did because it shows, if nothing, it shows that he really know what governance is all about. You know, and about this character, this national character commission, I think why we even bothered about it is not just about
One man,
equality.
why don't you let Robado go out and come back in? It's very terrible, man. We can barely hear him.
Yeah,
Yes.
we can barely hear you. We can barely hear you.
Oh my goodness. The thing is, there is a lot of people waiting on the back stage. So if I go out now,
I will reserve your space. I will reserve your space.
Okay, let me go out and look again.
All right, brilliant. As we wait, we are keen to hear from Ribado because he's in Maiduguri, and so we've heard from Ikene in Ojo, and then we go to the other end of the country and then hear from Ribado. So then we cover the whole of the country. But as we wait for Ribado to join us, with your permission, Rational Mind, I was going to come to you, but new voices, I would like to go quickly to them. The consultant joins us. So let's document his politics. The consultant, unmute yourself and speak to the space. You've been listening to the conversation, of course. We're talking about Tinubu's now just bombshell move, the sacking and swift replacement of the service chiefs. What are you making of it? And what are you making of Tinubu's trajectory so far in governance? The consultant, unmute. The consultant. Michael, or unmute. You have to click on that. Click on the button that says unmute. The consultant.
Is he consulting with
in Ndugurudu? He's consulting with Ndugurudu.
With the Apple and Uchewu. I mean, I'm waiting the Apple.
The consultant on mute. We're waiting for you.
I don't think.
Maybe he doesn't understand how it works.
He must have stepped away from his,
all right. Let's get back to Ribado then. Ribado, let's hear from you. Let's see if we have you better.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me now?
Oh, that's fantastic. Carry on. Yeah, that's much better. Carry on.
Yeah, as I was saying, I said that, in governance is the personality of the person that make the chair. The chair does not make the person. And I really like the way he started. He started with a very good steam. And this shows that he know the workability of governance, the nook and crannies of it. As you can see, I think he's the first president since 1999 that came with a very drastic changes like that, very bold. So it's a very good development. And people, even this evening, when the news broke out, people are beginning to ask where the service chiefs coming from, how did they share it, all sort of stuff like that. But as I believe is, when you can deliver, when the Nigerians people know that, yeah, this guy is the right person to have in that position, people will not worry much about where he's coming from. It's all about the capacity of the person wielding that position. So I think it's a plus. For me, I can give him a plus, seriously. I respect him. I don't know if in the future I will regret not voting him. But for now, he's giving us what we want, what we have been waiting for. I hope it will continue that way. I really, really hope. Yeah,
But Roberto, just in terms of, as much as we like to speak, we like to say competence, we always play to the tribe in Nigeria. But in terms of this as security reshuffle that he has done, 2 slots went to the south, 2 slots rather went to the southwest, 2 slots went to the northwest, 1 slot went to the northeast, 1 slot went to the southeast, and 1 slot went to the south. So in terms of federal character, does that satisfy you? We're not saying the North Central there, but in terms of federal character, does that satisfy you?
Well, it is this. We did not have the full picture yet. Okay, it's after when he rolled out his cabinet. I think that was when we will have the full grasp of the direction. Excuse me. Okay. So for now, I think it's just wise for all of us to reserve judgment until when his whole cabinet is complete. But for now, there is nothing to worry about. I think it's okay. It's a normal thing. And I think eventually we will grow out of this habit of mining where the appointees are coming from, because all this is a product of the history where we are coming from, from regional government, to military dictatorships, all this, so that was what put fear into people, you understand. So but I think eventually time will tell. It will come. I hope we will be prudent enough we will be prudent enough to prefer quality than ethnicity or region. Okay, that is my hope. And
all right, buried under this security reshuffle is another volley of special advisors. Hadiza Bala Osman, special advisor, policy coordination, Hanatu Musa Musawa, special advisor, culture and entertainment, Senator Abdullahi Abubakar Gomel, senior special assistant, National Assembly matters for the Senate, and Honorable Olarewaju Kunle Ibrahim, senior special assistant, National Assembly matters, House of Representatives. So 4 names, but the one that pops out is Hadiza Bala Usman, who, as you know, was the czar of the Nigerian Ports Authority not that long ago, fingered by Representative Honorable, Kazuare. So what are you, because she's always been a controversial figure, and the expectation was that she should have been shipped out with the Buhari administration, along with the Rotimi Amechis and the Abubakar Malamis, but here she is resurfacing as a senior person in Tinubu's administration. What is your assessment of this woman, Hadiza Bala Usman?
Well, I can give you part of it, because as I tell you, I think we will come back and sit on this platform and talk more elaborate when we get the full complement of the team. Okay, but if you notice, have you noticed that all those appointees were underdogs? All the SA he appointed, most of them, almost 90% of them were underdogs. Okay, these are people that have been battling in their various states or even within the federal parastatal they were heading. I don't really like the woman because I don't perceive her as clean. But one thing I can tell,
she's very well spoken though. If you listen to her speak, she will
yeah,
seduce you with her language.
you understand. One thing I will tell you with certainty is that all his appointments were not by accident. Okay, and all his appointment, none has been done for compensation yet. You understand, like Buhari did. None. As you can see, he don't give a damn about what people will say. He is just from the body language, So if he really appoint this woman, then there is a lot of reasons. I think we have to dig deeper and see how, because during during Buhari regime, there is a lot of puppets on appointments, on sitting on their authority, but the really power behind them are some certain people somewhere else sitting somewhere, drawing the strings. So in fact, he even gave me the reason and curiosity to really, go deep into that woman and see what I can find personally on my own. One thing we all know, I think she's quite a capable woman, okay, and but we don't know how holy she is yet. So I think she's an interesting character, and as far as Asiwaju is concerned, I've told you even before he came into power that he has ability for picking good lieutenants. So this might also contribute to that factor. But still, I think we still have time to see, and that's it on Hadiza. And also on the, yeah.
Ribadu, take us to Ribadu, because of all of the appointments. So we've spoken about the ethnic. We will still go there a little bit, but let's go to Ribadu first. Well, your namesake, really. So I suspect that you're already prejudiced in his favor because you share the same name. But that caught people off guard somewhat because even though the anticipation was there, but still the subsisting argument that traditionally senior members of the military forces or somebody that has a backdrop in defense intelligence, something that reaches beyond just the ordinariness of policing, is more suited to that role. And if you look at the relationship between Ribadu and Tinubu, is long and deep standing. You remember Tinubu put him up as a presidential candidate a few decades ago. So is this a case for job for the boys, Ribadu?
No, it is not. I don't want to sound sassy, okay? But let me give you a classical example. Do you know today the most powerful intelligence organization in the world is CIA? And the best director they ever had was Alan Dulles. And he did not come from the military background. He did not come from the intelligence community. He was a lawyer. And he's the best performing, okay? In fact, he was the one who gave CIA the authority that today they are enjoying. So on that, when we were talking of that, I think.
Hold on. But then did he rise from the rank? Was he already working within the CIA and he rose to that rank, or he just came from outside?
Are you talking of Alan Dulles?
Yeah.
No, the predecessor of CIA was OSS. So during the second World War, it was Donovan, Bill Donovans, okay, which happened to be a client of the Dulles brothers chamber low chamber. Okay, so even before the CIA was formed, he was indeed quite working for the intelligence community. But the point I'm trying to make here is this: coming from different background, if you have the capacity, will not stop you from heading any intelligence organization as far as you are capable.
It should. It's not. Well, go on. Maybe with my own submission, I'm just trying to interject you just to see your view on that. But it's okay. Just go on.
All right. He's not just my namesake. We also share blood. Okay. And
look at that. Look at that. So it's
of course.
Are you the same new bad we're talking to? I hope you're not the same.
Congratulations if you are the same. Are you the new NSA? Let's just get that out of the way. Are you?
No, it's not like that. It will shock you that he knows, even he himself, he knows that I don't back him because I have my own reasons. Okay, it's a family stuff. But Ribado, I'm not trying to press my clan, but wherever you find Ribado, you can call them a lot of things, but I bet you'll never call them incapable or if you can even prior to Ribado, we had Mahmoud Ribado, that's my grandfather. He was the first defense minister of this country. Okay, prior to independence, he held a lot of positions, and then he died 1965. He was one of the people that gave Nigerian army their backbone. He was the one who established Nigerian Air Force. It was his brainchild, and he was also part of the people that pushed for modernization of Lagos then. So it's not surprising because he's Ribadu, but I think he would have been more useful if he was given like the Police Service Commission, because that was his primary territory. He will have bring all the reform we would have loved to see in the Nigerian police. Everybody in Nigeria today knows the challenges that Nigerian police are facing, from underpayment, from the corruption, from all this. Look at their barracks. If you believe me, one man, if you go to police barrack in Maiduguri and they tell you people are living in those buildings, you will be shocked. So
look at the one in Lagos too. Man, you can't allow your dog to even live there.
So had it been he was given a place that he broke his tooth there, I think he will be more useful to the government. But nevertheless, NSA, and it's a sensitive chair. But the issue is the cardinal responsibility of NSA is, after analyzing all the report brought by the military and paramilitary organizations to the president desk, it's his primary role to analyze it, sit down with the security team, then advise the president on where to go, left or right. So most of his capacity or his ability or his resources will be dormant in that seat. Okay, and I don't know if there is.
Yeah. You don't want to consider his background, being an intelligent officer, that the position they give him now, he married based on the fact that he's coming from intelligent background.
I did not say.
Who is intelligent background? Who is intelligent background?
Ribadu.
Where? When was that? Being a detective is an intelligent background.
Oh,
no. He do came from intelligence background. Okay.
What course did he do?
Lawyer.
Excuse me. When he was in Lagos, because most of his career he spent it in Lagos, for chunk of time he spent in Lagos, he was in the criminal CIB, or what they call the
FCID.
police criminal division.
FCID.
You understand?
Okay. So is that intelligence? Is that what you call intelligence? We're so ridiculous in that country.
Why are you
so waiting. So, yeah, go on.
Why are you doing this?
Right now,
I just read his profile. I just went on your profile. I just saw it now. A while ago when I was
listen. Excuse me. I just gave you example with Alan Dulles. Okay. This guy.
No, you cannot. That's the point. That's the problem. You cannot compare the guy you're just mentioning with him. The Alan Dish you're talking about. If you find,
why not?
I have to
Why
go
not?
online now. If you find out very well, it's not from outside. He must have worked within the CIA and rose to that rank for him to be to lead the CIA. They can't just bring him out.
No, but I'm not sure that you are drawing the right analogy there. Rational mind. He couldn't have worked within the NSA. There's never been a case that I'm not even sure that the NSA is structured for that career projection to head the.
One man.
I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean, one man? What are you saying?
One man. Let me answer him. Okay. Let me satisfy his curiosity.
Carry on.
What I want rational mind to understand, he's not giving the National Security Agency in his hand. Okay, he's an advisor on national matters, on national security matters to the president. It's not like he's heading a whole intelligence organization. That is what I think you fail to understand. Okay, and let me tell you.
No, sorry, you continue now. Let us understand this. Let us understand this. Now, this guy that is there, Moguno, he is a NSA. He has an office in the NSA. He sits in that new office he just built. He has an office in there. Now, are you saying that New Ribadu will not be the one taking that office that this guy, Moguno, is vacating? Is that what you're telling me? Or is just a senior special advisor?
No, it's not the office, it's the role. I think it's the role.
I know the role, the office, that's what I'm saying.
One man. Jesus Christ, these guys. Listen, let me tell you something. Having an office in a building does not make you the commander or the head of that building or that office, okay? Anyway, please let me just make my. I don't know. You do your own.
Carry on, Ribadu. Yeah.
You understand? So what I'm trying to say is this: I know Uncle No Ribadu since when I was a baby. Okay, he's one of the most smartest lawyers in the family. Okay, but forget about all that. My point that I'm making, even if I will sit before him this very moment, I will tell him, Uncle, look, if they have given you police service commission, you will have been more productive to the nation than this seat they have given you. That is one. And second, I don't know if our law allow an ex-serviceman to be an IG, okay? Because if there is like what happened with custom during Baba Buhari regime, he brought an ex-military person and put him as a custom boss. I don't know if the laws of the country allow something like that to happen with the police. Because one thing I know is for sure is this: he's not a perfect person. We have our own problems with him, okay? But one thing I will assure you is Uncle Ribadu is never corrupt. And he's somebody that is very.
It's suddenly turned into Uncle Ribadu. I'm sure you ought to go and collect dollars. I mean, look at this guy.
No, it's not like that. If I call his name directly like this, he will not consider that this is a social platform or something. He will just say that I like discipline. You understand? So the issue is this: if he were given an IG, I don't know if the law will allow that, okay? He will really bring a thorough change from top to bottom, okay? Because a lot of things, and the Nigerian police need fixing. We are understaffed, you know. They are understaffed, they are underpaid, they are undertrained, you know. And when it comes to IT, they are left far behind. Even chat here. If you go to chat, because I was there last year when I went for my mapping, you know, if you see the gadgets that people are using in acquiring human intelligence, it will shock you. So we need a lot of training in the police force, and a lot of drastic change need to be brought about. Okay, so had it been he was given a place that he know black and white, we will see more of the Ribadu personality than being in an NSA. Because no matter how smart or how intelligent or how well experienced he is, I know he had a lot of international courses, and after all, the guy is a product of NIPS, Kuru, National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. So what are we talking about? When it comes to capacity, that one is there is nothing to doubt there. But the issue is, can he really fly at full wings in the place where they placed him than where we just mentioned? That it's one. Then let me deviate a little. I think despite the fact that Tinubu almost brought all the existing structures of, the heads of all the parastatals, ministries, and departments, is a good thing. But one thing I pray or I hope to see under his administration is decentralization. Okay, because most of what brings this corruption is you find duplicative agencies under a ministry. You find a lot of different department agencies, parastatal under one ministry, that they are almost copying each other.
Yes, just to insert this little bit in there, Ribadu, I've never really understood the need for ICPC and EFCC at the same time. Are they not doing the same function?
That is one. Governance is an interesting thing. Governance is an interesting topic. This is why I tell you that is the person that make the position. The position does not make the person. Had it been Nuribad was given ICPC, today it would have been the premier anti-graft agency in Nigeria, not EFCC. You understand? So this is exactly what I'm saying. And even the police force that we are having, the civil defense came into being. And if you look at their mandate, their objective is almost the same. So instead of us to centralize things, because centralization and training are the basis of excellence in security matters. Okay, it has to be centralized. It has to follow thorough chain of command, a very rigid format of chain of command. But if you see, there is a lot of lapses. We have a lot of lapses when it comes to security issues. And what will even surprise you, it's not like we lack the intelligence or the human resources. No. You will not know that Nigerian police are smart till something happened, you went to the police station. The perspective that you are looking at it, if they bring you their own interpretation, then you will just stand there like a fool standing in the middle of the field. So there is a lot of cases this is just police we are talking about, okay? Our security agents we are talking about. Imagine there is a lot of how will I put it, on other, like in education. Okay, now in education, for instance, you have, I think during Goodluck regime or who we have some few university of education, right? And we have College of Educations. You will see Federal College of Education Technical, and then you will see Federal College of Education Conventional. So, I mean, if they are trying to give precedence to technical education, what is the importance of Federal University of Technology? And look at the biasness that are coming in those certificates. You see somebody did his HND for God's sake. Even still, we have federal polytechnics. Polytechnics are established mainly to cater for technical education. So you will see a professor there or a PhD doctor there. What if they would pull them together in one bank? Imagine the discussion they will have, imagine the workshops they have, imagine the progressive ideas that will come out of those people. And after all those thorough training, you see a HND holder going looking for an employment, and when certainly you see somebody with BSc university degree, he will not be given a fighting chance. So we have a lot, seriously, there is a lot of lapses in the system, So I hope the Tinubu administration will centralize the system, match all those
To be fair, even under the Buhari administration, they were talking about the duplicitousness of a lot of these parastatals agencies, etc. It's just too overblown, and I think that conversation was already being had in governance, and I suspect that they were already putting in place consolidation and winding down. I think Oronsoye report all of that embedded.
One man, please. When we are talking of progressiveness, don't bring Baba Buhari, please, for heaven's sake.
No, we can't. He did some things, so let's not condemn him totally. He did one or two things. He did.
I'm just praying to God to give me opportunity to see Baba Buhari one day, one-on-one, before he die. Okay? Because let me tell you something. The most humble or the most honorable government scheme that Obasanjo introduced was National Health Insurance Scheme. Okay? And they brought a brother of mine, Professor Yusuf Usman. Okay? This man left his lucrative job in the West, is it Europe or America? One of, I can't recall. He left, he came back, honor the call of the government. I don't know, maybe if I find one of his clip, I will send it to you, but I would like you to do research and find out what happened with NHIS. After coming, he went almost 4 countries in Europe, searching for a template, a perfect template to come and introduce a Nigerian system. He couldn't find. He went to US. He couldn't find. At last, he came to Cuba. It was in Cuba that he saw some certain amount of positivity in their system when it comes to health. Mind you, I'm talking about health here. When he came back, this one, he by the grace of God, he was able to bring one of the fine blueprint in the whole world, put it together locally here with our technocrats. But what happened? Between NHIS and the hospitals, okay, there is people they are called medical administrators. Okay, what they do is they will be the one to provide the medication and the system backing the coverage of people. In fact, I think even the Senate and the House of Assembly, they have to go to the Senate and the House of Assembly to fight over that issue. What happened? The cabal, the medical clean fraternity, they what? They stood against that guy, and at the end of the day, they suspended him. He was kicked out. He was disgraced. And the whole country knows what that guy, he stand in the Senate and telling the Nigerian people. So I cannot quote the figure because I cannot recall, but he announced the figure in the House, in the Committee of Health. Is it Senate or combined, either Senate and House Committee on Health? He says, these people, look at them here sitting. He was pointing his hand. He said, look at them here. Tell the Nigerian masses, where did you hide the billions of naira that NHIS is paying you and you did not provide that medication? But what did they do? Nothing. And you're telling me that Baba Buhari did something fair? If he was really has the interest of Nigeria at heart, couldn't he have stepped in and say, okay, enough is enough, what is happening? He did not even set a committee, I think, to go and check all these things. So Baba Buhari is the worst president that ever happened to Nigeria. He's the worst thing that has ever happened to us. We wasted 4 years out of nothing. He took us almost 20 years back. So I pray and Tinubu.
What are you making of Tinubu's sacking of all of the heads of the parastatals agencies, etc., and government companies, and asking them to hand over to their palm sex? So that of course, that would have been a story by itself, of course, if we did not have the service chiefs So what are you making of that? It's just a total cleansing of the system, isn't it? But then who does it replace them by? That is the $1 million question.
No, the issue, I like his, I think he learned from history. The guy is aware. People are calling him old and this, that, and that, you know. I respect him. I respect his policy. And let me give you one classical example. During Jonathan, this is a very sensitive issue I'm about to speak, so I beg your pardons, all of you. During Jonathan regime, when Boko Haram was raging and they kidnapped Chibok girls, everywhere in the north were shouting this, that we are going to be overrun. What this guy did, he went to South Africa, hired a military contractor, like mercenaries, okay? He brought them into Nigeria. He handed them over to the army. Those people, they came, that is black water for you. They came to Borno, train our special forces, okay? When they train our special forces, their first objection was to retrieve those Chibok girls. And after they retrieved some of the Chibok girls, they were given a new mandate to try and disarm and bring a sanity to the system and to fight Boko Haram to the last stand. So what they did, they divided their team into two, Northern Borno and Southern Borno. So the Southern Borno segment of the platoons or the company or whatever, they were able to defeat Boko Haram 100% on the southern part of Borno. That is why up to date, Southern Borno did not suffer casualties compared to the north. Okay, that is why up to date is only Southern Borno that are farming. But what happened at that scenario, because it's a sensitive issue, he did not come out and tell Nigerians that this is what I did. Some people come here and start saying, hey, he brought Khan soldiers are killing Muslims up and down, this and that, you know, and the whole population accepted that scenario. It was after he left power. Immediately he left power when Buhari came, he suspended that military contract. And those white people, they went back to South Africa. So it was after he left, then now we realized that it was people from the north, like Sambo Dasuki, that were exploiting the system. The fault did not lie with Goodluck Jonathan. That's the cardinal truth. You understand? So if Tinubu now come and he dismantle and flush the system, I think he's learning from history. You will not just come and appoint people you don't know in a sensitive place, because it may backfire. You may even lose control of the government, like the way Baba Buhari, the incompetent Baba Buhari did. So I think he did the right thing. Okay, he really did the right thing. Eventually, position will avail themselves where he can put people based on merit or based on your politics zones and all that. But the core machinery of the government, because it's not just a minister, that can, let me tell you, some of the ministers, they will finish the entire tenure of 2 years or 4 years, they don't even know name of some of their parastatals or agencies. So the working of a government machinery is not just the minister. Yeah, the minister will give you the spirit. The minister may give the ministry some certain attitude and identity if he has strong personality. But it is the technocrats, is the civil service under that ministry that constitute the real machinery and performance of the government. So I think what he did it very well. And I pray he will try and what they call it, and bring stop to this contract re-engagement of staff after retirement. They will see somebody retires a director or a PAMSEC, and they will still retain him and give him a contract to stay for another 2-3 years. I hope he will do away with all that, so that at least the fresh and young blood will have the chance to be promoted and then contribute their own quota. So it's a really
He has to, Ribadu, he has to do something significant and impactful in terms of the Southeast in order to show that he is running an all-encompassing government. Because of course, you know we are never far from it. The drumbeats of ethnic bias is already starting to rattle in the distance. So, and it's going to get louder, and you know how quickly that can amplify. And if that gets out of hand, they will frustrate him. So he has to do something impactful and significant in the direction of the Southeast. But if he has filled all of the important positions in government with people from the North and the Southwest, what is left for the Southeast? And he has to do more than infrastructure. He has to show them an importance in governance.
okay. Let me now change my cap and come to Nigerian space. Okay. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you to some extent. But what I'm trying to tell you is still people are waiting to see the ministers that are coming before you will see the real trouble. Okay. And I think he started doing it right by even supporting Akpabio, for the Senate president. I think even now that is quite a commendable move. And maybe if they can get 1 or 2 or 3 strong ministers that are coming from there, it will be also nice. Okay. But I don't know what is between the Yorubas and the Igbos. Okay. But he's a politician. That first of all, he's a politician. Okay. And then secondly, he, you know, the number of vote he got from that zone. Okay. But for equity and for peace to reign in the country, I agree with you that he really has to do something. And look at the likes of Rochas Okorocha are there. These are well meaningful Igbos that are capable and are well known and are well accepted. Everybody knows the track record of Okorocha. And the few, let him not go and bring somebody like Igege again. You understand? So hopefully, I think if you look at the antecedent of this past 20 days, they are just smart. Okay. The Tinubu cashing ticket is one of the wonderful things that I have ever seen. You understand? So I think they had already that in calculation. So it's just for us to have patience and see how it's going to turn out. But I'm telling you, these people, they were prepared, especially on the Tinubu side. He waited. Remember what he said? He said political power cannot be served to you like in a restaurant, like, you know? He said you have to grab it and run away with it, isn't it? So that is prior of him coming into power. And do you think person with such mentality will allow a room for political miscalculation? He will not. That man, if he is alive and healthy, is going to rule Nigeria for the next 8 years to come. Okay. So I think we shouldn't worry. Let us see the full complement of the administration. And then eventually, as I said earlier, if people are getting result, if people are getting what they anticipated from the governance, even if they are getting 60 or 70%, I am telling you, all this noise that we are expecting that will come up will not. Because Nigeria is becoming, despite the challenges, we are not there yet, but I think we are becoming more integrated. Because today, if you ask me, I will tell you my favorite spot to have holiday is in the Igbo land. Because I like their food, I like the people, they welcomed me, which I think a few years ago will not be like that. You understand? So eventually, and people begin to understand today, no tribe in Nigeria can survive on its own politically. No tribe in Nigeria can take themselves into power politically. You know, none. So people
and Buhari
has
tried it 3 times and failed. Olule, according to Tinubu, Olule.
So you understand. So even for their own political ambition, the elite will have to preach the gospel of tolerance to people, and then eventually, because of the trade and the integration, eventually things will relax. You understand?
All
If
right.
not because of, yeah.
Go. Carry on, land that point.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, if not because of incompetency of Baba Buhari, even this Kanu Namdi of a stop and Biafra uprising, we wouldn't have witnessed it. I mean, look at Yar Adua. Late Yar Adua was from Katsina too. Can you see how he handled the Niger Delta militants? Have you ever? Today they are one of the most productive youth in the country. So I mean, if you see crisis brewing, if you see crisis trying to open the closet, it's because of the incompetency of the leaders. But if you have competent people with good policy, with zeal to do the implementation and go through it and supervise it and make sure it's being done, when you say I'm going to do A and you did that A to only 60 or 70%, nobody is going to bother you. Nobody is going to mind. Because, I mean, if an Igbo man is giving me what a Fulani man cannot give me, why should I complain? So that's just it. So I hope we'll keep seeing more and more of them.
All right, Ribado, talking about the politics of tolerance, let me take you to Kano State. And we're talking about tolerance. I'm not sure there's that much tolerance going on in Kano State at the moment. I'm not sure who has visited Aso Rock more since Tinubu became president, either Yemsen Wike or Kwakwanso. So the news now coming through now that Kwakwanso is being considered, and there's a very strong consideration being given to it as well for the Minister of Defense portfolio. So he was still in Aso Rock just as early as yesterday, trying to align himself with the Tinubu administration. And so now, when Tinubu was campaigning, there were two fixtures everywhere that Tinubu went in the whole of Nigeria, and I can bring you endless clips. Everywhere that Tinubu went in the whole of Nigeria, there were two fixtures. To the right, Kashim Shettima, and to the left, Ganduje. So now, Ganduje put his heart and soul into that campaign, and now, the moment now of payback, his arch rival, Kwakwanso, now the golden boy, now the darling of the government. So what are you then making then of this bromance that is going on between Tinubu and Kwakwanso?
Wow. Okay. In Fulani language, there is what they call plaku. Plaku is a code of conduct that qualify you as a Fulani man. Okay. Ganduje, is a Fulani man, Toro and Toro. Okay. And Konkoso is a Yoruba man. I hope you know that.
Yeah, it's from you are laughing, I know.
So you see, and I don't know what rational mind will say when Konkoso become the Minister of Defense.
But Ganduje is an in-law to Yoruba people now, to Ibadan people.
Yeah, I know that.
Just to balance that, both of them.
I appreciate. I appreciate that reminder to tell you how naturally Fulani are with power. They know how to cultivate influence. Okay. So I think political career or political relevance of Ganduje is becoming to an end. Because okay, let's have this talk on platform of politics only. Okay. First, Ganduje did not deliver APC in Kano. Okay. Then, second, everyone in Nigeria knows the role Konkoso played when it come to not coming into same camp with Atiku. and that also give APC a very big edge. You understand? The same thing, just like what Wike did. So I think Ganduje will see a lot of disappointment in few months to come. And one thing, even when it come to personality, okay, even though he is far more educated than Konkoso, I think yes, he's if not my governor here, Ganduje is a very well learned somebody. He has masters and PhD in human psychology. You understand, and he's quite. Only if you see his publication, you will know that the guy is educationally good. But the issue is he allow greed to overshadow his intellect, because everybody knows the history of Ganduje when it comes to money, when it comes to corruption. I think he even went to court to get a role over to stop EFCC from investigating something like that. Sha. I was told by a friend, but I'm not certain. So Ganduje will see a lot of disappointment, because definitely this administration, if they will be fair to Konkoso, he deserves to be carried along. You understand? And the body language of the presidency is showing exactly that. That is one. And then second, if I were Ganduje, I'll just try and pack my bag and find where to run and hide myself out of Nigeria. So I think this is my take.
All right, all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Hear from Rational Mind, who I think he completely disagrees with everything that you've just said. So, Rational Mind, you're up next. So the totality of the conversation, but really leading from the dismissed, then subsequently immediately replaced service chiefs at the speed of the moves by Tinubu. I know you're not a fan, but really, for somebody that they told us was old and decrepit and will only ever really be there to just like a outway house to heaven, he's certainly moving at pace. Rational Mind.
Yeah, I still hold on whatever you call him. Yeah, so I think it's still a senile looking man. You can tell, except one is blind. He doesn't want to see the man for what he is. But I will give it to him that it seems like he's working, and the work that we're seeing that he's doing, or whatever we see that we're seeing in the news space. Constantly, we're seeing some kind of new thing that is bringing into the governance. Recently, now, a few hours ago, he sacked the service chiefs and replaced them with new people. Well, it shows that the guy is working, but how far these things he's doing, how it will translate to success, and it will bring something, that real change that Nigerians they yearn for, is yet to be seen. But however, I will give it to him that even though he's senile looking, it looks like somebody that will not even last days from now, but then he's still doing. Yeah, I will give that to him. But so what? By saying that it looks like somebody's good, but I just don't get. I don't wish death upon him. But I mean, he's an old man. Nevertheless, he's working, and then he's going for his booster shot in a few days from now, or maybe he has already gone. We're yet to even know what is going on that. So our reporters reported some views a few days ago, and then they're confirming it that yes, he's going for 3 days, and they said he's going for a walking visit. The walking visit that these people they go, we don't even see. I mean, I don't even understand what is going on in that country, and how these people they've kind of like they've shaped our way. The way we see things now is like the more you see, the less. I mean, how do they say? The more you see, the less you see. I don't know.
The more you look,
the more you look, the less you see. Yeah. So it's I mean, it goes, and then we don't see any picture of. I mean, when world leaders visit other world leaders in their country, we see videos of the interaction. I mean, when you go to Champs-Élysées and then you go see Macron, and then we should be seeing a picture of him in Champs-Élysées with Macron welcoming him. even the so-called senile-looking, what's it called, Cameroonian president when he went to, is it Gabon or was it Cameroonian? When he went, we saw the picture. Even it looked like it was going to fall down. It was going to trip and fall down in minutes. So we saw pictures, we saw images, we saw videos of him being welcomed. So why are we not seeing anything about Tinubu? We just hear he goes to France or he goes to somewhere in Europe, and then the next thing is back, and then we say,
we saw imageries of him in Paris with Gbajabiamila going for a morning walk. Did you not say that? Do you want me to dig it out?
No. I saw that, but do you understand what I'm saying? He went for a walking visit. That he went to see investors. So okay, look at it. That last time we heard before he took over.
You want to see him sat on a round table with white people. We want pictures with Onyebo.
Ordinary Anthony Blinken. If he goes out, we saw the picture of him with the Chinese foreign minister. We saw him with Saudi Arabia crown prince. We saw him with all kinds of dignitaries.
No, we've seen Tinubu with functionaries from other government. But
where? Outside or in Nigeria?
Well, in Nigeria, but if he's having meetings with business people, then those meetings are confidential.
What are we talking about? What are you trying to do? Why are you rewriting this? I said when he goes out, we hear him before he took over from Bubu. We heard he was working or whatever meeting with business people. Where are the pictures? No pictures.
Yeah, but you don't often instances see pictures of that sort of meeting. What I'm saying to you is that you see pictures of meetings with functionaries of other governments. But you don't often instances see.
Don't do this. You.
Am I wrong?
Abuse of our mental. You see, that's why I come on your platform. I always go with that. I say your mental health is important to you. Nigeria will beat you down. They will rewire your way of thinking. What are you talking about, woman? When dignitaries go, except they go for a private thing, like, okay, I'm going for a checkup. We know sometimes when some of these corrupt African leaders goes, they don't even, in their countries, they don't even show pictures of them going with it. But he said he's going for, to meet dignitaries, to meet business people. At least we'll see pictures or we'll see videos of him sitting on a round table.
No, you don't. For reasons of industrial espionage or espionage.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What is that? Did you even hear what you just said? Industrial espionage. What does that even mean?
Because these business people, they don't want their rivals knowing
what they're up to. Come on, woman, call me that. That's no disrespect.
Look at rational mind. The naivety.
You just want to condition us to this way of Lagado people of thinking in Nigeria. I would never support.
Hello, but rational man, has it been to France for the summit? They claim
I don't know. I think it's next week. Let's go on.
So rational man, why are you attacking this man now? He has not been to the summit. So what is the
rational mind?
I'll ask a question. Let everybody ask on that.
Yeah. Forgive me, please, for interjecting because I will go.
You go.
Okay. You see, I think what I want to say is I'm saying this from the depth of my heart, okay, with all sincerity of purpose.
Okay.
As I tell you earlier, I did not vote for Tinubu, and I don't know if I'm going to regret that later. But I think as a leader, he understands his limitation. Okay? And the reason why I'm telling you this, I don't know if you have watched his interview in the Chatham House prior to the election.
I did.
Yeah, you see the way all the question he was delegating it to people, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yes. So if you can take a clue from that interview, even when he was a governor of Lagos, the guy he's not vocal. Okay, so apart, yes, everybody knows he's quite old. Okay, and maybe he may have some his own medical challenges, but the issue is this: I think his personality too need to be recognized. From day one, Tinubu is not a vocal person. He's more of a do the work and let the work do the talking. You understand? So this personality of him compounded with age will make people perceive him as sorry if I can say senile or something. You understand? But I think by now we should at least trying to appreciate him. The guy know what he is capable and what he is not capable. So from that is why even during his prime age, he is very good at picking good lieutenants because he knows he's not an orator or a charismatic speaker that will project power by mere presence, like Gamal Al Nasser of Egypt. Those are personalities that when they stand and talk, you understand, they will leave you with no doubt. But mind you, one of the best performing president in the US was a cripple. He doesn't walk upright. He is always on a wheelchair. So I think if he can have the energy to stand the pressure of governance and continue with that perfection of delegating authority and responsibility to lieutenants that are capable, you understand, I think we will see a very good part of him. So please, let us not just ridicule the guy. Let us give him that grace, let us understand that it's also part of personality. It's not just medical issue or something. It has always been part of his personality to be withdrawn, to be more private compared to other leaders. So this is what I'm trying to say. Sorry for
just to add on to what come in, Prince. Yeah, Prince, come in.
Oh yeah, thanks, Rational Mind. I was going to ask, thanks, One Man, Rational Mind, a question. Rational Mind, do you despise people with disability?
Come on. What kind of question is this? I mean,
well, it's a legitimate question because like four or five times in just like few sentences, you called him a senile man.
Don't do this, dude. Don't do this. Don't do this, please. I'm not. I have nothing against.
Well, it sounds like you do. You may say so because you're equating his old age. Hold on, you're equating his old age.
I have somebody older than him in person of my own father, who is also senile, looking like him. So no disrespect.
Well, see, that's the problem. You can't because somebody's old does not naturally naturally equate that person to be senile. It doesn't compute, especially if the person is performing. And I think Roberto was saying earlier, Tinubu's always been a delegator. It doesn't matter because it's old. That's always been his style of governance, and we saw that in Chatham House also, deferring to people with expertise. That's a leader right there. The notion that you despise the man, it should be irrelevant to his performance. Rational mind.
Dude, you don't use such word as despise. I don't like using such word like that. Why do you say I despise?
Sir, you just called the man a senile 5 times in a row. What do I say? I'm not making things up.
Yeah. For the fact I call him a senile-looking person, does not mean I.
Well, that's very derogatory. It's a derogatory statement. A word to use for
to you. It is. If you look at the meaning of the word senile in the dictionary, you get what I'm talking about.
Rational mind.
It looks weak. It looks frail. It looks like it needs some rest. It doesn't need to be stressed. So yeah, my dad looks like that. So what's the point? Why are you trying to equate that to mean that I have issues with?
Well, that's why I presented I made my pronouncement as a question and asked you, do you despise people with disability?
You kept going on like there's something to it more than what I just said.
Well, see, okay. There's a dictionary definition for something and also a technical definition. We can look in the dictionary and see the definition of senile, but we all know the way you've always approached Tinubu is not by mere definition.
Yeah, you go.
But that's okay.
It's not okay. It's not okay. It's just you are really more meaning to it than what I've just said. You get it. So I don't know if you get it, but I'm just saying, no disrespect. I do not. I see him for who he is.
You don't despise him. You just hate him.
I don't despise. I don't hate him. I just don't like his
You
politics.
don't despise or hate him.
No,
You just
listen, I don't just
loathe him. You loathe him.
no, there's no loading here. Listen. I'm not. You do think I go about like every day? I sleep, I drink.
Does he haunt your dreams? Does he haunt your dreams? Does he haunt your dreams?
Come on, this is politics. We're talking politics here. We're talking about.
I think we should try to understand the position of rational mind.
I think only Ajana Gogo understands me here. Everybody just want to.
He doesn't hate Tinubu, but he hates his politics. And he has told us this several times. I don't know why some people want to see rational mind as
it's okay. It's okay. Let's just
no, we're just teasing him anyway.
We're just teasing him. For me,
all right, cool.
Yeah. So for me, what I'm not saying is that we need to see videos that don't just continue lying to us. When people lie like this, what else can they not do? If they lie, tell us, oh, he's going to see his doctors. Like somebody was suggesting, was it Kulata the other day? Can you fly those doctors down to Nigeria so that this constantly we see our leaders going abroad? It's how do I say? I don't know, I'm just trying to do the word right now. I'm looking for that word. How does people look at us? It's embarrassing. Yeah, I think that's the word I'm looking for. It's embarrassing that our own leaders are going abroad when we have the best doctors in the world. But still, we maybe don't have the medical infrastructure. Why don't you create that? Or even bring those doctors, if they are specialists over there, bring them down here. So like Kulata was suggesting the other day, and I know a lot of people are suggesting that, even for Bubu back then too. Why can't they bring them back here? And if you're going to see them, just simply tell us, yeah, he's going to see his doctors. And then to hell with that. What's the big thing about it? And then, I mean, everybody gets old, everybody gets under the weather from time to time. Why not? So, but why you lie to us that he's going to see people that has to do with national or matter of national interest, and then you use that, and then next thing is going, and then you never release photos of anything being done over there, and it makes us doubt your person. I think people are the same criminals that they are, always lying to us, propaganda. That's what I'm saying, woman. That's what I hate about these people. So be honest if you want to be honest about it. So that's on that. So on the question you asked me about what was that? Is the sacking of these people? Yeah. For me, I think it's a mixed thing for me. In that I think he needs to bring in his own team. He has always said that. Even like somebody was making reference to the Chatham House thing. He said that he had to delegate questions. It shows that he said, I have my own team. I have to work with my team. And I know he's somebody who always use that line of, I'm a team. I mean, people come here and talk about, he has made people like this. He has made the people like, he made this team. Yeah. I must give that to him. So how has that translated in Lagos? That we all come here and talk about as that model of how Nigeria should be. How has even Lagos itself be? That's another question for another time. That's another topic for another time. We often trash that here every time. We get nowhere with it. Even some people will come here and tell us some imaginary things where I don't even know where they live. I mean, somebody just showed us pictures of a mega slum called Lagos. That this guy was a governor, and all these other people that he put there after him. He was the de facto governor there and putting them there. I mean, you're telling me we shall see how you're going to do with Nigeria. Well, I've said it here, one man. He has started well, I would say, for the most part. He has removed the fuel subsidy, which I wanted it to go. But the motive behind all of this, what is really behind all of this, we shall see. How this pans out. Like somebody said, it's too early for us to be saying, he's this and that.
What about the choice of Ribado as the NSA? I think of all of the things that happened, that seems to be the most controversial space.
Well, for me, I think from what Ribado himself said, I kind of see sense in what he said. He did a very good analysis. That's why I took time to listen to what he said. Well, sometimes I think maybe was it maybe him or somebody from his comment section said that if he took a different route to every time, I think the last person that was there was a Major General Mogunu, or a General Mogunu that was there. It means that he has a military background. Why don't you bring somebody who's just more like a civilian, not really a military person? Why don't you bring a person like that? Let us see how that will work. Maybe that's another way we should look at it. And I look at it that way too. So, well, maybe that makes sense too. Maybe that's the route it's going. Maybe this you know, these people who are military personnel, and they come in there, they just want to milk that place and mislead the president, like we saw in the last administration, whereby the former chief of staff, Brutai, all of them, they became billionaires. So could that be? And knowing Nuri Badu, from what I know of him, even though I know he has question mark on his personality, I can even dispute that with Ribadu himself, who happens to be his family member, perhaps. That Nuru Ribadu was, even though he did very well, he did, should I say, above average when he was EFC chairman. But then we know he has his own place. I mean, what he did wrong too. For me, I think coming from that background, I know he once worked as a FCID in Alagbon, in the Koyi area, and that, for me, I don't think that's enough of an intelligence, because intelligence is so deep. It's a very deeper something that you need to even go to for international courses. If you have worked in intelligence, you have to go for international courses. Or maybe
he did. Well, rational mind.
So what was that? Because for the profile I read, I've not seen anything.
He did before he was before he assumed office as the chairman of EFCC.
Okay.
It was sent on
counterintelligence. Is that what it is? On the financial crime investigation. Which one did you go?
Financial crime investigation.
So it's a different thing. It's a two different field now.
Wait,
what are you talking about?
Hold on now. Hold on. Even when he was an intelligent officer in the police, he was sent on international training as well. So it's not only the military that have the capacity to handle intelligence well. Not only the military.
Totally, I agree with you.
When we are even talking of intelligent gathering, is the police that can collect better intelligent gathering within the homeland. For the homeland security, better than even the military, because they have a better infrastructure on the ground than the military around the country. Military structure is not around the country, but you see the police structure around the country. So trying to downplay this guy that he's a police officer or because that he doesn't have the capacity. I think we are not being fair to him, you know. So
like I agree with you, Jalikopo. I agree with you. Like that was what I said after listening to Ribadu himself, his family member, when he said about the way he analyzed it. Kind of like, okay, I changed my mind. Like, okay, well, maybe it makes sense. But for me, what are his qualifications? That's just it. Because it's not just enough saying that.
I'm not sure that is robust enough for all of everything that is impressive for what he is, but he's not impressive for the role. Yes, I don't think so.
Saying.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
The people that have headed the homeland security most of the time in the United States were not military officers. What are you guys talking about?
You're right. You need to understand the difference.
They're never military officer.
Hold on. Our NSA,
and they're doing a good job.
Hold on. No, listen. National Security Agency. There's another body. NSA, National Security Agency, or is it Nigerian Security Agency? I don't know. That's a different. They have a DG. Director of
NIA.
Is it NIA?
Nigeria Intelligence Agency.
So Nigeria Intelligence Agency. All right. They have
is that duplicitousness that everybody was talking about just now? We have NIA and NSA. What's the difference between
our NIA will be our Homeland Security, like they have it here.
That NIA was the one that Toke was heading that time, the one that they accused of snatching money in Koyi.
No, our NIA is American CIA. Okay. Our NIA is American CIA. So his position now is just an advisor on security. He's a special advisor. Okay. And for us to think that he cannot collect intelligence, he cannot analyze intelligence, and he cannot advise the president well, with regards to within the framework or legal framework of it. I think and he's a lawyer. He has master's degree in law. He can look at
Ajale Koko, Carson, good evening, my brother. I don't know why we always downplay the police. This all country we guys live, there is no military presence in all our community. Is police this Australia is a police country. I've saw the military man twice. I've been here almost 10 years. They are just in their base. In Nigeria, we have police station in all locality. Police should be our main security. Why we always talk about military? Military is for combat, for outside war, for anybody that wants to interfere in our country. Police should. So I don't know.
But that is what the NSA is for as well. It's not for internal security. It's for the overall protection of the country. Yes, and a lot of it external aggression, anticipation of cross-border banditry, all of those kind of things. So they're not for some plodding policeman that just start Bobby on the beat.
Continue. Sorry for budgeting.
Yeah. So for me, I think I think we need somebody with more deeper pedigree. When I mean pedigree, I mean background, working background and experience. Yeah, I mean, some of his experience as a police officer could count, but then, like, well, Ajele Koko is telling us, and I need to ask Ribadu too if he has that information. I don't know if he has it. What other international courses has he done besides being going for fraud, anti-fraud kind of courses?
Whatever international, whatever courses he has done, it will not be towards this role. It will be mainly policing and corruption.
Yeah, anti-corruption. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying to Ajele Koko, that would not count. So what else does he have that we don't know? Maybe, sometimes some of these people who work in intelligence.
Is it job for the boys? This Ribadu
well, it could be too. It could be, but like somebody said, it could be that Tinubu is taking a different route. Maybe sick and tired of this career military guys who come in there and they just mislead the president, make the country bleed money. I mean, just bleed resources on some things that are not necessary, just for their own pocket or for their own foreign accomplices.
Rational mind, can I please ask you something, please? Do you think Ribadu as a person, do you think he doesn't know the nature of that country, what we are facing, what can be done to curtail or eradicate this insecurity we are passing through? Ribadu as a person, with all the posts he has attained in that country, to the level of governance he has occupied, do you think he doesn't have the brain to advise? I'm just talking, this is just an advisor. Do you think he doesn't have the brain to advise the president wisely? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, apologies. Yeah.
And in addition to that, to what Thomas question, look, rational man, intelligent officers are trained on how to collect intelligence. And he has been an intelligence officer within the police, and I believe he went to training both home and abroad. You see, our Nigeria, what do you call it? School of Strategic Studies and other things like that is one of the best in Africa.
I think he went to Kuru too. He went to that strategic national strategic whatever in Plateau.
Yes. So it is the best in Africa. Now, because of bad politics, I don't know what has happened to that place, but during the time of the military and Babangida, that School of Strategic Study or Kuru or something used to be the best. Several countries around the world send their military officers there for training, for intelligent gathering, for intelligent training and all the rest. So what I'm trying to let you know is that the fact that his background in the police is on intelligent that give him that merit for that position. And
but what do you feel to
hold on, let me land. In addition to that, is a lawyer by profession, and in addition to that, is not a corrupt guy. This is a guy.
by your own estimation, right?
He is not corrupt.
Your own subjective
No,
view,
no,
right?
not my own estimation.
So what do you have as facts to say? Is not corrupt.
Among those that have served as the head of that EFCC, there is no.
No,
Are you still there?
No, I think I got dipped out. Maybe somebody needed his attention.
By Ilori, I mean Ibori. What did you call it? Ibori. He bribed him $15 million in order to cover his the investigation he was carrying out of it. This guy took the money and deposited it in the central bank. He played along with him. He took all the video and everything.
But did you factor in how he made a nonsense of the case against Tinubu? Did you factor that in?
All right, you still have the.
Did they convict? I mean, was Tinubu convicted?
He was not convicted, yeah. But I'm saying they made a nonsense of that case. They had a very good case against Tinubu.
Who made a nonsense of it?
I mean, was it not on that? Was it not
he
on
was
that,
taken to court now.
Yeah, was it not on that? Was it not on that Nuri Badu?
Tinubu was taken to court.
I know, but was it not that Nuri Badu? Was Nuri Badu not the chairman then at that time?
He cannot be taken to court under Nuri Badu now. It was after he left office.
Yeah, so
after he left office. Okay.
You can't.
He can't take a governor to court.
That guy, I think, is
right,
good for merit that position. Is good for that position. We can't downplay him. We can't say he's not qualified or he cannot serve better because he's not from the military. That is my charge. And we have seen the greatest country in the world. They, most of the time, even the CIA does not have, most of the time, does not have people at the head with military background. This is what we know about the United States. Most of the time, people that have headed CIA, most of them does not have military background. You see? So that's my take there.
All right, rational mind. Let me just use the window to do a bit of administrative stuff. Acknowledge the super chat. So Alexander Gomez comes in and sets a new bar in the super chat. So this on the screen, then the highest we've ever gotten from one single person for the super chat. So thank you, Alexander Gomez, for that. And of course, never outgunned, always outnumbered, never outgunned. Ayo swiftly matches Alexander Gomez in where he came in. So now, both by Ayo and Alexander Gomez, a new super chat bar has been set. So we wait in anticipation to see who surpasses that. So that there it is. They've not come to play. They've come to, I don't know how to end that metaphor, but you know what I mean. So thank you.
In Lagos Online, we say one taka.
One taka, or you know, is supporting his brother. That's what Ayo is supporting his brother.
They are showing love. They are showing love.
They're showing love.
I know they're showing love. I mean, one taka ni, one she, I will surpass you. I will not surpass you.
Yes, Alexander just has the loose coins in his pocket is what he just threw into the platform. So thank you, Alexander Gomez and Ayo for that. And keeping up the pace, the progressives, also known as Akim, on the platform. So he's not been on the screens, but he acknowledges his presence via a super sticker. So thank you, the progressives. Ola comes in to have the conversation via super chat. Shegun Ono, who does that sometimes, does that in this instance, joining the conversation via super chat. Somebody who does it with increasing regularity, Prince Daddy, nods to the place, says, here you are, have a coffee. So Ola carries on, not on the screen, but still making his presence felt. Ayo Ono is still there, keeping it 100. It says, na Odua asiko walode ikoko obe wani Naija for now. So this is it now. Is this sort of language that we is this sort of language? Is it
Oh man. You go call Benny Dagaban, you go call Benny Dagaban.
Nigeria for now. That is what he's saying. I wonder if Pansat understood Yoruba, he will be choking on his conflicts if he ever understood what that guy just wrote. Akulata not on the screen, but making his presence felt. Rattling off super charts in the direction of the conversation. So. And there is Kodurata again. So thank you for all of that. Keep them coming. So keep them coming. So now to attention, the military administration then of Major General, or as Kulata has now elevated you, Field Marshal Thomas. So Thomas, to you. Thank you, everyone. You're still on Rational Mind.
Rational Mind, how are you, my brother? To my question, do you remember my question?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, yes. Can you address that, please?
You're asking me if it's capable, if he has the qualification.
Yeah.
Going by what he has done. Well, yeah. You see, one thing you need to understand is there's level to what I'm looking for that word right now. Competence. Competence has level. Like me, I can tell you, being in construction for the past few years now, I would say, let me not say a few years, about like 3-4 years now. I will tell you that there's a limit to what I can do. I can advise you on that somebody who is more experienced than me could do. I might have some certifications in some certain things. There are some people who have more bigger certifications than me. So I just wanted to know that there's level to competence. So his level of competence for that office, for that role of the NSA is what I'm questioning. Now, when people come here, they talk about, this and that, James Sullivan or whatever was. You need to check their pedigree. You need to check their background. Well, it's not necessarily you must be in the military for you to be to head an agency like that. You could be most oftentimes people that usually, for example, in the CIA, that becomes the chief of CIA. Usually they rose from that rank. They started from maybe being an ordinary CIA agent, and then they started getting responsibilities and maybe going for further training within the agency, and they rise to that paid chief. I've never read they're bringing out somebody from outside entirely to come and head that agency. It must be, and if it's somebody from outside, I'm sure that person must have had a background in intelligence or counterterrorism, or the case may be. You cannot bring somebody who just doesn't have. So does he have that competence? Well, he has a measure of competence in intelligence, like being an FCID in Alago.
Rational Mind, can I ask a quick question if you don't mind?
Let me just land, please. I will just land. He has worked in FCID in Alagbon. Well, you know of Alagbon back in those years that he worked in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Understand that, yes, Alagbon is one of those places that is you don't even Fela sang about it. Fela and what's his name? Orlando
Award.
So it's not a place you want to go, so we know. But then there's, like I said, there's a level of competence. So national security, it's not just homeland alone. You have to also factor in the external aggression, all of that thing into it. Do we have foes from outside who are wanting to pull us down? So what do you know? What do you have? What kind of level of competence do you have in that? You could just have maybe internal security, which is homeland, maybe within the homeland, so within Nigeria alone. But how about, do you know about counterterrorism? Like, have you gone into any courses like that? So these are some of the things we need to fact. But I understand people that are making cases here for, maybe Tinubu just don't want to use any. He's tired. He has looked at all the history of those career military guys that has headed that agency, how they've just bled that country, misled that country, and maybe he's taking a different route. I can understand that, but we should not sacrifice competence as in real competence for somebody who is fit for that office. Maybe, I mean, I want to believe that is a placeholder for now.
What is your measure for competence?
I mean, dude, I just gave you now. I just told you. I don't know if maybe I was speaking Dogo here. I don't know. I just told you that you
But
need to.
I really get you. If you said a person of no Ribado is not that competent, I don't get it.
I mean,
But
somebody
that is your view. Yeah.
James Clapper. I mean, somebody was talking in the comment section here. James Clapper. I mean, I think it was it FBI? I think it was the FBI, and then he rose within the FBI rank. Even James Comey too was within the FBI. He rose from the FBI. So they usually promote within. I don't
Well,
think.
yeah, that is the right time to ask my question, if you don't mind, Angelica, or Rational Mind.
Go on, please, Daddy.
Yeah, you're making a lot of assumption that these so-called names that you're rattling in the states, that they actually did a good job. Most of them were terrible, horrible for that matter. The notion that they may have qualification, they rose from the rank, when they actually had a position to perform, they did poorly, extremely poorly. So, I mean, I'm not sure exactly. Maybe you should define for us, at least in the Nigerian space or context, what is a qualified person to hold that position apart from Nuri Rubadu?
That was the question I was asking earlier on. Please, Daddy.
Well, you see, I think I've said it. I don't know how many times I'm going to repeat myself. You see, you might say those people did poorly. What's your yardstick of mentioning James Comey and the rest of them? This guy that is it James Sullivan, that was NSA and all of Homeland Security here. All these people. What's your yardstick?
You want me to interject? For example, being overlooked or ignoring intelligence that led to the killing of some Americans is part of the problem. They have so many lacks in their approach to intelligence and how they did their job. Okay, these people, they just human beings, and they're not like super special human being in any way, shape, or form. So this Rubadu guy that you so down on, I think personally, in looking at it, see, just like Rational Mind said earlier, or was it Angelica rather, that in the Nigerian space we have so many police stations around. We should be a police state in that manner. But because the military has the guns, they have the weapons and the money, so to speak, we tend to defer to them, and they always fail. They always perform poorly. That's why also when we have Buhari come to power, they say, "Oh, Buhari is a military man. He's going to stop corruption." When he came to power, he did not have the skills to negotiate and come to consensus with the civilians. So he failed in that regard. Now we have someone with a police background and intelligence trying to address our problem or advise on the problem we have in this nation, and we've been down on him. I think the man is very qualified as a police person to do the job. Okay, a police intelligence knows how to work with the civilian population. It knows the psychic of the civilians, as opposed to a military person that may always think in just a straight line and just in most especially in a kinetic form to engage. But police is not always to engage in kinetic form. They use intelligence. They take their time and they relate. It's almost a relationship building approach to solving problems. I don't think the military has that. I don't think so.
That's why I said, you see, I don't want to go into too much because it's not my field much as such. But what I know is, I think somebody was saying in the comment section, I think Minister, I forgot the guy's name again. Minister, Thomas, remind me that name of Minister Ajalekoko. What is our Minister guy? What's his name? Our Fulani friend.
Ribadu.
No, not Ribadu. Minister now.
Oh, Jafar.
Jafar. Okay. Yeah, Jafar. Yes, you can say Condoleezza Rice and the rest of them, and the other person you mentioned. You see, some of these people you might not understand. They do work when they work as diplomats. They might work as in defense attaché, and they do go for some kind of training, which you might not even see on their resume. They might not put it out because of maybe for security reasons or national security reasons. They will not mention all of those things. So John Bolton, too, you were talking about, yeah, he was a diplomat. Yeah, these people they've worked in. It's possible that John Bolton is a former CIA agent. It's possible. he must have worked in some kind of counter intelligence or intelligence kind of. So these people, they will never mention that because for some security reasons. Maybe Tinubu too has that. Maybe he has worked and maybe he's not being revealed in his resume. So that's for some security reason or whatever. So for me, I don't want us to overflog this topic. But I'm just going back. What I'm saying, why I'm just saying that for me, Tinubu will not fit for that office. I know it's identified.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I think maybe let us look at it this way, because the way we are looking at national security, as if it's only for combat, carry gun, use ammunition, all these sophisticated weapons. But when you look at national security, it goes beyond that. It also involves largely developmental issues, poverty, and some holistic approaches that could be non-kinetic, like the way we are looking at it. And most of our military are more of a kinetic way of approaching national security rather than looking at it in the strategic way and an holistic way. Because if you look at what is actually fueling the security problem that we have in Nigeria, it's largely because of poverty and lack of education. So, but if you are just looking at it in that way of say, okay, we need military equipment, we need to match our military to go and meet these people and just kill them, we will not have solution to this problem. So and maybe because of the previous administration, because we are used to military people being appointed in this position, so it has now become to us. It looks to us as if that is the norm. But if you look at it, even in the past, even during the military regime, policemen has been they have been in that position before. There was one what's his name? This man from Adamawa that time, during Babangida regime, Gambo Jimeta. He was a policeman and he was the national security advisor during Babangida regime. And there was another one during Shonekan also, Ismail Guaso. He was a policeman. He served under Shonekan and Abacha. And those are the top militiamen that ruled this country before. So I don't want us to just look at it because we have this derogatory way of looking at our policemen as if they're incompetent, they are corrupt, they are this, they are that. I think all these things might actually be influencing the way we are looking at this guy. Because if you look at his pedigree, during his own time, that was when Nigeria was actually delisted from the Financial Action Task Force by the United States of America because of his performance in gathering and crime fighting while he was in EFCC as EFCC chairman. So to me, we have to just look at it before we have had policemen in that position. If you ask me, that time I might not know how they perform.
And also, we can say if you are doing things that doesn't yield you results, why can't you change the channel?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
I
think that's why I said I kind of agree with Ribadu when he came here, our friend Ribadu. When he came here, not Hassan. I mean, it's the other guy. I think his name is Ribadu. Is that same? No, that's not Hassan. Now that's a different person.
The one that came today.
I think it's
Ribadu. Ribadu is different from.
Ribadu, yeah.
He's different from Hassan. So yeah. So my point is that let us know. I don't want to overflog this topic because, like I said, Tinubu might be privy to some other things that he knows about New Ribadu. Like he might have his dossier with him of all the things he has accomplished, maybe some international courses he has done, or some secret capacity he must have worked as an intelligence officer. Like I agree with you, Simba, that national security is not all about, and even I think Jafar too was saying that in the comment section, that national security is not about just using kinetic, as they used to that English that is for that sometimes that English you won't see. I mean, it irritates me when I even say it sometimes. Kinetic. Anyway, so we use that kinetic. We use conventional way of wanting to stop to bring about security in the country. That other what is going on now? There are other forms of
approach.
National security. There are also, you have to factor in food, economic, and all of that security, like you said, Simba. That's to also be factored in, because what really fuels this instability in a country, like in the case of Nigeria, is when people are not economically, they're not doing well for themselves. They will resort to all kinds of manners to make ends meet for their life, for themselves, to make their lives okay. Criminality and all of that. So yeah, it's not just we have to go and buy bomb or buy the latest jet fighters or fighter jets or whatever. No, it's not. That's not all about what national security is all about. Yeah. So that's why I'm saying that. What is his competence in all of this? Does he have all this competence? So well, we just have to wait and see how his advisorial capacity would help Tinubu in this administration. But for me, I still stand that going by what I know publicly that I've seen, if what I've seen, like I've read about him just being an FCID, ex-CID in Alagbo or somewhere in Lagos, and that he's just a EFCC chairman, which is more of a financial corruption czar like he was, and that's all he has, then I don't know how he's going to advise Tinubu. And if Tinubu is just having as a placeholder for somebody who's more capable in the future, well, I would not, I was surprised about that too. So yeah, but then for now, then we can just say, yeah, maybe Tinubu just want to take a different route, and let's just leave it at that. Am I still here, or am I talking to myself?
No, yeah,
we are here. We are here.
I'm done. Is there another topic you want me to talk about? Because yeah, I'm done with that.
Yeah, let me have a look. I think.
But sorry, Thomas. Thomas, because I came in lately. When I checked the list, I have a reservation, because I was just looking at the list, and I was now looking at. It's not the same thing that we accuse Buhari of, because I from that list I can see a lot of Yoruba names, and it doesn't seem to me that it cut across the whole country. It's not the same thing that we are accusing Buhari of that Tinubu is doing now.
Hey, Simba, if you don't mind, I think.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
That's what I said. Okay, go on, please. Sorry.
Yeah, Prince, come in here. Prince, Daddy, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say enigmatic. Answer that question earlier. I know you say came late, but
that's why I said I came late. I don't know what people have said before, so
yeah,
that's why
this position,
like that.
this position don't really need a federal character an appointment. You know, I think he has the free will to do as he desire when it comes to these positions. Maybe when it gets to ministerial positions and other positions, sure. But this time around, I think Tinubu can do as he pleases. That's what he said, and I think I can agree with him.
But then.
No, I don't. Let me just answer the rational mind. I don't agree with that. I don't quite agree with that, because even the positions, the accusation we had against Buhari was not also a ministerial position. There is nothing any president can do about ministerial position, because each state has to just give two ministerial this thing, and it has to abide by it. But there are several other positions. They are not being done by federal character. So it's your duty as a president to make sure that everybody is carried along and everybody has a sense of belonging.
Well, I see what you're saying, but I personally did not fault Buhari for.
Yeah. Let me put some position to Simba.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Oh, somebody.
Yeah. I wanted to put something to Simba, then you will come in, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Jalikoko, to you also. Can you, as the president, you hear from a region, they work against your presidency, even though they were in your party, so-called APC. And at the long run, you finally won the election. Then the next people you will want to put to advise you will still build the same from that region. As a human being, as somebody that has brain, can you do that? That is my question. Thank you.
Then Simba, the positions, I think they're about 7 positions, right? So
yes, please.
yeah, 3, 2 for Northwest, 1 for Northeast, Rebadu for Northeast, the other 2 positions for Northwest. Then in the West here, I mean in the South here, he gave 2 to Southwest, 1 to Southeast, 1 to South. So there's no way that he want to. The only region that does not have anything is North Central. North Central did not have anything from the north.
So
But
Southeast even have their own. They give someone to Southeast. Southeast has one.
When Southeast had 1. So
So what is the problem?
there is no way that one state, one region in the south, there's no way we would have shared it that one region will not have 2. So Yoruba happened to be to have 2 among the 4 positions for the south. So we should see it as if, the whole place is dominated by Yoruba. We should even be crying for not central.
Okay, maybe you are not privy to it's not only those major principal officer that he elected. He changed
I know
the
there are some
brigade.
other positions.
He changed the brigade commander. So that is why I checked those lists.
Okay.
I checked those lists. That was why I'm making, and a lot of Yoruba people there. Believe me.
Yes. Well.
So that is why I'm not basing it on the 6 or 7 principal position. I just look at everything generally.
Yeah, it's like between.
In fact, I'm just trying to even check. Yeah, exactly. Okay, you've seen that list, eh?
I've seen the list.
Yeah.
I've seen the list. And somebody came here and make it sound like it's just the 5 or the 7 chief of defense staff and chief of army staff, and that's all they know. There are other positions. And it's so say what?
Can you work with your enemy?
But we must consider the complexity of that country now. For what he is trying to do, if he doesn't have the most trusted people in those military strategic position, he can undo himself. A biggest, he can do the worst to himself by having in a spirit to satisfy every other zone and having enemy.
And the enemy in the camp. Enemy in the camp.
He cannot do that. He must have a very strong and firm grip. That is the backbone of his power, the military.
I agree with you,
the security apparatus is, if it doesn't have a firm hold and control of it, it
will fail. It will fail. Crumble.
Its mission will fail. So let us just
can I answer Thomas about the question you were asking me?
Yes. Can you work with your enemy?
Why would you say? I don't know how you come in with this question. You see, that was why when Enigmatic was speaking here, I refrained. I hold myself so much from not certain things. You see, we need to stop this always trying to see some people as enemy. Of course, we know that there are some people in some tribe that seems to speak the way they speak, and they speak with some kind of like they hate some people from this.
It's not that they the hatred. Hatred is there. The hatred is there.
That's your own opinion. Yeah, they speak like they have that hatred, but the generality of those people, that's the question you should be asking yourself. Is it every one of those people that harbor that resentment or that hatred for the people of other tribe? But one thing we fail to understand again is we need to understand that this last election was highly ethnic, highly tribal. Everybody vote for their own person. Why didn't you say that? Oh, why did the Yorubas voted for? Why did the majority of Yorubas voted for?
No. That is wrong. That is wrong.
Say what?
That is wrong.
Is it wrong?
That is wrong. Yoruba voted.
Yeah, that is wrong.
That is wrong. That is
That's
total wrong.
wrong. How is it wrong?
That is fallacy. Fallacy. The South is only vote. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. The South is only voted for Peter Obi.
Okay. And
So
then
what are you saying?
the majority of Yoruba voted
Can
for
I
him.
make a comment also?
Let me finish, please.
And the majority
Yoruba voted for Peter Obi.
The majority of Yoruba voted for who?
Yoruba voted for Peter Obi.
The majority
The
of Yoruba
majority,
voted for
the
who?
entirety of the Southeast voted for Peter Obi.
You should be asking yourself, what are you talking about? The majority of Yoruba, how did Tinubu win? If the majority of Yoruba did not vote for him in Southwest, how did he win in Southwest for the most part? How many states?
The Northerners voted for him. The Northerners voted for him.
He won Oyo. Almost 4 states of Yoruba states, besides Lagos and maybe Osun that he lost. What are you talking about? So because he did not win all the states now, it means that
Rational, I think maybe we should look at it the way maybe what he's saying is that at least some sizable size of Yorubas voted for Peter Obi as against what other candidates got in the Southeast.
About 20% Yoruba voted for Peter Obi. Well, that's substantial. That's huge.
I agree. But the other thing you need to factor.
But do they reciprocate from the Southeast?
Okay, thank you.
No.
Hold on, they did not. And then that you need to understand the context of why they did not. Because they feel that it is their own turn to have this thing. They feel that they've been shortchanged for far too long in that country. I don't know part of the ethnic group in that country.
No, Rush. That's almost one second. That's an emotional response. I would say. 4 years ago.
But the national man, do you believe that election results have consequences?
Your question, I can answer your question, but
answer it.
I'll answer your question, but you see, if you are expecting me to say yes or no to that question,
yes. Which one are you going?
I won't give you a yes or no question to answer. I won't give you, because I know if I give you, I'll give you the license. I'll give you the license to want to say certain things, but I won't say that. Yes, I believe election has consequences, but I'll give you my reason when I said yes. Yes, it has consequences, but not in the way that the Tinubu people and the so-called bigots, the Yoruba bigots, are always using this matter.
No, stop that, rational mind. Now.
What are you talking about? What are you? Stop what?
You cannot be labeling an ethnic, a tribe the way you are. I don't think it's allowed.
Some Yoruba.
Sometimes. Rational mind. Sometimes.
I rephrase it now. Some Yoruba.
No, you have already said it. It's not retrievable now. Sometimes when people refer to it, you will have forgot. You just said it now. You said Yoruba bigots.
No. I said Yoruba bigots. You should have allowed me to explain more. When I mean Yoruba bigot, I'm not talking about it. I'm a Yoruba person.
Well, okay, that does not count. You may be self-hating Yoruba person. That doesn't count. So what you need to do is retrieve that statement and apologize before you move forward.
Please, Daddy, don't please stop this. I'm not self-hating. I don't hate my own people. I will defend Yoruba if I have to be very Yoruba, but I will not defend Yoruba because of the selfish ambition of one person, one man, who thinks that he's a good. I mean, some people worship him like a godlike person. I will not cower to that. That's my point. So my point is this. Yes, it has consequence, but not in the consequence of how you people are playing this whole thing. Like, you make it look like Nigeria is for everybody. We're all Nigerians. Nobody's more patriotic than anybody. If I have a political leaning that is different from you, does not make me unpatriotic that I'm not a Nigerian. And you should stop and desist from painting other people as being unpatriotic because they have a different
rational mind. Is it
Tinubu, because I don't support Tinubu, makes me an anomaly or makes me like not Yoruba to
look. Rational mind. Take it easy.
Has he acted unconstitutionally by this appointment?
That was, say that again, please.
Has he acted unconstitutionally by the appointment?
It is his prerogative
Okay.
Hold on. It is Tinubu's prerogative to decide who wants to work with him.
Okay.
But the question is this: if you say you are a unifier, you say you want to move on, you want to let bygone be bygone, why don't you give that impression? Hold on, give that impression. But I understand the seven. This is the five major slots, or you cannot, like you just rightly analyze. I agree with you that you cannot have every region equally in that on that team. Like the chief of defense staff, the chief of army staff, chief of naval staff, the chief of air staff. These are 5 slots, right? Then you have to spread it across the 6 geopolitical zone. So hold on now, which means some might have more than that, which is maybe the election consequence you're talking about. I can understand that. But let us stop basing it because I did not get a vote from them. If that's your prerogative, that okay, my prerogative, it's my right to choose that I want to work with these certain people. I want to be comfortable with working with these certain people. Let it be that. Don't go on telling them that because you gave me 5%. You people did not give me
rational mind.
Okay,
Can we look at it from another angle? Let me just finish.
It's a wound. You're opening.
Rational mind. Okay, is okay. Let us look at it from this angle also, because let me give an example. If you look at this election petition tribunal that is going on, and you look at the lawyers from, especially from Tinubu and Peter Obi, and you analyze it, you discover that the majority of their lawyers come from their geopolitical zone, especially the Tinubu. You see that there are a lot of Yorubas, and even from Peter Obi, majority of them are Igbos. What I want to say is that can it be because of trust? Because these are security issues. Can we look at it that okay, maybe because of trust, that's why it make it to look like this?
I totally agree. Yeah, it's a matter of trust there, and so but then no problem with that. But let's just stop making it look like
okay. So
I hate Igbos. Well, I don't trust you. No.
Okay, quickly. Also,
hold on. It is Tinubu's prerogative to just please, I beg your indulgence, please. It is Tinubu's right to say this is the kind of people I want on my legal team. But stop making it look like, oh, it's because I distrust Igbos. That's why I don't want to have them as part of my legal team. Don't say that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it never said that.
The country. That's not unity.
Okay.
So we need to stop that. We need to cut that off.
Right. Okay, rational mind. Also, I guarantee if you ask Tinubu, who are his which tribe constitutes his enemies the most, or who are the people that have hurt him the most in his life?
Constitute enemy. Why do you keep using the word enemy?
Well, let me finish now. You don't know what I'm going to ask. Let me finish my question, please. Of course, I can use the word enemy. I just said if you were to ask Tinubu which tribe has constituted his enemy the most that have done him wrong, I guarantee you Tinubu will answer Yoruba, plain and simple. Because why? Because Tinubu is always hung around, been around Yoruba people most of his life. Okay, so the people that are more likely to hurt him are also Yoruba. And just like Simba said, sometimes it's an issue of trust or being used to the people that you are around. Now, for example, I will never call Peter be a bigot because 95% of Igbos or the Igbos voted for him. I won't say that. I would never say that. But you went ahead and castigated the Yoruba people, a tribe, a major tribe for that matter in the country, as being biggest because they voted for Tinubu, whereas about 20% of them voted for other parties, voted for a Southeasterner. So the way you're trying to frame your question or approach the matter in a sentimental, emotional way is not flying. It doesn't work. I don't think so.
You are okay, because you see again, Daddy, please, Daddy.
Rational mind, please, rational mind, please. No. Can you go and read?
Now, did you remove him?
I didn't remove him. Maybe that's working.
All right, so let me just answer.
Hold on. Somebody, who is the person? Kumi. Yeah,
it's Kumi.
Listen, yeah, Kumi, ask your question.
Let me ask rational mind. Yeah, after the 5 key position, please, can you go and read all the full details where they appointed all the remaining Yoruba? For my own opinion, for my own view, he put all the people in the position where the ammunition, Kaduna, Abuja, Go and let us read. Maybe Timothy can read all the details for us. You understand me? We are just bringing every time Obi supporter, they will bring the emotion. Yo, that big dot on
No, it's not
everything.
Obi. It's not to be supporter. We are just analyzing things generally.
Because
I was
let
the one
us
that
read.
raised the issue.
Let us read the
Kumi,
details.
wait,
Let us go and read the
wait.
details.
Okay, can we read the detail? Can we read the detail? I have the details in front of me. If the house agree that we should read it, I will read it.
Yeah. Simba, go on, please, without interjecting. Yeah, go on.
Okay, other appointment apart from the first 7 position. He appointed Colonel Adebisi Onosanya, Brigade of Guard Commander. He appointed Lieutenant Colonel Moshood Abiodun Yusuf, 7 Guard Battalion, Asokoro, Abuja. He appointed Awalu Baba Inoa, 177 Guard Battalion, Kefi, Nasarawa State. Lieutenant Colonel Mohammed J. Abdul Karim, 102 Guard Battalion, Suleja, Niger. Lieutenant Colonel Olumide A. Akin.
Simba, just give us their first name so we can even know the region they come from. So, you can give us the whole name so that we can know. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay, so no, out of the 14, 7 of them are Yoruba. So that's what I can just summarize. 7 of them are Yoruba. Out of the 14 other appointments he made,
So what
apart
is
from the 7.
So what is Kumi
Okay, no, then yeah, my point here is.
Can I please speak? Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Yeah. What I want to say is, is there any gap? Can you hold on, please? Is there any guideline of picking those people? Why do I say that? Yeah, one man wants to say something.
No, apologies, Thomas. I think Zeta
Yeah,
wants
that's
to.
all right.
Yes, I think Zeta wants to come into the conversation, and I think Ribadu also wanted to interject. So,
Yes,
when
yes.
you the window,
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, one man. What I want to say is that in the rank of people that can go to that can attain that position, I'm just saying. I'm not saying that's the fact. In the rank of the people that can occupy that space, it's possible there were no Yoruba there. There were no Hausa there. It's possible there were Igbo throughout. It's possible there were no Igbo there. There were Yoruba throughout that it can pick, because I know for that post you will be in some rank. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? You have to be in some rank of military person am I talking to myself? You have to be in some rank to be in that position. Do you guys understand me?
Wait,
You cannot
the
just
way you are talking, Thomas, you can see even you yourself, you are struggling to
no.
master your point.
No, you choose the people that you trusted.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Let Zeta come in. Zeta come in. Yeah.
I don't think Zita is here. If Zita is here, you will Zita is here. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, my brother, my sister. How are you?
I'm good, Thomas. So
Yeah. Good morning. Is it good morning or afternoon? It's afternoon here in
this
Australia.
morning. So
It's morning. Yeah.
what's the issue you people have been debating?
The issue is that people are thinking Tinubu is giving some Yoruba people position more than the rest of the country. That the Southeasterner is being marginalized, as we normally hear.
We didn't say Southeastern now. We just said that it's not all encompassing. We are not talking about one.
No. That is where you are going.
That's not where I'm going. This is Simba. This is Simba. I'm not rational mind though.
Oh yeah, you go. I'm support. I'm support. Now you throw me under the bus.
Okay, so for you,
I want to support you now. Now you throw me under the bus.
No, you can see it as a support. No, so that he will know that it's coming
But you're
from
throwing me
me,
under the
and if
bus
you
now. You're
read,
saying that I'm the one that is. I'm the one that is.
no, maybe because if he hears that it's me, he might have another approach that if Simba is saying this, then he should have a rethink about what the way he's looking at it. It's not as if I throw you outside the box.
Let me say this. Hold on, please.
Yeah.
The next voice I want to hear is from Madam Sita. What I'm saying is, if you can't leave a lieutenant brigadier because is the Igbo person and go and pick a just lieutenant because you want to put a Yoruba man in the post. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? You have to be a ranked.
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't even get it. Anybody get it here?
No.
I've told him that it's not. You are not making sense at all. You are not making sense. I'm very sorry to use that language.
No. What he's saying is this: that if by requirement, if you have to be a level, let's say for instance, you have to be a level 4 officer to be in one position, to be in that chief of staff position, and they can't find an Igbo man in that level 4 position, but Igbo is in level 2. You can't say because you want to satisfy the national character, or what do you call it, then go and pick level 2 officer to come
God
and
bless you, Ajale Koko. That's
that
what
is
I'm
what
trying
he's
to
saying.
say.
So
That is what
he
I'm
said we
saying.
don't know the reason why we have all those Yoruba.
By Baba Ajale Koko, you know that it's not possible now. You know what he's saying is not possible. Why are you defending Thomas?
When I started, I said I'm not stating the facts. Hold on, please. When I started asking that question, I said that is not the fact. I am just insinuating. Maybe that is what happened.
It's not. That's not what happened. We all know
No,
what
you
happened.
don't have
That's not what happened.
You two don't have the facts. Simba, do you?
Let me tell you one thing, Thomas. In military, no, just wait. Let me put this.
Do you have the facts? But because you are talking, I'm not making sense. But do you have the facts?
I'm not abusing you. I'm just saying.
No, it's an abuse. Telling me I'm not making sense.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm very sorry. Don't be offended.
That's all right. Go on. Yeah, go on.
What I want to say is, what I want to say is this. If you are saying that maybe, so you want to tell me that it's only Yoruba people in this that are qualified for this position. We don't have any other tribe that are qualified. So, and that is why I said no. You know that is not possible, because then one thing we also need to understand about military. If you are appointing military heads, that means if you are appointing somebody below the rank of another person, definitely you have to retire or everybody above that person. So military appointment, it is not only by, you see those appointed, there are a lot of people that will be forced to retire by the time they are making these appointments. And if you look at the number, it will be very, very humongous. So if you appoint somebody like a lieutenant colonel as a brigade commander, you cannot have a major general in that same brigade. That's what it means. So if you look at it that way also, you know that we will have lost a lot of people by making this appointment. A lot of our people that we invested in, we have trained, will have been forcefully retired from their position because we want to appoint somebody maybe junior to them, maybe because he's from your tribe, or if it's somebody that you think you trust, or somebody that you have.
Speculating. You are still speculating. You don't know that as fact.
Okay.
Excuse me, please.
I think that's my own position.
Yeah, no. Let's go to Madam Sita, please. The next voice I want to hear is Madam Sita, please. Yeah, Madam Sita.
I think Rubado was there before me. Can you give him chance to speak? Then after him, I can speak.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah. Ribado, come in, please. Yeah.
Mommy, thank you very much. I don't know why Thomas is trying to block my observation here.
Rembadu,
But
don't
first,
worry. Very
Are
soon
you
we are
being
going to
marginalized?
impeach him, or we are going to
Are you
remove
being
him very soon.
are you being marginalized? Are you Southeaster now?
no, I'm not saying that.
Go on, my brother. Go on.
You see, first, I want to correct Mr. Thomas. We don't have lieutenant brigadier in Nigerian Army. One. And then, secondly, I think we are just talking out of context when it comes to this military appointment. Did you even know that apart from the service chiefs, the president doesn't have the authority to make any appointment within the army? It's only the service chiefs, because the service chiefs are political appointment. Anything from the rank of a lieutenant to the rank of a major general is a career-based promotion. But anything above major general, that become a political appointment. And it's only the president that has the power to do that. So why is this one different? Because you have just been talking without really seeing the bigger picture. Why? Because some of them are even lieutenant colonel, some of them are colonel. Why does the president have the power to have a say in that appointment?
Ribadu, please, I have a question, please. Can I
Yes.
ask you a question?
Yes.
Yeah. Greeting to everyone. Greeting woman and Madam Zita and everyone. Yeah, my question is, if President Tinubu decides he wants to get more Yoruba people in his cabinet, what's wrong with that?
There's something wrong with that. There's a lot wrong with that. Is that for
What's wrong with that? If he finds competent Yoruba people that he feels comfortable with, he wants to govern with him. What's wrong with that? Okay, other people, when Buhari came, did Buhari not put Fulani people all over there? What
but
did
then
you do about
how did it turn out? How did it turn out?
So, but what did you do about it?
How did it turn out? How did it turn out?
Tinubu has the right to choose
No,
whoever he
Princess,
wants to.
your question you ask. How did it turn out? You use Buhari as an example. So how did it turn out?
Yeah, but do you think if Tinubu uses Yoruba people around him, it's going to turn out bad?
Well, we shall see how that turns out. But we've seen an example. We've seen a pattern. How that affects the whole country.
Can I interject?
You can't just come in and say what you interject. People are here.
Please now, is it
Allow
because I just
Ribadu
came
to land
in?
now.
As irrational mind. One bullying you.
All right, Thomas, so you're over to you. Thomas, are you there?
Can I
Let me.
Okay. Hold on, let everybody finish because he was targeting me and.
Ribadu is
I wanted to reply to what Madam Zita said. That's why.
Madam Zita she hasn't even said anything.
It's Princess Rosie that is talking.
No, she asked the question that is there anything wrong with the,
It's not Zita, it's Rosie. It's Rosie, not Zita.
Okay, I wanted to reply to Rosie.
You can't identify them by their voice.
But Ribadu have the floor now. Let him continue.
Thank you, Atalego, Elder, as always. So I'm just going to take just a few minutes to round this because I have to go. Before I come to our questions, I was talking about the military appointments. So what I want to say here is this. That unit of the army is they used to call it the special unit. It's a brigade, okay? But it is Presidential Guards Brigade that was originally formed by IBB during his military regime. So they kind of have a special purpose unit. Their main objectives is to protect the presidency. That is why you will not see any of that unit outside FCT. Okay, so it is only fit for a president when he comes to power to appoint the people he feels confident around him for his own protection, because that army was they started as a battalion, I believe. Then later they were built to the force of a brigade. We don't have them anywhere except Abuja. And I think this administration are a bit loose on their security policy, in a sense that all the previous administration, when they were doing this appointment, nobody even knows about it in the country. I don't know why they choose to make it public, or maybe it's a mistake from the media team there, or maybe in the future they will see the effect of that and try to be more discreet about it. But Guards Brigade is an army unit that does not, its jurisdiction does not fall 100% under the control of the army chief of army staff. The presidency has a say in it. So that is why you see that they can mingle into appointments of the various unit of that very brigade. That is one. Then, God, what is it? The second thing I want to make a point of it. Okay. Then the second thing is this. Rational Mind was talking. I tend to understand and appreciate the point. It's just that he's quite emotional about it. Okay, this is what I'm saying.
Who?
But
you, Rational Mind.
No, please.
Who did you say? Who did you say is emotional?
You, Rational Mind. You hear your name now?
I didn't hear him, but that was what I'm asking. I want to know.
I say your name. You say Rational Mind is emotion about your assassin.
Am I emotional? What are you talking about?
Yeah, let him explain. Let him explain now. You don't even let him land. Let him explain what he mean by your emotion.
So
no, he's quite
go on.
Okay. What I said, if we can try to see through the emotion that he's speaking with, you will understand that he's making sense. Okay. It's not like I agree with him. Normally I don't agree with him on the platform, but I was able to understand him today, especially him being a Yoruba man. But what I'm trying to say, I don't know why we always revert to ethnicity on the platform when we are having discussion.
Batman now.
Do you understand? You don't need to revert to ethnicity when we are on this platform. That it's one. And hello?
Yeah, go on.
Hello?
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying, because they were talking over this election in the Southeast, and I think we should we have grown up, matured enough to, so that at least we can speak more objectively, and let us give just the administration a chance. And if we can focus more on a progressive conversation, it will be better for all of us. So this is just my submission, and I thank Madam for giving me the chance to talk, because Thomas wouldn't allow that. So thank you very much.
This is a military. This is a military operator now. I'm brigadier, as one man normally call me.
Thomas,
The military era of.
You will be the one in charge of Maduguri now. We post you to Maduguri, Sambisa Forest.
Please, can I? Please, can I say something?
Okay.
Yes, let's hear from Rosie. Then we go to Madam Sira. Yeah.
Oh, I have to
please,
go. Let me just say some few words. The thing I came in to say, I think Rubado has said it. That is one. Secondly, let's do on the part of the emotion he was talking about. The people that said it shouldn't be all mostly Yorubas, they are right and they are wrong. Why did I say that? When you are in a position, there are two things you are supposed to do. You use people. One, it depends on what you want to do. Competence, trust, protection, very important. Now, if you think you can only get that from your tribe, I don't really think I have issue with that. In Nigeria, I understand from the angle, the people who are saying, why is there so many Yorubas there? I quite really understand. For me, I wouldn't believe that. I didn't really believe that Tinubu will circle himself with Yorubans like that, but he did it anyway. So he's the CNC. I want to give him that free hand. Like, believe him, trust him in what he's doing. That being said, Nigeria has been a country where they do a little to the left, a little to the right. Far left, far right. Sometimes all left, sometimes all right, depending on who is in charge. But I want to remind Nigerians or remind us of something that we have forgotten. The first time Nigeria made a name in the world in terms of soccer, it came through a man called Westerhoff. And you see, when he was choosing his players, you see this thing we were discussing this night, that was actually the issue he had. Why must it be all Yorubans? Why must it be all Hausa? You must pick from north, from south, from east. It got to a point, if you are a Nigerian that follow what happens in Nigeria, because me, I follow you sometimes, that's quite interesting. It got to a point, I just have to tell this story. It got to a point when you bring down Northerner, he will tell the person, play. You must play for me to ascertain you. At a point, the guy was saturated. Maybe he will listen to this thing tonight, or maybe somebody will tell him about it. He was so saturated with the shenanigan that he told them, do you really want me to do this job? They said, yes, you have talents. That's the word he used. He said, if I am going to get my players from one family, I will never forget that quote. I will go with them. That is, if his players are going to come from one family, that is 22 players from one family, the guy said he is going to go for that Olympics with them. And that was how, if you see that team, it was a very interesting team. And when they went, they did magic. And when they came back, we never had like that again. So if he feels that he can get his players from one family, I'm not just talking about tribes now, I'm talking about one family. And at the end of the day, those his players from one family are ready, will give us that thing Nigerians has been crying for. I don't mind. So all this is not Igbo, it's not Yoruba, it's not. Maybe we are judging too early. I heard somebody saying, after all, Buhari picked all from his own tribe. What was the result? Somebody else is doing the same thing. Let's see that somebody did it and failed doesn't mean the next person do it is going to fail. After all, people go to the same class to study the same course. At the end of the day, someone did not make it, another made it. It's the same thing. Maybe the same teacher taught them the same pattern. They wrote the same exam, but somebody came out flying color. So I really think discussing this is too early to start saying why. Can we leave the why a little and watch what he's going to do? I keep saying, I will be disappointed if he didn't perform. I must say that this night. I will really be disappointed if Tinubu did not perform. In fact, let me use this word. I am going to find it difficult to have hope in Nigeria again if that guy did not perform. Because I'm going to the school he went to. I'll be previewed to see his result. He's a smart guy. I've been saying it in this platform. He's smart. Of course, people are struggling to make a C. The guy is wiring it A. A. Look at the record. Everybody see he A. If he doesn't, this is the first time we are putting somebody who in learning, I use the word learning, he has learned. So can we relax a little? Let's stop this throwing of jabs. Let's calm down a little. Let's just give them a year and 6 months. That is one. Two, secondly, before I slept, early hours of yesterday, I had, when the program started, I heard you people discussing about Rubado.
Madam Sita, so your advice to gossiper like rational man is that he should relax.
I think so. Yeah, you are right. We
Rational
should
man.
calm down a little. Just
Calm
calm
down,
down.
rational man.
Calm down. Let's see. Just calm down. Calm down a little. Let's see. Because this is the first time Nigeria is having somebody who has, I must say this, people might not like it when I say it because of emotions, but I will say it anyway. This is the first time Nigeria is having somebody who has learned, a politician who learned. That's why I said he has learned. If he's not going to put it in action, I will really, really be surprised. That's why I'm saying this, really surprised. That is one. Then I heard you people talking about Rubado, that I think some people are having
not
issues.
competent. Yeah, that is not competent.
I think that is a joke taken too far. But I understand the person, maybe because the person have not studied when a police officer hold that position, or you have not done investigation all over the world in dying countries when that kind of position is being handed over to a police officer. Maybe the person should go and read the profile of Rubado. Excellent profile for that position. And by the way,
what is the profile that you know that is different from what we know? What is that profile?
Okay, you want to I don't have that time, but what I will tell you, rational mind. Hold on.
Okay. All right.
Hold on. I know you always like to sit down and ask people to give you evidence, but today I'm going to tell you to go and look for the evidence because it's online. You type the profile of Nuhu Rubado.
Zita, you never change. You will never change.
And it will come out, and then you will read it. When you read it, then you match it up with the job description of a national security advisor. Keep Rubado's profile one corner. Keep the job description of a national security advisor.
Say you don't know. Don't say you.
Let me finish. You keep it side by side, and you start reading it. You read this one. You read this one. When you finish, you read the two together. Then you can come out and say he's not qualified. But I'm sure by the time you read the two, the job description and his profile, I'm very sure you wouldn't say that. I think I've answered that question. Let me
Madam
continue.
Zita, please, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah, sometimes, when you talk about job profile, it's like writing a resume. Some people will put some stuff that is not 100% correct. So I'm not doubting this guy's whatever is in his profile, but sometimes we don't go by that alone because we found out several people they put some stuff that it might not be 100% accurate.
Okay.
Some
Let
people
me
know how
answer
to.
you.
Okay.
Let me answer you. If you go to Rubado's profile, when you call name, call date, call place, is verifiable, right? When you say, I was here at so date, at so time, and I did this kind of a thing, at that level he is, he shouldn't be putting anything. Because if you look at his profile, he's, apart from the Harvard and 2 other schools, he's made in Nigeria. He's a made in Nigerian guy. Like, I would say, street boy. If you look at his profile. And again, it is really, I won't say, it is really funny. If you look at somebody who has a lot of financial and security information in his hands, and who is a graduate of financial fraud, strategic studies, and you look at that kind of person and you say he is not qualified to own, really, the word not qualified, I think, is demeaning to say about Rubedo. I must say that, I talk sometimes the way I feel. Nigerians sitting down in a platform and say Rubedo is not qualified. You can say, well, because he's a police officer, they might not respect him, blah, blah, blah. I will agree with you. But using that word, not qualified, I think is demeaning. Can we shift a little bit away from that and face the situation in Nigeria? Like, well, those army people, yeah, they would do that. I will agree with you. Somebody who has made name and been somewhere, learned, studied for himself, which most people along the line dropped off. And then he got a position and you look at him and say, he's not qualified. Is that right? That's not right to say. More so when you don't have his profile and the job description of the job he's going into. I repeat myself again. Nuhu Ribado, sometimes I used to ask, I'm surprised he's still alive. This is a global platform. That guy has a lot of information. He has a lot of, I keep saying it. I know some people will not believe me, but I know what I'm talking about. He has so much information in his hands. And you don't mess up with somebody who has information. You don't mess with that person. You don't.
What kind of information are you talking about?
As I said before,
information are you talking
Madam
about?
Zita,
Zita, what kind of information are you talking about?
Madam Zita, I think the word is not actually that he's not qualified. Instead, it should be that maybe that was not a good fit. It could have, to bring the best in him, maybe another position would have been better, because even his nephew was saying that he knows him, that he feels if he's in another position, he would do much, much better than this position that has been given to him.
As I said before, don't you think we are saying this too early?
It's too early, Madam Speaker.
They're just announcing.
Yeah,
we're only just analyzing now. I mean, we're only just analyzing.
That's why I'm saying we should be coming down now. We should not be affirmative about it. We should be coming down a little, because I heard the rowdiness at the beginning of the platform where everybody was like, whoa, whoa. We should be coming down a little. Just give them a little time. But I know some people who, I'm not talking about Roberto now. I know some people who you will give, okay, let me not just say I know. Let me use the word. Some people, you give them a position. That position might be a little bit too big for them, or a little bit confusing. It might not be where they are specialized in. But most people strive, like hungry to make it. They go wide in reading, studying, learning within a short period of time. And they make it. Look at this guy making wave. You remember the agricultural guy? I like that guy a lot. The guy that worked under Jonathan.
Adewumi.
Yeah, I always forget his name, but
Yeah.
anytime I see his face, I remember.
Not Adewumi.
Akínwùmí. Yeah, that guy at the African Bank, African Development.
African Bank, yeah. African Bank Development Bank, yeah.
He was given a job in Jonathan's administration. Almost everybody, apart from Okonjo-Iweala, and a few others. He's among the few that even in the yo-yo-yo of Jonathan's administration, he was. Everybody, unless you are not looking at that space, everybody knew the guy performed.
And the guy in charge of trade and commerce too, during the Jonathan time. I can't remember.
And if you look at their profile, at the beginning of the appointment, you won't believe they would have done that. So let's calm down a little. But we should not be saying Rubado. I think it's a little bit too far. We shouldn't be saying he's not qualified for that job. Information for that job. Information is important. Information is important. And somebody who is hungry for information will be very, very good for that job. That guy is hungry for information. The only thing I will say is that I hope
it's not just enough hungry for information. You need.
Don't worry. Rational mind looks in. Let me tell you, rational mind. You see, as long as we come to one-man platform every day, rational mind, you and I, there is something both of us has to understand, and we should get that part. Somebody like me don't attract people like you. I perfectly get that part. And somebody like you don't attract people like me. I honestly believe you should get that part.
Only rational man with women. But it is like Oberiju.
You always speak above my understanding, and I always speak above your understanding. So both of us should deal with it. You get my point? We should deal with it. So it's not every time I come and say something, you start throwing like, why did you, how can you say, no. Let's settle with this. I'm cool with me not attracting you. And you should be cool with you not attracting me. I've said that several times.
No, you are married now. How will I attract you? Who attract me? You and I will
call
married.
You
don't know what I mean by attract.
Right. He understands it now. He understands what you mean. He understands what you mean now. Why won't he understand? He does.
Miss Zita, don't worry. I will call Dupsy on him now. You will see, he will run away.
Bye, you. Thank you.
Madam Zita, please, before you go, you are rational mind. You are unlike poles, and unlike poles attract.
I don't think this one do attract at all. This one will never attract. Forget it. He speaks above my intellect. And I think I speak above his own intellect too. So two of us should be cool with it. Do you understand? In the platform,
as long as you come to this platform,
I think they understand me. In the platform too, and people listen, I think they understand rational mind. So
I understand you.
Can we be fine? We get that part.
No, we shall get the part. But whenever we come on this platform, listen. Whenever I challenge people's view, it's not personal.
No, I didn't say it's personal.
So I want us to understand that we understand each other. What you're saying, why are you saying what you're saying?
No, it's not personal. It's not. No,
I'm
it's
probing
not
just to understand. Maybe there's something I don't understand.
No,
that's why I ask questions sometimes.
No. It's not personal, but it has a lot to do with understanding. It is not personal. It has so much to do with understanding, because sometimes when I ask you question when you are talking, I throw you off balance. Sometimes when you ask me question when I'm talking, you throw me off balance. So it's not a question of a personal thing. It's something of understanding.
It's noted.
Thank you. Bye.
To go. Why are you going now? Why are you leaving us?
Please.
Madam Sita,
you did person off balance.
Madam Sita, Madam Sita made my day. You really made my day with
please, can Rosie, I say something?
Yeah, Rosie coming, Rosie,
Yeah, I mean, I know the other time Rational Man was saying that why should it be, I know Madam Zita is saying we shouldn't even flog that thing too long, but I'm just saying this because Ribadu too also said, I know Rational Man was like, why should it be only Yorubas? But I think rational mind, I think you should understand that sometimes when you are in a position, some people they are more comfortable with people they have a history with, people they have dealt with. They feel more secure, they feel more safe with them. Some people don't feel safe with strangers. So maybe
Rosie, that's why I asked the question. Maybe you were not here. I
okay.
said, can you roll with your enemy? Somebody
That's
that you
the
don't
thing.
know.
Yeah, because you want to, for you to govern, you want to feel secured. You want to feel that those people that is working with you, they're not going to sabotage your effort. Because some people might come into you, get you down, try to do everything to bring your, I mean, so you won't be successful. So at least, I mean, you want to deal with people that you are a bit comfortable with, that you think, I mean, you cannot, no human being can you trust 100%, but you still want to feel safe and comfortable with working with people. So, and sometimes many people are more comfortable with um, people from their place. I mean, it's human nature. You might want to be.
Rosie, can you imagine Tinubu appointing Rotimi Amechi or Shibajo,
That's what I'm saying. It's not
all
going to be
those
comfortable.
devil, all those devil?
You
Ó ti tún bẹ̀rẹ̀,
look.
ó ti
You
tún
don't
bẹ̀rẹ̀.
want to roll with people that you always have to be looking at your back all the time. You are not safe. You just want to say, "Oh, these people are going to come and mess up my good work." You want people that you think you can gel together, you can roll together. It's human nature. That's why sometimes
But
you
then,
see. Yeah.
Princess Roxy. But then, if this has to repeat itself this way, since we've seen a Fulani man who just left there now, with all his nepotism, and now
Yeah.
the Yoruba man with his own nepotism now, if in the future some other person gets there, and a Edo man gets there, and he puts all his Edo people there, we should not complain, no.
Yeah, I know, but the thing
We
is
all should
that
not complain, especially the Yorubas.
The
We
thing
should
is
not
that
complain.
President Tinubu is too smart for all that now. I mean,
But then you are the people saying that we're making cases for him. We're making excuses for him now that, oh, if he's comfortable, if an Igbo man gets there tomorrow, if his Obi gets there tomorrow, if he puts everybody there to be,
look, if he, the
should not
thing is
complain.
that
No.
as long as it's working, as
Rational
long as
mind.
it's
How many
working.
people were really complaining about what Buhari did? We saw what he did. We didn't
Oh
talk much.
yeah, you go.
You know,
You see, even
Were you
this,
not
the
here?
people,
Were you
the
not
people,
here?
the
You
people.
Solly,
No,
you
rational
Solly.
mind.
Were you not here
Rational
when
mind. The
during the
people
whole time?
complaining
Were you
now
not
are
here
the
when all
people
of
that
us
were
were
complaining before, and are still the same people that will do the same thing.
that was?
So
Say that again.
let's not pretend. Let's not
I
pretend.
No,
know.
but you, Solly, you forgotten during the whole time when you always during lockdown when we come here, you, Solly, you know one of those people here that was always saying
I
that.
never, ever
Emma
complained.
Gboro,
Never.
Sean Gboro.
I even defended Buhari. I defended
Emma
Buhari.
Gboro.
I was the only one that even explained why Buhari did it. And I
Okay,
used
so
So
historical facts.
rational
And I
man, like we are
no,
saying,
rational mind. You wanted to change my words, and I used historical facts to
But
explain
why
why.
is everybody attacking rational mind? I was one that raised this issue
no,
now.
me, I'm just saying.
So
No,
so
you
so
raising
just
it
just
I'm
in a
not
say
different
just
way.
say that
Now.
I'm
people are
not. You see,
complaining. Stop it.
no. To me, everybody is entitled to their. Okay.
One voice, please. Let's hear from Rosie. Let's hear from
Yeah.
Rosie.
To
And
to
we'll go
me,
to Ola.
to
Ola
me,
after
to
Rosie.
me.
Ola.
Thank you, Oga Thomas. To me, everybody is entitled to their opinion. We cannot all sleep and put our head on the same level now. If rational mind has his own opinion, that's his opinion. Other people to have their own opinion. We all come here to chat, to learn from each other, right? To interact. We don't all have to have the same opinion, right? I'm not attacking, I'm not against rational mind, but I'm just saying sometimes it's human nature to feel comfortable with people that speak the same dialect with you, or people, even if you're not the same dialect, maybe people that you have a history with. Like if I grew up with an Hausa friend, I might be more comfortable with that person than somebody from my tribe. So if you have a history with people, you have gelled well with them, and you think you want to work with them, what's wrong with that? I don't mind. Like Buhari chose Fulani. If the country had come out very fine, nobody would have complained. So if President Tinubu is going to choose Yoruba, even if it's people from where is it, Iragberi? Is it from Iragberi or wherever it's from? If he chooses all the people from Iraqbi,
Iragbiji.
yeah, if he chooses everybody from Iraqbi, as long as Nigeria works fine, everything is fine. We shouldn't, that's what I mean. Let him just choose whoever he's comfortable with to work with, and let's just see how the country would move on. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah. Let's hear from Ola. Hold on, Ola. Simba, adìyẹ tó ń pariwo
Yes.
lẹ́yìn kùlé yẹn, we will use it for chicken, for barbecue. That's
Naija, na
Naija
dey.
O máa roast àwọn ènìyàn, o máa send ẹ̀ sí wa o.
Yeah, let's hear from Ola.
Okay. My own contribution to it is this. See, personally, I criticize Buhari for feeding the service chief and for altering our security architecture. I was loud about that. Now, I was not loud about it until we started seeing what his king's men were doing. Initially, it would not have meant anything to me, naturally. Because if he has surrounded himself with everybody, because the question now is this: we have to differentiate between Kanuri, Hausa, and all those things. Because I went as that far, started knowing that okay, this is Fulani, this is Fulani. But you know, there's a difference between okay, when you put Hausa, Fulani, and Kanuri, all those stuff. Now, but if is a bandit, the bandits that were more associated with his kinsmen, if they were not terrorizing Nigeria, that would be understandable. Nobody will complain. Because if I find myself in Tinubu situation, I don't want to compromise any security around me. In fact, if I was not security conscious before, that would be the best time that I be security conscious. And I have to be within my right mental state. And if my right mental state will say, okay, I must pick someone that I can relate with, then I will go there. You can call it nepotism. It's okay. Like I said, nepotism, even where we live here, is even more pronounced than in Nigeria. But the way we do our own in Nigeria is that we are corrupt with it. Here is where you see a mother and the daughter will be working in the same organization. Even they will even block another person out not to get into that organization. But the way we use our own, Buhari, okay, you have your kinsmen, and if we have the best security within that time, nobody will talk. If we will not carry herdsmen to just go and destroy people's farm and you defend and you protect those people, nobody will talk. That's where we have a challenge with now. Now, with what just happened in that country, personally, I will be afraid now to have even my security chief as a Fulani man. I'm sorry to say this. It's not about nepotism something. Because to me, I still believe that we still have those foreign people that they have connection with. We need to flush them out of our bush. Now, if you've not done so, and I now put the men again in charge of my security, guiding me, then I would think that, okay, maybe my life is not secured. I will not take that risk. So it's a mental thing. Now, if we want to now attribute nepotism to this guy, the NSA position is as important too. No matter what we want to say. So putting a Ribadu there, a Ribadu is a person that has been tested, is a person that can be trusted, that will not even have any issue with. So I will put a particular person there. To me, all these service chief we are talking about now is, let us see if they are going to do the right thing. If they don't do the right thing, then we can start complaining. I will not challenge my energy on this, to be honest with you. I will not challenge my energy. So I will work with those that I'm comfortable with, without thinking that, oh, if I put this guy now, maybe he's having some kind of discussion with people from his nationality. Maybe they want to put me, maybe they want to fulanize me, they want to do all those things. I will try to remove all those things from there. That's the way I see it. So to me, I don't think we should be talking about it looks nepotistic. No deny that. But the truth still remains. The president, we have to work with who is comfortable with. But I want to ask something again. Are these people saying, I don't know, are these people saying that what's the name of this guy? That Ribadu is not qualified to be the NSA? Because I want to understand the rationale behind it. Why am I saying it is this? Initially, what people were saying is that, okay, seniority. That, okay, that if they use Ribadu, maybe the military rank will not respect him. But on the other hand, we have to look at the situation that this is a political appointment, and if your C made a position, will use his own wisdom to put someone in a position. Are you trying to challenge the authority of that CNC, especially if he's putting a person that has history of being a very be a very competent and effective person that has managed, that has directed one of the I don't know how to call the EFCC, because I want to give EFCC under Ribadu the best name I can give EFCC. Since the time of Ribadu, nobody has matched the record of that guy. We are talking of a fearless, upright guy here, at least to the best of my knowledge. So if this guy, I think this guy was like an AIG before Yar'Adua Kaba pursuing him out of the country. So if you look at that rank as at that time, if this guy were to be in service at the time he left, maybe he would have probably become the Inspector General of Police. Are you saying we can't find the equivalent of Inspector General of Police or AIG within the military? Even when we consider the time this guy was an AIG, he should have become a senior to most of those people that you want to pretend that is the junior today. I think there's nothing in this world is permanent. And I believe the earlier we start adjusting to something new, the better for us. So NSA should not be the birthright. I don't think NSA should not be the birthright of a particular organ of our security architecture. Even in the future, even if a civilian asks, okay, let me use a person like the former governor of Ekiti State that has some kind of a PhD in whatever war, whatever, I don't know, something that has to do with the military. Even as a civilian like that, if he has competence within that position, he should be able to fill in that position, because it is more political than being a career thing. So to me, when I see the like of Ribadu, I would naturally believe that that's one of the best choices you can make. And all the appointments I've seen about the service chief so far, I think, to me, I think they are they are a great appointment until they prove otherwise. So since we've given this man the mandate to lead the country, let him start deviating from his promises before we start crucifying him. As far as I'm concerned, I think this guy is still performing even beyond what many people that even believe Tinubu has that competence. I think Tinubu is even looking like he's going to surpass what we believe about him. So that's what I want to contribute about that.
Yeah, thank you, Ola.
Thanks for your inaugural lecture.
Thank you, Ola.
Why did I become a lecturer?
You are a lecturer, Ola. You don't know that. You have from your brain every day.
I know be forgettable.
Rosie, what do you think about the appointment so far?
No. Rosie has talked about it. I just want to Thomas.
Simba coming.
Ribadu drew our attention to that appointment, and I quite 100% agree with him, because when I look at all those appointments, also I look at their portfolios and where all of them are within Abuja and surroundings. So that means even before, we don't actually have a maybe information about how these people are appointed. Maybe, as he said, that maybe they are not even supposed to be announced as part of the appointment, because you look at it, most of them are Abuja, and Nasarawa, and then Suleja, Abuja and its axis. So I think there's something that are actually peculiar to the security of the president himself, not to to the nation in general.
That's exactly
So if
the
he
point. Yeah.
so
You're
if he
right.
chooses to choose people that actually he think that will be at least be loyal to him, he trusted, I don't think he will have any justification to be looking at it as if he has not actually satisfied the national, the federal character.
Can you imagine Simba appointing somebody that you are not comfortable with in that position? You will just be looking at your shoulder every time, isn't it?
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yes, yes. So I think Ribadu really expatiates on that. That this is a security purposely for his whole security himself. So this is not about the nation as a whole. Yeah. So I think that makes sense. Do we have Solly? Solly, Owajani, come to fight.
Yes, I'm still here.
What do you think, my brother?
No, well, in terms of that military ranking, when they were choosing these guys, I saw a lot of military people on Twitter saying, nobody's going to listen to him, or nobody's going to listen to him, or this or that. People complaining, So
Nobody's
when
going to
it
listen to who?
this person that they put, is it not Ribadu?
Ribadu, yes.
Yeah, because they have ranking in military that all these things that they are doing with normal government, that's not how it works. Where you bring somebody that is low and you put them high. In military, it does not work. They are going to cause chaos. They are going to cause problems. They are not going to listen to him. They are going to try to sabotage everything he does because he's not.
Sorry, they complain before he appoints the new one. They complain before he appoints the new one. Let us get it right, please.
No,
what are you saying?
What's Solly saying? I want to understand too.
No, he's saying that the military people are complaining on Twitter that they will not listen to.
Who are those people? Who are those people
I don't
complaining?
know. I don't know. That's what he said.
Military people I saw on Twitter.
It's not military people. It's the normal politician. The normal politician people complain.
A normal military man, by virtue of their training and this thing, will not go and be seeing such a thing in the public space.
The complaint came up the first time the Badu name is showing up. That's where the complaint came up. But that's why Asiwaju retire all the old ones. And
come in. Sorry, what I want to know is they are complaining against who? Against Ribadu or against other
yes, against Ribadu.
Against Ribadu. Yeah, they do complain. I saw that on Twitter.
How will they do that?
They do. But it's not
military. That is the mentality before. That was why they used to, because the people believe that if you choose, because we also, even on this platform, we all believe that in military, that we rank them higher than any other form of security architecture that we have, and that if you choose from any other security outfit, then the military might not actually listen or cooperate with such a person.
Exactly.
Do you guys remember? Sorry, do you guys remember during that when this terrorists, they went to NDA and they killed some of the people attending courses there, and they took one major general or major hostage. Do you remember that Yoruba guy, Adekunle? Is it Kunle?
Yeah, I think I can remember.
Yeah, he said, I quote, if we can bring, somebody can pull up that video. He said that he is speaking. He did not come on channels to speak for himself. That he is speaking for the community of former former NSA intelligence officers. He's speaking for them. That right now, they say as he's speaking that right now, they have a meeting. In fact, they have a WhatsApp group. I don't know if people listen to that part. So if these guys have a group, like for example here in America, if you're a former NSA, there's certain, you still get briefing to some extent. You'll be getting briefing. All past U.S. Intelligence officers, they still have access to some kind of form of briefing, but maybe not the totality of it. So if they have a WhatsApp group and they have this group, like the former former intelligence officer, and they were so mad with Buhari, how Buhari was going about this thing, that it was an assault that they were allowed this bandit to go to what's it called, that NDA to do what they did. And that was when people were like, some people were trying to silence him, and they were like saying that you should keep quiet. So I don't know if you can. So what I'm bringing out is this, that if Solly is saying that there is this group of people online saying that they will not listen to him, they will not accept the Ribadu, I can understand that, because the impression that Adekunle or Kunle gave us that very day was that they have this group of clique of former intelligence officers who they still believe that Nigeria should be, our country is our country, are patriotic. And so if these kind of people who are former intelligence officers, and most of them, if not all of them, are all past serving military personnel, then you can imagine how they will not listen to this guy. I mean, I'm just saying, it's just my own speculation that they might not want to listen to. Maybe Solly is right in what he said.
What they were specifically complaining about was ranking.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So it could be.
Yeah, because like I was saying, if Ribadu was an IG, as at the time he was leaving the police officer, definitely he should be senior to all these guys, even if he was to remain there. And the truth is this, Ribadu will not be the first policeman that will be the first NSA of Nigeria. If anybody remember one guy called Ismaila, is he Guaso or Guso? I don't know. The one that was...
I've mentioned it before you came. We have Gambo and Ismaila Guaso during Abacha and Babangida.
And I'm not saying that they said they won't listen to him. I said the possibilities. They were talking about it's possible that they will try to sabotage him. It's possible that they won't listen to him. And the likelihood of this happening is very high.
Solely, what you are saying is not new. They've been saying it right from the time of Yaradua and Jonathan. People have been saying this. This is not new. It's not new. I think if the president knows what he's doing, if the NSA give order to any of our maybe major, all these chief of army staff or whatever, whoever is not listening, then fire him and just put another person who is ready to cooperate. So that one should not be an issue.
Exactly. Because the thing is this, the NSA is simply representing the president. So if you don't listen to the NSA, then you are disobeying the president. It's as simple as ABC. So, and I think the military, they are more disciplined like that. The officers,
but then you see, which means because he would need those past intelligence officers to help him out, because he cannot just rely on his own or people that are working with him. This past intelligence officer, he needs to consult. Why do you think sometimes Buhari or even Tinubu recently was consulting with some past head of states? Or you had even like this guy went to see him, Jonathan. Even when Buhari was there, they had to call Obasanjo. I mean, ask him to come see him at the so they have to
Council of State meeting.
I mean, well, yeah, we can call it Council of State, but in one-on-one sometimes they do have their own personal meeting, one-on-one. So what I'm trying to say is that, you see, these people who have had this office too, especially the intelligence office, that was why I give you an example of America here. The old intelligence officers that serve as an NSA here, even this John Bolton still gets some kind of security briefing, and he still contributes somehow. So they would need them. So if these people say they're not going to be listening to him because they feel that it's not in their ranks or former military personnel, like, I mean, he didn't, like somebody said, yeah, he didn't graduate, he didn't retire as a high ranking, like an AIG or IG of police, then that tells you that there's a trouble here. There's trouble looming in the horizon here. But I just hope Tinubu is able to navigate this as he always does, being able to talk to them to just bring their head down and just, assist this guy in the office.
But rational man, why should they do that? Why should they do that?
That's what I'm saying.
Why should they do that? It's an abnormality. It's an abnormality.
That's what I'm saying. You see, intelligence does not work the way we're saying it here. Just the way we're saying it here. That is why America has a tradition of all their past NSA chiefs. They still get briefing. They still contribute in some ways in their circles of whatever. They still assess their NSA security reports. So it would definitely need these people also to contribute from time to time. And these guys are saying, they resent him already now. I mean, if what Solly is telling us is true, if they resent him by what we're going, that tells you that Tinubu has a big problem in his hand if that happens.
Rashna, don't you think what those guys are doing is wrong? What they are doing is wrong. Why should they monopolize? Why should they monopolize this position for
I'm
themselves?
saying that the route Tinubu is going is the best route. I will say, don't use all these past because people they work for some.
Rational mind. You know what they are doing there. Let me tell you, they are just using it to make. They are just using it to make the nation. Those military officers.
Yeah, of course.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Did you hear that Rational Mind said Tinubu did something right?
I hear that too. I hear that. I was
I
also
cannot
saying
believe my ear.
we need to clap.
I
We need
cannot
to
believe
clap.
my ear.
Maybe it's a slip of tongue. Maybe it's a slip of tongue. No, it's a slip of tongue.
You
I mean,
It's a slip of
what I'm
tongue.
saying is,
I think so.
the only writing I think he did here is that you somebody who is not of a military background, but
Rational mind. My bank at no so jail. Oje phone check and drive the to ya feel leve.
Maybe not mistake.
Yeah, let's hear.
Hey,
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Let's hear from Adewale.
thank you.
Adewale,
Rachel,
you've been quiet since.
I'm
You
mad at
say
you, Thomas. You
I'm
took me out
marginalizing you now.
and put me in the background. You
You,
did that.
you know you are the southeast on this program. You are
No,
the
I
southeastern
am.
on
I
this
feel
program. You
marginalized here.
always
You
be
took me out. Thank
marginalized.
God for Ribadu. It was because of Ribadu that I was able to come in. Hey, Rational Mind. The chiefs in the NSA and the CIA, not that they usually have automatic access to briefing. The reason why they usually have access actually is at the pleasure of the Mr. President, because some of them are privy to information. Like most of this head of intelligence agency, they usually have take their own personal notes and then pass forwarded and encrypted and all that, and no other person will be able to access it except you are being cleared. So when they are leaving the agency, in order not to create that kind of problem for assessing and sometimes passing down information that not necessarily written down, but just like the knowledge about something subject matter. That's why they usually let them have it, and it's actually for selective purposes. Remember, Trump revoked one of the Obama leftover chief of I believe CIA chief. He revoked his access to the system, and that is as a sort of all the political issue that was going on. But not that they have they must by the agency policy, but it's just a courtesy that they are called those chiefs so that they will be able to, for example, you're living, okay, you have knowledge about this subject matter, okay, we can consult you. It would be wrong for you not to have access, and I want to consult you, but you are not clear to, to speak on the issue or the subject matter. That was the reason why they usually call them that. But if the president say no, you don't have this access, they take it away. See, you understand? I'm just trying to, what you said was right,
you're
but
right.
I'm just trying
I
to
agree with you.
clarify more.
Yeah,
That
the
is not a
president can revoke
must.
your access.
Yeah, it's not a must that you must have that clearance, but you usually kind of out of courtesy and for the fact that you've occupied this position, so you might be needed in the future to clarify some issues or to have much input into it. That's why they usually let them have it. But not everyone. It's mainly for the head, the chief of those security
I didn't
agencies.
say everyone. I didn't say past NSA. That's what I said. I didn't say all of them. I said past NSA, and anybody that's I gave an example of John Bolton.
Oh yeah. Joe Bolton. I don't think Joe Bolton have access to it anymore.
Maybe I mean, like you said, it's possible they can deny them access.
Yeah, since all these political issues been interfering in how they run those agencies, so kind of like it's possible that those, especially the issue the way Trump bastardized everything before he left. So it's chances that they might try to restrict some access to some of these, like for example when what is this guy, the FBI guy left when Trump's fired him on social media. Remember that time there?
James
Comey, yeah, he didn't have access to his memo. Thank God that when he left the meeting with him, he went back to his, and started typing and everything already locked in. So, and most of the government agency, the moment you are done with the agency, As a matter of fact, even before you get out of the building, God help you. Your clearing card is already getting locked, so you might need authorization or someone to escort you out. So even his own memo was not. He didn't even have access to it. He has to petition. He had to petition the agency when he was given congressional testimony to be able to access it because it was it was provided to him. He wrote it, so they granted it. But that is just the way it works in some of these agencies, and I believe Nigeria copy those intelligent kind of setup, just to. But the way it is actually, NSA not supposed to be headed by the military. But because military had been ruling in Nigeria for so many times, so they put their code, and it's always been, being seen as the birthright of the army, actually, so and they be occupying that position. But it's supposed to be, something within either state security or police, actually. But majority of people you will find in the NSA today are probably military personnel. So that is just the way things. But I think Ribadu is like a round peg in the round hole because and for someone saying that the military might not listen to him, if you look at it, the CNC have the final say who had all this agency. So if you say this is the direction we are going, they don't burn anybody well. It's like you are joking with your career, and it's, the only thing you can think of is cool, and the cool is no longer fashionable in Nigeria anymore. So that is where I say that I don't think everybody will have problem. It's likely that some of those big echelon at the NSA might be on their way out because it will make sure that they're trying to work with people that will be comfortable, that will be able to carry out their plan or whatever they have.
But Adewale, Buhari did the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like somebody said earlier, you work with people you are comfortable with. Actually, the service chief list, I didn't see any lopsidedness in that. No, but you see those supplementary, those lower appointment. As a matter of fact, I've never seen that being published before. You know, I mean, if the bigger one, the GOCs, hardly you will see presidency publicizing that about which GOC was, being redeployed or post to a particular position or being promoted. None of that. So I wasn't expecting that they would add that to the list. I guess they are just trying to, if there's a if you guys are not following the trend or not paying attention close to it, I see that this administration is trying to utilize the media to project itself. So every now and then they shoot you this, it's a PR technique actually. They shoot you this information that you will run with for a week, then they will come back and push another one to you. And not that they are not working, but that's the way you put yourself, you engrave yourself in the mind of people so that they already know what you are doing. So they're following that trend, they're following that track of what you are doing, and they're using the media. So I guess that's the reason why they decided to add those lists of the brigade commanders. Those are lower level personnel, not necessarily that they have has to do with the national security per se, but they are trying to use it. I'm suspecting, not necessarily that that is the
Adewale,
factor.
Adewale, as you said, even for them not to even listen to him will be tantamount to lack of professionalism.
It's just
And even if you
subordination. It's
exactly, and then the way you look at it, even within Nigeria army themselves, they discriminate against themselves. Even this former NSA that you look at, if you look at their rank, they are majorly armies. You will never see a naval officer or a air force man there. It's predominantly the combatants, and that is what they do to themselves. They even within Nigeria army discriminate. They see themselves higher than the other military, as in the navy and the air force.
Samba
I think we have
also.
to demystify. We need to demystify all these problems that
Simba,
is
I want to
going on.
believe that the current higher rank in the army and even in the air force, I want to believe the higher rank, especially in the army, the higher ranks in the army currently now. I don't know which corps they belongs to, but I think they are still more highly populated by the northerner. I think when we started seeing more of a mix is when we started moving to people that joined army maybe in early or late 90s or something like that. When we started seeing, a mix. Because if you look at it
I
before,
think Obasanjo rebalanced them.
but it's still not, I mean talking about the promotions, it was a systemic way. They planned it, but people never pay attention. They also use this quota system of a thing, but then within the force itself, they were promoting the northerner more than the people from the southerner. And then that was why at the end of the day, come to think of it, during the Obasanjo Abacha era, I don't. They said what Abu Salami was the highest ranking military officer at that time, but we heard there was another Yoruba man that was supposed to take that post. I don't know how true how true it was, but him being the oldest in the system as at that time, they decided to give it to him. But it's a systemic way, and I give it to
No,
them.
when was that? Under Abacha, right? When
No, no,
Abacha
no,
died.
no. As soon as Abacha by
No,
during the
now
that
Jeremiah Oseni was the most senior.
was senior, okay, but the
Jeremiah
military
Oseni.
didn't want him because of what he represented, and
Yeah, but by the architecture, right? This guy was chief
was
of
also
defense
a
at that
Christian.
time. Yeah, no, yeah, yes. Abubakar was the chief of army staff. Why this guy is the no, Ishaya Bamai was the chief of army staff, and Abubakar was the chief of defense staff, if I remember clearly.
How is Ishaya Bamayi the same level with Abubakar? Abubakar is old, much more older than them. So does that mean that he didn't join military? He joined military after the Ishaya
No,
Bamayi era.
I think Abubakar has some kind of disciplinary issue. I think yeah,
Oh,
in the early stage of his career, I can't remember where I read it. I'm not too sure. So, um, but how even how Abubakar got to that place was just a more of like a coup. The only difference was that the coup was not like the one they planned, but
They
as it
make us
happened.
believe that he was not involved, but he was.
No,
He was
no, I think
followed.
I think when the thing happened, they called Babangida. I think Babangida just told him what to go and do. Like I say, yeah, according to the story I read, it's like Babangida just say, okay, when you get to that place, take charge. And when this man Mustafa was narrating that thing, when the guy just got to that Thatcher Rock, he pretended like he was going to pray for Abacha, and the next thing he sat on his seat. You know, Mustafa was just looking at it. That he was furious that he believed that if he wanted to yamutu the guy that I could have yamutued him easily, but you know, easier said than done for that major too. But Asha Yoruba say ìbẹ̀rù ojú kò ń jẹ́ kán ṣe kéde. So if I say it now before Thomas will start accusing me, so
But
yeah,
Ola Adewale, that stage, that what happened to Abacha was a crucial stage in the existence of that country. And the role that Al Mustafa played was actually very crucial at that time. Because at that time, we don't have a head, the whole thing was in shambles. How they managed to actually bring in Abu Salam that time was like I don't know, I don't understand it.
It was the chief
Because
of defense. It was the
Absalam
chief of
was
defense staff now.
invited. He was
It was the chief of
invited. No,
defense staff.
it was invited to the actual rock because El Mustafa invited him. So because if they had invited Jeremiah Hosseini earlier than that time, maybe Jeremiah Hosseini will have taken over.
Still
But
cool.
because Absalami was the chief of defense
He
staff.
probably would have arrested Al Mustafa and his what do you call them? His troop.
Bamei.
Yeah, and take over the government and put those other GOC under arrest and put their. But
Are
everything
you sure?
happens.
Are you sure if Ali Mustafa on his own wanted to become president, he would have become the head of state of that country?
You can. Yeah, you can.
It could, but it was above his pay grade. It was behind. It was hiding under the CNC to commit a lot of stuff. But
No,
when
I'm talking. It's like he knew what happened. It was
wouldn't have
was
been able to
preview.
it
No.
wouldn't have
Look,
been able to
Simba.
succeed.
Look,
The
Simba.
way
Look at it
military
this
was
way.
set up, it wouldn't be able to succeed because some of the decision that it would take single-handedly, that was because Abacha was still alive and we were able to back him up. But when
Exactly.
there's no Abacha in the picture and some of the signal that will be sent would needed to be back up that precedes, I mean, at the end of the day, the news already filtering around that okay.
Adewale, I think maybe because the guy was not prepared, he didn't know
No,
that Abacha will
The
just
guy, the
suddenly.
guy would have successfully take that power, but he was
I
not
know.
ready
I
to do
will
that.
tell you why.
He was
Midwest.
not prepared. He was not
Yeah,
prepared.
but
Believe me.
there was no way we would have succeeded in the first place anyway.
I will tell you why I will not succeed. Look at it this way. When
Under
you
his command
see the wait, Midwest. When you see the way Mustafa was telling that story, because he still believes tomorrow, he told you that Abacha didn't eat any apple. So the implication is that some people really plan to eliminate Abacha. That alone is a one key information that people are not paying attention to. Now, there's tendency to that the information might have filtered out. So he can like and stay there and think he's going to command he's going to control the military. I think I think it will get to a stage that the higher hierarchy will know. So how many troop can Mustafa
To tell
control?
you something here, let me point something to you that why he was having chance to seize Nigeria. He was the one that invited the hierarchy officers. And when they were coming, most of the security attached to these people, he reduced their numbers. Now, and he has a lot of structure. The chief securities to the president, they were still intact with him, and all of them were under his command. That very moment that very moment when they step into Aso Rock, if he decided to lock them up at that moment, I tell you, none of them would have escaped.
It would not have succeeded. You know why? See, if someone single
would
person,
have.
hold on, like you guys said that it's possible that it was on he didn't prepare. It's also a factor. That is a huge factor. One, two. One person cannot, plan a coup and succeed.
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, even when
why Mustafa was having a contact all over the country because he was so close.
It doesn't work that way.
Forget that thing.
It doesn't work that way.
Maybe forget it, man. A major cannot become head of state. Take charge of the entire army. Are you kidding me? A major.
Remember what happened?
No. It's not. Hey, Mike, it's not by rank. A major can become.
No. You have to be something you plan
Major Oka went
other
after
generals.
Major Oka went after Babangida. We cannot forget that.
No,
the guy have that chance.
A coup has to be something you planted with.
One voice,
please. One voice. Yeah. Midwest. Let me tell you a thing about Major that Major Oka you were talking about. Those junior officers, they don't plan those things without some senior officers.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have the
so look at it this
the
way.
Resources.
So this guy was only in the Aso Rock. He's not commanding all those GOCs. Now, for you, do you think Mustafa will just announce from Aso Rock without hearing from Abacha that will be commanding the general and you will be commanding the GOC and they will listen?
That's why I'm laughing now. When they army, they look at your rank before they salute you. Now you say you're a major head of state, they start saluting you. Unless the other generals appoint you there, it will make sense. If the other generals agree, okay, you're the head of state, that makes sense.
But you know the Armor Corps. You know the Armor Corps. It was the most powerful then, and this guy has no clue of how to handle all those. Are you kidding me? See, the thing may be. Don't let me use the word we are not supposed to use. This thing, a jelly shot. You understand? But that guy will take that place. Because immediately they know that Bashar is no longer existing. The most powerful, in fact, the most powerful senior men that time, they will take over and they will get to that Aso Rock and they will bring this guy out. Forget story.
They will fish them out.
Ola Adewale, please hold on. We have a new person among us. We just like to document everybody's voice here. Do we have Kenny? Kenny, you went out before you came back again. Yeah.
Yes, please.
How are you, brother?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yes. What brought you to our yam talk today?
Yes, so my brother. Actually, I came in because of Simba and Rational Mind.
You want to cause wahala be that.
No,
You
it's not
should
what
have
I
you
just
shouldn't have
brother.
mentioned
It's
you
not
shouldn't
what
have mentioned national mind, you know.
no. You know why? Because sometimes it's good to be to be saying the truth at all time. You know, what I mean, when they were talking, complaining, and calling the president saying this nepotism and all of that. So I totally disagree with that because if you look at the first the major appointments, yeah, we only have two Yoruba there. We have three northern. I mean northern people, and I think one from south.
Come from the south.
Yes.
Southeast, yeah.
So when we're making reference to it's nepotism, Ipu Yoruba, no, it's totally different. It's not right. We shouldn't be saying that. If you look at the appointment of what's it called, Buhari, the first nine, I think about five of them are from north, but this one only two Yoruba. That's there. We have three or four from the north. So why we now say it's nepotism, it's put to Yoruba? No, it's totally wrong. I mean, we shouldn't be giving wrong information to the public because a lot of people listen to this program. So that's
National mind is obedient now. He hates Tinubu die.
I'm surprised about Simba saying that as well. Simba is what I raised it, and I'm very surprised because you should have read for the
Let
first.
him land. Let him land.
You should
Let
have
him
read
land,
for the
please.
first
Yeah.
appointment. So those are the major ones. Those ones that you see, all those people, they are not. They're just lower ranking. So the first nine, like the IGP, Inspector, the major one, they're not Nigeria. They're not Yoruba now. I think you're following me. So that is why I came here to just to make that point.
Rational
We
mind. Try
listen
to
to it. Don't
reply.
go. We need to reply you. Just don't go.
Rational mind, please.
Kenny, I mean, I don't. You said you came in here and then you said we were given the wrong information. What's the wrong information? The list we just saw, besides the seven, the five, is it the four major service chief, which is defense, army staff, navy, and air force. Besides this four, the other ones, have you seen those lists?
Yeah, of course. Yes, of course.
Have you seen how heavily skewed that the Southwest produced more than 40% of that list? In a country where we have many, we have six where we have six geopolitical zones, and only one zone, one geopolitical zone, which is Southwest, is producing more than 40% of it. How does that look?
50%. 50.
Just trying to be like
even 50%. 7 out of 14.
So what are we talking about?
So can I ask you a question, Rational Mind?
No. Remy. Kenny, let's answer Kenny before Kenny goes.
I'm the one moderating this section, please. Let him come in, please. Simba, I'm very sorry. Yeah, let me come in. Yeah.
Okay, my question to Rational Mind is this. If you look at the other one we are talking about, you can see it's the inner caucus in Abuja itself. And Nigeria be a complex country. So if you want to appoint security architect that will protect you at the villa or in Abuja, you have to put who you trust there. And when you look at the modalities there, the head is still from the north. The other ones are Yorubas, or the four one we are talking about. The other ones are Yorubas. So when we talk about security, as a president, he has the prerogative to choose whoever he likes, whoever he feels secure with, because his life is at stake here. So when you talk or when you castigate him, you have to be very, very careful here.
Why do you have to use such word as castigate? I mean, we're only trying
to. Okay. If you are not castigate, okay, hold on. Don't be angry. Just calm down.
Yeah. I mean, you're angry.
Let me use another word. If you try to say you are not comfortable with the appointment, is that fine with you?
Yeah, that's okay.
Go on. Yeah, go on.
So if you are not comfortable, but life is at stake, and being Nigeria a complex country, and you have to look at what happened during the election, and then what happened after the election. So everybody, your life is number one. No matter what
what happened before and after? What are you talking about?
So what I'm trying to say, this is a volatile election between three major tribes in Nigeria, and they came out top. And you can see the voter apathy, the turnout is not so heavy. So that is one. And then two, after the election, some people are still contending that they don't want it. There is also an internal infighting among the party itself. Some people wanting to become president, some people doesn't want to become president. Even those who contested against in primaries, talk less of some people that are very powerful during the Buhari regime. And don't forget that Buhari also put a lot of people in place. Some of these people might want to continue in this position, or maybe put somebody that they can control later, influence the appointment so that they can also have leverage in the future. So when you are choosing your security outfit, you have to be very careful. I think this, to me, to be frank, what Tinubu has done is not a big deal at all. Out of the major seven core one that he has appointed, where you guys, some people here are saying that because he appointed Malam Rubadu as a national security advisor, the army will not listen to him. I don't think so. We have to look at what happened. Since we have been appointing retired general to be national security advisor to all this chief of army and the rest, do they listen to him? Do they carry out his order? What are the results that we have? Has Boko Haram been totally disseminated? As the security situation has it improved? Why should we continue to do the same thing and giving us the same result? Why not you try another thing?
And let me touch on that. Even the position of a national security advisor is not even to give order to anybody, to give order to the army. It's just his job is to gather more of information, share of what's going on, and then give the president advice on what's going on. The president is the one that actually give the order directly. And there's no one more better for that position than actually someone that has a police background. Because national security is not a police.
And in addition, Mike, when you look at security, internal security, that is
it's not a police thing than army.
So it's not, even Boko Haram should just be, maybe army is fighting Boko Haram, but internal security, we need a person that will do total police reform. Everybody wants our police to be highly educated. Everybody wants our police to dress very well. We want good pay and good package for them so that they can discharge their duty very well. To me, even the police are like minimum wage, totally different from other people. I don't really mind, because if you give them good effect in benefit and you give them good training, then they will be able to protect it. And we should recruit more people, because one policeman is to about 1,000 Nigeria. It's just too low. Where we live, we know how to police.
It's a national security matter. It's something that should be spearheaded by someone with police background, not a military. Because the army.
He has even tried. Look at all the major service chiefs. 7 out of them, it touches all the geopolitical Nigeria, and there's no way that 1 or 2 region will not have 2. There's no way. 1 or 2 region will have 2 as a top commander. So that is what happened. And for him to choose from Northwest and Southwest, if you really look at it very well, how many people from the Southwest are really in the Nigerian army? We like to send our children to become doctors, lawyers, and the rest. Sending our children to join the army, for most Yoruba people, they don't like it. Where these Northern people, they continue to populate there, and the North Central. The Southeast is the same thing. The South is the same thing. So when you are looking for appointment, you will discover that they have more people. Politically, they also influence it. I totally agree with that one. But actually, when you sit down and look at how many people, top generals, are there from the Southwest compared to the North Central, and Northwest, how many, you see that they have more numbers. Apart from maybe politically skewed, our people does not like to join the army. Where we can find our people sometimes are maybe in the Air Force or sometimes in the Navy. But for the army, they don't like it. So in terms of security, as a president, you have to look at your life, and you have to look at people who can really work with you, and people who can really deliver. not really thinking about what other people should do. You should appoint a national security advisor from the army. Who is the army? Are they not under the president of a country? If they are not cooperating with you, he will fire them again and put another person there. He's the president, and he's very powerful. So in Nigerian context,
Commander in Chief of the Armed Forces.
so let us just accept what has happened. He has tried his best.
Mike and Remy, I think you have done very well on this issue. So my own take, let me address this our guest. You know, when we raise issues here, it's just to enlighten our audience, the public, about what we know the terrain of our country, and we know how our people behave. What we are discussing here is just to give more education to our audience, not even only for the people on the platform. When we raise this issue this morning, there are a lot of things that we don't understand, and you cannot say now that we are not more enlightened now than even when we started this discussion. Ribadu came here and he told us about this, because we don't even look at it critically, as he mentioned, that these people are not actually, is not a position that cut across the whole country, that they are just the security outfit around the presidency. And when we look at their their portfolio generally, we discover that they are all in Abuja, and they have something to do with the security of the presidency. And so, and that is why we cannot all of us, we cannot be in one direction. We have to look at the mentality of our people and our country as a nation, and we discuss such issues here. So some people will be in support, some people will be in against, and that's the only way we can be fair to the situation. So we cannot always be on one direction, and so we don't look at it that way, as if we are castigating, or we are discussing the appointment, and that's what we are doing. Some people will say, okay, look at it this way. Another people will say, okay, let us look at it this way. And at the end of the day, everybody will look at it the way they want to look at it, and that will move on.
But my brother, Rational Mike was very, very emotional about it, and his tone.
Listen, dude. Why do you always people always have to say I'm emotional? Do you even know me that you're saying I'm emotional? Is it the way I speak?
My brother, listen, I don't know you, but
if I speak the way I speak, does not mean I'm emotional. You don't even know what I do. I mean, I have a different.
You sound very emotional. I was like,
dude, come on. You guys should stop. You should stop playing this.
No, rational mind.
Emotion on me. I'm not emotional. I speak the way I speak.
National mind. Let us talk for you. Just hold on. Let us defend you. Let us talk for you today.
It's nice to know.
Just relax.
You want to talk for me after you told me under the bus.
Relax, rational mind. See, rational mind. Rational mind. You have right to be emotional. See, we don't have to control the way anyone feels. You understand? It's only that we may just try to just checkmate ourselves. So
you see when people use the word emotional, you know what it means. You know what it means, the connotation of that. They try to make me understand. They try to hold on. They're trying to say that all I'm saying here is just born out of emotion, that there is no substance to it. I mean that's how some of the Abadu people like.
No, please don't spin it like that. That's not what I meant, please.
Yeah. Well, that's how it come across to me.
Okay, I'm sorry about
whenever
that.
people say that to me.
That way, but I just have to, see my mind, how I feel as well.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But I'm just telling you, I'm not emotional.
That's
I speak. Sometimes if I speak too softly, I don't make my point. People don't see that. Maybe they think I'm not too serious about what I'm saying. People have to come the way I speak.
No, Kenny, you may not know why national mind doesn't like Tinubu. Tinubu has a very
we go again. I don't like Tinubu.
No, I want to say something.
Am I permitted?
I want to say, sorry, let me just quickly chip in 1 minute. I think everybody here in this platform or wherever we find ourselves all over the world, there will be some issue that will be germane to our heart, and we can be emotional about it. Maybe this is person you like, and this is person you are not comfortable. Like today, I use a word. Rational mindset is not comfortable with that word, and I have to change the adjective again. So I don't. If you are emotional about something, does not mean you are soft. it doesn't mean war. It's what you believe in and you want to defend it. And everybody have a right to defend it, whether you defend it aggressively or emotionally. I don't say any big deal about all this thing at all. So being emotional does not mean you are soft or you are lily liver or something like that. So I can be like Ola is so emotional when he talk about his master degree every time. That is what is dear to his heart, and everybody listen. You never castigate it. Yeah. You can see now. Ola, did I not? It's not true.
I agree with you now. At least me, I used to get some shakara now.
So can we now say he's an emotional person that way? And when National Mind talk anything about Tinubu, it's like condemning him from day one up to now. Can we now say National Mind is emotional about it? He doesn't believe in him. And whatever you guys do, we don't believe in him. And some other people will be too, and they're emotional about it, that he's not the right guy for Nigeria. And they will say anything, and nothing you can do. I think it's not a position of weakness, rational mind. In fact, it's a position of being strong. Thank you.
Thomas, can we change the topic?
But let me just quickly put this one here, because I've been listening for a very long time, if I'm permitted. Am I permitted?
Midwest?
Yeah. Okay. For me, I don't always support Tinubu, but looking at the situation of our country, I think he has made a very smart move, because a lot is going on in that country, and a lot has been going on. So there's no way he should be careless about his own security. This is not even about the country now. And I understand that his own security as well is also security of the country. So these guys that he has selected, whether they are just from his village and he's comfortable and he feels secure dealing with this kind of people, that will give him more power to step into many things as far as that country is concerned. So for me, it is very, very early for me to make any contribution. He has made a mistake in selection. No. But I don't understand, there are still many posts for South people, for Southeast, for Northerners. But as far as this group and set of area he has touched, I give him a great commendation for that. And I hope and I pray that these people, they deliver. Not like the one Buhari did for years, going to his places to be picking people, put them in position, and you see them treating hard and deadly by people. I don't know whether that kind of word is allowed. Treating them with soft glove. It's as if our country has no leader. So, and I understand, for me, if you even give those kind of position to Yoruba, as a dope person, I feel secure, because I know Yoruba person cannot open his two eyes and allow people to invade our villages and farms and everywhere and not do something about it, because that is not their culture. Even the Northern, that is not their culture. It's very unfortunately that this past administration just came in with this kind of practices, and he did not do anything about it. So I think it is too early for us to say, why is he appointed this? Why is he appointed that? He found himself in a very, very difficult situation. And this is the only thing I was always concerned about. It's too hard to handle our country, because everything is totally messed up. What are you going to point to? That this man came in to come and inherit that is good. Just point to one thing. Nothing. So I think we should leave that aspect, let him go down, because for him to make this haste move, it's like something was already going on. And this is not what he planned for only yesterday. No, I don't think so. He discovered that there's something, and that is why he make his move. And he's smart. The man, when you talk of smartness, he have it. When you talk of influence behind our border, he have it. If you talk of power, he have it. It's just that age. Not that he's not intelligent. Age have natural, I keep on saying it. There are natural things that go with it. But I pray for you not to be an idiot.
Midway, Midwest, hold on, Remy. How old is American president?
Oh boy, when Clinton, listen, no, when he was coming
How
back,
old is that's not what I
wait,
asked you.
no, I will not answer that.
Do you want to
When he
answer my
was coming,
question or not?
he met a functioning country, so he has a lesser stress. This is what I'm trying to
I
present
had
before.
you. I don't care about Clinton. How old is American president?
I don't want to answer.
So
You don't
Midwest,
want
can
to
I
answer.
I'm
Yeah,
not
interject?
that's
talking
fine.
about America. I'm
American
talking about
president is
Nigeria.
more
Mute
stressful
yourself.
than Nigeria.
Mute
America has to deal
yourself.
with the
Yeah,
whole
let's
world.
hear from Remy.
Now, Midwest,
Yeah, let's hear from
quickly
Remy.
want to interject with you. Everything in life, if you are older, you have the experience and the wisdom to handle some stuff. It might diminish your physical strength, but at the same time, being a president of a country, you have never seen a president of a country. At least we have tried a lot of younger people too. Jonathan was young when he was the president of Nigeria. At least he was
But it
elected.
was a Yamed. It was a Yamed.
I won't call him a yamhead, but I don't know whether Nigerians satisfied with his rule during that 6 years he ruled Nigeria. Yaradua was not old when he became the president of Nigeria, but what transpired? He passed away at least you can see. So when you talk about age sometimes does not mean that the person will not perform or he will perform or not perform. We have seen some young presidents that most of the Macron is the president of France today. Do you think the French are happy with him? Look at the UK. They continue to change their leaders. Their leaders sometimes like 40, 50. Since Margaret Thatcher, can you tell me they have a leader, and Margaret Thatcher was an old lady, have they have a leader that have performed better than that woman since that woman? And when you talk about America too, they continue to, Trump was in his 70s, and the current president they have now is already close to 80 years old. So are they not performing? So when you are talking about, and since he became the president, he has continued to, even the so-called young people, they are not as fast as Tinubu in appointing people and taking charge immediately. So what you should say is that maybe his physical stand can restrain a little bit, but his head, he has the wisdom and the intellect, and he knows what he's doing. It's better you have a prepared president that he knows what he wants than you just put somebody there, young as you and me, and does not have any plan for the country. Thank you.
You see, let me ask you, the only thing most people don't understand is this. Tinubu has been
Thomas, are you sleeping?
can you guys hear me?
Sleeping on duty.
Tinubu has been involved in,
Take
when I
charge
say
now.
engagement with the military since the Nadeko days, in the
People are
90s.
waiting for you.
And
Change the topic. Change the topic.
thank God.
We have over-labeled that.
Yes, we will change the topic. Yeah, Mike, land on that.
Yeah, so he has been involved. He knows people. He knows in and out. You understand? Even as like Dokubo, he knows Tinubu. They've known each other since the 90s. They know when it comes to the military, they understand. Even all these officers, all of them, Tinubu has known them for decades. All these things. So when we talk about this issue of security, I think he's probably a better person to be in that position than any other candidate that ran this election.
Mike, sorry to cut you. I now discover one thing about Nigeria. I think an average Nigeria is too scared, too afraid to take some bold move. Life is about risk. Anything people want to do, even we live in our country, moving to other country, it's a big risk because you are not so sure you are going to be successful where you are going. It takes years to build a career, or it takes years even for where we are today. It takes a lot of things you have to put in. In Nigeria, we only do one job and then we can relax our home in the evening. But in abroad, sometimes we have 2 or 3 jobs. Come on, that's a lot of hours to put in every day just for us to survive because this is not our home country. So I discovered that a lot of Nigerians are too afraid and they don't want things to change. They just want it to remain the same thing. When you look at all these developed countries, you will see that there's a constant change. They will practice this thing, and if they think it's not working, they will look at it and they will change it, and everybody will fall in line. So if you don't have a leader that can take, if this guy want to just remain status quo, It will not remove the subsidy. It will find a way to borrow money, and then the subsidy continue. It will not change the exchange rate. It will just be like that. So if you are talking about a president, you can look at Yar'Adua, Jonathan, and Buhari. It's almost the same thing. No changes. The status will continue. So when the status will continue, the army continue to siphon money because the National Security Advisor is also a retired army. They will have their back. But now they have somebody that is coming from entirely from different police. It does not mean that he is working directly at Aso Rock. If you don't know, the National Security Advisor have an office at Aso Rock. It's not that it's going to have an office at Chief of Army Staff, their staff headquarters there.
Mr. Remy, please let me just quickly take this one. For me, I think they need to restructure this Nigerian army. This colonial mentality and this ranky of a thing is a big problem. I don't see generals working with walkie stick all over the world. It's only Nigeria army. Are they sick? What do they need walkie stick for? All these are pride. They can't even protect the country any longer. For many years, they have been operating within that Niger Delta area. Look at the pride.
Mike, sometimes the military are not really trained to provide internal security.
Not Mike, Midwest.
But why are they working with walkie stick? Are they sick?
That is part of their dressing culture.
What culture is that? What stupid culture is that?
No, it's not a stupid question.
What's it all about?
That is why we are trained. That's how they were trained, especially the army. They have
okay, they train them to be working with a Nigerian home to be working with walkie stick.
No. What
I've never seen American general supporting themselves with walkie stick.
So
I've never seen a British.
That's the Gestapo style. Nazi Germany. That's how they used to be.
All these things should be removed. Anyone that cannot stamp all right should resign.
You can't say that. Sometimes this stick sometimes also serve as a stick. Sometimes they have one that serves as a stick that they can fold and then they can sit down on it.
No, it's not just
that. No. Mr. Remy, you are trying to change things, my brother. The one they have been using is to pose like a sick people.
It's just for decoration.
No, it's not. It's not necessary. Let me.
They should remove all those things.
They use it to pose. They use it to pose like a village, chief.
Where is that culture? Where is that culture coming from? Is it from
America? You guys understand uniform board. You guys understand military work.
Hold on. One voice, please. Let's hear from Mike. Mike is the military person. Let's hear from Mike.
You guys don't understand uniform code works. I was one in the military. Sometimes from far distance, you don't recognize rank. You understand? So there's certain instances. During American military, you just do it during occasions, maybe during intense missions. A person of certain rank or certain command will have an object or something that he holds. So that way you know, okay, that person is that person. Even within missions, when we're moving on a maybe a trajectory, there's someone called a navigator. It's a navigator that keeps the map to let people know that, okay, to direct which way we're going. And the navigator has to carry something on him for us to recognize that that's the navigator. So in this instance in the army, the reason why they will say you hold this stick, even though stick may have different shapes, the one that someone that's of this officer of this kind might hold the one that's of this shape. So they will train the troops like, okay, you see that person of that stick. Oh, that's from distance. Of course, you can't see the rank because it's far away. So that symbol that they hold in their hand will tell you that, okay, that person from that far away is of this rank, of that. So it's a symbol. It's called uniform code. I don't know why we are making a big deal out of it.
Okay, Michael, let me put this
Mike,
one.
let me ask you a question.
If they
How come our military used to get belly and the military in the US used to get belly? Port belly.
Which army is get belly for Nigeria? Are you kidding me?
Some of our military they get port belly.
No, none of them get belly. They are all fit, man.
It's not true. Mike is not true.
Mike, you argue too much.
I'm more fit. I'm more fit than that guy.
It's fine.
I'm more fit than that guy.
They still stand up. But yeah, no. You can't say I'm more fit. You're talking about. Are you talking about office generals that are like in their 50s and 60s? Not true. They still look fit. They look good.
Michael, let us be sincere.
One rule in the military is you can never be out of shape. You are gone.
Okay, Mike, wait. Anytime they want to discuss any high-level security issue, when American generals bounce out, you don't see anything in their hand. When the British bounce out, when ceremonial is taking place, we will know this is ceremonial.
No. How often we look at American generals?
Often when they gather Nigerian army.
Midwest, hold on. Should we Must we follow American templates?
I don't
But
even know. Every country have their
understand
how
own
this
can our
policy.
general be
fundamental.
working with a sick walking stick?
He's not sick
It's
walking
not
stick.
sicky. What are you talking about?
I
It's
see
just a
them
form
working
of
with
dressing.
I
It's
see
part
them
of
working.
uniform code. You
Those
guys
are
don't understand
pride.
things.
Just
They should
intimidation.
eliminate all those stuff. That is
Yeah.
why
They,
they do
why
the
should they?
police.
Why, explain why they should. Are you military
Okay.
expert to give them
Hold on,
advice on
please.
what to eliminate?
Hold on, Mike. Hold on, please. The guy holding stick, does the stick stop him not to perform? What are you talking
No.
about? It's
What I'm
irrelevant.
trying to talk about here, there's too much pride. Look,
It's
we have a
irrelevant. What are you
serious
talking about?
we have a
But that's
serious
what army
internal
is all about
problem.
now. It's not about pride of
Wait, my brother,
supreme.
the pride of an army is ability to defend the country and make it safe. They have not been
Yeah.
able to do that.
But Mike, how many of the US military was what he just described to you now? How many of
Yes, they do. Do you want me to show you pictures? Yes, they
Yeah,
do. They all
show
staff.
me a
They
picture.
do.
Show me a picture
I was in the
now.
military. My commanding officer holds
Show
stick.
me a
Yes.
picture now. Before you start talking, show us a picture. Not a picture
Show you a
again.
picture.
Yeah, you say you
Show
want to
you
show
a
us a
picture.
Picture. Show me
No,
video. Show
picture.
me
Can you
video.
imagine? I'm telling you that yes, it's
Yeah,
part of
But
it. It's a
Mike,
custom of all
what I'm trying
military
to
globally.
Show us a picture.
Mike, please let me put this one. What I'm trying to present here is simple. You see, someone just picked someone who has a police training, and we have a serious internal problem. And I think the best person, the best person for that position is that police, the one that have police knowledge. Now the armies, they started complaining, oh,
Sorry, guys, my bad. What's going on?
people. I don't see generals doing that all
Guys,
over the world.
hold on. Guys, I mistakenly pressed something. I'm very sorry. Yeah, go on.
Okay. So you see, working out with walking stick, it doesn't add anything to us. Look, the people NEPA, they siphon our oil for years. The navies are there. Until common people now came out and exposed it. That is when they now capture one ship. So all the ship that used to come and load from all this pipe, why can't they even arrest many? They should be ashamed.
Well, there's no disagreement. There's no disagreement.
So it's
Ministry
because
performed
of
terribly.
pride. They just believe they can hit civilian in the street. You bloody civilian. Air Force should not go to this level because we are older than the Air Force. Navy cannot go more than this. We cannot greet Navy like you see this tradition. We are now in the democratic era. Tinubu should look into it because it did not follow the code of our Aso Rock. It did not follow the code of these are nonsense. What kind of code? Who put it there? Abacha code? Babangida code? We started this democracy with retired generals, and that is why we have problem. Because these people were trained as an army, they still follow that mentality of army. Tinubu don't know anything about army, so they should respect him. It's only Jonathan that doesn't know anything about army, but I don't understand how that one, how he structures in those days. But let's talk about this current one. There's nothing wrong for putting a police officer to do a job that have to do with internal issue. Are we having problem with Cameroon? Are we having problem with Niger? Are we having problem with Chad? Are these people is Benin Republic our problem? That's what we need army for. But we have internal one for them to support the internal security. They are now pumping the chest, and since they have been there, international cartel are siphoning the whole thing from Niger Delta. They don't do anything. The day they come and talk about security, they come with walking stick, with big belly. My brother, this thing should be dissolved.
Midwest, in addition, I was just looking at the profile of this security chief he has appointed. So I checked the acting for the general of police. Oh my God, this guy have a bachelor degree from University of Lagos in mathematics. For bachelor degree, he has a postgrad and the engineering analysis for his master degree. Everything he has studied is in Lagos. He is well versed and well experienced. I think he's an highly educated intelligent police we have in our hand. And then I look at the new custom officer. Do you know, if I tell you that they said this guy has been the custom spokesman for 20 years in one position for 20 years? You can see the injustice there. You are working for an organization and you are just in one position for 20 years until he was elevated to be the custom controller general now. So when you continue to read their profile, I think this guy is going for merit, looking at your achievement both academically and also what you have done before. I think Nigeria, we are just too afraid of our shadow or whatever most time. And the reason why people are saying, why should not appoint an army as a national security advisor, because you are thinking about a coup. A coup, they will overthrow him. They will kill him one day. They will do like that. So we have already passed those stages.
He placed a Yorubas in so many positions there. If that one happens,
he has to do that,
and he have to do that.
Who
will allow? Did Jonathan allowed another tribe to come and have some position? He picked someone from within his own tribe there.
Yes,
even some position that was close to him.
Soft. The head of the one that will be security in Asura is an Hausa. The Agakokoda there is from the north. It's from the north. The assistant is Yoruba. So you can see, try as much as
you people are talking all this thing. You people don't even know what the CPC part of APC is going to do, because the likes of Rufai and those CPC people, all of them, you say that they all kept quiet. So far, they just kept quiet.
Those people understand what is called power. So, my brother, they understand what is called power, and they know where Tinubu is going, and he's moving fast, even more than the way they prepare. All they have to do now,
get to that place. Now, people from Ondo, he go appoint. He no go appoint people from Ekiti.
Don't mind him.
What are you talking about?
If they put Ola, no, Thomas, Remy, and who else here, maybe Mike name to Rational Mind, we will just throw our file away immediately. We will not even check it. We say, these people, they don't like me. Why should I put them into position? Let's say
for me, I agree.
So
I want to
you
position
think
that is, yeah. Continue.
Remy, you think if they allow Rational Mind to screen you people, yes. you end up in the fishbowl.
No, Rational Mind he will screen both Tinubu and throw everything away.
All of this
he will say go and start afresh.
Stage one, all these BAT people just
Rational Mind go pick Ondo people.
Yes,
you won't pick anybody from any other place.
Yeah, of course.
Rational Mind is from the north now. It's a Fulani man.
No,
Fulani.
Rational Mind is from Futaka.
The one you dash me, Abi.
Actually, Rational Mind is everybody from everywhere. You told us from everywhere. You don't tell me say you Fulani, you be Efan, you
you guys don't know something. I've seen Rational Mind before.
Rational Mind
looks like better you just keep quiet because I know where they are shifting you to. Very soon, Mike will there and IPOB go call you. Now that one, they get passion.
Rational Mind is a pan Nigeria. Is a pan Nigeria.
Rational Mind don't tell me say you get Fulani for his blood. You get
it's from
Rational Mind look like Fulani true. He look like Fulani.
I've seen Rational Mind before. He looks like the Bororo.
I've seen him too.
Yes, true. They look like Bororo from Taraba. They are so dark in Ilaje. They look like this kind of people.
Wait till Rational Mind do you people this morning. Wait till Rational Mind do. You people should calm down now.
How you know that Ilaje come from now?
Ilaje come from he cannot speak Yoruba like you from Oyo. Tell him to speak 2 or 3 sentences in Yoruba. You will see now.
Rational Mind na Lagosian no. Rational Mind na Lagosian no. Remy is a Lagosian no. Rational Mind is a Lagosian.
How many states Rational Mind is claiming now? How many states is claiming?
My first attempt at WAEC, at WASC many years back. I got what was it? I got
F9.
The only one I did was Yoruba. The only one I got was
the only one show the family sorry Yoruba. Can you do that?
You know so only family so
family say Yoruba lórí.
I said I got it. I had it.
ẹ wo bí Rẹ̀mí gan ṣe ń sọ Yorùbá òun gan ọgbọ́n Yorùbá dáadáa náà ẹ wo bó ṣe ń sọ tó lè fẹ́ àmì sórí orúkọ Yorùbá.
I think we need to change the topic. Carlos, one of Peter will be there.
Thomas, you are going to
Mo lè kábídí náà, ábídí FEG degree, CCMA, all of PD, PhD. Let's just change the topic, my brother. Let's. I don't know. Maybe one man has played this video. I don't know.
If you still want to continue on that trend, what about some of the civilian special advisor that he also appointed, like that superwoman? What's her name? That fair complexion northern woman.
That one, we have discussed that one before now. That one is not in your.
Okay.
So let's Thomas choose another.
Let's move on. Let's see this video. I don't know even what is the context of the video. As one man is my Oga Patapata. He just put video for us. Let's listen to Peter Obi. I don't know what he's talking. Maybe he's talking Bula Balu or Blue Bala.
Go and ask anybody what my business is, and that's what I even study. If you go and read what I studied in Harvard is market to market management. I'm marketing. I'm a distributor. And go and ask Coca-Cola in Nigeria.
What is the meaning?
How many people can we ask now? Should we go?
What
he said is straightforward, and he always introduces himself with his qualification. He has passion for what he's studying, and he should be respected. And I don't know why you go. I know
there's nothing Obi has ever said that really makes sense to me. I'm sorry. I've maybe I mean, quickly when they speak, I can tell they went to Harvard, but I don't know what he went to Harvard.
One voice, please. Let's do that stuff.
We need to. What did he? Can somebody pull up what Obi went to Harvard? Did he go there for one certificate? I mean, did he actually go and acquire a degree?
Mike.
He doesn't sound like someone that went to any Ivy League school.
Mike,
he doesn't sound like.
For me, I have to be sincere.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Everybody, hold on, please. No, we are talking on each other. No, I can say categorically, even the 10 of us on this screen, we are even eloquent more than Obi. Obi can stand side by side by me in eloquence to speak. Not to see how he speaks.
Yeah, a little bit too going too far.
I think it's fine. But I don't know what is management to management. I don't understand.
What is management to management?
I'm sorry.
Marketing to marketing. It's not management. It's like his followers, man. Just marketing. Marketing to marketing.
Let's hear from Prince Daddy. Hold on,
Prince Daddy. Thomas, what if you want to ask anybody? Thomas, let me tell you before you ask Prince Daddy, if you're asking somebody on this platform to talk about Peter Obi and you want to hear positive things, don't ask Prince Daddy, please. Prince Daddy will finish. They will finish Peter Obi. Okay, just listen to him now. Continue.
Let's listen to him now. He hasn't spoken since. He's been quiet. Yeah, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. I'm just cracking up about Peter Obi. You said marketing to marketing. Okay, I don't even know what that is, but Peter Obi, he didn't go. Well, he went to Harvard. I heard him say from his own mouth. He went for a certificate program. He didn't go to no Ivy League. He didn't go to no Ivy League. He would not have been able to get into Harvard anyways.
He went to Harvard. What are you talking about, Prince Daddy?
Huh?
What are you talking about? He did. He went to executive certificate program.
That's what I said. He did certification.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Adewale, I went to Harvard too now.
By the way,
get certificate in Harvard anywhere now. We're talking about
by the way, look, exactly.
Let him finish. Let's Prince. The next voice I want to hear now is Prince Daddy, from Prince Daddy to Adewale. The both of them have been quiet since. Let's hear from both of them, please. Yeah, right. Mike too. Yeah, Adewale. Prince Daddy rather.
Yeah,
Mike
I was saying
on anything now.
You only get a certificate in it, and and usually those programs, okay, if you have work experience and if you get a bunch of money to drop down, you probably pay like 40,000 for the program. Who knows? The Harvard will take your money anytime, any day. That's not a problem. Peter B, he always shows himself whenever he talks, especially about his academics. Of course, it's on the or the graduate right degree. He studied what, philosophy, something like that, but he never speaks about any philosopher ever. So I think,
but Prince Daddy, how come Peter Obi become the governor of Anambra State? How come?
well,
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe
No, it
what
was Ojukwu that put him there. It was Ojukwu's
You see,
political godson.
people voted him. His people voted him, and he delivered for them. If you
No,
don't know, I can help you there.
No, how he became
well,
governor?
well,
Sorry.
He
Peter.
doesn't have a
I
brain
think
of a governor.
he's an opportunist because
Well, just like
remember
Sean said, yeah,
before
I agree.
before Obi that time, there was problem with Uba brothers and Ubube. And now people are already tired. They want all of this guy out. And luckily for him, Ojukwu picked him. And he
And it
just
was
came
in Abga. And it was
at
in
the right
Abga.
time. The same thing happened to Nigeria too this time around. Buhari was not ruling very well. Economy was not good. Insecurity was also there. So Nigeria are tired of PDP and APC. They just want a new one. And luckily for him, the NSAS and all the other religious and tribal leaders, they just pick him. He always come to use that opportunistic way to get to his position.
Well, that's fine. Obviously, it's not because he was a good politician, and that's what usually happens when we have a leader.
I already knew the guy was retarded from when he was running as vice president
That I don't know.
with vice
I don't
president
know
under
about him being
Atiku.
retarded. I don't know about that. But
No, go back and listen when this lady, what's her name, Kadari was doing interview with all.
Kadara, yes, Kadara, man.
Go and
Yeah,
listen to Obi
Kadara,
back then. The guy was Kadara was just getting sick. Like, come on, he was just making propaganda on stage. Obvious. I'm like, dude, this guy used that dumb that you are spilling unfactual statements in front of
Mike,
everybody.
what do you
You don't know that
expect
there are a
from
lot of
somebody who has
intellectuals listening
second
to you
class lower in philosophy?
that can
Second class
verify that what you
lower
are saying is wrong,
philosophy.
is incorrect.
What do you
I mean,
expect?
yeah, the guy was just standing
yeah,
like just like his followers. They'll come online and just say something that doesn't exist. They'll make up something, and they don't think that okay, there are people actually watching you that know that you're lying. I mean, if you want to lie,
Let
you
me
lie
ask
in a
this
room
guy.
in front of
You try to
most.
say someone, please. You said someone have a second class lawyer. Bigay was a dropout. So today, can you say Bigate is not an intelligent person?
well, no, that's not a fair comparison. That is not the same at all. Not at all.
What is not a
Not by any stretch.
someone did not
Bill
wait.
Gates was a born
Someone started
genius.
race.
It's different.
Was not.
Wait,
That's not.
someone started race. Someone started
That's
race and quit on the way, and somebody
There's a
finished
difference between
and
when
became
you're born
well.
genius.
Okay, one second. Let me wrap
one
it up.
voice,
Say
please.
it's not an
Please,
issue
now.
about really. I'm not even too keen about having all the degree.
Something, please, if you don't mind.
Ola, let him finish
No,
now. Please, one
I'm
voice
begging
now.
him for him to say so. I'm just begging him. See
Yeah,
me
go ahead.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, Ola, go on. Yeah.
what kind of comparison between Bill Gates and Prince and Obi? Nothing at all. Bill Gates was actually a first-class materialist that discovered that okay, I got an invention. If I continue with my education, the invent might have overtaken this. So let me go and focus. Why am I studying? Is it not for me to come and produce? So he now drop out to go and face it. So nothing to compare. If Bill Gates were to graduate, it will be a first-class materialist. So no basis for comparison.
Yeah, to Prince Daddy. Back to Prince Daddy. Yeah.
Yeah, well said. I was gonna say something along that line. Not the same comparison. And it's never really about issue about having all the degrees in the world. There's a lot of people that have degrees, but they're not the best analytical people when it comes to solving societal problems. But Peter B,
Please, can you employ Peter Obi to be the management manager of the company?
from what I know, not
Reason I won't employ is because
no.
he's very dishonest.
Oh, yeah, he's very dishonest, and he tries to be, when they give him the platform, he tries to speak like he's so
You
smart.
guys forgetting that he was the chairman of Fidelity Bank. before.
How did it become? How did it even?
How did he become the
How did it
chairman?
become that? I didn't
Yeah, but
even become
for
that.
someone to have become a chairman of a financial institution, see, let me say this. Let me say this. The guy may not have been a good orator like Sibade and the likes of
No, people even say the same thing about
But is he,
Tinubu.
Adewale, please, is he intelligent at all?
he is.
Forget about orator.
Look, listen.
Very
Political language. Sometimes not everybody have that. That dexterity to master the political language. You must be, you must be good at,
But
communication.
Adewale, do you see where Tinubu is talking?
No,
Do you
see,
see
we're talking
how?
about these are people that are, they are paid to lie, to say things that would entice people and make them happy. That's the kind of who Tinubu is. Now,
But who lies more than than P2P?
Adewale, you are not being fair. You are not being fair. Nobody will
Yeah,
agree
he's not
with
being
you.
fair. Who
You
lies
see,
more than P2P?
these people are filled with Tinubu's, I don't know, whether, I don't know, Sidron, I go call herself.
truth
Because
be
anytime
told,
you talk
see,
about
the
Tinubu,
reason,
they become
no,
so
wait,
angry.
see,
You know, and
you should be
because
accepting
if you
that.
say truth about Peter Obi, they hate you immediately.
No,
They
no,
want
no.
to
Hold,
finish you.
Midwest, hold on. See, we need to differentiate, Obi and Tinubu. They have their strong point. See, Tinubu have, the communication, how should I
Skills.
put? Yeah, when it comes to political communication, he knows what needed to be said and what needed not to be said. But Obi was
think so.
operating at the level where, during the time where he has to.
I do it quickly. During the election, there was so many memes out there, even talking about Tinubu's gaps. So everybody makes gaps. I mean, it's not because Tinubu is like this great speechifier
No,
when
no,
it
no.
comes to
I'm not even
talking.
It's
talking
not.
about the
That's what I'm
gap
saying.
now. What
It's
I'm
not really
talking about
about
is
his
that, see,
speeches
this
or
is a
his.
guy that was quoting
But
statistics,
Adewale, when
quoting.
Obi is talking, did it sound like somebody that is even intelligent?
Let me tell you,
No, no, no,
I'm from
Thomas,
Ekiti State, right?
Adewale, let me read something if you don't mind. See, Thomas, see, let's take politics apart.
No,
Obi,
no, no. I'm not. No, no. Ola, to be candid with you, I'm not joking. It
no,
doesn't sound to
no,
me as
It's
somebody
not eloquent. It's not
intelligent.
eloquent. Yeah.
I'm not telling you something now. When you are talking of a high functioning brain, Obi is very, very intelligent. It's not, see,
How
being,
did you determine that, Ola?
Really?
How did you determine that? How
Based
did
on
you
what?
determine that? I
no, when,
cannot employ Obi in my company. Believe me, I
no,
cannot.
I
Yeah,
can't stand up
to
to go and engage my client.
let's
employment
take politics
sometimes.
aside. Let's
em-
take politics
empl-
aside.
yeah.
Can you let Ola finish, please?
So
Please.
Obi
Ola,
is a
go on.
very brilliant person. Very brilliant person. When I say very
How do you
brilliant,
come to that
How do you
conclusion?
come to the
Ola,
conclusion?
please.
Give us on what
Please.
base? I mean,
Please.
come
He's
on.
talking now. No, but you say make it talk yours now. You see, now not talk for your favor. You
My
come out, talk on
Midwest,
it.
Midwest, Midwest,
Yes, sir.
please. You are not the moderator, please.
I
Please.
know, but Thomas, I
Please.
know sometimes the way you call
Please,
somebody on
can
the
you please
you
mute
can take it
yourself?
individually.
Please. I said
Okay.
please. Please.
you,
Please. Thank you.
you see one thing about Obi is this. See, when you look about his success, see, you don't just become a billionaire. Let's just get that fact. You don't just become a billionaire. If it is that easy to become a billionaire, all of us will be billionaire. So you have to give that respect first of all. There is not everybody that is blessed with eloquence. For me, I'm not.
Sorry, so you use money to judge intelligence. Is money
Thank
that used
you.
to
Are
judge
you saying the most
intelligence this
intelligent
time
people
around?
are the billionaires are the most intelligent people in the world? Is that what you're telling me?
The most intelligent people in the world.
So
Is
in
it
that case, then Dangote
Adewale?
is the most intelligent person in Nigeria. Then.
I wish I can give you a Bible verse. Okay, see, it's never say and that Bible verse is so apt. It said time and chance happens to all of us. So it's never about the person that's that's fast.
You've not even let
It's
me
just
land.
money sometimes just luck. You just find your luck and
Well,
you
see, yeah, it's not because you the most brilliant person in the room or the most intelligent. That's why you become rich. Not at all. Not
So
at all.
But it's not stupid. That's what I'm saying. When you say Obi is
Well,
not
no one
intelligent,
said it's stupid.
It
We just
I'm
said
not
doesn't
saying
it's
justify true
I
at
would never
all.
call. I can't call anybody stupid. I don't do that. But
no.
but
When you
allow me
say
actually.
Obi
The
is
only
not
problem that I have with Obi is that when people, especially the obedient people, trying to paint him like paint Peter B as being brilliant and a smart guy, and I put the man on the scale, he doesn't pass anything. So
anything. Exactly.
I don't question that he's got a lot of money or is rich. Not at all. I'm not
Obi is
questioning that.
actually smart. See, it's politics that brought us to this. See, when you want to compare two persons, it's another thing entirely. Obi is not dumb. The
It's
only
not.
thing is that he can
It
be
doesn't
miserable.
justify true at
And
all.
I agree with you. It's very crafty. It's not
But
dumb, not at all.
When we are saying Obi is not intelligent, is an insult to the man. The man is intelligent. Let's take politics apart. But you may not compare to other candidates. You understand?
okay, we can only accept that he's not as qualified as other candidates. Okay, we can accept that. He's
So to
nowhere near.
to
He's
me,
nowhere near someone like Mogalu, Sowore,
Reno
even
Mokiri said is the least qualified out of all the presidential
he's the
candidates.
least
He
qualified of
said
all
it.
of them. All of
So
them.
how did he become the chairman of the bank again? I'd like to hear that if you know the background.
Nigeria connections.
Are you talking to me, Prince Daddy?
Well, yeah, somebody said Obi was a chairman of the bank. I knew he worked in the bank, or yeah, he had a big position in the bank. But how did he get a position? Because he was a great banker, or I mean, how if you know how he came about
You
that position?
know, see, one thing is that you cannot fail. I mean, you can't fake leadership. Yeah, after some time, people will figure you out. The reason why I say, look, even if you bribe shareholders to become chairman of a bank, after some time they will figure that. I mean, your investment is at stake, right? Even if it was imposed by the shareholders or the people or whatever, how even if you use the back door, they are still going to figure him out. But what I'm trying to say is that it may not sound eloquent, it may not sound politically correct, like a career politician. He's also a career politician because he was one of them, So it's just that this new generation probably would not know who Peter Obi was. But the bottom line is that that man doesn't suffer a fool. He's a smart guy, but he may not communicate that the way we want it or some people want it. But he
If
is
you allow me
not
two
dumb.
seconds, I'll tell you that actually, I didn't know Peter B by this election. Actually, I got to know about Peter B about 5 years ago when it was a VP to Atiku. Then I spent a lot of time listening to Peter B talk and explain things by himself. Okay, and that's how I got to know about Peter B. And I didn't base, of course, being a VP, a runner, it didn't have much platform to display himself. So I watched a lot of his video. I actually knew that he actually went to Harvard also. He talked about it, and I've never really judged Peter B by his political acumen or skills. No, I listened to Peter B trying to understand the man in terms of his intelligence and brilliance,
And when you
and
begin to tell obvious lies, of course, that tells you automatically, rule him out as someone intelligent in front of the whole world.
and when he tries to explain academic stuff, like talk about business and other areas, he I like this guy. I mean, I'm like I drew my conclusion that Peter B is not that smart at all. And I've used this term on one man's platform before, that is a textbook guy. Is a person that reads the textbook and he can try to regurgitate what it reads. But if you give him the material itself and say, hey, make something out of it, it can't really get out of the box. So there's no way I can be convinced that Peter B will be a good leader. He cannot get out of the box. He only explains things. See what he was saying. He's trying to explain maybe business to business, to B2B business, talking about marketing to marketing business, whatever he was saying. See, Peter B is not an academician. Is not that brilliant when it comes to trying to provide solution to problem. That's the way I see him. And I don't have a problem with Peter B personally, but the way they're trying to sell us Peter B like they did Buhari is a problem. Okay, because they told us Buhari also was a military man, that when he comes in, he's going to stop corruption overnight. He's going to do this and that. No, Buhari came from a background of military, which is command and control. When it came to an environment whereby he had to negotiate and deal with people, it failed. It couldn't do that. It was aloof in a lot of ways.
Even manipulated him easily. Like just
Yeah, it was aloof in a lot of ways. So that's what we got from Buhari, and we saw the end result. Now thank God we almost add a person like Peter B, because people are talking about it. It's so popular. Then when it gets there, we see that he can perform. But here we have somebody in the person of Tinubu that have the background that's shown the skills and ability, and people are trying to condemn him. So that's the reality.
Hold on. So I heard you say thank God now. So are you saying Tinubu being there now is God's doing, right?
Well, no. I don't know. My background as a Christian, I'm supposed to thank God for everything. It doesn't really matter, anyways.
I mean, well, that's what you just said. That's the inference I can draw from what you're saying. Thank God. That's, I mean.
Well, yeah. Thank God it was Tinubu and not Obi. Yeah, that's what I meant. You're right about that. That's what I meant to say.
Hold on. Meaning God hates Obi.
You say God hates anyone.
But remember, the case is in the court of law. So
they will start to go on the man just to.
I mean, thank God that
just to give a dog a bad name. So you said this,
gentlemen, whichever way we're trying to, I still believe the man is smart. But everyone.
Adewale, you are disappointing me this morning because you are not really, you are boss. When you see people who want to lie, sometimes Allah also behave the way you are behaving, especially when it comes to religion. I know you are more intelligent than what you are saying, and you have not been able to convince. You are just talking, and nobody has been able to even bring in anything out of what you are saying. You are struggling. And I know you are better than this. And if you are trying to defend somebody and you are finding it very difficult, Adewale.
It's because the guy became a chairman of a bank.
I understand that, some people have their mind already made up about who they believe is smarter between Obi, Tinubu, and co. But the one thing
convince us. Okay. I will give you 3 minutes.
Don't just tell us because he was a chairman of a bank. Tell us.
You see all those, his sojourn to China, to India, and all those statistics he was quoting. Those are his own political term. Those were his political language that he understood, and he was trying to use that to his advantage. Not very many of these politicians would, go that route, because some that have perfected their ways, they know what they needed to say instead of just quoting something that probably people would just say as jargons. Yes. Some of those statistics may not be correct, but he was trying to use that to his own advantage. Now, does that mean that some people didn't buy into that? Of course, he was able to attract some people based on what he was, churning out every now and then. And if he was able to attract people based on that, then that means he's smart.
No, I'm sorry. That means it was shallow. That's exactly what it means. Tell me, actually, if you know, 5 years ago when Peter B was running, which country was he like repeating like a rhythm? Do you remember what country was that? Okay.
No. Prince Daddy, can I respond to you if you don't mind? You see, you said those statistics that Obi was quoting that shallow, not really shallow. Why you think it's shallow is this? Because we have people that responded to him. If we had allowed
obedience
that statistic the way he was showing those statistics, it would have convinced even more people because he was speaking convincingly. It was really? Because the people
can't. What do
you mean by convincingly? I don't think because I'm not convinced. Some other people are not convinced. What do you mean by convincingly? When somebody is rolling out raw statistics, you say he's talking convincingly.
That's what I say when I say was shallow. When I say was shallow, you can't.
Those numbers doesn't need to be correct.
How many votes did he get? How many body show?
Because this entire ethnic group was voting for him now.
No, wait.
Okay, now we have to get into a deeper analysis. We all know that we know that Peter B did not build anything from scratch, and perhaps 99% of
Prince Daddy, this is the way I operate. You can be my opponent. I will not diminish you and take your credit away from you. I'm telling you today, look at Shore and Obi today. If Obi could pull that number, and we are saying Obi is not smart. No.
Ola, come on now. Even a monkey from the southeast could have put that number. It was our turn. That vote was the ethnic vote. It was the turn of the Igbo. That's why the entire.
Mike,
come
we're
on.
not talking about Southeast.
Why didn't Shore?
I mean, he was able
No.
to.
He said, why did he put that number? So already, listen, if you have a situation where it's Yoruba turn, that kind of situation, and you put Shogore there, right? And let's say he's been someone popularly known, he was already governor and things like that. He would have performed the same way. Maybe
I'd like to answer this question. So between Shore and Peter B debating, who do you think is going to win, or who do you think is
Shore
smarter?
would destroy him now.
Who do you think is smarter?
Even the point that the point Ola is trying to use that this eloquence and things. Shore is far more eloquent than even every one of them.
Mike, please don't mind.
You
I
can't
will
convince all these
Shore that was just increase your minimum wage to 100,000 without how. Well, see.
What do you understand by marketing? By marketing, what is the meaning of marketing by marketing? Just explain to us.
Peter B said we should go to Egypt and learn about electricity. We should go to.
See, Ola. See, if you ask most people, if you sit down with Ola, if you sit down with people from South, that also what it will be. If you ask them, guy, I'm literally sat down with them and tell them to explain to me. Wait. At the end of the day, what they will get to is, my brother, now the turn of the Igbos. That's why we have to support him. That's what they will say. That's what they will end up telling you at the end of the day. Is because it's the turn of the Igbos. That's why we supported him.
In any argument.
What is wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. But Ola is telling me that he put number because he's so intelligent. And I'm trying to tell you that no, he didn't put number because of what he's saying or anything about him. It's just simply people felt like this presidency is supposed to shift to the southeast. That's what it's all about.
There's something I've learned in life. If you are put in a position, if you are speaking publicly, for you to maintain your integrity, you have to be very balanced. Now, for us to maintain our integrity, we can't just come out and say Obi is not intelligent. That is awful.
No. We are saying it's not intelligent enough.
Like
That's what we are saying.
It doesn't sound like one. It doesn't sound like one.
How will
It doesn't.
It's not intelligent enough. Ola. First of all, if you are somebody, let me give you my own facts.
He's better than
if you are somebody, Ola, wait. We all measure intelligence on a different scale, right? Let me tell you something. First of all, if you are somebody that can come on national TV and tell a lie and not expect that some people will catch it, you are just you are not
this
smart to me.
Doesn't tell lie.
No, I'm talking about straight lie. No, a smart politician. Wait. A smart politician.
Does that mean that Donald Trump is not intelligent?
Give me that. Listen. There's a difference between telling indirect. What was the word? Where you tell someone a twisted lie, a twisted truth, something like that. Where when our catch comes to say you said this, I can twist it back. You understand? Like kind of between gray area. But when you tell it obvious of wait, you can tell a factual statement, right? And bend it. Where if someone comes, you can figure a way to retract or just twist it like this is not what I meant. This is what I meant. But when you give a straight up unfactual statement, such as Abiola won election in the Southeast, you say Abiola won the Southeast. It's a pure lie. Like, of course, a lot of Nigerians don't know that, but some people know that he didn't win the Southeast. If he can, literally, this guy will come online and just tell a straight lie that he can't even if you confront him, he can't. There's no way he can defend himself.
Mike.
If you confront him with the truth, he can't defend himself. He can't twist it back.
Wait, Mike. When you say narcissists are not intelligent, just because they use everything they can use to draw attention to themselves. When you say narcissists are not intelligent, the only thing is that they manipulate you.
No, this was not a man of manipulation.
So you'll be using lie. If you use lie to manipulate people, use lie to manipulate. Say that
a straight lie, not even a bended truth. You know, there's a difference between a bended truth and a straight lie. The narcissists will use bended truth. So if that bended truth appears to it's technically a lie. But if you now approach them like, oh, you lie, you will say, no, I spoke the truth. You were trying to bend it back to the truth origin, right? That's what
Mike,
Nazis do. And that's what smart politicians
Mike,
do. They'll bend a
hold
lie.
on, please.
It becomes if they'll bend the truth. If they'll bend the truth to become a lie in the head of some people. Now, if you cannot confront them that they lie, they'll not bend it back to the true original truth position. So now say, oh, this is what I meant. I was speaking the truth. But when you tell a straight lie, it's not a bended truth. You can't defend it because it's like you tell me red something that we obviously red say is green. If I now confront you with it, you can't defend it because you already lie. You can't now bend it like, oh, actually. But if you tell me that orange is red, if I now confront you, can say, orange is very close to red now. So actually, that thing I thought was, you see, orange is very close. You can argue your way back. But if you tell me that red is blue or green,
Ola, please hold
completely
on. Ola, please hold on. Ola, please hold on. Do you guys remember the last time they have the debates? I don't remember if it was the debate or a town hall meeting when Obi and the rest of them didn't know that there is a fact checker. When they try to fact check Obi, he lied, or maybe he made a mistake. Don't let me say he lied. He made a mistake. He quickly, swiftly tried to correct himself without even when the fact checker tried to correct him that Oga, you lie here or you made a mistake. He quotes statistics just like you remember Kemi Adeosun even make a joke of him like Ogbeni Governor Peter Obi. What are you talking about? So to me, it doesn't sound like somebody. Maybe I will not use intelligent. Maybe it's not informed enough. Obi is not informed enough. You remember the interview with Channels, maybe Arise. He doesn't even know the difference between beavers and maybe RAF, or it's just model up everything. And this same guy you want to put for your president, you guys just think twice about what I just said now. Ola, to you.
Can you speak? Can you speak of Tinubu the way you are speaking of Obi like this?
There is a reason.
Thomas. And then when we ask you question, you say you have nothing against you don't care about Tinubu. But for what you're talking about now, you can see from what it's very clear that you are being biased here. So you don't.
No, rational mind. That's not an argument. That's not an argument.
No. It's an argument. It's just because sometimes Thomas will just say certain things. I think maybe some of us are listening.
No, let us base it on what he said. What he said is what you should analyze.
Yeah, but then I'm telling him to bring.
So whenever I speak about Obi, you must speak about Tinubu.
Nobody gets the opportunity. You just lash on the. Which is not bad.
We cannot use that one. The two things I mentioned now. No, Mike. The two issues that Thomas raised. Let us analyze it. Don't let us mix. When we want to discuss Tinubu, we'll discuss Tinubu.
Can I please respond to Thomas?
Yes, let's hear from Mola. Thank you, Simba. That's what Rational Mind does all the time.
Let me tell you one thing. The mistake we make sometimes is this. Let's say the mistake Obi is making. Obi want to speak like a student union leader does. As a student union politics, you want to take everything off hand. You want to speak to the audience. You think you know the figure of facts off hand, how you speak. That is his mistake, right? Many people make that.
But Ola, do you remember what I just said now? You remember that interview?
I understand what
you remember.
Obi will lie to you and I hope you believe it.
If Okonjo-Iweala or Soludo are speaking today, you will see them, they will carry their book. Even Oshibajo, when he's speaking, you will see his own teleprompting, a screen somewhere that will be speaking. But the mistake that Obi made is this. He wants to speak everything from his edge. At the end of the day, he will miss model where statistics.
And he will remember Singapore, India, Egypt.
See, even as we are now, look at you and myself now. When we are talking of eloquence, we are not even near those people that they may not even have the knowledge we have. But
I'm better than Obi 100 times.
People will believe them more than us, even though we are in electrical.
But Ola, I'm better than Obi.
Communication. See,
Ola, I'm better than Obi.
How do you know? How did you arrive at that?
I know I'm better than him.
How do you
Ola,
arrive
you
at
want to, Thomas, give Ola. Ola has not been able to say anything about those two issues that you raised. Let him convince us. Because the two of Ola and Adewale, they are just parabolating today. I don't know what is wrong
See,
with
the
them.
thing about Ola and Adewale is this. You see,
I've told you,
Obi is the fact that Obi lost his election. That's alone proof that the guy is not intelligent. Because if I'm in his
Who
position,
said he
okay,
lost
guys,
election? Who said
no,
who said he lost
you
election?
a
I
lost
don't tell
man.
you,
Start
I
telling
don't
me.
tell you that
You,
way.
Mike,
You are
said
still
that.
I give
this,
You are the fault.
or you are still
Mike,
following that Abuja.
Maybe
You are still reading
National Mind has another INEC. Another INEC. Who
this
if the
moving
crowd will be the
Abuja.
winner.
okay,
5%
okay.
foreigner.
Mike and Simba, Mike and Simba,
No,
Mike and Simba.
Ola, let me back what I'm telling you.
Let me
The
land
fact,
now. You
okay, land.
let me land. See,
Well, Mike, give him. He does not have anywhere he's going.
Ola is
Just
not
leave
addressing
him.
what
He
I have.
cannot make anything.
Ola, you are
Just
not
let us
addressing
give
what
him
I have.
chance,
okay.
so that he will not have an excuse. Let's give him opportunity. We know that he has nothing to offer on this issue. Let him talk.
Just imagine. See,
Simba, you are not nice. So.
in the earlier day of my career, when I used to join the marketing people, when you want to market your products, you don't tell customer that your competitors' products is not good. You just tell them about your advantage of your product. If you will see me clearly during the campaign there, when people are saying and they shake all those things they shake, I was even the one at the forefront that was bringing all those innovation, even when they use Tinubu to make study case out. I never join anybody in telling people that Obi is not intelligent. I maintain my own standards. Look, this guy, this Tinubu has done better than Obi, and these are why. Now, if you start saying Obi is not intelligent, that you and I we know we are telling lies if we say that, then we are not different from hand they shake, leg they shake people. That is not how to argue against your opponent, because people will not take you seriously. How can we say Obi is not intelligent?
But Ola,
How can
hold
we stand
on.
for us?
Hold on, please. How we argue on intelligence is different from Andy. Andy Shake is a mundane, is a stupid argument. We can argue on somebody intelligence, can we?
See, even when you are talking of level of intelligence, right? That's why we have IQ and whatever QQ we have.
Well, that's what we're saying. His IQ is very low. That's what
waiting now, because Obi is an high functional person, a successful businessman, as a
Ow.
No. Wait now. You say someone is not
Because he's selling container goods. That means he's intelligent.
It's marketing and marketing by marketing. He's doing marketing by marketing.
Forget about that thing.
All I know, I can teach a monkey how to
Someone is
import.
not intelligent. He was the chairman of one of the forefront bank in Nigeria.
That's what Nigeria. Oh, do you know that man?
Ola, do you know how they choose a chairman of a bank?
Baba, forget about how they
choose a chairman of a
bank. It's not a career. It's not a career. This thing, no. I hope you know.
Now. Nigeria, everything connection.
If you have money and you're a shareholder, you can be elected. It's an elected position.
Exactly.
There are some kind of
arguments that you are using just doesn't hold weight.
So if I have some billion somewhere and I put in a bank and they put me as a doctor, as you think that I'm intelligent?
Ola, let me give you my own point why I believe. Wait, Ola, let me give you my own point why I believe Obi is not intelligent.
We are not saying intelligence. We are not saying doesn't have. There's nobody that doesn't have any form of intelligence. But what you are saying is low.
That's what we're trying to tell you. That's low IQ. That's what we're saying. His IQ is not high enough, like just to be president. Be honest. Now, let me tell you. First of all, the fact that he didn't win the election. Hold on. Let me. Hold on now. The fact that he couldn't win that election alone tells me that his IQ is low. His IQ is low. Because if I was an Igbo man and I have all the halls on my side,
because he could not win election.
Wait now, and I had all the halls on my
side.
side.
So IQ is low because he could not win election. That is what.
No. Let me tell you why. Now, let me tell you why. Wait now.
One after the other. Ola, let
if
Mike
Ola can allow me, then I'll talk. When you have all
Mike,
halls, you have so much halls on your side, all the halls on your side. One, it's very obvious to the whole country that the easiest person to plead a case that it's my turn. Like just like they will say, what's his name? Tinubu say Emilio Con. The best person to plead Emilio Con is the Southeasterner for one. Two, a Southeasterner like him already had a political base. That's another hold. Three, you had ethnic leader of another ethnic group, like people and high political leader like Obasanjo, Afeni Ferry, all on your side, and you couldn't see that. That's an advantage for you to even get a lot of vote from the Southwest, and you allow your followers to destroy the one bridge that these people were bridging for you in the Southwest. You sat down, and that's why Wale Soyinka couldn't even talk to him. Like, this guy, you are foolish. You already had the ethnic leader of this Yorubas fighting for you, already bringing bridge to the Southwest for you, and you had your followers burning the bridge, and you don't know what to do about it. Three, you had 7 years to build bridges between regions, north, west. You didn't do that. You had people of your ethnic group sabotaging the chance of your region. When it's your turn to become president, you did nothing. What's this northern man, Francois, before he died, he came on TV, he was trying to plead that, hey, this thing should be done on the Igbos. Like, he even said the Igbos should understand that this president will not be served to you on the what's the word? On the gold, what, I don't forget to use that word. On the
platter of gold.
On the platter of gold. He had opportunity to go and sit down with Francois to use that opportunity to connect based in the north. He didn't do that. Now, campaign came. When you go to the north to campaign, you go to Sambo Giri, where Igbos marketers are, to go and campaign with them. When you go to Lagos, you go to Alaba Market, to go and campaign with them. This guy, it's like it was so easy, like, to convince other regions to just say it's our turn. All you have to do is just fight all these odds that is against him and work on the ones that are in your favor. He lost, like, he had every reason to win the election, but he lost. So this guy, he's not smart. Look at Tinubu, for example. Tinubu, like, literally didn't have the odds on his side. Tinubu, for example, he knew, okay, he wanted to run. During the when so-called X-Men attack was going on, attack happened in the Southwest, it happened in the North. My guy already know my people will kind of vote for me. I don't need to go and be campaigning with them or for election, we know that. But let me go to the North and go and consult with them, drop some money to the victims, just to show them that, I'm your friend, bro. When time comes, vote for me. You understand? That's just that's the one is giving common sense. It's not common sense politics. But Obi couldn't do that. I'm like, and you're telling me this guy. I said, dude, any Igbo man that couldn't win this election. It was your turn. You had every reason to say it's my turn. It's kind of like 1999 election. A Yoruba man losing that election. It's like, come on. It's like somebody from the north or southeast snatched that 1999 opportunity from Obasanjo or another Yoruba person. I'll just look at them like, come on. There's no reason why the Yoruba person should not be president in 1999. I would have told any Yoruba politician that lost that election, like, you are foolish. Because every horn is on your side. After Abiola.
So Mike, in addition, I think it does not manage resources very well. You have to have a very solid home front. First, you are fighting with your brothers in your home front, the southeastern part. You are not coordinated. You are not cooperating with them. Even if you have chosen Labour Party, all the state governors in the southeast are not following. But at the end of the day, they also let you have it. Like you said, it does not build the bridge. In Nigeria, you have to also do a lot of charity or donation. You are not going to the core north. You are going to where you have only Christians and campaigning there. And you are going to all your tribesmen all over the country to campaign in front of them. It's very easy for an average Nigerian that is not Southern Easterner that, if this guy becomes president, it's just going to be his own people alone. That was a big mistake and a big error from his part. Secondly, he does not manage the NSAS movement, although he's an opportunist, but he managed the opportunity very well. He didn't manage very well. He didn't come out to organize these people to say, okay, we should not be selling this kind of rhetoric. Because a lot of people were pissed off when they started insulting people, abusing people. If it's not their way, there is no way. An average thinking person that is undecided will know, I'm not following these people.
Can the same be said of your own Tinubu too? When
No.
Wait. Are you talking about after the election, during the election? Are you talking about during the campaign?
Let's be objective here.
No, we're objective now. We're being objective.
You are not being objective.
Okay. Before the
let
election,
me
before the election, when we had some people who was talking about GRV, a guy who came online, the same one person that just because of you guys saw one, you heard one person.
We are talking about
GRV. We are talking about national election. You're talking about state election.
Now we're talking about election.
National election.
Let me finish.
Oh, you see, you want to spin it.
It's not spinning. We are speaking of national election.
Yeah. So
look at
before the election.
Look at the southwest of Nigeria.
We heard. Hold on. We heard what's his name. What is this guy's name? This guy from Oshodi there. What's his name? MC Olueron there. When he was saying,
how can you call him
Olueron?
Because there will be your brother from Warochiku lost now. Yeah. Just go ahead, sir.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Don't take it too serious. During that time, we heard MC Oluero, whatever they call Oluomo, whatever they call him. When he came and he was talking, did Tinubu condemn him?
What did he say? What did he say? Wait, what did he say?
Oh, what did he say? What did he not say? Did you listen?
Are you talking about your Machiku the one?
Well, no, it's up to you.
The funny thing was that before presidential election, MC Oluomo kept quiet.
I don't expect
he wasn't out there.
You know what?
Because he didn't want to mess up the image of Tinubu.
Mike, let's go.
Did Tinubu condemn him for that?
Before the election,
no.
We always project what you do.
Hold on. What rational man is arguing against that doesn't even make sense. We are arguing against strategy. We are arguing against morality.
Okay,
you are talking about Tinubu has won election already. If Tinubu, hold on. If Tinubu, wait. Before election, what did he say before election? What did MC Oluomo say?
What did the MC Oluomo said?
Before election, before Tinubu won, there was damaging to Tinubu's chance of being elected. Name it. Tell me.
Say what? What did he say?
Tell me what MC Oluomo said that was damaging to Tinubu's being elected.
You see? When
that was damaging to his campaign. That's the point we are making here. Is not.
I will tell you.
Or we are talking about political strategy.
Would you let me speak?
Speak now. Speak. Yeah.
When he said you single a particular group of people, all because they will not vote your own candidates, because you know where they lean on. They lean on their own person. They will vote their own Obi or whoever. And not because you single them out, you turn the vote into an ethnic thing.
Which one are you talking about? Your Machukwudi speech? Which one? Be specific.
Be specific, but boy,
be specific what you are referring to. We want to know now.
This is the same you I was asking a question.
No, I mean this rule now. What am manipulating? Spinning? Because if you are talking about Machukwudi speech, that was after Tinubu already won.
Yes.
It's too late. It's too late for any damage to be done.
Show me evidence. You're telling me, and now you're asking me to show you evidence.
No. That's what I'm telling you. The Machukwudi speech was Tinubu already won the election nationally, so that there's no damage to be done to Tinubu's image or anything.
Okay, Mike. Let me just continue, Mike. So I think before the election,
I mean, when I say his image, I mean his campaign.
So before the election, the whole space, the internet space, the media space was totally occupied by Obedient. Even
MC Oluomo kept quiet.
When they were don't borrow. Was it before the election?
But that was for Lagos State election now. That was after Tinubu has already become president. What are you talking?
That was after presidential election, rational mind.
That was not what?
All these things rational is after presidential election you're talking about.
Really?
Before presidential election, everybody conducted themselves. Even if all of them, they all kept quiet. They conducted themselves right because they don't want to damage the Tinubu's campaign. They all were behaving and saying, even if I was surprised, the guy was quiet. He was conducting himself.
So if he has managed
you people lie a lot here.
No, rational mind. Rational mind. Hello. Rational mind. It was after the presidential election that those shooting happened.
I'll give you the background here. Listen. After he said that, we saw the attack on that woman face, that lady. We saw
which woman? Machukwudi.
No, that was
let me help you here.
He's talking about governorship election. We are talking about presidential election.
No. We are mixing the two together. See, on the general election, on the day of general election, there were some polling boards. Especially, I could remember very well there was a guy in, I believe, Surulere constituency thereabout. It was actually being video recorded telling people that if you're not going to vote for APC, do not come here. And but it wasn't as prevalent as it was on the day of the gubernatorial election. Yes, there were some places where people were being, told not to vote for APC, but there was nothing like harassment or sort
Yes,
of. But
yes.
it was so rampant on the gubernatorial. But on that general election of that presidential election, there were some polling booths where people were being told. They were even vocal. It wasn't like I'm hiding my face. I could remember that particular polling booth in Surulere, where the man said, "Look, we're saying in the Yoruba that most often you." Tell about the vote for APC. It was on gubernatorial election. No, I mean, it was a presidential election,
But we're
not
talking about
gubernatorial.
That
But the
that
ones, the
for
one
MC
of
Oluomo,
Governor Shaw,
said.
the one of Oluomo was now towards the gubernatorial
No,
election.
no,
Exactly.
it was not.
Yes,
It was not.
but it
It was
was,
not.
it was, it was, it was,
Okay,
it was,
but you
it
do
was.
remember that a lady was attacked during the
Yes,
presidential election. Now,
Yeah, we don't
yes.
see.
hold on.
Rational, I think you're missing the point.
Hold
See,
on. No,
give
no,
me.
you are the one missing it. You are the one missing it. And then when people will have to hold on, when people will have to talk, they were referring to what this guy said earlier. What
No, no, no. It was this when they were snatching boxes and all that.
you
It
see,
wasn't.
we're quickly forgetting here on this platform.
No,
No,
Okay,
no.
okay.
Rational.
Right.
I do. Give
That
me a
part,
second. Rational, man. I think the
that
point you are
particular
missing here.
woman,
I
that
think
particular woman's case
the best
was
way we can do now is
absolute.
that if
Remy,
someone if
Remy, give me
No,
a
someone
no,
second.
can,
The
no, no,
point
no.
Rational mind is missing is
can
this.
bring out the video and the
Ra-
date to show, so we
Remy,
That
can know
particular woman's
if we
case
can
was
find
as
the
a
video.
result of
That
snatching
is
of
after the
boxes. The
presidential election.
hoodlum came over to the polling booth and disrupted the voting process. That was where that woman got injured. Not that somebody
no,
gave one statement or whatever. It was the snatching of boxes. You remember the hoodlums usually appear in those polling booths and disrupt the process, the voting process. So it wasn't MC Oluomo's statement as at that time that causes those melee. It was just purely hoodlums,
election day
interrupting and
violence, basically election day
yeah,
violence.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I think the point Rational mind is missing is this: we are not here telling you that on the election day, gone, people didn't come out and misbehave to mess up anyone's image. But election day is too late to damage anyone's campaign. Campaign has been done. It's over with. It's not for election. Now that's the day that people now came out to misbehave. But we are talking about during campaign season. People like Insolon, people like anyone that could mess up the image of their candidates, they all kept cool. Like, I'm not go talk the wrong thing. Maybe say you offend another region, they won't vote for my
Yes,
candidate too. They
because
all
at
came.
that time,
Remy, hold on, hold on. They all
Nigeria
kept calm.
already.
When they come out to maybe speak or something, they may come out to speak against the opposition candidate to prove that he's not qualified, things like that. Normal political campaign. But you didn't see Tinubu's supporters going to sing Northerners. Something's wrong with Northerners. Look at them. Northern idiots. Southeastern idiots. Because they are smart enough to know that if we do that, then we offend voters. They may come from those regions and will vote for us. You understand?
So,
But
Mike,
you had Obi, wait now, you had Obi followers, particularly mainly from his region, making statements, insulting people from other reality, like statement where they know we offend, definitely we offend people for that region. For example, knowing Yoruba culture, we don't insult elders like that, talk less of marking them or their physical distance. You are doing it, and Obi knows, even Shoyinka told him, guy, you will offend a lot of voters from the Southwest. You are killing your votes. That's not the way you campaign. You understand? That's what we are trying to explain to Rational Mind. He's telling us what about Tinubu's
And
fake.
Mike,
so Mike,
if they Remy, let me put this. If they ask Obi why your supporters attacking people, say, oh, they are people that have been battered, they are innocent, they have been suffering. That is why he will
But what do
never
you expect
condemn
him
them.
to say? What do you expect him to say?
what I
Condemn
want to
people that
say,
will vote
That's
for him?
not what a man you
Emotional
claim intelligence
blackmail,
should say now. If you claim he's so intelligent,
so
exactly.
sorry,
He's
speaker, can I just
you
blackmailing.
can't
That's
tell us he's
blackmailing.
intelligent and he's saying something, he's responding like that. Come on now. That's what we're trying to tell you, that he's not
okay,
intelligent.
Mike,
No, no,
thank you.
no.
Can I just
Would you have
conclude?
expected him to condemn them?
All the stake are against Tinubu in that election, and I will tell you why. First, it's out. APC as a party, they are not in order. Some people are for him, a lot of people, some are not for him. Second, Buhari is not totally in support of Tinubu becoming the president. Third, the policy before the election, the Naira swap, is against the party. Any right-thinking politician, if he has managed the success very well, penetrate the core north, Obi would have been the president of Nigeria.
No,
All
Remy,
states,
he was
all
busy.
states.
He was busy running from church to another, from
That is what
dunamis
I'm
to
saying. If it's,
yeah.
I'm not saying it's not intelligent, but if it's super intelligent and you have put your house in order, talk to your people, because your people, you want to rule Nigeria, you want to rule a country. It's not that you want to rule a region. You cannot fight with the other region and you expect them to reward you with their vote. It's not done. Even Tinubu, that has been putting a lot of money going to the northern part of Nigeria for the last 20 years, what did he got? Second position in most of the northern states. He only won 3 states. He was just competitive in all the northern part of the country, or northwest and northeast. Next time, this is
Remy, Obi was busy running from church from pillar to post. He doesn't think. He needs to go to the north. That is that is his problem.
So he thought. I think their game plan was this: if they can manipulate, if they can get Christian vote and then southeastern vote, and they can see that the Yoruba is more liberal, if we work more on them, some of them chunk of votes from. But unfortunately,
Let me give you what they are banking on. You know what they are doing? They started profiling the country Nigeria. They said, okay, now we have more Christians, that Christians are more than the Muslim. And that's what they are banking on, that okay, if the whole Christian voted for Obi. There are so many mistakes that they made. There were all those wrong permutation, and I don't know where they got all these as statistician or mathematician or whatever. You think what happened? The Oshutokun was interviewed on Arise yesterday, and they asked him that, okay, what about they should tell them about the court situation. You know what this guy was saying? He said before the election that he did a poll on himself, that he used a family as an example, that in a family where you have a mother and a father and you have four children, that their belief that all voted for Obi, that if you now have like 4 youth, 4 children, and the parents decide to vote for Tinubu and the children vote for Obi, so how could you now say that Tinubu won that election? You can see the analogy, very, very, very mundane and dumb analogy that somebody like Oshutokun is giving on the national television.
Thomas, hold on.
Yeah, let's hear from Rational Man. Remy, hold on, please. Yeah.
Thomas, I want to ask you a question. Everybody, when was the last election, the presidential election? When was it held?
February.
What do you mean? The previous one or this current one?
February 25.
25th.
February 25th.
Okay, 25th. All right, now look at the
February 25.
Thank you. All right. Now look at the what's it called? The clip I just made from Vanguard of February 26th. The accusation about MC Olomo video. Look at it there. Check it there. You people were arguing with me that it was made after the
Which video are you talking about? You keep saying this and that. We are telling you what specific thing are you talking about?
Now, go and read it now. Is there?
Go and read what? Tell us what it is so I can go and look it. You can't tell me go and read. I don't tell me what I'm telling you.
If you don't want to read it, forget it. If you don't want to read it, it's not.
Read what?
Now, what I'm saying to you is that the issue of where
it was. What are you talking about? I don't understand.
That's what he does, man. He doesn't. He's not talking about anything. He just wants to make
silliness with me. I won't take that from you. Allow me to talk, please. What I'm saying is that you people were saying here that Obi did not challenge his, did not tell his voters or people, his followers, to keep quiet or to behave themselves. And I'm saying to you that where was Tinubu? Why you people always self-projecting what you people are equally guilty of? Why
are you going to Tinubu now? Why are you going to Tinubu now?
Even if he's going to Tinubu,
please
tell me any Tinubu followers they are out there constituting nuisance. No, wait now.
Rational Man, I went to the Vanguard newspaper now. The video you are talking about, they are not sure whether it's old video or new video.
So you can see. But when hold on.
Is he referring to the Mama Chiku video? Which one?
But then you people were telling me now.
Which video now? You still not telling us which video?
Come, dude, please.
Just tell us now. Which video are you talking about? It's simple.
Do not ask me. Don't ask.
Do not ask you. Then you're not telling us anything. Then it's not me telling you go and watch this video, and I have to tell you which video I'm talking about.
Mike, please hold on. Please, Rational Man, please hold on. But we have the right to ask you what we don't understand you. What is
Okay,
this is the same guy I asked here to provide us evidence, and he tells me to go and look for something if I can't look at
evidence of what?
Don't
I will
ask
tell
me.
you what it is I'm telling you about.
But rational mind, if you are not telling, if you are not, hold on, please, please. I said, please. If you are not telling us what you are telling us, so anything you say after that, it doesn't make any sense to us. What is the video you are talking about?
Allow me talk. Allow me land. Do not interrupt me, please.
Yes, please. I'll keep quiet. Yeah.
Please. Now, I just posted something there for you. You guys were arguing with me that the video where MC Oluomo was threatening the Igbos was after the presidential election. And I was arguing with you here that it's not after. It was before the presidential election. And people say, no, it's after. It was towards the in the governorship. And the reason why I was talking about that video was that when that video came out, where did you see any of the Agbado people, even Tinubu himself, or even the governor of Lagos State, caution MC Oluomo that you don't do that. You don't profile a certain people. And people were saying, no, it was after the presidential election. I said,
can I respond to that? Rational mind, can I respond to that?
Before you respond, let's establish that that video was towards the governorship election.
Let me land. Let me land.
Let him land, please.
I'll go and dig it out, and I dig it out now, and I'm giving you a reference here. Vanguard, 26th of February, which is just a day after that election. And they confirmed that there was a video that was circulated before the presidential election. You people are arguing with me.
No, I read the Vanguard. It's not right. That video in contention, they are not sure whether it's a current video or old video. And if it's a current,
why would MC Oluomo be campaigning for governorship when presidential election is the most important one? That's right at stake in front of us.
People argue. You people were
no, you're not making sense because why would MC Oluomo why would MC Oluomo be campaigning for governorship?
Hold on. Everybody hold on. If you don't hold on, I'm going to mute you. If you don't hold on, I'm going to mute you. Please, we can't talk on each other. No, please. Let's hear from Mike. I don't even hear what Mike is saying. Let's hear from Mike. Let me respond and back to rational mind, please.
Okay, thank you. So, Thomas, does this make sense to you? Why would MC Oluomo be campaigning for campaign for governorship? Some will lose election. Tell him Amachukudi on governorship election day. If you don't say they vote for ABC, it's enough. We all know that campaign was towards the governorship. You understand? Now, he's telling us that he came to campaign before that thing was done before the presidential. It doesn't make sense. Why would he be? He didn't do it before the presidential. That was after the presidential. And let's give it the benefit of the doubt that he recorded. Let's say he did the video before the presidential. We all know the video came out right before the governorship election. It was days before the governorship election that he came on. They put it on news. And then to come out. And then
you don't even listen.
We all of us that saw that video saw that it was towards the
governorship election. I just said now, Mike, Remy, and come to you. It's coming back to you.
It's coming to you. Just be patient. Rational mind. We all know that MC Oluomo obviously. And one of the main reasons why we know that he had to do that was because, of course, Tinubu lost in Lagos, and he realized that what he has to resort to.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, understand. Tinubu lost in Lagos, so he realized that he's an Agbe. We all know what he did was dirty politics and violent politics, which it happened all over Nigeria. It happened in Edo, in Anambra, everywhere in Nigeria. Political talks do the same thing. Once they realize they're about to lose, they will turn into violence. That's why,
Mike, rational mind. Well, no, you will land. Rational mind, can you please take the mantle, please? I'll be back in 30 minutes, please. Yeah, thank you.
So we all know that the reason MC Oluomo had to take it to that violent level was because Tinubu lost that presidential in Lagos, and he doesn't want someone to also lose in Lagos. So he had to take it to that route. Like,
listen, my friend.
We all know that for a fact.
Listen. We go by fact here. You always have facts, and I gave you facts now. It's obvious that you don't even read. You don't even know what is okay.
I don't read. Okay.
Hold on. Remy.
You're supposed to be Remy to respond. Now you say Remy's turn.
Let me respond because you are the one that
talk. Let me lay down this thing there, please. You talk, please. And I think Babati is here. Babati can corroborate whatever I said. I said that there was a video that was circulating online before the election, before the presidential election, and you people were saying no, it was after the presidential election. That was what one of Mike was arguing with, and he keep repeating the same thing. Now I had to go and dig out in the archive of Vanguard of 26th, a day after that presidential election, where they reported that MC Oluomo made a video before the election, the presidential election, where he was telling the Igbos in that video, and you guys were arguing with me that no, it was after the presidential election, and I asked you to go and look at the timestamp on that.
Okay, when did we all see the videos? What we're asking? When did the video come? When did we all see the video? When did the video become public?
So when I read through the Vanguard, I read through everything, and I discovered that the video you are talking about, they are not sure whether this video is from the past or from
either it was from the past or not. That's
okay, hold on. Let us finish. You have had your say. Let other people also talk. And you brought it. Hear my own opinion first. So this video, they are not sure whether it's a 4 years old video or it's a current video. And then we can assume that this video can also be a video that happened during the election on the 25th itself, on that presidential election. It can also be that a video of some people intimidating people not to vote for particular party.
Why would he be making a video? Why would he be making a video? How does it even sound to you? Making a video on the day of election, he has all his people there.
Sorry, mine. Can you?
Somebody's snoring. She's not going to snore.
Can I? Remy?
Babati, what do you know about that?
Hold on, Joe. Kumi is snoring. Can you mute him? I think it's Kumi. Kumi don't snore. Can you mute him so that we can hear you guys speak?
Okay.
I'll try to mute him.
Paper, the newspaper is for the 26th of February. It's for the 26th of February. And when I read through everything, they are not so sure whether it's an old video or a current video. Let's assume that video was purportedly for on that day of the election itself. It happened all over Nigeria. That were voting.
Remy, I'm just checking online now. Let me say this. All the video that I checked on YouTube was on March 17. And then I'm reading Sahara Reporter that came out on March 17. They said Tinubu loyalists MC Oluomo on the 17th, this is March 17. Tinubu loyalists MC Oluomo threaten Igbo people in Lagos. Tell them to stay at home if they won't vote for Governor Sanwo-Olu, other APC candidates. And this is March 17, 2023.
Okay. But did you care to look at that Vanguard that I posted to you? Did you see that his timestamp on it is February 26th? And if they were hold on. If they are reporting it on 26th, it means that it must have been done even before 25th. Hold on. I'll give you a reason why you cannot say that. That it was done on the 25th or the day of election. This is the reason. Because it was on the day of election, you cannot call people together in a gathering like that and be telling them Mama Shukudi Majadeo that very day. You know, that's not what it is.
Are you talking about that video is from Mashukudi?
Yeah, is that what?
If it's that video, then you are totally wrong. That video was post-presidential election. If you talk about that one of Mama Shukudi,
what is this guy talking about? What is this man talking about? Did you see the timestamp on that Vanguard? What did he say?
Is that the video of Mama Shukudi?
He said, hold on. He said the video. Vanguard said he talked about Igbos, right?
But that was not the video of Mama Shukudi. That means it's not the same.
Either it was Mama Shukudi or not Mama Shukudi. But
let's clarify everything before you go on rational mind. The video you are talking about today, this now, is not the video of Mama Shukudi. The video of Mama Shukudi is for presidential election.
No. You are wrong. You are wrong. I remember one man. Hold on. One man played. I wish one man is here to corroborate that. One man played two separate videos.
Rational mind, I just read the Guardian now. Let me tell you what the Guardian is saying. Can you listen to me? Because you are the one that posted it. This one is right from the video. What they are saying on that Guardian, just listen. I just read it now. Let me read it. I can read it out if you want me to read it.
Go on. You are breaking, no, you're breaking. You are breaking. Can anybody hear him? Can anybody hear him?
You are breaking, Simba.
Every other person would listen to us. Can I? Okay.
You are breaking before. You are breaking, Simba. Can you check?
I don't think I can read it because I'm using my phone. I can't read it at the same time. I cannot read it at the same time and be talking to you people. But what I can see, what they are, no, what they said is that this one was what happened in the polling unit. That they said they accused him of harassing people in his polling unit. They are not referring to the video. And some people reported him to the police. It's even from the video. That is what I read in the Guardian. The Guardian that you posted now.
No.
Can I interject, please? Can I interject, please?
When you talk, the Vanguard, I don't know how we reason here.
Can you read? Read it to us. Read it to us if you can read it.
Hold on here. Now, Vanguard, February the 26th, a day after the election on 25th. On the 25th. Look at what it says. Police react to alleged MC Oluomo's viral video threatening Igbos. Now let me read it now. It says Lagos State Police Command has reacted to a viral video showing the chairman of Lagos State Parks Management Committee, Musiliu Akinsanya, popularly known as MC Oluomo, allegedly intimidating and preventing the Igbo people from voting at the polling units. Let's see here. And it continues. It says in a Twitter post, and Chude further alleged that and it just went on and on like that. Let's see. There's not much there. Just
in the polling unit. So polling that is.
Can I interject, please?
Okay, go on. If you want to interject, go on.
Yeah. Great everybody. Simba, Rational Mind, Bemi, and all of that. Yeah. That video of Mama Chidi, that video was not made on that 17th. That video has been made probably in their previous gathering, maybe 2 days before that date or 3 days. So he just uploaded that video, I think 2 days to election. That Machidi stuff.
Which election? Is it the presidential?
Presidential election.
What
that video came out?
What you are saying is 2 days before March 17, and you are saying presidential election. When was the presidential election? Why are you talking like this? Presidential election that took place on February 25. Something came out 2 days before March 17. You are telling us that it's presidential election.
No, wait. I don't know the date, but that video came out before.
I don't even know the person who's talking over there. When you before you come here, you don't come here. We are very intelligent here. You cannot just come here and be giving us trash.
Now let him talk.
The one that Rational Mike posted. The one that the one that Rational Mike posted, he read it to us now, and he's convinced that it's not the same video that we are talking about. So what are you talking?
Hey, Simba, let me talk now. Everybody's intelligent now.
That one happened in the polling unit. You just read it to us.
We saw that video. It was before, I think, 2 days to election, which is presidential election. Not
Iglo. Quick question for you. Do you know the exact date?
Which presidential election?
We don't know the exact because the video is not a live video.
If you don't know the exact date, there's no.
Nobody here knows the exact date because that video is not a live video.
It was after the election, maybe 2 days or 3 days before the governorship election.
No,
it was.
Wait.
You are breaking. We can hardly hear you. You are breaking.
It was reported.
Simba, you are breaking.
Okay, wait though. If Simba is saying I should not say it, is it your own opinion alone that somebody should take? We all watched that video. We all saw it. We are all.
What you said. Excuse me. You know why I came over you like that? You said the video came out. You are referring to March 17. Excuse me. And you said the video didn't came out that day. That came out 2 days before that day. What I'm telling you is that 2 days before that day was still after presidential election. That's what I'm just trying to let you realize.
Okay, forget about the bot. Wait, okay, wait. The video that Sonolo made, that video, was meant for which election? Is it for governorship election or for presidential election? Why will a video come out after presidential election?
Are you talking about now? Which video are you talking about? Sanwo-Olu. We're not talking about Sanwo-Olu here. We're talking about MC Lomo.
No, I say no. I say tell me, why will he make the video when the election, the most important election, which he is waiting for, or which they are all waiting for, is over? So why will he bring up that video? That video was meant for presidential election to threaten Igbo from going out to vote.
It's not true. It was aftermath. It was aftermath of the presidential election when they discovered that they lost Lagos. That was when that video came. That was when he made that threat to scare the Igbos not to come out to come and vote for the governorship election. So it was not. Now, it was an aftermath of the presidential election.
Let me even kill them for that. Let me destroy their argument. You remember in that video, in that statement, he said, if an Igbo man become governor of Lagos, when your daughter go to Alaba, they will slap him I slap her in the butt. If your children go to school,
in the buttock.
Remember, in that video, he specifically said, if Igbo man become governor of Lagos. So we all know that video was about governorship election. So why would he be making video about governorship election when presidential elections are right at your face? You understand? So the video was about the governorship elections. I don't know what this argument is all about. I don't know what Rational Man is trying to tell us that, oh, he made that video because before the presidential election. No, it was just like we've been telling you, because Tinubu lost Lagos. He didn't want Sanwo-Olu to lose Lagos. That's why he did it.
It's true. Hold on.
Iglo.
It's true.
Hold on. Iglo. That Vanguard I just posted, I posted there in the private chat and the public chat. If you guys can click it, you will see there is a video attached to that that Vanguard of 26th of February, a day after the election, where he was trying to debunk what he earlier said when he was threatening the Igbos. Like Mike is saying now, that he said that they should not come out, that they will slap them or that kind of a thing. He was debunking that video that he earlier said that they saw him when he was talking to Mama Chukwudi, that video was not the way. They should not take it the way it is. It is there in that Vanguard. Go and check it. What are you talking about? What are you
Rational Man. We don't need to go and read Vanguard. We saw the video when he came out to speak, when he had invited Mama.
This guy, hold on.
Now, we are not fighting. Cool down.
Don't copy. My point is this.
Rational Mind.
He said Vanguard. He said the video was this and that.
What is the argument now?
The argument is this. The argument that Tinubu, people were talking about Obi here, doesn't call his people to order because they go on, they become unruly, they insult people, they do this and that they don't call him. And I was saying to them that same be said of Tinubu too, who was a candidate in that election. Did he ever?
No. Actually, that's not the argument. That's not the precise argument. It's close, but that's not the precise. The argument was that.
Hold on, dude, come on, God.
No, you're putting word in our mouth now. We're trying to correct you. The point we're making.
No, Mike, he is saying he is making an argument of what made him to make that statement.
No, that's not the argument he's
Sorry,
making.
Mike. Rational mind. I think we have to be. I just watched that video now, and this video was actually in a polling unit. The video that I said we should check, I just check it now. It was in a polling unit, and there are police there cautioning him. It's different from the one we are referring to.
There are two videos. Simba, there are two videos that Sanwo-Olu got involved. The first one.
I'm talking about. Just forget. No, just wait. I'm referring to the one Rational Man said we should check. I just checked the video and I watched it.
You're right.
It was in a polling unit, so we should not. Let us base our argument on fact and not by emotion.
Hold on. God, stop this emotion thing you people talk about. This is not emotion. Why are you always labeling things? I have two screens open here, so I keep going back and forth. So the one I clicked on was. Mike, you
are losing hardcore tonight, man. I just trying to figure a way to win.
Hold on.
You won't win, though.
So I was just alternating between the two screen here, so I could not see which one I was doing. So anyway, yeah, you're right. The Mama Shukudi one was the 17th. Yeah, but my point is this: however it is, either before the election or after election, but Tinubu never condemned his people. He did not condemn any of them, even when he heard them saying they were.
But Rational Man, why did he come out and reboot that thing? Did you know whether it was one? Because even all this one that we are saying about the Obi, how many times have they come out and say no? This is not. He came out and said he apologized.
Obi no get anybody when they make video they threaten anybody. There's no boy, no Obi follower.
Rational Man, give me 1 second. Rational Man, I think you missed the main point. I think you are thinking we are saying whether condemning or not condemning is right or wrong. That's not the main argument. We are saying that the act, the events, the behavior was hurting his chance of winning votes in other region. And if he was smart enough, he would know that, and at that moment dissociate himself, condemn it, so that way it doesn't hurt his vote in other region. If that thing was going on after the election, the whole Papa Winnow or whatever, the behavior, then we can say, well, he doesn't have to condemn, he has already won the election. So you are presenting an argument that, also Tinubu's people did crazy things like that, like threatening Igbos. And we are telling you that, yeah, they did it after election, that if they would have done it before the election, then, and Tinubu not condemned them, it would have hurt, it won't make sense, because Tinubu will understand that it was going to affect his vote in other regions. That's what we are trying to tell.
Tinubu did not come out in the open to condemn that video.
We are not telling you whether condemning or not condemning is right or wrong. We are telling you how it hurts Obi's campaign. And we are telling you that Tinubu's thugs kept quiet. They didn't behave like that when Tinubu was campaigning, because they knew that if they start doing that, maybe insulting Northerners because they don't like Atiku, or insulting Easterners because they don't like Obi, they know that it will affect their chance of winning votes in the north and in the east. And that's the point we are making to you.
Please, I want a question a bit. Can anyone give us one video of Obi talks? Does Obi have talk even? Can you give one video or one particular event where Obi talk came out to make a threatening video like the Yoruba talks, the DPC talk? There is none. Anything you will see, anything you will see on social media, you see is Obi. Is it only Obi that you see on social media? There's nothing Obi talks.
Can we clarify some? Prince, sorry. Can we clarify something, please? What the argument they're making against the Obi campaign was not so. It's not so much the campaign himself, is him not being able to tame the. Remember, at the beginning of the obedient movement, they were very respectful and they were attracting crowd from all parts of Nigeria. But at some point, when the Ipobians that were anti-Nigerian were convinced that the Igbos had a chance to become president and they came into the fold, they still brought that same mentality from the Ipobian space into the obedient space. That is what changed the whole language. So the argument they're making is not Obi himself, is that his inability to actually control the crowd as it got bigger.
In what way? What did the crowd did?
So
give example.
So let me give you an example. So
okay,
when you had an invasion of the space with the Ipobian space, you start hearing things like, if Obi does not win, we leave Nigeria. It became like a threat. It was not like, let's embrace everybody. It was like, vote for Obi or else. So those kind of language.
They were busy.
He did not threaten anybody. He did not threaten anybody.
Igilo,
that was not even loud.
You have to know that Igilo is an Abobian. Abobians never do that.
I am logical.
You are not talking well. Believe me, Igilo.
That's what is an Abobian. That's where they talk. An Abobian will
but even you do it.
Let me finish.
It with some level of this thing. You are not just talking. Believe me.
Simba, Anaphobia will insult you and tell you that he didn't insult you. That's
let me finish. Let me address Igilo so you understand where I'm coming from. So that was number one. Let me give an example. Not also understanding cultural or ethnic differences. What you think is the truth to you might not be to another person. The way we view things are different. So let me give an example. So when you go hand they shake, leg they shake. You actually winning votes. No, not votes. You were gathering sympathy for Tinubu in the Southwest, because culturally, in our own culture, you don't make fun of the sick and the elderly. So the
Okay,
more
please,
you
sorry. Okay,
ask,
okay, please,
let me
pause there,
finish.
pause there, pause there.
Let
No,
me
no, please,
finish.
please, please.
No,
One
no,
second,
no, you
please.
cannot
No,
walk
one
the
second,
ball.
please.
Let me finish
No,
my
please, please,
position.
please.
Iglo, let him
You
land
Let
and
can.
me
you respond.
finish.
Wait
You
now.
can
I don't
rebuttal.
want to say anything. I don't want
No,
to
let
say
me finish
something.
my point.
Then, if you don't want to say anything, then hold on. Then
Can I
Hold
finish?
on, hold
Can
on,
I
hold
finish
on.
first?
Let him
Then you
land.
can make your own submission. I'm a Yoruba man, and I'm telling you as a Yoruba man what I see. Then you can rebuttal when I'm done. Please. I'm saying to you that Tinubu was not, it's not like the most beloved. He's respected in the Southwest, but that like Awolowo has does not have it. So during that campaign, when those mobs that moved into the obedient space started singing songs like that counting, that it was actually gaining sympathy and votes in the Southwest, because culturally you did not understand the dynamics of the Southwest. That was my point. Go ahead. You can rebuttal now, Igilo. Go ahead and
I
rebuttal.
don't want to rebuff that thing. I want to ask a general question. You made the statement and said hand they shake that song. That song was not made by Obedient. It was a confraternity of Wole Soyinka. He even came out
I
to
said the
say,
Ethiopian spirit that came into this. Do you even listen at
"Oh,
all?
you said they were the one that were singing hand they
They
shake, let
came
they
into
shake."
this.
So
God,
so
I am
who was
telling
singing
you,
this?
I am
But
telling you
it's
that
telling you
it was
differently
not
now.
IPOP. It was not IPOP that even how do you call it made that song. It was
No
Wole
one said it was
Soyinka.
iPod that made it now.
Eh?
That's the
Nobody said it
pirate.
was iPod.
Pirate. Sea dog.
He
don't listen.
said
I'm
singing
saying
hand the shake.
somebody knows something.
We are saying they're singing
Somebody
on behalf of
echoed you,
Obi. It
and
doesn't matter who
only
made
on
it.
the
Whoever was
behalf.
singing it, we're singing it
No,
on behalf of
don't
Obi.
put it on iPop because
Oh
iPop
my
We
or
didn't say it was
Obedient have
iPod.
nothing
What's this
to
guy,
do.
man? Nobody said it was
It's a
iPod that
song.
played the
But
song.
Why
you're
don't
making it
you
seem like
blame?
it's obedient. Why you say it's obedient? How do you know
Exactly. It's not Obedient. It
the
was a
sea
Wale
dog? The
it was
pirates.
a Wale Soyinka, the
I want
pirate,
this party.
It
that made
wasn't
the
Wole
song.
Soyinka that made the song.
No, I said it's conformity.
Yeah, pirate.
It was
But
the
Wole
pirate.
Soyinka doesn't
So
own pirate.
why
He was
didn't
a
you
member of
blame
pirate.
the why don't you blame the pirate for making that
Let me
song?
ask
Why
you,
Obedient?
let me ask you,
Pirate,
Okay, answer.
who are they
whose behalf were
supporting?
they making the song?
Who are they supporting?
But
We
if you
don't
don't,
know.
Were they making the song on
We
behalf of
don't know.
Atiku?
Really? You don't know
how
what
do
they
you
were
know who they support? Did
supporting?
they release any other song to say that they
No,
support?
the funny thing
Exactly.
was that wait, bros. The funny thing was if the pirate made that song
How
and
did you hold on?
Yes.
and we left it. Wait now, and he will left it after that. Hey, everybody would have said it was the pirates, but the obedience now took the song. It became
It was exactly. It was a song for a song can be sung by anybody. It's a song.
I was
Ross. Yeah, just defending the indefensible. Well, you may be right, but
No.
the
Why you?
perception, but you know that the
Oh
perception was
my
that hey,
God.
it's obedience song.
Time out, guys. Time out, please.
It's not
Give me a
Obedient
second.
song.
Please give me a
It
second.
was
No,
not
that is
IPOP
the
or
point.
Obedient that made that song. We
Okay,
all
yeah,
saw
it's
that
too
song
late.
on
It's too late
Oh
to
my
convince.
God.
You should have done. You should have convinced us before the election.
Time out.
sir.
You have
You
my
can be
point.
laughing the way you're laughing, but don't worry.
No, no.
It's too late now.
Let me
Maybe
finish.
you are right, but it's too late. You already
Let
lost.
me
The song already cost you the election, so forget it.
let me finish.
No,
Let
the
me
song
finish.
has nothing to do to the song did not make Obi with nothing.
But
The song,
it doesn't matter at this
yes,
time. The
Obi
song
did
has
very
cost
well.
Obi the election.
Look
That's
at
what
see,
I'm saying.
me
Why do you it doesn't
I
matter?
was
Why do you bring it up? When you know it doesn't matter, why did you bring it up?
It has cost Obi the election.
No. Your own
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter at this.
I
I didn't
was
bring it. It doesn't matter at this
your own
point. You are bringing
imagination.
it up to in retrospect to the
Your own
election. That's why we
imagination.
brought
I
it up.
was telling you the cultural implication of the song, and you don't want to listen. There are consequences to things. If you
What are the
echo,
consequences? What are you talking about, Gabati? What are you talking about?
let me finish my thought. Yoruba, you know, in our culture, it's a taboo to
No,
make food.
let's forget this cultural thing.
You don't.
Oh, I understand. But the point I'm making is, how does it? How do you pin that on the obedience?
I am not. No.
exactly how.
No.
What do
Listen
you
to
mean
what I
how?
said. Let me
Go
finish
back
my
to
point.
argue with these guys again, man. It's
Oh my
like
God. Mike, let me just make this point because
okay.
I said when people started moving into that space, that Obi did not control the crowd. Remember, I said that it did not control the crowd when it started getting bigger. So when people
what crowd is it not?
no, you know, like the Obi movement had, according to the trifecta, you have the religious sect, you have the anti-establishment sect, and you have the core obedient that might be tribal leaning.
Oh my God!
It was
Oh
three
my
stages.
God!
Let me finish. People that voted for Obi, I would say half of them were not necessarily obedient Obi fans, but because they just hate the establishment and APC and PDP. So it was pretty much anti-APC, anti-PDP. Those were there. You also had the religious faction of his movement,
but you also have the core tribal faction that took things to the extreme. So when I say control the crowd, it didn't manage that space properly. It kind of snowballed into like Igbo versus Yoruba, which is like managed very well. Because remember, he had support from the elders in the Yoruba. That is huge, but he blew it.
He blew it, exactly. That's
You
the
have
point I'm making.
supporting you, Obasanjo supporting you. You
Soyinka
leverage.
could have even supported him so deeply. You understand?
You
But
leverage
Soyinka gave that one in the beginning, like, "Come, I don't support that
so
song. I don't
when,
like
when
that."
their head
Tinubu
is
won
supporting
12
you,
states.
They were even starting
Obi
fight
won
with the
12
Kuti
states.
family itself.
So
They even started.
Tinubu won 12
They started
states.
attacking Femi Kuti.
Mike, can you allow somebody to just let me make a point. Just make a point.
Let me finish. So my argument is like, number one, that aside. Number two, his choice of VP was pathetic. You should have picked a young core northerner to penetrate that space. The person you picked was a bourgeois or rich. There's no appeal to Talakawa. So I don't know why he even picked. That was not. They might even lost his own polling unit and local government. So I don't know why his political capital. So that was terrible as well. But that space, in my own opinion, I don't think Tinubu won. I think Obi lost the election. That is the better way to phrase what happened this year. Obi blew it. That is my own position. He should have won in my own opinion, he should have won the election.
Yeah, every husband was bad. Should have won the election.
In my own opinion, no, but I think he blew it because you had multiple chances. You have people willing to work with you. You don't campaign. You should like forget. Okay, let me do it.
Please,
Let me
please wait. No, please. I think you were not here when the campaign started. In this very group, nobody said.
Do you know who I am?
Nobody.
You don't know who I am, so please don't.
Okay.
Babati has been here. Don't worry. Just
go. Okay.
Don't say what you don't know.
Okay, Babati. Babati. Okay, sorry. I don't know because your name changed.
My name is different.
Yeah. In this group, everybody predicted that Obi will not win even a state. Even some people went ahead to say betting money a state. Today, I am still trying to imagine or to envisage the chances you say you guys are saying Obi blue. For me and every other opinion, we are very happy at the rate of success Obi got.
You lost.
You lost and you're saying success. What is success? You either win or lose, my friend.
Wait now. You guys should wait now. Wait. We were expecting that Tinubu is going to win the election by landslide, maybe 5 states different, 8 states different. But
that's why you're all going to court now.
To my greatest surprise, it was 12 states they won. Even the case in the court service still pending. Let us leave it there. But the thing is that,
bro, you are not being honest. If you guys expected, if you expect Tinubu to win, why are you all surprised that Obi didn't win? And you're all going to court, still shouting at your mandate.
No. Wait now. I am trying to just oppose what you're saying. You said Obi blew the chance. It should have won. But in the same platform, people say Obi will not even get one state. How come now Obi is standing
that, man? Stop lying, man. Nobody else said Obi won't win one state. We all know it was going to win in the Southeast. There's no single human being that didn't expect Obi to win in the Southeast.
But Mike.
This is not Nigeria Watch now, where they will just come here and be.
No. Please. Let me do what I want to do here, please. Just let him talk.
Okay.
Stop propaganda. Obvious lie.
Hold on.
This is not propaganda. This is not propaganda.
Can I ask you a question, Igilo? Can I ask you a question? Can any Nigerian win the presidency without the core north?
Is it what? I didn't hear you say.
Can a presidential candidate in Nigeria win the elections without the core north?
We have 6 regions. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So how did the candidate do this?
Let him explain now.
Okay, go ahead.
Babati, ask him to explain.
Okay. We have 6 regions, right? According to the constitution, you don't need to win the 12 state in the 6 state. 12 state in core north. You just need to get 25%.
13, please.
13. Okay. You only need to win to score in 3, to third of the this thing. We have 6 regions already: southwest, southeast. So you don't need to win all the state. If you can win the middle belt, which Obi did well in the middle belt, the south side and the southeast, and even in part of the southwest, that is okay. Leave the core north, because even Tinubu himself an article. They are even projecting, it's okay. We don't need the Southeast. If I can win Southwest, Northeast, and North Central, and the Northwest, and I mean the Northwest, Northeast, and the North Central, some of the state, it's okay for him. So if they can alienate Southeast, why will Obi be looking for Northeast or Northwest? Obi is working on South, Southeast, North Central, and some state in the North, Southeast. I mean Southwest, and some at least 25% in the Northeast. So you don't need to win all. Obi did well in this. My own argument is that in this same platform, we are saying Obi will not even win a state or two, but Obi did well to win
Stop lying now. Rational mind, can't let him.
Kalakuta.
You know the standard of this platform.
He's right.
Kalakuta.
You know the standard of this platform. People cannot come here and lie, man.
Igilo, hold on.
It's not a lie.
Igilo, hold on. So what lie did he tell now? Let's just
he
say
said somebody on this platform said Obi will not win a single state.
I call name. I'm calling name.
Who will say anything like that on this platform? Who said it?
Thomas, and Kalakuta.
Thomas said Obi will not win a single state in the country.
And Kalakuta.
Who's Kalakuta? Kulata. They say he won't win a single state in the country.
Are you a fan of Fela?
So can I? Let's engage our guest Igilo, because he's the man tonight. Can I? So
the question was Obi was not going to win.
If you remove Prince, I'm sorry to cut you short once again. I'm so sorry. If we remove 13 out of 36 states, you have 23, right? So
yes.
And what does the law say that you must have 25% in 24 states, right?
And he was not even sure of winning the Southwest. He was not sure of winning the Southwest.
And I asked you, you just told that you can win. And I asked you, what does the law say? 24 out of what? But how do you then win? You see where your numbers are off a little bit here. Because once you remove the core north, and you're from the east, you can't win all of Southwest. So where do you go? So you pretty much, so you need the core north to win if you're coming from the southeast. That's fact. What did he do in the core north?
You don't need the core north to win. Hold on.
No.
We have to
I'm saying who you are going against. No, stay with me now. You are going against somebody from the southwest. Of course, you're going to need somebody else because these people are going to vote for him. 4 out of 2. So 4 out of 6. I'm sorry. That's what I'm saying for these elections.
Tinubu did not win any state in the southeast, but Obi won a state in the southwest.
That's not the point. You know what?
I told you I wasting your time.
Go ahead, man.
I mean,
okay.
I don't even get your point too, Babati, because
okay, let me explain Babati to you, Rational Man.
Babati, can you please just explain clearly what you mean?
Okay, so let me explain what I mean. So I look at the landscape of Nigeria. It said 6 political zones, but it failed to mention the political strength of each zones. So you have to rank them. You can't compare the strength of the northwest to southeast. So when they vote massively for you in the northeast or the northwest, it is almost 1.5, 1.7 times as strong as what you get in the southwest. So in the southeast, I'm sorry. So when you are equating them based on the geographical zones, you must consider the actual figures there. That's number one. Number two, you also have to figure out who you are running against. Remember, Tinubu did not win with first place votes. He won based on second place votes. And if you look at Obi's second place vote in the north west, it was horrible. In Sokoto, it got less than 40,000 votes. It was terrible. That is the reason why I asked him that. Is it possible? Because if somebody is running from the southeast, obviously you're going to get somebody from a different region. So the strength of voting in other places are different. Therefore, you are going to need the core north, because even though there are 2 political regions, the power they sway up there is way stronger than southeast and southwest and south combined. That's the reason why I asked that question. So look at the numbers of voting, not just
Babati. Not only even that, when you look at it this way, in terms of, as you said, in terms of population, the votes that will come from those 2 regions, northeast and the northwest,
Then apart from that, the number of states that they are controlling 13 states. And if you remove 13 from 36, you cannot get the required 24. So when you look at it on the two criteria, on two-thirds, what you require to win in those two, 24 states, you can't win. You cannot win. There's no way you can do it.
You see my point now. I was trying to make to you, but if you look at the requirement by INEC, the numbers you need to vote, and by the requirement per percentage, you cannot win that election without the core note, the statistics. It's impossible. Just the number. Just look at take the time to study it. You cannot.
We all agree. The whole country, we all agree, and we all know that the North has numerical strength when it comes to voting. You understand? That one is sure. In the whole part of Nigeria, they are the highest in voting. It then come by the middle belt, which is the North Central. That one is sure.
So that was what I was asking you about that.
Yes. But why I'm trying to defend that, you say if somebody can win without the core note, the person might get some numbers, but Obi did badly, woefully in that northeast and mostly not northwest. Obi failed so much, so badly. But however, from my own point of view, Obi did very well. I swear, Obi did. We are very happy and very pleased because remember, PDP split into three: Kwankwaso, Obi, and Atiku. Upon that, APC is just one party, which is Tinubu. So we are even thinking
but
that.
Igilo, this is your happiness. Where is it coming from? Is it giving you hope that next time it's going to happen or what? I don't know where this happiness is coming from.
No, the happiness is that
you see those northern vote that went to Atiku, they would have all gone to Tinubu. Trust me.
No. I say no. I just want to know this happiness. Where is it coming from? You lost the election. Are you hoping that because of this performance now, the performance to give you hope? Maybe 2027 it will do better than this. Is that the happiness?
The thing is that
you picked a man from the core north that gave you no single state, and that was worth it.
We tried to pick Kwankwaso, but it diminished Obi. What are we going to do? So the best.
What is it trying to pick Kwankwaso? When?
To be the. We tried now.
Come on, man.
We tried so much.
There was an attempt.
Several meetings.
They were making
not attempt, not one time, not two times.
Sorry. Can you bring him up? Can you bring K up?
What? Can I bring what?
Can you bring K up? K wants to defend himself on the platform. Kolata is here. He wants to defend himself. So
okay, Kolata, where is he?
He wants to defend himself. So can you bring him up to come and defend?
Where is Kolata?
And Igilo, this is what we do on this platform. Or you must. Somebody will come and defend their position, and you must be ready to
let them come. Rational mind is here. We are all here when we are back. Everything.
Can you bring him up so he can come defend it?
Where is he now? I mean, he's not here.
Can you put the link in the comments?
He wants to come on. Find out who's already asleep. Some people may not be here anymore.
Let me put the link up for.
Okay, let me do
that. We already have 10 people now. That's the thing.
Let me do that. I don't even know why I'm going to take out now. Let me take mic off.
No. Find out. I may go, but find out if everyone is still here because some people may be gone already.
Move Thomas. Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas is not here now.
Okay, let me Thomas. He can put himself back and I always remember.
Take me out.
Oh,
so it's just been logical. It's not been all the emotions. Igilo. It just the guy you picked for VP was terrible. You didn't have enough strong surrogates in the core north. You blew the southwest chances with the hopes because you had opportunities that you didn't take. Your campaign.
We needed a running mate. So if Kwankwaso did not accept to be running mate, saying that Obi is too small for him, he have no respect. Who is he?
Oh my goodness, Kumi came in again. I don't know why. No, is Kolata still coming in? I don't know. I mean, I already posted it, but Kumi came in. So and the space is already occupied.
I can step down for Kolata to come and defend himself. And that's okay. Okay, let me come down for you to defend yourself, and I'll just put in the back. Okay.
You may need to sign out. Okay, yeah, all right.
Okay.
All right, Kolata, you can come in if you want to come in now.
Let me listen to this Igilo versus Kolata. Let's go.
Two night guys there. So Igilo, you have supporter now.
Because you're only relying on national
plus
mind.
national mind.
Nigeria is here to defend you.
Just stick to facts only. Okay, just stick to facts only. Okay.
Okay.
Kulata is here, so
What
yeah.
what is this Igilo guy saying? I woke up listening to afternoon nonsense is that? How many times did I share spreadsheets? 4 times to show Peter Obi will do well. And you came here now to just lie.
He will do well
Do
where
you
now?
sleep at night?
He will do well.
Okay.
What sort of rubbish lie is that? I gave Obi 7 or 8 million votes. You're now
that
saying,
was at
hey,
the later stage, Kulata. Stop going
keep
on.
quiet,
It
I'm
was
not
at the
talking
later
to you.
stage.
At
the earlier stage.
I'm not talking to you. There's no
Stop coming
later
here
stage.
to
All
try
my
to talk
spreadsheets
at
are
people,
available.
Kulata.
And you
Stop
came
being
here to say you said I will not win a
at the
single
earlier
state.
stage.
Even
You were the
Thomas
one
did not
saying
say
that
that. What sort of lies do you guys? And you guys, you are the guys that are supporting Nigeria, and then you start lying. Just quiet, please. I'm not talking to you. I don't want to hear that irritating voice. I'm talking to you.
Step down. Can you step down?
What are you talking about?
Hold on.
You come here and just lie. And then you say you want a new Nigeria. What sort of new Nigeria do you want by lying?
Can I have you guys' attention?
Kulata.
Hey,
We are
please
not
keep quiet.
fighting.
You have to come out correct. Stop lying. If I did not hear that, that's how you have just lied.
Oh my God.
What is oh my God? You say nonsense, you get nonsense back. You do not lie.
Oh my God.
I have to step. Sorry, I wanted to step both of you down. Please, I'll bring you back, Kulata Joe. Please, to Nigeria, please don't say. Let Kulata just say it, and then you can come at him later. Kulata, please. I'm sorry, I had to step you because of nobody was stepping down for you. So you have the floor.
No, I've said my own. Maybe it was in the voice, like Igilo saying I said he wasn't going to win a single state. Are you alive, or did they just fly you into this planet? Did you go and check my spreadsheet when people were fighting with me saying I gave him too many votes, that I came third, that I gave him 8 million votes, and you are here saying I said he won't win a single state? All the Southeast states, all the North Central states that I gave, what was that? And you say you want a new Nigeria, and then you come here and start making bold-faced lies. And True Nigeria also has the guts to defend it. What the hell?
And
this is the people that say they want a new Nigeria.
It's okay.
And you're lying with bold face.
Can you also add
with video evidence?
How can you win Nigeria without the core north? Because the man also brought that up as well.
Because he can't win Nigeria now. He's not going to win any northeast or northwest state. We said, how many times are we going to repeat ourselves? It's almost like we're robots now saying the same thing all the time. But it's just the effrontery to come and lie. Otherwise, I'll just remain in bed and go back.
Ogami.
No, Ogami, nothing. Please don't patronize me. You lied. I don't want to hear all this patrons.
So, Igilo, can you admit that you lied?
You lied.
Bro,
Just say you lied.
Is it? Wait,
you
now,
lied.
wait.
Simple.
Kulata,
you lied.
Shouting,
I want to hear. Once you say you lied, then I'll move on.
But Kulata, calm down now.
You lied. There's no calming down.
Thank you, Mike.
If you say you want a new Nigeria, you can't be living your life like a
Which
lie.
new Nigeria? Is it your truth that will give us new Nigeria? Tell me now.
You lied.
Is it your spreadsheet that will give us
be going all over the place
Nigeria?
and be lying, and you say, "Oh no." Be honest for what?
Which honesty?
Be honest. There are videos. There are many videos that were done. So don't
Kulata,
come and
you
give me all
calm
this
down now.
bullshit.
Kulata, you calm down now.
No, there's no calming down. You cannot be lying. I can't tolerate
So what you
lies.
have? So will you beat me?
I'm
You want to
allergic
beat
to
me?
lies. You can come with the
So will you
position,
beat
that's
me?
fine, but do not lie.
Which position again? I came with the position.
I'm done.
Igilo, can I have your attention, please?
Okay.
Kulata, I understand when you don't say things, or Kulata left. When you did not say things and people say you say
Leave
it,
him.
I know how you feel.
Let him go.
Igilo, no, don't say that. Don't say that, please. Kulata is one of those respected members here on this platform, and we don't have to say things that people did not say. But I know there were many people here. I know if Thomas is to be here, and maybe himself too, he will have a go at your neck that he never said it. People said a lot of things here. I know for a fact that people wrote off what's it called? Obi, that would never, you not even get up to 1 million votes. I've had people say that here. So I can understand where you're coming from. Maybe he never said it the way you said it, Igilo.
But making that black estimate, that was the problem. Like, don't say, oh,
Okay.
You can apologize.
Okay.
Said,
Let me. Yeah, but this guy is not coming down. He's just
okay,
talking
I know.
straight. Exactly. But however, okay, fine. Kulata, before he came out with that spreadsheet, that was after a long period of a long time of argument. But at the beginning of it, everybody, so many people were saying, even sometimes I keep crying on my own, say, how can you say Obi will not win the state? It's something that is so annoying. So
But
it is.
Igilo,
Yeah, so
Igilo, you know one thing you have to, you take everything, and people can change. At the initial stage of the campaign, they might not be convinced, but as the campaign continue, he actually came out with another. So you judge him based on something late up before the election, not something that is started with the end product. So if
okay,
somebody
I'm
is saying
sorry.
that he will
I'm
not win
sorry.
one state, and at the
I
same time he's
wanted
not saying that he will win, then it's
I
the
wanted
last
to
statement that is supposed to take, not the first statement.
okay. I wanted to even talk to him and apologize to him personally, but he was not giving me the chance. But the
No,
fact is that
it doesn't mean it like that. It's there, it's done and
okay,
done. Forget about
okay,
Kulata. Kulata is not a person like that.
okay,
Next time when you meet on the platform, you will not take it
okay,
personal. It's
okay,
not personal.
okay,
Anything here is not personal. You
It's not,
understand?
okay.
it's not personal.
Wait now, please.
It's
Let
not.
me just make my conclusion. I think is that although I don't normally
Look,
come out
I'm back because
frequently.
you lied again. Before I did the
Okay,
spreadsheet, I never said Obi
wait.
will not win the state. Stop lying. I
Oh,
don't like liars.
Kulata now,
Stop lying.
Kulata. Everybody
Stop
lie.
lying. If you
Everybody
stop
lie.
lying, I'll stop. You
Igilo, the
have to
rule here
stop
is we
But
don't
wait
lying.
come here to
now.
lie, okay?
You
Let me
have to
say
stop
now.
lying.
But
I'm
you
not
are
going to
not giving
tolerate
me
that
space to
nonsense. You
say.
have to stop lying.
It's okay. It's
Wait
Because
okay.
now.
that's how
Let
you
me
guys
talk
just change
now.
narrative and be going all over the
Hi.
place and be
Oh my
broadcasting
God.
lies. You're not ashamed of yourself.
Kulata, wait. Let me talk now.
Stop lying. I don't want to hear that. When you stop lying, I'll stop.
What is a lie now? Now tell me now. Wait now. Let
You
me
said
talk
before I
now.
did the spreadsheet, were you listening to what I was saying before I did the spreadsheet? That it'll win Southeast. It'll get
Oh my
Christian
God.
entities. Why did I build spreadsheet? Do you
Hey,
think I'll
Kulata,
just
cool
change my
down.
mind
Let's see if
overnight?
you will lie in front of his face. Hold on.
Consistently.
It looks like when you leave is when you lie. Let's see if you will lie now.
What the
Hold on.
hell?
Wait
Stop
now.
lying.
Wait.
Kulata,
Stop
hold on,
lying.
hold
Kulata,
on.
wait now.
Kulata, Jack, we my parents and
He
this
has to stop lying. He has to
let's
stop
see if he will
lying.
lie to your see if he will lie to your face now.
You just keep
Igilo, all right.
you need
Did
to
he
calm
tell us
down.
whether
You
he
go
ever
ahead.
said
What the
it?
hell is calm down? Don't tell me to calm
You
down.
just
You see me
No,
behave
no,
this
more. You
way.
go
I don't
kind of
like
will be
liars.
my forward now. When you leave is when he says
Kilo
it.
day.
Cool
What?
down.
Why is
It's
this
like
thing? Why
whenever
are
you
you
leave
doing
the
like
stage,
Igilo,
this
don't
you
now?
patronize me with that nonsense voice. Stop lying. I don't like liars.
Okay, go and do what you want to do now. You can come
No,
and
no,
find
no,
me
no,
at
What am
no,
I
no,
last.
no,
supposed
no,
to
no,
do?
no.
Am
Stop
I
that.
What
supposed to
kind
come
of
and
Stop
smack
that.
you?
Stop that.
talk is
Stop
this
that.
now?
Simba.
He
It's
should come
okay,
down
guys.
and correct.
It's
He
okay,
just did.
guys.
What is it?
Igilo, you admit that you lie on him. So and you say you want to
Fine.
apologize.
Even if
So
even if I want to lie, let me apologize now. He just say,
You're not wanting
what
to
is it
lie.
now?
You are actively lying.
So I still
Okay,
gonna
fine.
apologize if we continue like this.
Exactly. You continue like this. How?
That's if he wants to apologize, you continue like this way. He's not going to apologize. So if he accepted that he has
Stop being flabbergasted. Say what you're going to say. I can't. I mean, I'm going to bed.
Exactly. The thing is that I am sorry if I said you did not, because I followed all the spreadsheet from the beginning of the
Before
argument
the
here
spreadsheet,
about.
even before,
Yes,
way before,
yes.
I've
Now,
been
wait.
consistent.
Now, yeah. Wait. Please, I'm sorry, Kulata. You know why I
Okay,
called your
fine.
name?
Let's move on.
Wait. Why I call your name? Because you are one of the hot topic person here in the group during the spreadsheet. Before one other guy again came again with his own spreadsheet to counter your spreadsheet before the betting of the money, all of that. But Emeka also came out here too in this group too. Debunk say
I'm not a
Obi.
maker.
Yeah, I know.
And so
Just like
misconstrue me with
wait
someone
now,
else.
no, wait now.
Lata,
I'm
calm down
sorry.
now.
God, my
Please.
God. This is not it's
Well,
not a
you're
very
catching me in the
big
middle
thing.
of the night. Maybe my mood is not that great in the middle of the night. Bye, guys. But
Okay.
just stop
Kulata,
navigating
we are
me.
not in the middle of the night here. Sorry, we are in the afternoon here, not middle of the night.
Yeah, but so okay, please, okay,
Again,
it's
like
gone.
I think
But wait,
I think
wait now,
this is
wait.
with us.
It's
Don't
okay.
don't
Say
piss
much
up
again.
K at
Let's
night.
move on.
This is the Kota Kola review.
So
Don't piss up his don't piss him off at night. That's
but
Igilo,
wait,
Igilo,
but
Igilo,
the
Igilo,
truth is that let me
Igilo.
make my completed point now.
Can you hear me? I don't want to meet you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
Now let us just move on. If you want to talk about what Babati asked you about how do you think he can win? I know you have answered that question. If you want to go back
Or
at it,
not. You said he could not win the core.
you could win without the core not. We know some people say so many things here. We understand that so many people say so many things here. We can go back to those recordings, even though Kulata is saying that he never said it. If he did said it or not, it's here. I mean, I know One Man has recordings of everybody's voice, even me myself. So people can go back to those times when everybody said this or that. We can know if really anybody's wrong here. But I must tell you that yes, you did the right thing by apologizing as far as now can be, as far as you did. So thank you for that. So you want to answer that question that Babati asked you, or you just want to?
Yes. I have actually answered that question. I said, according to Babati, was mainly focusing on the numerical strength of the knot, the core knot, the number. He's looking at the Kano number, the Kaduna number, the Kasna number. So he is being intimidated by that number. But he has forgotten that even all the Southeast states have 1.something million vote plus, like Anambra has 2.something million. So the only thing he is counting up is that we, the South and the South, we don't normally vote. But if we do vote like the North do vote, believe me, we don't need all those economic to win.
Wait. Come. I just told you, if you take out 13 out of 36, it's 23. That itself doesn't even meet the INEC requirement. So even apart from the numerical number that they have, even by INEC requirements, we don't have enough states.
Wait,
requirement to win the presidency. So it's not just numbers.
Let me ask a question generally. Did you people observe that it is only in the South we normally have this problem about Vivas, low PVC collection, machine malfunctioning? Do you people observe that?
So okay,
it is always in the South.
Let me reply you. Let me reply you by asking a question. Are you telling us, please be thorough and I'll take your time. Are you telling us on this platform that some way somehow you have the same number in the Southeast as the Northwest and the Northeast?
No.
So what are you saying?
I am saying that if the system, when I mean the system, I mean the INEC system, will give us that opportunity to collect our PVC without itches, without delay, without sabotage. Believe me, we are going to cover up much of our vote.
And what do you think? And what do you think is happening in the North? They let their own PVC at home too. They also have right to create their own PVC.
we know the system. We know what happened.
No,
we know what happened. People in this.
Stay with me, please. If they have more numbers than you, if you just go on average, they are going to collect more PVC than you. If the same turnout.
How many million vote can a Kano give? It's not highest.
It's not Kano only. We're discussing regions
Kaduna.
now.
Kaduna.
Forget that one. Stay with me here.
Okay. Let's move on from this guy, man. Mike,
can you just leave Igilo to Babati? Leave Igilo to Babati.
No. Igilo even said something that
he's not saying anything that I mean, go tell me go so make sense.
Wait now.
Why do you have to always go this tangent, Mike? Why do you always have to do this?
My mind lying. I mean, response and all. I mean,
sorry, go ahead.
Wait now. Igilo said that if you collected more PVC, so if you collected 20 million, do you think you win? You guys don't even consider other regions at all. Even if you had 30 million cards, 50 million, you are not winning. Because you
that's
have
my point to him. Like you cannot win without them. That's the problem.
Maybe one thing the Igilo did not understand: the Southeast is the least populated region in the whole of Nigeria.
Is it only Southeast that is voting for B? Is it only Southeast that is voting for B? The 12 states that will be one.
You just mentioned that you have 2.5 million votes in Anambra. And I don't know where you are getting that one from.
Is it the 12 state? Why did Tinubu win 15 states?
Igilo, hold on. Now let us now go by what was declared by INEC. Tinubu won 13 states, right?
12 states.
Tinubu won 12 states.
Yeah,
Yes.
all of them 12 states.
And then,
He win 12 states.
And then
Obi won 11. Obi
Plus
won
Abuja.
11 and Abuja.
You're making
That's
12.
12 also.
That's
Yes.
12. And then
So Abuja is now a state now, have you?
Hold on now. No, hold on. That's 12. Yeah, because the constitution says that. Yeah, you must win Abuja. You won Abuja, so you have to count it. And then if the issue of Rivers State, hold on, if Rivers State and Benue get resolved, then you know that that's going to be a problem. So that's another thing. So let's just leave that. But we'll go by what was declared. Then Article 111, right?
No, 12.
No, I think Article 111.
You want 12, 112.
No,
He
12. All of them want 12.
All of them want 12. It was 12, 12, 12.
Let's not go back to 25%. Now, Tinubu got had 20, is it 27 or 28 or how many? 26. Huh?
26 states.
26. And then Atiku had what?
I think about 19 or so.
18 or 19 states, yeah.
And then what's it called? What's it called? Obi had that many?
I think about 16 or 17.
That's where he lost. That's my point. It's not about winning the state outright. It's not my point. I'm saying
he was not close to winning 25% or 24 states.
Required quarter.
Hold on. But then what you people are not factoring in is that if this election had gone into a rerun, then that 25% would not have been. I mean, in the first instance, because if nobody comes at the
But the rerun would have been between two candidates, right? It won't be three. The number one and number two, right?
It would not have not been. If it had been, it would still have been challenging court because you will need to win Abuja.
Well, let's forget this Abuja thing, man. We've exhausted it.
I'm saying that. I'm saying forgetting the Abuja thing. We shall see how the court resolve this. There's a lot of things that this election brought.
My God, but near Abuja, they have 3 heads over there. So that
no. That's it doesn't mean they have 3 heads. We shall see.
That's what they are saying now.
That Abuja argument is the most ridiculous one among all the obedience arguments. Let's just forget it.
Let me just sum this up to Ingila. This is my point.
Okay.
You cannot win the presidency in Nigeria without the core north. That is a fact. And your candidate failed woefully in that area, coupled with other reasons that
it is possible. It is possible. It is possible for you to win the election without winning any of the core northern states. It's possible. But at least he had 25% in Kaduna, did he not?
No, just 25% is enough. You don't need to win the core north.
He has 25%.
Let me rephrase. I say win. I mean get the required numbers in those.
Yeah, meaning like 25%. He did terrible in the north, man.
You need to get those numbers by regulation from INEC.
No. If he had 25%, that should suffice.
That's my point.
The only next step would now be who has the highest vote. So if Atiku being in the picture, 3 people and other smaller candidates,
right?
But they drag the whole done now. You are asking.
Igilo is equating the numbers.
This is a mathematical and strategic. Hold on. You're just asking a question. You need to understand that when you ask a question, we need to answer your question. Babati, please. Your Babin. Now, if I said yes, it's possible you can win. You don't need to win any of those core northern states for you to be declared winner. If you have 25% from there, and you have the majority of votes, and the spread, without even winning any of those states, yes, you can win that election. It's possible. Factoring in the 3 major candidates, it's possible.
It's possible.
Very possible. Very possible. Very. And remember,
no, Igilo, don't get excited with this. What he's saying is you are getting excited because rational mind is protected. You know what we are saying is not even easy to get that 25% that we are even talking about. If you don't carry, so what you are saying in essence is not as if you need to win it outright, but you still need at least 25% from all these core northern states. So if you don't take them into consideration, there's no way you can win an election.
However, all the argument is correct.
Take them into consideration. Did not campaign there?
Hey, but look at what happened. How many of the northeastern state and not western state, you got 25%.
The man got 40K Sokoto, a whole state. Come on,
you only got vote from the market. The Istanbul market.
40K. That's what people don't know.
Let
You're
me
not
find
even
that.
following
I think it was
tribunal.
at 20,000 votes in Sokoto. Let me find those numbers. It was
We
awful.
know that's the one that
The state where Obi lost, the guys lost awfully, man.
It
Like
was bad.
terrible. Like he was getting the vote number was so just very low, man. I'm like, they ate this guy in this place.
the same way you people say, you know,
So
in
what?
1 million.
Even those Southwest states where he lost terribly.
Okay,
Like,
now.
terribly.
You see, I am very
Well,
surprised. I'm very
rational mind. Let me give you the scores. In Kaduna, he did well because of the Christian population in Kaduna. He got 294,000. But in Kebbi, he got 10,000. Kebbi, he got 10,000. In Yobe, he got 2,000. 2,000. Yobe, 2,000. The whole state. In which other state? Katsina, he got 6,000. 6,000 votes in Katsina.
You were not hearing
Can
it.
I say
In
something?
Safara, he got 1,664.
I don't know.
Rational mind, can I add something to this? Because everybody seems to be going on. And so, yeah, you saw how the righteous indignation, Kulata, came here to kind of have a go at Igilo. I don't get it, because what he was trying to basically cover was that the idea that they all thought Peter Obi was not going to amount to anything. And in the end, towards the end of the campaign, when he did the spreadsheet, that was when reality has kicked in. Multiple opinion polls have come out
Exactly.
to show that Peter Obi is going to do better than they anticipated. And in the early stages, they were saying this guy is a joke, he's pedestrian and all kinds of stuff. I was having that conversation myself. I said, if you keep saying this is how Obama started. People thought it was a joke. And from what I know, that this guy is going to sue up the Southeast and the South. And evidence is beginning to emerge that even the so-called South state, they say they lost. Some of them were rigged heavily.
It's a lie, man. What's the evidence that it was rigged?
River State was rigged heavily. That one has already been
based on what? Based on what?
Oh my God. Okay.
Based on what?
Okay.
Based on propaganda.
You are an expert.
Even CNN came on here and announced these things.
CNN is not our election umpire now.
I'm not here to convince Mike. You don't expect.
It's not about convincing. You have to make sense. You see, aside the Kubo, the governor Wiki, all of them. They all supported Tinubu.
What are you saying? What are you saying that they did not rig in the Southeast? Or what?
Okay, wait.
Southeast are the highest rigging. Highest rigging.
Okay, wait. In this very platform, you people will say Obi don't even have a councillor, not even a provost. So how can somebody who have nothing, how can he rig? Who will he rig with? Tell me.
Within
who was the
8
highest?
months, within 8 months, he came
Within
to
8 months.
on the whole apple cart.
That's
And they are
defense.
saying he didn't
That
have
was the not defense. No. Wait.
You are saying that the rigor of PDP, the moment he moved to Labour Party, he didn't have anybody to rig for him.
Wait.
That's your defense.
Wait. I think you were not here when they started this platform during that campaign. Look, they were saying Obi don't have anybody, not even a fly. So who will he rig with?
I'm asking you.
It's not my defense. It's what they used to. It's what they used to abuse him here. It's what they used to call him.
That was just political talking points. Those are talking points.
Hold on, guys.
What a talking point.
Can I have your attention, please? Can I have you guys' attention, please? In about 25 minutes time, I'll be shutting down. I said what's his name? Thomas resurrect from wherever he's from. So I'll be shutting down because it's almost 1 o'clock here.
Let me just say one more.
People are sleeping. I don't want to disturb.
One to Igilo before I just go back because I'm working. Igilo, all I'm saying to you is this: that for your candidate, if he decides to run in the next 4 years, you need the core now because you are going against the Southwest. You will be going against the Southwest. God, so you need them. Find a better VP. That was a terrible pick. That was awful.
Yeah, it's true. That
guy couldn't even get you a single look at. That was just that. What can evaluate? What did he even bring to the table?
It's true.
What are you talking about? But he beat Tinubu hands down. He beat Tinubu hands down.
Rational mind. Rational mind.
In his own very place.
I'm discussing the VP. No. They picked him from the core north. then you should bring something in the corner.
No, hold on. Tinubu was beating black and blue in Lagos.
I'm discussing. No. I'm discussing.
How can he say it's black and blue when the vote is almost 50-50?
Forget that fact that he lost in Lagos too.
The vote in Lagos almost 50-50.
I agree with the point that BT made, that yes, that it makes sense that P2B could have picked somebody of higher status, because in the north is by status. That's how they do.
No, forget Lagos. I'm discussing Quad North now.
Lagos result was almost 50-50 now. Is it
the reason why
they won by 500 votes or something?
The reason why
what is the tightness there?
the Obi came out and explained. Obi came out and explained the reason why they went for Dati after they have made Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso would have been the right people. We are all anticipating for Kwankwaso. We are all happy.
Kwankwaso knew we're not going to vote for.
No. If Kwankwaso had joined Obi, that is a deed.
No, Kwankwaso political career would have been over, because the Northerners will hate him after that.
Okay, well, but
they just don't like Obi enough.
Okay.
Hold on.
I don't know where Mike got that one from.
Igilo, hold on. Why do you say that they're going to hate him for what? Why do you say that?
Guy, are you telling me the same Northerners that gave Igbos quit notice?
When did they give him quit notice?
So nobody here know about the quit notice.
Why do you keep doing this?
The shades of Fulani out. The shades of Fulani out.
Basis at all.
I mean, you forget about it.
In short, I'm gone.
When Osibajo had to call meeting, when you have to call the Northern leaders and the Southeast leaders to come and meet Mamuda.
This is tribalism. This is the same tribalism that
Mike thinks that Northerners are like him. Extremely
no, it's not about thinking anything. I'm telling you facts. There's no need to attack my personality.
Mike, you are right. Mike, you are right. You're right.
Am I lying? Have everybody forget when they announced?
They forget the news. I can pull. See,
everybody give everybody kulata. Even Yoruba give Igbo queen notice. Even
Igbo. They chase all the Fulani and even in town.
Then they attack Fulani for Southeast. There was a time where I can put one video when Southeasterners were
they know attack Fulani. They know attack Fulani. They don't attack Fulani.
It happened. Why do you think they created Amotekun? It also happened in the Southwest. Sometimes we just have a short memory. These are stuff you are saying. It's not. Oh my God! You guys just like to recall history all the time.
Oh my God!
Just a year ago or so, they were creating Amotekun because of this problem, and the actual activity happened.
In our hometown.
I don't know.
The bush, inside the bush.
Inside
what does it matter? So now it's the town or the bush. So attack is an attack.
Amotekun was created for banditry.
No, it's not attack. It's not attack.
Banditry by who?
Committing crime. They are chasing out the one that.
Do you know that the most notorious kidnapper in the Southwest? You know where he come from? You know his name?
Southwest.
No, the most notorious kidnapper in Southwest.
Yeah.
Do you know his name?
No, I don't.
His name is Evans, the kidnapper. Evans Chukwuka.
Yes. Evans Chukwuka. You are right, Mike.
You see what he's doing now?
No, it's not what I'm doing. I'm telling you. Why do you always say what I'm? Don't come after my mouth. Don't come after me. Go after what I say. Not after me.
That was a long time ago. That was
long time ago.
Does that affect the
election? It wasn't long time ago.
Was created.
No.
Does that affect the election?
Was this guy?
Does that affect the election?
From few years ago.
The election.
It's a few years ago. That's what I'm bringing up.
No, it was 20 years ago.
It was due to the herdsmen attack. That's why Amotekun was created. That was the heat. We were here during that period.
To protect our forest.
Hold on.
To protect our forest.
Oh,
it wasn't about advance that Amotekun was created. It was more about all what was happening in the bushes and the Fulani.
Guys, I have to take everybody down because, like I said, please help me because my people are sleeping here. I don't need to raise my voice. I'll bring you back, guys, back in. Mike, please let everybody talk one by one. To Nigeria, you will have the floor. Then Kumi, you will come in, but Kumi, don't talk about other people, please. Just hold on.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Kumi, you come in later. Just hold on. Yeah, go on to Nigeria.
See, I'm getting to a point whereby I'm exhausted. by Nigerians, and sometimes either false memory or just
Isn't it
downright.
exhausting? Isn't it exhausting when people always come and talk about the same thing, like this bigotry, and every time they have to go on this?
Yeah, it's just exhausting.
It's just
People,
exhausting. Yeah.
they won't that,
Right.
like, there are too many people that want, they say one thing, in reality they mean something else. They have two agendas often, whether they are even conscious of it or not. I don't even understand it. The whole thing is convoluted. I've spoken to many people around the world, and this Mike knows about this, and I've never found the people so too leveled like Nigerians. They talk in one sense, but another, the truth will show up again in another sense. They will just completely change position. It's like magic, really, the way they do it. It's unbelievable. And this is, I don't know what kind of conditioning did this to our people, but it's just not healthy at all. When we see something that is not right in one point, we should be able to call it out in another this situation too, the same way. But it's so hard for our people to do that. And you just look at the earlier episode that we had here, the righteous indignation that Kulata was showing. He could have just said, okay, yeah, I did that shit. Technically, you were wrong on that point, but I knew I was one of those people that also thought P2B wouldn't do well this in 1 year ago, because it is true too. That is the general trajectory of the point Igilu was making by saying that they thought he was not going to win one state. So I don't see this type of stuff that we do. Me personally, if I'm wrong, I will own up to it, because I know that if I'm wrong, I want to learn from some other person to make my decision making better. And often I've gained from that. And so this idea that we feel like we pride or something is really, really strong. I was on I've been to other channels, and you guys mentioned other channels all the time. I get attacked like crazy, and yet we're on the same side. I get attacked like crazy, and you have a situation whereby even people now are telling us that they are afraid to mention foreign leaders. That if you go on their channel, to mention foreign leaders' name, that you are banned from saying that. That is some crazy stuff. And yet you go in Nigeria and say our leaders are draconian if they just do one tiny thing that says that try to limit a speech, even hate speech law that is supposed to be good for the nation. Nigerians objected against it, and many of them, even on some of these panels, they were like, "I hate. Why would you put hate speech law? They are trying to silence us." But you are silencing people already. You are not even you've not even had power. You already silencing people. These are the same thing. It just is exhausting to remind Nigerians that some of the things you are doing. When I tell them all the time that leader that you call a devil today was once like you. You don't know what did you think transformed him from you to that leader that everybody seems to be.
But to Niger, you are getting it wrong. He said he didn't say it, and they kept on pushing that he said it. So it's not about pride. He's not trying to defend anything. He's just trying to defend the truth. What is the problem in that?
The truth about it is that he could have just said, you know what, on that point you are wrong. The father is just getting upset about it. It's just trying to make a point, like posing as
if somebody lie on you, won't you get upset?
No. I will just say you are wrong on that. If the person is generally telling the truth, I will say the person is generally telling the truth. Let's say I'm against foreign influence in Nigeria.
It is easy to on paper say that, right?
Solid.
But when you keep on being in that situation and nobody wants to listen, nobody wants to learn.
I have to take you down. Sorry, I know you have a point you want to say, but let us move on. Kulata is already saying something in the comment section. Please, sorry, I'll bring you back. Listen, please, guys. It's late night here. Please, I don't want to raise my voice. My people are sleeping. So, Kulata is saying something. Let us forget this topic. Tunanja, don't talk about Kulata anymore.
Okay, I'll leave him out of it.
Yeah. Please, I beg you, please. Okay,
all
sorry.
Right, just to save you the hassle.
Sorry, want to say something. Sorry, please don't talk about Kulata anymore. Let's just go move on. Is there anything you want to say? Sorry. Sorry, are you still there? Okay, go on, Tunanja.
Yeah, so I just hope that, for me anyway, I really hope that we as Nigerians, if you want to call yourself a Nigerian, basically it's the entire country. If the entire country do well, you are going to do well. Try to be honest with yourself when you are advocating and talking about any subject in Nigeria, because if you are not level-headed and you are playing that game, you are not supporting Nigeria. You are weakening the country that you claim, and by this consequence, you're also weakening your tribe. Because if you keep people are not very, very straight when they are judging it. Just like a judge, we are, in a way, to an extent, we are all judges ourselves. But when our judgments are often partial and biased, we are actually corroding our own societies, and we are grown up, and we are one of the few, some of the most educated Nigerians out there. We are exposed, so our thoughts matter, and some of the things we say, it actually matters. And for me, I feel like we need to be a little bit more level-headed. And I agree that some people, people like Mike, they want to, they like their tribe a lot. They are very, very close to their tribe. But you also, if you love your tribe, you also have to exercise that discipline to do things that actually still favor your tribe. If a nation does well, your tribe will do better.
So what
Like,
am I doing that's not favoring my tribe?
but sometimes when you go after Southeasterners or some other groups, what tends to
No,
happen
name
there?
another group I went after. Name another group.
Okay, let's say you reserve it for only Southeasterners. But what the consequences of that
Wait,
is that
they coming after my group, and I push back, and you're coming after me instead of going after them.
No, I'm not coming after you. You see, you are taking it personal again. I'm
No,
just trying to
no.
say
Yes, I have to. No. I have to. This guy, this two Nigeria here was hosting. He was hosting show on Dr. Damages.
Let me come in because I do pay attention.
He's very biased. If you want to be fair,
hold on.
just go ahead, sir.
Nigeria, you know what's going on here? Why Mike is like this now? You see, this is what I always say. Whenever you are in a a platform like this, when one ethnic group are just thinking in the same direction, it's kind of scary. There's no one challenging their fellow brother. No, don't say that, don't do this. Then you will now end up corrupting other people to be like you also. So I believe they have corrupt Mike now to think personally on his own people only. So I don't blame Mike.
I'm sorry to say that I've known Mike for a while.
No, he wants me to be
Mike
quiet. He wants Yoruba people to be quiet.
I call Mike.
They want them.
That's what he wants. He wants us to be
give
so
them
they can be
crying
calling us
shoulder. They
cowards.
want you to give them crying shoulder. Mike.
Mike was constant on Dinah's platform before. He doesn't reason like that. But you see,
no. You see, you are saying stuff. I know Mike. What I used to call him is the tribe.
No, don't make this about Mike. I beg.
No, we make it about Mike now. We're gonna
if you make it about me, I will fire back.
You can't make it about me. You can't make it about him because it doesn't. He's trying to say
Kumi
something
said,
that you know.
the point is that see,
hold on. We're talking about Mike. Somebody said
if you say want to talk about Mike, now don't not tell me not to talk.
Hold on, you will talk
because I know you start telling me Mike, don't talk.
They want you to give them crying shoulder. They must be crying on your head. Don't mind that.
Kumi, can you please allow, please? I beg you.
Okay.
Mike, we know you very well. Even before the presidential election, we even know who was going to contest for what. You've always come here, even when Nnamdi Kanu during the Bowo time. We know you very well. We know where you live. So don't come here and feign.
So what's your point?
The point is that Nigeria has a point.
Now what?
You're always.
I push back on the Southeasterners.
Yeah. You're always having that bigoted.
It's not. You don't call it bigoted. There's no time. Just come here, show up, and start talking about Southeasterners. When this show began, it started with one man talking about Nigerian news, and whenever you talk about news in the Southeast, and we have some people like Morris back there, they were calling. I begin to call Yorubas, attack Yorubas. That was when I called on the show. No, you know that. I called the very first day I called on the show. I can bring the tape on. That was like 2 years ago. And I told one man, like, come. Even Angelico, the first time I called was to challenge those Southeasterners because they were coming, attacking one man. And when they attack him, they were attacking Yoruba people. And what are you saying? They say, why is he talking about Nnamdi Kanu? Why is he bringing news? And that's when I called him. And when I first called him, I didn't even attack anybody. All I did was talk about the points, like, hey, this Biafra is I just talk about the first day I talk about the history of what happened at the end of the Civil War. And because they didn't like it, they all came in and they started wait.
Mike,
let me land. I'm not gonna tell you what the whole thing started. Yeah?
Wait now, I'm not interjecting. Rational mind. Check the you see what I see?
Where is that?
Check the You know, are you still among the hosts?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
And you see what I'm saying?
Okay, hold on.
Check the group.
Okay. She wants to come in.
No, don't. Yeah, so don't just let it. Don't bring her in, please. Thank you. Mike, continue.
Yeah, so they will call and constantly bombard, and then bombard, calling Yorubas coward. So I called him. I'm like, no, I'm not putting up with this bullcrap, man. So we called him and we started pushing back. And since then, we were pushing back. We didn't start off by being really rough. And then Igbos will just be on the comment section calling us bastard, this and that. That's how the whole thing started. And since then, it's been pushed back. I'm a kind of person I don't back down. So I always push back. All of a sudden, the people like Tunanja will say, yeah. The funny thing is this. This one annoys me the most. If two people are pushing at each other, if you want to address it, at least address both sides. It's not like this Tunanja will say we Nigerians, we should love each other. But then he will never push back on the Southeastern when they are attacking somebody. But when that other person is pushing,
now
please
you're
stop it.
just saying
Stop
something
it.
that is
No.
quite true.
You
But
don't.
all right,
No. The only time you may get into maybe argument with them is maybe they are making a factual statement about history, and then you go back and forth. But when they're attacking
You
other
see,
groups,
he knows I wanted to bring up a very,
Sunaja,
very strong
chill
case
out. You
where
get your
I
time. I
challenged
know you,
Southeasterners, but no,
and
you want to accuse me
you
of being
wait.
biased.
You spend when they come, start making bigotry statement about Fulani, Yoruba. You don't do anything. Even on you were
But
hosting
I challenge it all the time.
Sunaja, you on Dr. Damage's show last week. You were hosting the show,
Yes.
and then who is known to be very incn, they're known to be anti-other ethnic group, all those things, was there, and he was insulting me, and me and him were going at it, and you, because Kenera said that Oba of Lagos insulted Eagles, he said he throw Eagles, this and that, and you decide to get in between me and him, and the first thing he did was take
Let's
his
see how
side.
truthful you are going to
You,
be
you
now.
you took his side by telling me that the Oba of Lagos really said that am I going to condemn it? That I should condemn it. What Oba of Lagos said. And then because I'm like, why would you come in and be taking side? Because I refuse to condemn Oba of Lagos because you request me to do it. You kick me off the show. But he kept Kennedy there and they continue. Mama H.O., they all doing generational curse on Yorubas and people that like
No,
it.
he wasn't
Yeah.
doing generation. You see
Yeah.
that? You see what
I'm
he
not
just
saying
done?
that day. I'm not saying particularly.
Mike,
He's not,
it's not even
wait.
about that day.
You've hosted the show
Okay,
when they
carry
said
on. Go in now.
no. You
When are
kick
you
me.
going to stop?
You kick me off the show because you saying I didn't condemn what about Lagos said about Igbos.
But guys, let's not
That
do anything
means I'm
like that.
anti-Igbo. But then the Igbos on the show are making all kind of bigotry statement about other people, but you didn't kick them off.
The painful thing.
You,
The
you never
painful
kick
thing.
them off.
Hold
But
on.
now
Painful thing.
you don't come here. You don't have
Everybody,
moral
hold
ground
on,
to be
please.
telling people. You don't have
Everybody,
moral
hold
ground to
on,
be telling
please.
people not to.
Mike, please. Mike, that's all
No,
right, please.
Thomas is here.
Rational mind, how do we get here? I don't understand
I
what is
don't even
going
know,
on.
my brother. I just don't even know.
No,
Because
let me just address the point. See, Mike, even when I knew before, even we got into the Nigerian space, what did I call you? I said you are a tribal supremacist because even when we were not talking about things relating to the southeast, you bring it up again, and you go back over and over again to bring it up. That's why I call you a tribal supremacist before we even got into any Nigerian channel at all. So I knew that about you already. So don't make it look like it's something new. And when Southeasterners, whenever they do these things, I tell them all the time that this type of attitude you are doing, it's not helping anybody, because when you keep actually use the term alienating people from the supporting P2B, because actually they go there, they go around saying certain things that drive people away. And it's not healthy. And I say that even the way they go after Fulanis, that argument we're having with Kene that we're talking about, I was challenging Kene repeatedly about making insinuation that Northerners are getting preferential treatment.
Tunaja, I'm not comfortable discussing what happened on one platform on this platform. So just let it go.
That's fine. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, just let it go. Leave Mike. Mike is a yam head like me, so Mike will never agree with you. We are both yam heads. So let's just leave it. Who has the floor? What are you discussing? Rational mind. What's happening, my brother?
Yeah. I mean, we've discussed so many things. I need to bail out now because I need to go get some.
Oh, that's
things.
all right.
I have the floor technically.
Yeah.
I had fun with you guys tonight.
To Nigeria, what are you discussing? I step out
Well,
of
just I
my.
think we went out of topic to an extent. We're talking about what people thought about Peter Obi when before he became bigger and suddenly started making spreadsheets and
Torí
started
torí
talking
ṣe bí ló
about
ṣe wà
we
o.
started talking
Ọmọ
about
sọ̀rọ̀ torí ṣe bí ló ṣe wà o. Èmi ló wá bàjá.
hold on now. Then I went
Tunaja,
on my own. Oh
Tunaja,
God, now.
Tunaja.
Igilu, yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
Ask Thomas now. Ask Thomas. What was the promotion? What was the promotion when we started the campaign? Ask
Yeah,
Thomas.
when we started the campaign.
Yeah. What was the promotion? The permutation.
Oh yeah, when they started the campaign, they completely dismissed Peter Obi like he was
I said he
nothing.
will
I
not
was
get
here.
3 million. I said
Good.
he will not get 3 million votes.
I was here.
Good.
I was here then. I was telling
Yeah.
them that no, this thing you are playing with fire here. This guy is going to catch fire. One man I was actually telling one man this that like stop calling him pedestrian. He's not pedestrian. He's going to cause problems. And
But
that was even before he
did he
even
win? Did he win with the 6 million vote? Did he win the election?
He
You don't
didn't
have
win
to
the
win the
election
election.
yet.
You don't
He
have to
didn't win
win
the
the
election
election.
yet. They said we don't know. The court case is still going, so we don't know
That
yet.
if you are fighting for something, if it remain a quarter or a inch to win that thing, if you lose it, you are a loser. Peter Obi is
Is
a
he
loser.
the only one that lost? Is he the
Yeah.
only one that lost?
Tinubu is always a strong loser.
Everybody
But,
that presented the
but
17, the other 17 resident candidates, they are a loser. Tinubu is the winner.
Did he do well?
See, but
Did he do
I
well?
don't care.
No, I won't say he did well. Didn't do well. Let me tell you. Let me tell you how he didn't do well.
He's a pathological loser. If anybody, if anything, this
Thomas,
is
you
that,
saw what happened in Rivers State. You saw the total mangling of numbers in Rivers State, where
Let me tell
they
you.
completely took Peter
I
Obi's
don't
number
care.
and gave
Go
it.
and ask INEC.
Thomas.
Yeah.
You know what you started before you left. That was what led to the problem. That video
what
that
did
you
I
showed.
start? The
video that you showed. Yes, that was what led to this argument that made Nigeria and everybody came on platform and
That Peter Obi is a dumb, Abi. That is not intelligent.
That's why they're going to fight me. I was the one that Thomas. Now you make them come to attack me.
No, that's not the reason why I came on. To
My
be
brother,
fair.
my brother is guess my
Hmm?
brother who is here. My brother is here. Guess, just guess.
Pansa.
Ah,
No.
I don't have anything left in the tank.
Let me just put it to you.
Let him come. He should not just come and start shouting over. Let's have exchanges so that we will get to
Let's see if Tunaja will be fair and face Pansa. He won't face me like he was facing me.
Let me describe my brother that is here, if you can guess. My brother that always talk that Peter Obi is this, is close to Peter Obi. My brother from Lagos, so you should know who I'm talking about.
Is it uptown or
uptown in the house? Yeah, uptown.
Okay. Uptown, how are you? Welcome.
Longest time.
I know, say
we love you. We love you. We love you.
Before the guy give us the roundabout story, but let me tell you guys what
I'm here.
Thank God you came uptown.
Let me say what I think.
Mike. Yeah, Mike. Yeah.
Igilo is becoming more comfortable now.
Yeah, I'm very happy now. Oh, my man.
Igilo and Tunaja, first of all, everybody knew Obi was going to do well in the Southeast. There's no question about that. Everybody knew that. Like in fact, everybody knew it was going to win.
No, everybody knew that actually.
There's no one in there
now, please.
There's no one in there. There's no one in their right mind that would think Obi wasn't going to defeat Tinubu and Atiku in the Southeast. We all know Southeast are very tribal. They were going to vote for their man regardless. We all knew Obi was going to win the Southeast. Now the question was, how will he do outside of the Southeast? That was the argument. That people are saying he was going to do bad outside of the Southeast. Some people believe he would do well in the South. Most people believe he was going to do well in the South. But everybody knew he wasn't going to win. Everybody knew he was going to do bad in the North. And some people were predicting that he may get something in the middle belt, but he wasn't going to do very well in the middle belt. He was going to get something. So most of the majority of the prediction is exactly what we saw. He did very well in the Southeast. And the South was a disappointment.
Even though they rig it. They
on top, they rig on top. That's why it was 90 something percent. We all thought it was going to be like 60 something percent. So He failed because most people predicted he was going to do very well in South, but he did terrible in South. So he underperformed. He only won 3 of the 6 states. He did terrible. And then in the middle belt, where people thought he was going to get something, he only got 2, 3 states there. I mean, yeah, we kind of give him that. So it was what people expected, like, hey, you will do well in the Southeast and trying to do in the South, and then you get a little bit of something in the middle belt. And then Lagos, we all knew like, okay, it was going to get something in Lagos. We knew it was going to get something in Lagos, but either if he was going to win, he was going to win by a small margin, which exactly was the prediction. He won by a very tiny margin. It was almost 50-50. So
it's 10,000 votes. Just
exactly.
10,000
So
votes.
he's not even up to 10,000 there. So people,
that is by INEC declaration.
we don't want to hear all
So
these
you have your
hypothetical.
declaration.
Go and
Are
bring
you
your
INEC
facts. We
chairman?
don't want to hear what I
The
make.
declaration is already there now.
No.
The evidence
Oh,
has been
hold on,
presented to the
Mike.
court and
Mike, please
accepted.
hold on.
So
Let me have a word with Tunaija. Tunaija, who is the electoral body that declares the president of a country?
Electoral umpire. The referee.
No.
You're asking me
who has the red card.
we know it's
Let's
INEC
just
now.
have this
yellow
conversation
card.
and clear it once and for all. Either INEC is a fraud, either Peter Obi rig, either Atiku rig, either Tinubu rig. Who did they announce as the winner?
Oh, technically INEC is already a fraud for Rivers State alone.
I don't care.
No,
I've said it.
no. Thomas, let me address Tunaija. Don't let us base our argument on factual. Do you understand? We are discussing the result based on what INEC declared. Don't give us this the one on
Situation room
in the
in
court.
Lagos.
No. We are discussing based on the result that INEC released. Don't take us to any other place.
Nigeria's constitution states that the election, even INEC chairman will tell you.
You are still not.
Let me make my point now. You can't tell me to use the word you want me to use when you ask me.
He's not telling you to use the word. Just telling you to speak to the.
What I'm saying is that the process is still ongoing. Just because INEC declared it.
We don't care about the process. We don't
forget about the process.
So, Naija, we discuss about the courts. We discuss about the courts after the judgment. What we have now is the INEC results. So that's what we are discussing.
We
cannot be opening a chapter. We cannot be opening a chapter that we have not finished. We finish a chapter and we are discussing that chapter. So let us discuss that one.
Then you go with allegedly. Then instead of making it a fait accompli.
It's no more like
allegedly.
We go with allegedly instead of fait accompli because it's not the process. The election process has not completed.
What do you mean?
When
the presidents have
been sworn, the winner of the election?
What if they found out that some craziness happened in the election? They will have to run the election.
Please, let me have a talk with Tunaija. Who did INEC declare as the winner of the election 2023?
Now that is a very direct question. Bola, Asiwaju, Ahmed, Tinubu.
God bless you. Thank you. Let's move on.
Adekunle, you didn't put Adekunle.
Oh, I didn't know he had 5 names. Hey, jeez. Adekunle, Jesus Christ, that's a lot.
Jagaban also. Jagaban there, sir. Jagaban.
To Naija, I asked this question before now, and I want to listen to me attentively and answer me. Why is people that went to the election, like Peter Obi now, charging Tinubu to court?
Because they believe
I've said it out. Let me finish, please, so that I can know where I'm going.
Okay.
Tinubu is not the one that conducts election in Nigeria. Atiku is not the one that conducted the election in Nigeria. Peter Obi is not the one that conducted the election in Nigeria. So everybody on that ballot, they are not the one conducting the election in Nigeria. I think moving forward, in my opinion, they should be challenging INEC. But people say, let me finish, please. I love people listening to me. Let me finish, please. They should be challenging INEC. INEC is the one that conducts the election. Tinubu is not the one that prints the ballot paper. It's not the ad hoc workers. It's not the why corpers that did the election. They should be challenging INEC mostly. So that is my quibble about this election. That why are they even charging the other parties? INEC is the problem. If they rig the election, INEC should be answering the question. If anything happens in the election, it should be INEC. So what do you think about my assertion?
I think there is argument that it has merits for what you are saying there, because like you said, as the question is, because of the way the constitution is structured regarding the electoral matters, INEC may not have the power to retract their whatever they've given somebody. Hence, it's difficult for them. That's why you have the process where you can sue the presidential candidates directly, because they are the ones that did the actual rigging. But INEC should be held accountable. Technically, I think I see your argument there, that INEC should be the one in the middle, so that when they make a mistake, they go after them. But then that could always put INEC on the back foot all the time. When they conduct election, just because people misbehave, then INEC has to take the hit constantly, and you could go and damage the electoral body instead of going after the true culprits. And INEC it's not empowered to go after the culprits the way the court is able to go after the culprits. So I think that's where the argument is. Except, of course, they make INEC that powerful to control their election, and if anybody sidesteps the rules, then they go after them. Yes, you can put INEC's head on the block at all times, and I think it's more efficient that way. If somebody is rigging up, clearly, if you look at what happened in the River State, it was a massive. Come on, man. Jesus, this is what I'm talking about. You know what happened in River
How
State.
is Tinubu rigging you in? How is he is he the one controlling the materials? How is he rigging you? INEC are the one in charge of the.
I just said I supported the argument. I just said I support the argument, the general thrust of the argument. But INEC, as it stands, is not empowered enough to be held that accountable for such rigging, because it wouldn't be fair. They are not, because they cannot go after presidential candidates. INEC cannot go after presidential candidates.
But it's exactly INEC that rigged the election, not the politician.
Not the candidates. Because the candidate had the power to rig, Obi would have usually the one rigging.
Sometimes it's not INEC, it's the candidates that use the INEC officials.
How can you exonerate INEC for me? Is INEC there? Tinubu cannot go and change the figure.
I'm not exonerating them. That's why INEC is also in court. I'm not exonerating them. INEC is also in court. P2B is going after INEC too. However,
After is not a gentleman like that. Why are you speaking for? If you want to talk, we'll talk, man.
What Thomas was saying was that INEC.
Often talk, please. We are waiting for you.
Who is Igilo? Are you the spokesperson? After is not a gentleman. So he will talk when he wants to talk. He just waiting. Just leave him alone. Leave him alone. You can't be speaking for him. When he wants to talk, he will talk. I know of time.
Thank you, Simba. I know exactly. Okay, let me not go there. So on what my brother Thomas asked is really very simple. There's no need for us going back and forth and arguing amongst ourselves. It's very simple. When people ask the question, Thomas asks, what is the question you have to ask is, what is the grounds of electoral petitions or challenging elections? There are 3 grounds of which you can challenge elections. So when you draw up a petition against an election, first of all, you have to prove, you can challenge on first ground is eligibility to contest of any of the candidates, most especially the winner. Is he eligible? So in that first aspect is where you address issues like fraud. Maybe he was in fraud, he was indicted for a criminal, whatever it is. That's where you challenge issues like certificate forgery, like double nomination, pre-election matters, NYSC fake certificate, and all of that. So that is the segment of which all those things fall. Segment 2 is where you have to challenge substantial compliance of the electoral body. So under that segment 2 is where you want to challenge, did INEC comply substantially to the Electoral Act and to their own guidelines. So that's where you have to challenge things like, did they upload? Did this happen? Did they lie about having a glitch that day? and what have you. So that's where you challenge all of those things. Did they comply substantially with the electoral guidelines and electoral act? The third one and the last one is where you now have to start challenging the figures, the lawful votes. That's where you start counting lawful votes and challenging it. So under this third segment is where challenging rigged figures are cases of overvoting, beavers bypassing, people that bypass beavers, miscalculation of figures by INEC, which INEC did a lot of miscalculation actually. So that's where you start challenging actually the lawful votes. So by the time we challenge it and they now fix the issues with the numbers and they now check the lawful votes, who is the winner according to now we have rectified issues with the numbers. We count the lawful votes, we discard the ones. If we find out cases of overvoting, we discard it. Find out beavers bypassing, we discard it. We count the lawful vote and then we declare the winner. So these are the three processes of electoral petition. So I think that is a clear definition and explains exactly what your question is. Thank you.
Question.
I hope that was clear enough.
Yes, you went. You really you make it snappy, but
Thomas.
Yes, please.
Okay, you did it. Yes, you did a very good job, but you didn't answer the question because this is not the first time we are having election petition, and most of the grant is about rigging that you didn't win. I was one that won. You are just classifying this. The question Thomas asked is that we've never seen in any of our petition that a candidate will go to court and say, no, I'm challenging INEC. I'm not challenging the winner. So in this case now, okay, you have reason to say, okay, like that is the question he asked. That why do we challenge the winner and not the umpire?
Or the candidate, yes, not the umpire.
Okay.
Because that's
Now,
how the system is structured.
Okay, fine.
But that is a wrong system. Hold on, Uptown.
Okay.
That is a wrong system. Peter Obi is not the one that conducted the election. Sowore didn't conduct the election. So if anybody were rigged, the box to stop at the table of the INEC because they are the umpire. If they allow rigging, it's their problem.
Let me give him an analogy. You are in a school, and maybe you're supposed to.
Let's not go the
Okay.
long route. Let me just answer it very clearly. So the explanation I made earlier, I made it so that you can be able to draw your answer from that explanation. But apparently you want me to answer directly. So let me not answer you directly from my explanation. So I gave you 3 grounds of challenge of election petitions here. So now the only ground you are questioning now is only the third one, which is the rigging. So that is where INEC is being challenged under the rigging and the figure manipulations. Now in the second ground, which is substantial compliance, is also INEC that is being challenged there. But here is where the candidate or the winner comes in. On the first ground, where you have to challenge things like their qualification. If they are like a Enugu guy, they're challenging him that he submitted a fake NYSC. That's why he's part of the petition. Adeleke was challenged as well in terms of qualifications. That was why he was part of the petition. So yeah, that is where the candidate and the name of the candidate. Shetima was added to Obi's petition simply because one of the stones touched him. So when one of the stones touch you, you have to be part of the petition because the aspect of double nomination for Shetima was there. That's why Shetima was added. But Shetima is not part of Atiku's petition because no stone touched him there. Now, it's very simple. First ground, Tinubu and Shetima is under first ground. Second ground, INEC is there. Third ground, INEC is there.
Upton, I agree with you, but that's what I'm saying, that this is not the first time. There are so many petitions that does not even include all the certificate that does not directly involve the candidate. That the candidate will still be the one that they are challenging and not INEC. That's what you are saying. In this case, you can have a grant, say, okay, you have this.
There's no petition in Nigeria.
No, let me tell you, okay, what happened in Osun State? What happened in Osun State?
INEC was there. INEC was being challenged.
It is only INEC that was challenged in Osun?
The candidate was challenged because they were also challenging the qualification of the candidate. So, yeah.
Okay, but to me,
let me tell you the common denominator. The common denominator is INEC. in every petition, not one, if that's how we can say it, not one petition will you file without INEC there, because they are the common denominators. But then there could be extras if you find that there's loopholes in terms of primaries of the winner, or
You are in Lagos, eh? Uptown, you are in Lagos.
and add the candidate there.
You are in Lagos. You are in Lagos.
Yeah.
Yes,
You are in
he's still in
Lagos.
Lagos.
Rosfibo is challenging Sanwo-Olu. So in what way is it challenging Sanwo-Olu now? Is this challenging INEC or is this challenging Sanwo-Olu?
Okay, good question. Thank
And
you very
then
much.
what? Okay.
Okay, he's challenging INEC on the grounds of the rigged numbers. He's challenging Sanwo-Olu because he's challenging Sanwo-Olu's certificate, including his wife.
Certificate?
Yes, he's challenging his certificate. I don't know if you have gone through his petition. Yeah. So that's why
anybody can challenge anything in Nigeria. Even Rosfibo is challenging a whole lot of Sanwo-Olu.
These three grounds that I provided for you, that is the three. Or else you have checked and you don't have anything to challenge about the candidate that won the election. You don't have anything to question. His primaries was so sweet and smooth.
What is he challenging about Sanwo-Olu? I'm not privy to that. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I think he's challenging. I think he's claiming that the whether WAEC or one of the certificates Sanwo-Olu had submitted to the INEC was a shady one. So I think it's almost similar to what's going on in Enugu and some other states where they are challenging the qualification of the candidates, in addition to challenging
but Uptown, why is Labour Party just pursuing shadows? Some people, some dumb people is still asking for Tinubu certificate till now. Is that not gullible?
Well, in our
asking for Tinubu certificate.
In our presidential, is it on the tribunal or on the social media?
No, it's on social media. Where is the certificate? We don't know his mother. We don't know his father. Who is the people that went to school with Tinubu? Is that
some
not,
of them are still saying it's a drug baron, you know?
It's a drug baron.
It's okay now.
Is that not? It does. Uptown. I asked this question for somebody before. I said, when you guys in your circle, in your WhatsApp group, your Twitter, is there not one person that can speak truth to you guys that what we are pursuing is just shadows? It's just nonsense.
The intelligent ones are just deceiving the low IQ ones, you know.
When you are in a boxing match,
like you have someone like CM, very intelligent guy, but he just be brainwashing the low IQ ones.
When you are in a boxing match,
let's hear Mike. Hold on. Let's hear Naija.
Yeah, when you're in a boxing match,
wait, did you understand what I mean? When you guys are in your circle, don't you talk true to yourself that what we are pursuing, we are just being nonsensical. Let me build it up. Wait for me, please. Tinubu work in a company, ExxonMobil, a multinational company for that matter. He was a senator in same Nigeria. He was a governor of a state, one of the largest economy in Africa for 2 terms. He contested for a president. He won a presidency. And somebody is asking for his primary school certificate. Is that not nonsensical?
See, I've said it here and I've said it on most panels that this in Tinubu, technically, nobody can accuse him of not being in Nigeria and not being qualified to be president. Hence, for me, that is not a deciding factor whether he should be president or not. That I say that even
so why don't you, when those people are standing in front of you in those platforms, so why don't you tell them like?
But let me explain to you why I don't necessarily say. Hold on now, hold on. You see what he's doing when you are in a boxing match. Just because you cannot get a knockout, you don't get the side this in hooks in. The point is that if there is a case against Tinubu on that front that makes him vulnerable, the opponents have the right to go after it. But if in my own judgment, I am not going to use that to judge whether he should be president or not. What I consider in terms of the court case is the votes. If the votes were rigged in terms of they took his some other person's vote and gave to him, for me, that should be the deciding factor. For me, it's not even Abuja. It's not any all the other stuff. Because
so you agree with us that all this other stuff are ridiculous?
No, it's not necessarily ridiculous. I'm telling you from my own judgment. See, because
Asking for
it's
primary
the
school
law.
certificates.
It's the law,
Primary
mister.
schools, no,
You
no,
might not
no. It's
consider
not
the
the
law
law.
important,
It's
but
the
it's the law.
people accused. It's accusation. It's not the law. They are asking for disobedience. Are saying they want primary school certificate. Someone just explained to you. Somebody that has worked for ExxonMobil. That has, I mean, you know, obviously
See,
he
there are
must have
people
got
that
a
have been
degree
governors in America
before
and all
he
the
has
rest.
become. Wait now, he
Mike,
has
didn't you know of
become.
the case in America where somebody was a governor or something and rose to a high rank, and it turns out that the guy had forged everything? What are you? We know
He
this can
forged.
happen now. Yeah, in America
No,
of all places.
no, they know these people are not accusing him of forging anything. They're just saying he doesn't have it. They want to see. They want you to present it.
Come
That's
on,
ridiculous, and that's what they're
I think
holding on.
sometimes, Mike, you are
And that's their
overdoing
hope.
it.
When you ask them, what's your hope of Obi getting his money? They say, Tinubu certificates. Oh, that's ridiculous things like that. I mean, like, come
Yeah.
on.
Mogaji is not his mother. Somebody is that. It's just, it's
They
come
come in
on,
with that
guys.
the same thing they do with Buhari. Buhari's left here, Aisha boyfriend, all those kind of
Yeah,
talk.
left here.
Just low IQ
Besides
kind of
that, Buhari
conversation.
Jubril from Sudani.
Jubilee from
Now it's
Sudan, but
not
they are dealing
Jubril.
with
It's
they want to do the same logic with Tinubu.
oh my God, you guys
I
can.
don't know why you just like to you if you have an advantage over anybody, would you give it up? If the law, you can't underestimate the fact that people are trying to live by the letter of the law. If there is not merited, the judges will throw it out. We know Nigerian judges are very
Okay,
good at throwing
Tinaja,
cases
I have a
out.
question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I go ahead? But
Yes,
Yes,
if
go
you know
ahead.
that if somebody won an election, and then you are looking for frivolous things of not disqualifying somebody that the whole country voted for, like say you are looking for primary school certificate or his birth certificate and all those, don't you think you are being fraudulent?
you see, this is where I depart from them. I don't subscribe to the idea of removing somebody that was democratically elected by people, that they should be removed from office. But Nigeria does this. Look at Bayelsa state governor that was removed from office because his deputy forged a document. He removed the governor that was elected. So it tells you that this is the Nigerian system. They use
No. The thing
technicalities
is, they
to remove
found
people
that
from office.
there was a fraudulent document, right? That it was before they had to make the accusation and then present it. But what you guys are doing right now is you don't have evidence of anything being fraudulent. Nothing. You just make
Nothing.
it up. You
It's a
make it
drug
up.
addict.
You make
Tinubu
it up,
never charged
and then
for
you
drug addict in America. It's
They
a
no,
have
drug
no,
addict.
evidence
no.
now. They
What
have
I'm saying
evidence
is,
that Tinubu is involved
you
in.
make it up. Wait, now you make it up. I want to go to court with it. It's like me make up in my mind like forefather here, you stole candy or you stole car. I just make it up in my head and I'll take it to court. That's me being fraudulent.
You see,
I
you are
just
being
make up lie. I make
disingenuous
up
now.
something I feel like making up about you, and I'll take you to court for it. That's
Yeah,
being fraudulent.
no, but that is not the case with them now. They
That's
have
what
a
they are doing. They are
case. They
making up
have
a
a
bunch of
case.
rubbish and taking Tinubu to court
Tinubu
for
has
it.
not see you know there are newspaper articles about Tinubu's birthday that are very, very inconsistent. This is not hidden. Personally, I know that
Even
Nigerians
to Nigeria, even the Abuja 25%. How can somebody who has a sound mind be telling me that if you win all the votes in Nigeria and you didn't win Abuja, that you are not going to
Yes.
qualify as
No, the people
president?
in Abuja, they have two heads. Yeah. The voters in Abuja, they have two heads.
What
Yeah.
makes Abuja special? And to
Special.
me,
Yeah.
that one is another
because
fraudulent means of getting mandate.
Abuja can be seen as the
But
state of
remember,
the
the
president.
constitution said and people are just ram. I don't even know the English. He said and
Yes.
it's
Can you
just
give me another
and
example? Can you give me another example in life where you use that same pattern of structure of sentence that it doesn't include the necessity of that and? Give me an example, then I will reason
to
with you.
Niger in constitution they take Abuja as the 37th state.
You see
He
what
said
he just
and
did?
Tunaja,
Give me a simple
wait now.
example when that and doesn't matter.
Tunaja, let me tell you when it doesn't matter. Okay, see. When they
Good.
say when they were showing how many states each candidate won, they say 12, 12, 12. All three of them won 12 states. That means one of the 12 states, Obi-Wan was Abuja, right? So
Mm-hmm.
we got 12 states. So that already killed the argument. So why you guys still arguing that Abuja is not a state.
Mikey, God bless you for this.
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
even
no.
think like
I don't
that.
know. You see what he just came up with is a
No,
false
no,
narrative.
to Niger,
Abuja is FCT, it's not a normal state.
hold on, please. To Niger, why don't they said Peter Obi won 11 states and they isolate Abuja?
Obedience will be the first to tell you Peter Obi won 12 states.
Territories.
Iglo came today, the first thing was telling us, Peter Obi won 12 states.
For the purposes of the election, Peter, this is Abuja is not regarded as a state. This is what even is stated in the Nigerian constitution. That's why they delegated the National Assembly as the state assembly of Abuja. The president is like the governor of Abuja. So this is.
So what did they announce to be as a winner of 12 states?
Mike, now I want to get to something here. This could be like saying a governor needs to win their state. Maybe that's why the president needs to win Abuja. Technically, the president is the governor of Abuja. That's why the National Assembly is the lawmaking body of
the governor of Abuja.
Technically, that's the pattern that if you look at it, that's the pattern.
What about the FCT minister?
No.
The FCT minister.
I think it's section 3.
It's the council of Abuja.
137. If you look at the section, Nigerian Constitution, section 137, you will see the pattern there. It's not me that made it up.
The president also participated in governance of Abuja. It's the FCT minister that does that. It's the one.
Yeah, but why don't they have a governor?
That's because the president will be the one in charge of Abuja. So it's a must for him to win Abuja. The other states are not relevant.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to let him understand. Let me see.
Who is the sole administration of Abuja? Is it not the FCT minister?
Yeah, but the
president is just living. The president is just living in Abuja now. He's just living there. Yeah, I can hear you, Akim. How are you?
I'm good. How's everybody?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Let's hear from Akim here.
Yeah, you see that this issue of 25%. I'm going to say it. To Nigeria, you see all those things people are. Everybody's opinion.
We are losing you. We are losing you. We can hear you now. Yeah.
So I'm saying, regardless of what anybody thinks, right, it's still going to be subject to the judge's interpretation. But if we want to look at it from, I say, an English language perspective, say, just looking at it from plain English. So the Constitution says 25% of 2/3 of the state, 2/3 of the state. So, and Nigeria just said to us that Abuja is not a state. So, knowing that there are people that live in Abuja, these people will also cast a vote, and this vote must mean something. So, I want to ask Nigeria, how, if in an English language, 2/3 of the state, how do you bring Abuja into that statement?
Because Abuja, you are required to have 25% minimum.
No. The question I'm asking is, I'm making a sentence now. We have 36 states, and Abuja is not recognized as a state.
Yes.
So, and I want to make a statement. I want to make a sentence to say you need 2/3. You need 25% of 2/3 of the state. And yes. How do you bring Abuja into that statement?
Because Abuja is also a requirement. That's why that is the whole argument that Abuja
now. Is what I'm asking. No, I want you. How do you bring? Look, I'm trying to make a statement, a sentence, right? I want you to complete that sentence for me. To say somebody needs 2/3 of the state in Nigeria, of the 25% of the 2/3 of the state, knowing fully well that you cannot call Abuja a state. How do I add Abuja to that statement that I'm making? I'm going to say and Abuja.
Exactly. It
doesn't mean that I'm giving Abuja any form of superior extra factor against other states. It's just a way for me to bring a part of the country that the Constitution does not recognize as a state into relevance.
Then you use including Abuja. See,
So
that's
what's
the
the difference?
question you're
So
asking
what's
me.
the what's the,
No,
what's the difference?
when you say when you say and Abuja,
Yes.
it means that
So
they use the term conjunctive. It means that it's
yes,
it's a requirement to have
it is
Abuja.
requirement. It is requirement that you get 25% of the 2/3 of the state
Hold
and Abuja.
on. You could easily say that you have to win 25 what do you call it 24 states with Abuja as a part as regarded as a state too. You
So
can do
what?
that.
So what if I say? What if I said you should get 25% in 2/3 of the state and 25% in Abuja?
Exactly. Now, what has happened there now is that you have now turned Abuja as a requirement too.
Exactly. So no. 25% and 25% in Abuja means that there's no confusion, right?
No, because you said for each off, then you go on to you say Abuja has to be included too. That is in terms of the requirements.
This is language we are playing with. We're just playing with language here. So if I said you need 25% in 2/3 of the 36 states and 25% in Abuja, would there be any form of confusion there?
25%. Repeat that again. I didn't get that.
So
Sorry.
if I say to you now that if I said, okay, for you to be declared the winner of the election, you must have 25% in 2/3 of the state and 25% in Abuja.
Yes, it still conveys the same message that you require Abuja separately.
No. It's just what I'm trying to tell you that you must get 25% in Abuja. That is why I said
that's the thing now. That's what is dangerous with that kind of language. You have to
that is why I said and 25% in Abuja. So when I say and 25% in Abuja, it means that you must get 25% in Abuja.
Then the Abuja is not part of that 2/3 anymore. See, the problem is that
that's what I'm trying to tell you that, but that's not the way
you have to
the
designate Abuja. See, you have to designate Abuja as a territory that operates as a state when you want to describe it. Then you just say 2/3 of the states.
But Tunaja, what makes sense to you?
You can easily say with Abuja regarded as a state, you need to win 2/3 of the states.
Tunaja,
Very, very
to keep this thing simple, to keep it all simple, what makes sense to you? Do you think it makes sense that a person must win Abuja? I mean, 25% Abuja to become president.
Not even win Abuja.
I'm just trying to see. Let's put aside whether the law say this or that. Let's just say Tunaja now. You as a person, let's say you're the one making law. What makes sense to you? Will it make sense to you that you create? Let's say you're the one making the law of Nigeria, the law of election, right? Would you make a law that would say somebody must win 25% Abuja to become president of Nigeria? Would you make a law like that?
It's possible. See, I'm
Would
saying
you make a law like that?
No. See, why you are saying me? I'm telling. I'm
just asking. I want to see whether you are
if
that
I wanted
foolish.
to make the law, I will have a rotational system of government. So don't tell me about what I
No,
want.
But let me but you won't be that. You won't be. The answer is no, because I know you are smart enough. You won't be that.
Why would I do that? But the Nigerian
so if you are not now, so
why are you using my own standard?
Wait now, Tunaja, cool down now. If you are not that foolish to make law like that, what makes you think people that went to school to get law degree will make stupid law like that? That way more educated than you. We make a stupid law to say that every human being, like anybody that wants to become president of Nigeria, must win 25%.
Let me give you the reason now, Mr. Mike. Let me give you the reason. Hold on. You see that he has filibustered now, and you have come in. The point is that when what they call it, the election it is carried out and it is not conclusive that you get Abuja and maybe 25% in enough states, you go to the next round, and then later on, the people that wrote the constitution, they knew what they were doing, then they removed all those requirements. If it cannot
so when I look at hold on 1 second, I'm going to quickly say something. So say, look at this election and the judges say, okay, no, you need to get 25% in Abuja. Then we go again, we go and conduct the same election. Then we get the same outcome again. Then we'll go and conduct another election. We'll get the same outcome. How many elections do we have to conduct?
No. By the third one, that
and each election we spend 80 billion.
It's clear now. Oh my, Mike. By the third election, this thing is removed. Didn't you? If you read this thing, that area, you will see that by the third time they remove. They will take
to Niger. With the state of Nigeria now, with the state that we have now, you think we can conduct another election in this country?
I think you can. And let me tell you something. What is happening now? Let me tell you.
Go and spend another 400 billion.
Let me
on
let you know something.
election.
What? Yeah, we've saved money from crude oil now, from subsidies. See,
Which
going
one?
in,
Which
Because of
good
Obi,
one?
come on, tell
We
you.
should go. We should go and use it. We should go and use it to conduct
we've
election.
saved a lot of
Nigeria.
we've saved a lot of money from
Just because
subsidies.
of
So
billion, I don't have you.
we have, we
Nigeria,
have that plus
spend another 400 billion.
we have
Who
money
the
to
hell are
spend now.
obedience?
So
But the
Who the
case,
hell are obedience? We don't have spend money
those
because they
cases
are
are
not
going to
happy.
be listen. Those cases are going to be dismissed in court.
I
Every
hope
cases are going to be thrown away.
that's
no
your
to Nigeria. I hope you know that. No, to Nigeria. I hope apart from looking at the credibility of your case, there's so many other things that judges put into consideration. The security of the even the moral ground, the security, and so many other things they put into
It's not even.
consideration.
Look, it's not even that. Look, all election petition have what you call precedents, right? They have previous judgments. All this one people are bringing mathematicians to court and all of this. They have precedents to all of these things to look to refer to. Look, it's just waste of time. I'm telling you. Look, there's a reason. There's a reason why Obi hasn't gone to court and tell them that he won the election. He hasn't
That's
done
a
that.
lie. That's a lie. He said he won. Stop lying on
Where?
public platform.
No. There's nowhere in Obi's petition where he said he won the election. Read. Can you please read it out? Please, I beg you, please.
Thank you. Obi was very clear after, in some of his paragraphs, after he was done pointing out the places of which his votes were rigged and the places his votes were moved. He said these evidences is going to provide when they are corrected and the lawful votes are being counted, that the court will see clearly.
Can you please read from the petition that they submitted, please?
What you're going
Stop
to do is that
stop reading from your head, from your head. Uptown.
Can you please can you please read from the petition submitted by the
calm
team?
down. The progressives, you said categorically, without reading from any petition, that Obi didn't in his petition say or allude to the fact that he won the lawful votes in that last election.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, and I'm putting it to you categorically, that he said that when the lawful votes in that election is being counted, that
No. It was asking. Listen, he was asking. Hold on. He was asking for them to disqualify Tinubu and Shetima. That after their disqualification, the lawful vote casted, he then won he should be then declared the winner of the election. It was under when he asked for the disqualification of Tinubu that he asked for him to be declared. Every other thing has to do with the process of the election. That's not okay. Oh my. No. Okay, you if I'm lying, you read. You say you have it. You are obedient. You have all the file in your front. I'm sure. Read. I just prove me wrong.
Wait. I can't read a 100-page petition for you, but I can tell you what.
Hakim.
It's not 100 pages. It's only 5.
You know, Hakim. Uptown is a book writer. He will formulate. You are not seeing him. He will formulate the statement for you now. You think he's reading it from the petition?
I've seen this, and I've even seen obedient followers on social media who put out all the petitions that they put forward. It's only five areas. Forget all those boxes, boxes that they put paper inside and that they brought to court. Look, how you pack evidence to court. You have how many days to challenge the election result. They have not opened any of the. They told us that they have 18,000 blood EC8 form, 18,000 plus, right? How many have you opened in the court? The Supreme Court in Adeleke versus Oyetola made it clear. For every polling unit that you are contesting, you need at least one witness, and you bring 50 witnesses to court. So where are we going?
Public platform that you need one witness for each polling unit.
I'm not the one that said it. Did you read? Uptown did not say it. That was the Supreme Court verdict.
So wait. So if I am challenging 150,000 polling units. I have to bring 450,000 people to the court.
Okay, no worry. Just can you go and read? Can you go and read the verdict from the Supreme Court verdict? No. Leave me alone out of it now. I'm not the one that make the judgment. I'm telling you, it's a Supreme Court. It is a Supreme Court judgment. You go and read it.
Challenging 170,000 polling units. I'll bring 170,000.
It doesn't matter. It said every polling unit that you are challenging, you must have at least one witness. That is the ground.
I can't believe my ears. Like, please,
Can you go and read it? Can you go and read the judgment and then tell me that I'm lying?
Akim. If you are challenging a polling vote, that means you have a representative there who saw what happened. There was a fraud. So if they say you should have a witness for a polling vote, it makes a lot of sense, isn't it?
Yeah, but the law states it clearly. You cannot bear witness. You cannot bear witness to something that you did not see. That is the law, right? You cannot bear witness to something that you did not see.
Wait. Most of the malpractices in those polling units happened in the ward collection centers. But apart from that, let me ask Thomas a question. Thomas, you as a judge, if I come to challenge 150,000 polling units in Nigeria, you as a judge, you put it to me that you have to listen to 150,000 people in the courtroom.
That's one of those things that make it difficult to
It's like you don't understand what they call election petition tribunal. That's why they told you that
it's very difficult. Very difficult.
Ordinary governorship election, to overturn ordinary governorship election is almost impossible. Let alone a presidential one. That is why they told you.
Progressive. You know how long it takes them to do this petition before? It takes them almost 3.5 years before they compress it to this 8 months, and we are still complaining. It's very difficult. Very difficult.
I'm telling you, a governorship election petition.
In a couple of weeks, Nigeria can handle it too. Kenya can handle it. Why can't we?
Kenya is fully electronic voting. Look.
What is the population of Kenya? What is the population of Kenya? What is the population of Kenya? Is Kenya maybe more than? It's just 2 states in Nigeria. We are just talking about 2 states. Lagos and Kano is more than Kenya.
Stop using that as an excuse not to do the right thing.